In the year 2060, under the influence of a mysterious cosmic ray, the planet launching succumbed to a Cambrian storm that lasted a month. Lin Yi, having perished in his previous life due to the betrayal of his beloved Bai Yueguang and their neighbors, was reborn with the awakening of the space eye. He set about constructing a Doomsday fortress and stockpiling resources to exact revenge on those who wronged him. Lin Yi remarked, "The weather is quite warm today. I find myself sweating." To which the neighbors retorted, "It is minus 70 degrees outside. We're nearing frostbite." Bai Yueguang, Wang Shui, declared, "Lin Yi, I agree to be your girlfriend. I beg you to let us live together." Wang Shui's friends interjected, "Lin Yi, Wang Shui does not truly love you. Consider us. Instead, we can offer what she can." Chapter 1. Betrayal. On August 1st, 2060, the Cambrian storm continued to ravage launching. Lin Yi, ensconced in his home, wrapped himself in layers and trembled as he sent a message to his goddess, Wang Shui. "Shuier, I have 2 bags of instant noodles at home if you are hungry. You may come and fetch them." Wang Shui was Lin Yi's university classmate, and from the moment he laid eyes on her during their freshman orientation, he was captivated by her ethereal beauty. Thus began Lin Yi's role as her devoted protector, a title he wore with pride. Throughout their 4 years of university, Wang Shui cycled through numerous relationships. Yet Lin Yi remained steadfast by her side, always the first to offer comfort after her. Heartbreaks. Time passed swiftly, and upon graduation, when Lin Yi learned that Wang Shui had nowhere to stay, he relinquished the 3-bedroom apartment his parents had prepared for him, opting instead to reside upstairs with them. Wang Shui, feeling no need for formality, moved in along with her friends, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, while Lin Yi took on the responsibility for their utilities and property fees. As long as Wang Shui was under his roof, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Tragedy struck in the 2nd year after graduation when Lin Yi's parents perished in a car accident, leaving him with 2 properties and over 2 million in savings. Stricken by grief, Lin Yi cherished Wang Shui even more, becoming utterly compliant to her every whim, no matter how unreasonable. However, on July 1st, 2060, at the witching hour, Lin Yi was roused from sleep by the biting cold that infiltrated his home. As he stumbled to the window, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The large glass panes were frosted over, and heavy snow blanketed the ground, accompanied by the howling winds outside. His heart raced as he grasped that it was not winter. The sweltering heat of June had only just passed. Lin Yi opened the property management group chat to find many neighbors equally alarmed by the sudden snowfall. After confirming Wang Shui's safety with a phone call, he felt a measure of relief. Yet, the snowfall showed no signs of abating, and when he ventured downstairs with the other residents, he found the first floor nearly submerged in snow. Many rushed out to procure supplies, fearing they might be trapped in their homes indefinitely. Dressing warmly and preparing 2 burlap sacks, Lin Yi braved the treacherous conditions to prevent Wang Shui from going hungry. Fortuitously, a nearby supermarket was still accessible. Upon knocking, he was greeted by Zhang Qian, who accepted the food for Wang Shui before promptly shutting the door. Lin Yi had grown accustomed to their cold demeanor, despite their undeniable beauty. As days turned into weeks, supplies dwindled, and despair set in, leading to tragic incidents of desperation among the populace. The once civilized society devolved into savagery, and Lin Yi's resources ran dry, leaving him with only 2 bags of instant noodle sacrifice for Wang Shui's sake. "I will retrieve it shortly," he assured himself. Soon, a knock echoed through the door. Peering through the peephole, Lin Yi spotted Wang Shui outside. He moved the refrigerator and washing machine blocking the door to let her in. However, just as he opened the door, a metal rod struck him down. Dazed, Lin Yi fell into a pool of blood as intruders filed into his home, scavenging for valuables. As he regained consciousness, he saw Wang Shui and Zhang Qian standing by the door, and a wave of concern washed over him. They must be coerced, he thought. I cannot succumb. What will happen to them? In a moment of desperate struggle, Wang Shui seized a wooden stick and struck him viciously. Her next words pierced his heart. "I tricked you into opening the door. I want half of everything found here, including this body." A smirking man beside her replied, "No problem. We'll give you 2 legs and 2 arms, but the next door will require your assistance as well." He then brandished a knife, advancing toward Lin Yi with a sadistic grin. "Kid, don't blame me, blame the heavens." We shall feast on your flesh. Chapter 2. 2 months before the apocalypse. As the blade pierced his body, Lin Yi felt the warmth of his blood draining away. Gradually, the pain dulled, replaced by a cacophony of heartbreak and an overwhelming hatred for Wang Shui. Why? Why did you do this to me? Wang Shui, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, you all deserve to perish. I despise you. Why couldn't I see your true nature sooner? If fate grants me another chance, I will ensure they suffer 1,000-fold. With his inner turmoil reaching a crescendo, Lin Yi found the darkness dissipating, replaced by the sight of a tidy office. His body began to regain sensation. Confused, he examined himself and discovered that all wounds had vanished. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Instinctively, Lin Yi grasped the ashtray on the desk for protection. In the next moment, a woman clad in professional attire pushed the door open and entered. Upon encountering Lin Yi's wary expression, she felt a tinge of curiosity but proceeded to place the documents in her hand on the desk, then addressed Lin Yi. Manager Lin, here is last month's report. Please sign it. Lin Yi instinctively picked up the pen and inscribed his name. The woman retrieved the documents from the desk and said, Manager Lin, do take care of yourself. I shall take my leave. As the office door closed behind her, Lin Yi finally came to his senses. He picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, which displayed the date, May 1st, 2060. What is this? 2 months before the apocalypse? Have I been reborn? Lin Yi opened his computer and began to search for recent news, particularly any reports concerning the apocalypse or the Cambrian period, but found none. It finally dawned upon him that he had indeed been reborn. Ha ha ha! Lin Yi set down the mouse and erupted in a hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face from the amusement. After a while, as his laughter subsided, a fierce expression took its place. This time, I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. Lin Yi rose and approached the door, pulling it open to reveal a hall where dozens of employees were busily attending to their tasks. Gazing upon the once familiar scene, Lin Yi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He worked at a fund management company, and through years of diligent effort, he had ascended from a mere employee to the position of investment department manager. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a woman approached from a distant Li Ro, the manager of the trading department. She wore a white blouse that accentuated her figure, with a black miniskirt and high heels, her graceful form swaying enticingly as she made her way toward Lin Yi. The busy employees could not help but pause their work, stealing glances at this captivating beauty. It was inevitable this enchanting lady was simply irresistible. While her looks might earn her a score of 80, her devilish figure and shaped curves certainly elevated her appeal to a solid 90. In the entire company, wherever she appeared, countless male gazes gravitated toward her. Even Lin Yi was no exception, although his heart was tethered to Wang Shui. The appreciation for beauty is a universal sentiment, and even a pure-hearted warrior like him could not evade its allure. Li Ro approached Lin Yi. She handed him a document with a glare, indignantly stating, Lin Yi, this is the report you signed. Have your people redo it immediately. If they fail, you shall do it yourself. Lin Yi accepted the report and invited Li Ro into his office. Once she was seated, he drew the curtains and locked the door. Then, he tossed the report onto the floor, a mocking smile on his face as he said, Manager Li, such authority you wield. Have you come here under the pretense of being promised a legitimate position by General Manager Liu? Liu Wei was the general manager of Lin Yi's company, already married with 2 children. His rise to the position at a young age was solely due to the backing of his father-in-law, the chairman of the board. It was this connection that secured his place as general manager. Li Ro, on the other hand, was Liu Wei's clandestine lover. Together, they had misappropriated over 30 million in company funds, a scandal that had only come to light mere days before the impending apocalypse. Upon hearing Lin Yi mention Liu Wei, Li Ro's heart raced with anxiety, and she feigned calmness as she retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? In his previous life, Lin Yi had been honest and conflict-averse, earning his position as investment department manager through the chairman's recognition of his capabilities and character. Li Ro, emboldened by her relationship with Liu Wei, often flaunted her power within the company, disregarding Lin Yi, who was her equal in rank. Now, hearing Lin Yi, usually so mild-mannered, speak in such a manner filled her with an ominous foreboding. Lin Yi sat down at his desk, crossing his legs and slowly stating, "Stop pretending in front of me. I have long been aware of your affair with General Manager Liu. You two have embezzled over 30 million from the company. Would you like me to present the evidence right here?" Li Rou's heart began to race. Since Lin Yi had mentioned the exact amount, it indicated that he must possess evidence against her and Liu Wei. Seeing her silence, Lin Yi stoked the flames further. He picked up his phone and said, "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall call the chairman and urge him to investigate his son-in-law." At this, Li Rou could no longer sit still. She hastily implored Lin Yi, "Wait, what do you want? Just name it, and I shall agree to anything." Lin Yi smiled slightly, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed Li Rou. He had no evidence in hand. His intention to call the chairman was merely a ruse to intimidate her. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Li Rou instinctively clutched her chest and said, "I can offer you 1 million. Just give me all the evidence." Lin Yi shook his head. While 1 million was not an insignificant sum, with the apocalypse looming, he would require substantial funds for constructing a shelter and stockpiling supplies. However, he dared not accept the money. It would not be long before their embezzlement was discovered. And if he took the money, Li Rou would surely expose him when the time came. He had no desire to spend his days behind bars. Seeing Lin Yi shake his head, Li Rou assumed he found the amount insufficient. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "You threatening me is also a crime. The most I can offer is 2 million, that is all I have." Lin Yi shook his head once more, then stated, "I do not want money, I want you." Chapter 3: The Eye of Space. Li Rou's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Lin Yi's objective was her own body. Despite her typically provocative attire, she considered herself a rather conservative individual. Apart from her 2 previous boyfriends, the only person who had ever touched her was Liu Wei. Thus, Lin Yi's proposition left her in a perplexing dilemma. Yet, confronted with Lin Yi's threats, did she truly possess the right to refuse? Should their affair be exposed, not only would her and Liu Wei's positions be jeopardized, but they would also face the specter of imprisonment. The chairman of the company, seeking retribution for his daughter, would undoubtedly target his son-in-law's paramour without mercy. The outcome for her was all too predictable. Liu Wei, too, could not be relied upon. He might even shift the blame entirely onto her, claiming she had seduced him in a bid for his wife's forgiveness. Based on her understanding of Liu Wei, this was a likely scenario. Lin Yi did not afford her much time for contemplation. "After work, I will be waiting for you at the hotel downstairs. I will send the room number to your phone. You can decide whether to come." After delivering his message, he disregarded Li Rou's complex expression and exited the office without a second glance. Lin Yi held no concerns that Li Rou might expose him. He understood that her only option was to comply, and she would likely keep Liu Wei in the dark. Settling down to work, Lin Yi had already contemplated the path ahead. First, he needed to amass wealth, a task relatively straightforward for him as the manager of the investment department. With a keen insight into the trends of stocks and funds, properly executed, securing a substantial sum within a short time would be effortless. Secondly, he aimed to establish an absolutely secure refuge, deciding that his home would serve this purpose. Although he could seek a standalone villa, he recalled that in his past life, the city's infrastructure had been buried within 10 days. By the day he was killed, snow had reached the 6th floor. A villa, being too low, would be easily buried by heavy snowfall. Conversely, the Sichuan community, where Lin Yi resided, boasted the tallest buildings in Haijing City, with 28 floors. His home was on the 26th floor. If snow were to cover his residence, it was likely that no place in Blue Star would remain unscathed. The final preparation involved procuring supplies and weapons. While food could be easily obtained with money, possessing adequate means of defense was essential to safeguard himself and his resources. Acquiring supplies presented little challenge, but weapons were a different matter entirely. Due to the national gun control laws, firearms were virtually non-existent in Longhua, let alone for purchase. As Lin Yi grappled with this predicament, he suddenly felt something unusual in his eyes and instinctively rubbed them. Abruptly, a pristine white space materialized in his mind, an expanse seemingly infinite. Blinking again, the space vanished. A flicker of realization dawned upon him. An alternate dimension had manifested within his left eye, and the means to utilize it was imprinted in his consciousness. Focusing on the ashtray on his desk, he concentrated, and in the next moment, the ashtray vanished. appearing instead in the alternate dimension, floating quietly in the void. With another thought, the ashtray reappeared on the desk. He struggled to contain his excitement. Repeating the experiment several times, he discovered that the alternate dimension could only contain objects within a 10-meter radius, provided they were independent items. The office door remained steadfast when he attempted to draw it inside. A thought struck him. What would happen if he attempted to pull himself into it? Would he risk losing his life inside? After much internal debate, he chose not to take that leap. Having just acquired this newfound ability, the last thing he wanted was to perish due to recklessness. Instead, he resolved to experiment with living beings at a later date. Glancing at the clock on his desk, he noted the time before transferring it into the alternate dimension. He then immersed his consciousness in that space to observe the clock's behavior. A full 10 minutes passed, yet the clock remained motionless in the alternate dimension. When he retrieved it, the clock resumed its ticking. It appeared that time stood still within that realm. A fortunate revelation, considering he had refrained from testing it on himself. Had he entered and time halted, he would have been trapped indefinitely. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. He could stockpile resources within the alternate dimension without concern for spoilage. Should he find the opportunity to acquire firearms, they would easily bypass security checks. Lin Yi blinked his left eye, and the alternate dimension promptly vanished. Curiously, he sensed something peculiar in his right eye. It felt as if energy was accumulating within. Initially, he thought he might possess two distinct dimensions, yet after extensive testing, there was no reaction. Reluctantly, he set aside this notion. Possessing one alternate dimension was already exhilarating enough. Even in the apocalypse, having such a space surpassed the merits of fiery, invisible, or electric abilities. Regardless of the power of one's attacks, without sufficient sustenance, starvation would prevail. After thoroughly experimenting with his abilities, Lin Yi powered on his computer and selected several stocks based on his recollections. These stocks were poised to multiply tenfold within a fortnight, having stirred quite the commotion at the time. In 2060, the stock market's volatility had eliminated the need for trading halts, allowing many to amass wealth during that period. Lin Yi planned to cash out at the peak, which would see his $2 million in savings soar to $20 million. With his capital, he could leverage his foresight to reinvest in stocks, aiming to increase his savings to $100 million within a month. This amount would suffice for constructing a secure shelter and acquiring essential supplies. Having invested his entire savings in the stock market, he now awaited the results. As he glanced at the time, he noted that the workday was drawing to a close. He wondered how Li Ro was contemplating her situation. Reflecting on the rapid changes he had undergone in just one day, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Moments ago, he was a mere fool, deceived and ultimately destroyed by Bai Yueguang. Now, he had transformed into someone capable of wielding threats. Chapter 4. Beautiful colleague, Li Ro. Nevertheless, one cannot deny the liberating sensation of acting on impulse. Although Lin Yi had entertained thoughts of Li Ro in the past, moral constraints had always held him back from any improper intentions. Now, however, all notions of morality and humanity were cast aside. In the apocalypse, ethics and compassion were meaningless. Those with a savior complex would invariably be the first to perish. Lin Yi was determined to live by his own rules, pursuing whatever he desired without hesitation. After shutting down his computer and locking the office door, he clocked out and exited the company. Rather than rushing to the hotel, he opted to grab a bite to eat, as he had ample time and no need to hurry. He arrived at a restaurant he frequently visited near the company and ordered a bowl of noodles. The restaurant's entrance faced the exit of their office building. As he enjoyed his meal, he observed the stream of people emerging from the office. Suddenly, he spotted a graceful figure, Li Ro. At that moment, Li Ro appeared as if weighed down by guilt, her head bowed as she exited, completely devoid of her usual arrogance. As she passed by the restaurant, Lin Yi called out to her. Startled by his voice, Li Ro hesitated for a moment upon seeing him dining alone, but eventually decided to enter. Lin Yi requested his boss to prepare a bowl of noodles for Li Ro, and then began to enjoy his meal. As Li Ro observed Lin Yi relishing his food, her own appetite vanished, overshadowed by the anxiety of potential exposure. Lin Yi sipped his soup and, with genuine concern, remarked to Li Ro, "Make sure to eat more. After all, this is labor-intensive work, and you will tire soon." Hearing Lin Yi's playful banter, Li Ro felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Yet she was aware that she was at his mercy and had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Ultimately, Lin Yi finished his entire bowl, while Li Ro barely consumed half. After settling the bill, Lin Yi exited the restaurant and made his way to the adjacent parking lot, opening the door to his car and taking a seat. Reluctantly, Li Ro followed, occupying the passenger seat. Lin Yi drove straight toward the nearby inn. Once parked, he turned off the engine and took Li Ro's hand, leading her into the establishment. The receptionist, upon seeing the couple holding hands, discreetly recommended a romantic suite, replete with various toys, which previous couples had praised. With a slight smile, Lin Yi decisively opted for the suite suggested by the receptionist. After registering and paying, he took the key card and guided Li Ro into the elevator, ascending to the 6th floor. Upon entering the room, soft pink lighting enveloped the space, revealing a large waterbed adorned with peculiar items. In an instant, Li Ro seemed to transform, her earlier shyness dissipating as she stepped confidently into the room. Placing her bag on the table opposite the waterbed, Lin Yi followed suit, locking the door behind him. The next morning, Lin Yi and Li Ro, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, checked out of the inn. As they settled into Lin Yi's car, the warmth and compliance Li Ro had exhibited the previous night vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. She retrieved a camera from her bag and confronted Lin Yi, stating, "I will only accompany you this once. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. I've recorded everything from last night, and if you dare threaten me again, I will release the video and ensure you face the consequences." Lin Yi laughed heartily, replying, "Feel free to release it. Do you think I will be imprisoned for what we did? It was merely a casual encounter. Is that illegal?" Li Ro was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's words. Indeed, could a mere video of their intimate encounter truly threaten him? He had not forced her. As long as Lin Yi insisted it was consensual, who could challenge him? Furthermore, from a video, it could be argued that she had been more proactive than he. Observing her stunned silence, Lin Yi seized the camera from her hands, previewed the footage, and said, "I didn't know you had a habit of documenting your life. This is quite good. I will keep it." With that, he placed the camera in the cup holder of the driver's seat. Li Ro made no objections. After all, her vulnerabilities lay within Lin Yi's grasp, and an additional video was of little consequence. Lin Yi silently vowed that, having been granted a second chance, he would live for himself, while others would pay the price. Just wait. In 2 months, Lin Yi would exact his revenge. He removed his shoes and clothes, lying down on the bed, utterly exhausted from the previous night's lack of sleep and the intensity of their activities. Eventually, the sky darkened outside, yet Lin Yi remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, an insistent ringtone jolted him awake. With his eyes still closed, he reached for the phone on the bedside table, not bothering to check who was calling, and pressed the answer button. A woman's voice came through the line. "Lin Yi, my friends and I are downstairs in the neighborhood dining. Come down and settle the bill." The familiar voice instantly roused Lin Yi. He glanced at the caller ID. Xuya. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. The caller, assuming he had not heard, repeated her command in a demanding tone. "Hello, Lin Yi. Can you hear me? I'm downstairs. Come down and pay the bill." Lin Yi forced himself to suppress the fury boiling within. Now was not the time for confrontation. He managed to respond in a calm tone. "All right, I'll be right there." Wang Shui hung up the phone, satisfied. As Zhang Xian remarked, "Shui'er, you truly have a way of training Lin Yi to be at your beck and call. He is even more obedient than a dog." The table erupted in laughter. Wang Shui, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, men are inherently servile. A little kindness makes them think they can take liberties. Sometimes they need a firm hand." Yang Shuang chimed in, "Exactly. Lin, you should take a good look in the mirror. If it weren't for us being classmates, he wouldn't even be worthy of our time, even if he begged us to cover the bill." Wang Shui pulled out a pack of cigarettes designed for women, lit one, and puffed, saying, "Enough about that annoying guy. He could spend some money, but he is of no use otherwise. If I ever feel displeased, I'll just kick him to the curb. I'm tired of him trailing behind me all the time." Chapter 5. Wang Shui. After hanging up, Lin Yi washed his face in the restroom. The cold water helped to temper his simmering rage. Conveniently, they were dining at a restaurant below, and he was feeling hungry himself, so he decided to join them for a meal. After freshening up, he dressed, grabbed his keys, and stepped outside. Upon entering the restaurant downstairs, Lin Yi found Wang Shui and her friends engaged in conversation. He recognized them all, aside from Wang Shui's two friends, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian. The others were Wang Shui's acquaintances. He had encountered them several times when Wang Shui summoned him to settle their bills. Upon noticing Lin Yi's arrival, Zhang Qian waved at him and promptly instructed a waiter to fetch him for the bill. Lin Yi chose an empty table and picked up the menu. When a waiter presented the bill from Wang Shui's table, Lin Yi glanced over it, noting they had ordered quite a feast: 14 dishes, 3 bottles of red wine, and 2 cases of beer, totaling 3,200 yuan. Lin Yi tossed the bill onto the table and asked the waiter, "Why are you giving me the bill? I haven't even ordered yet. Whoever ate should pay." The bewildered waiter made his way back to Wang Shui's table. Sure enough, within half a minute, Wang Shui and her friends approached Lin Yi, visibly irate. "Lin Yi, what is going on? It's just a bill. Why are you dragging your feet?" Zhang Qian added, "Exactly. Shui is giving you a chance. If you can't even spend a little for her, how can we trust you to take care of her?" Although Yang Shuang remained silent, her expression mirrored the anger of her friends as they confronted Lin Yi, as if he had committed a grave offense. Lin Yi smiled slightly at the 3 furious women questioning him. "I didn't eat your food. Why should I pay? And what opportunity do you think I need from you? Don't forget, you 3 are still living in my house. Starting this month, I will be collecting rent. As a gesture of goodwill for our shared past, I'll charge you 3,000 yuan a month. If you can't afford it, you should move out immediately." The 3 women stood frozen, taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected assertiveness. Wang Shui clenched her teeth, bewildered by Lin Yi's unusual behavior. It was as if he had suddenly developed a spine. For all these years, he had always been compliant with her wishes. When had he dared to defy her? As soon as Lin Yi detected even a hint of displeasure from her, he would promptly apologize and admit his fault. However, today, he uttered words that were quite contrary to his usual demeanor. "Lin Yi, do not regret this. I shall never forgive you again." Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian began to lecture Lin Yi. The trio operated in perfect harmony, with Wang Shui often leaving in a huff, only to have her 2 friends step in to express what she found difficult to articulate, allowing her to maintain her pristine image without having to explain herself. With this tactic, Wang Shui managed to attract numerous admirers, claiming half of the benefits for herself while the other half was shared between her friends. Alas, the 2 of them lacked the beauty that Wang Shui possessed, relegating them to the role of supportive players. "Lin Yi, we have known each other since our university days. You should be well aware of Shui's temperament. Go apologize to her immediately, purchase the items she desires, and offer her some gifts to seek her forgiveness. Yang Shuang and I can vouch for you in front of her. Otherwise, if she completely disregards you, do not come seeking our help," Zhang Qian earnestly advised Lin Yi, as if she were genuinely concerned for his well-being. Indeed, how can a man be so petty if he wishes to find a girlfriend? Just earlier, Shui mentioned giving you a chance, and now you have managed to anger her. Do you not wish for her to be your girlfriend? Yang Shuang chimed in, echoing Zhang Qian's sentiments. In the past, upon hearing that Wang Shui intended to give him a chance, Lin Yi would have been overjoyed, likely jumping for joy and promptly presenting her with 2 designer handbags to express his feelings. Yet now, even if Wang Shui were to strip herself bare and offer herself freely, Lin Yi would find it repugnant to even glance in her direction. Ignoring the 2 who continued to babble, Lin Yi simply beckoned the waiter over, ordering several of his favorite dishes along with a bowl of rice. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances, puzzled by Lin Yi's indifference. They knew that even the slightest hint of Wang Shui's interest would typically prompt him to approach her eagerly. Wang Shui shot them a fierce glare, inwardly chastising them for their ineptitude. If they could not manage Lin Yi, how could she expect them to assist in winning over Su Shui? Su Shui was Wang Shui's latest target, a well-known rich heir in Haijing City, with family assets worth hundreds of billions and parents who were shareholders in the largest chain supermarket in Longhua. Wang Shui had met Su Shui in a nightclub, and upon learning of his wealth, she devoted herself entirely to him, believing that conceiving his child would pave her way into a wealthy family. As for Lin Yi, the impoverished wretch, she wished he would simply disappear. When the waiter handed her the bill, Wang Shui's friend pretended to be engrossed in their phones. Ultimately, she had to retrieve her salary card from her bag. Both Wang Shui and Zhang Qian worked at a small company, earning less than 5,000 yuan a month. This meal consumed a significant portion of Wang Shui's salary, causing her considerable distress. However, with her friends present, she could not afford to tarnish the image she had painstakingly crafted as an elite in Haijing City, leaving her no choice but to pay. They had agreed beforehand that she would treat, banking on Lin Yi to cover the bill. Thus, even if they could not finish all the dishes, they ordered extravagantly. Had she known Lin Yi would refuse to pay, she would have ordered less. After settling the bill, Wang Shui gritted her teeth, placing her salary card back in her bag, directing all her grievances toward Lin Yi. Previously, he would always be available to pay now. His sudden unwillingness felt like a betrayal, and it embarrassed her in front of so many people. As they were still residing in Lin Yi's home, she resolved to keep a mental note of this debt, intending to settle it once she became Su Shuai's girlfriend. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi found that Wang Shui and the others had already departed. He savored the last piece of meat before letting out a satisfied belch. Rubbing his round belly, he reflected on his experiences during the apocalypse, understanding that no food should ever be wasted. In the wake of the apocalypse, even half a bun could incite two former friends to fight fiercely or compel a man to willingly offer his wife. To them, food was not merely sustenance. It represented their lives and hope for survival. After settling the bill, Lin Yi exited the restaurant. It was already 9 in the evening, yet the nightlife in Haijing City was just beginning. Groups of young men and women strolled down the street, sporting vibrant hair colors and tattoos. With nothing particular to do, Lin Yi began to meander through the streets. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, accompanied by the sound of shattering beer bottles. Drawn by curiosity, a crowd began to gather, and Lin Yi quickened his pace to join them. He soon witnessed a confrontation between two drunken men and several youths. Under the influence of alcohol, the situation escalated from insults to physical violence. 3 young men were injured, while the 2 inebriated men bore their own wounds, blood and shattered bottles strewn across the ground. The restaurant owner immediately called the police, and shortly after, 3 police cars arrived. 6 uniformed officers emerged and began assisting the injured into ambulances. Lin Yi winted, recognizing a familiar face among the officers, Jiang Shuyan, a neighbor who lived in his building. Jiang Shuyan was a prominent figure in their community. Her parents held high-ranking positions in the police force, and upon graduating from the police academy, she had quickly established herself as a police officer. With her impressive case-solving skills and striking beauty, she had earned the title of the most esteemed female officer in Haijing City, even being promoted as the face of the city's police department for media engagements. In terms of appearance, Jiang Shuyan far surpassed Wang Shui. If Wang Shui rated an 80, Jiang Shuyan would undoubtedly score 98, placing them in entirely different leagues. Jiang Shuyan's beauty eclipsed that of many celebrities. Lin Yi refrained from pursuing her, largely due to Wang Shui's prior influence and the ethereal aura Jiang Shuyan exuded, which left him feeling inadequate and unworthy of her. However, during the previous apocalypse, Jiang Shuyan had not been present in the community, having reportedly been assigned to another location, leaving Lin Yi unaware of her fate in that life. They would often cross paths during their commutes, but their interactions were limited to mere greetings. As Jiang Shuyan approached Lin Yi, she greeted him. "What a coincidence, Lin Yi. Are you out shopping?" In his previous life, Lin Yi might have shyly nodded in response, but now, having lived anew, he sought to follow his true desires, no longer concerned with others' opinions. A confident smile graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, just a solitary soul out for a stroll to alleviate the evening's boredom." He even purposely flicked his bangs. Noticing that his subtle hint had gone unnoticed, he remained undeterred. After the apocalypse, with a wealth of resources at his disposal, he would have no trouble attracting any woman he desired. As the injured were taken away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Observing the closeness of the 3 women, Lin Yi could not help but entertain thoughts of their relationships. If he did not know of Wang Shui's numerous past boyfriends, he might have assumed they were romantically involved. However, he now found himself questioning whether Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang might also share a similar bond. The 3 women simultaneously noticed Lin Yi. With a disdainful huff, Wang Shui strode past him, followed closely by Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian. Once Lin Yi entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 26th floor, the elevator gradually ascended, ultimately halting at the 20th floor. As Wang Shui and the others exited, Lin Yi reminded them not to forget to pay the rent tomorrow, all while closing the elevator door amidst their glaring stares. A rent of 3,000 yuan is not exorbitant in Haijing City, where properties of similar types in the first creation community typically command at least 5,000 a month. Lin Yi's insistence on the payment was merely to irritate them. The sum of 3,000 was deliberately chosen to prevent them from feeling it was too expensive and moving out. If they were to leave, how could he exact his revenge? It would be unthinkable to confront them in the snow. He envisioned letting them suffer outside while he indulged in the warmth of his home, savoring delicacies. This would be the ultimate punishment. Merely ending their lease would not suffice to quell his resentment. That evening, he began searching for a renovation company, aiming to fortify his residence. Regular renovation firms would not meet his needs, so Lin Yi resorted to online searches for similar cases. Eventually, he discovered several companies in the nation specializing in Doomsday bunkers. After meticulous consideration, he settled on a company named Tianli Fanghu, a leading establishment in the construction of Doomsday shelters within Longhua, renowned for its exceptional reputation. Lin Yi noted that there was a safe house built by them in the suburbs of Haijing City, perched atop a small hill. Reportedly constructed as an extravagant birthday gift by a wealthy individual for his son, costing billions. This safe house featured 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below, with walls made from over 10 centimeters thick alloy plates, impervious even to conventional artillery. It boasted amenities such as a temperature-controlled swimming pool, a gym, a generator, and smart locks. Lin Yi was nearly drooling at the thought. This safe house, situated on a hill, would not be entirely buried under snow, and he made a note of the location, intending to visit when the opportunity arose. Chapter 7. Collecting rent. Lin Yi dialed the number listed on the website, but there was no response. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 10. Typically, companies would have closed by this hour, prompting him to abandon further attempts to call. There was no urgency at that moment, especially since his funds were tied up in the stock market, leaving him unable to access even a deposit. After playing with his phone for a while, Lin Yi drifted into a light slumber. The following morning at 5, he rose, had a quick bite, and tested his spatial abilities, relieved to find them intact. This ability was his foundation. It was imperative that it remained unscathed. He called Tianli Fanghu to arrange a meeting and, after a brief wash, took the elevator to Wang Shui's apartment on the 20th floor. He knocked forcefully on the door, waiting a minute in silence before deciding to use the key from his pocket to unlock it. This apartment had originally been prepared by his parents as a wedding gift, so he naturally possessed the key. He had refrained from using it previously to avoid misunderstandings with Wang Shui, but now he felt no such hesitation. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Since Lin Yi had allowed Wang Shui to occupy the apartment, he had not set foot in it. The decor was his personal design, with a total expenditure nearing 500,000 yuan for furnishings and appliances, making it exquisitely appointed. However, the scene before him was quite disheartening. The living room was littered with dozens of empty bottles, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, and the entrance cluttered with an array of high heels, a foul odor assaulting his senses. Lin Yi was taken aback by the state of disarray. The 3 women, seemingly glamorous on the surface, had allowed the place to deteriorate into chaos. Navigating through the mess, he entered the kitchen, where the countertops were smeared with grease, and a pot still contained remnants of what appeared to be a recently enjoyed hot pot. The sink was overflowing with unwashed dishes and refuse. Witnessing his beloved home in such a state provoked a surge of anger within Lin Yi, and he contemplated evicting them on the spot. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he found the acrid air stifling, prompting a fit of coughing. Looking at the 3 closed bedroom doors, Lin Yi seized a beer bottle from the floor and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. Moments later, the bedroom doors swung open, and the 3 women emerged, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Strikingly, while Wang Shui came from her own room, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exited from the same one. Lin Yi's suspicions were confirmed. These 2 were indeed involved in a same-sex relationship, which explained why they had been inseparable since college and had never dated any men over the years. Upon seeing Lin Yi in the living room, Wang Shui was startled. He produced a printed rental agreement from his pocket and placed it on the sofa. He then addressed Wang Shui, reiterating his earlier statement about collecting rent, presenting the contract, and asking her to sign it if there were no objections, along with a total payment of 12,000 yuan, covering 1 month's rent and a deposit. Wang Shui stared blankly at the contract, momentarily unable to process the situation. Zhang Qian interjected, "Lin Yi, are you serious? Demanding money from us? Are you still a man?" Yang Shuang, siding with Zhang Qian, turned to Wang Shui and said, "Shui, look at him. Can you still want a man like this? If he dares ask for money today, don't even consider him if he begs you later." Wang Shui remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Witnessing the state of disarray in his home fueled Lin Yi's desire to take drastic actions against them. Yet he restrained himself for the sake of his future plans. There were still 2 months remaining. He needed them to experience the anguish of a world turned upside down before their inevitable demise. Wang Shui was taken aback by the murderous intent in Lin Yi's eyes, unable to fathom why he, who had once been so compliant, now harbored such disdain. Did he discover her past abortions? That was impossible. Only Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang were privy to that secret, and they would never divulge it. Fortunately, her grand scheme involving Su Shui was nearing fruition, promising ample financial rewards ahead. Each of them had 4,000 yuan at stake, a significant portion of their monthly salaries. However, observing Lin Yi's unwavering stance, it was evident that if they refused to pay, he might indeed evict them, and finding alternative accommodations would only be more costly. After collecting the rent, Lin Yi signed a rental agreement and promptly exited. Wang Shui, furious, shouted his back, "Lin Yi, we are done. Don't seek me out when you think of me in the future." After leaving the community and driving towards the city center, Lin Yi suddenly slammed on the brakes as he passed a lottery shop. He recalled a past life where he had purchased a lottery ticket and won a third prize, totaling 3,000 yuan. He parked his car haphazardly and strode into the lottery shop, scribbling down the winning numbers for the first prize before handing them to the shop owner. The proprietor was smoking behind the counter when he received the ticket number and inquired how many bets the customer wished to make. Lin Yi, with an expression of excitement, declared, "I would like to purchase 200 tickets." The proprietor, despite having operated a lottery station for many years, had never encountered someone who directly requested 200 tickets. Typically, clients would purchase a maximum of 10. Such confidence in one's chosen numbers was remarkable. Nevertheless, he could not refuse the customer's request and promptly prepared a ticket for 200 entries, handing it over to Lin Yi. After completing the payment, Lin Yi grasped the lottery ticket, and upon exiting the station, he immediately stored it within his alternate space. This ticket had become of paramount importance once the draw occurred, and considering the current prize pool, Lin Yi stood to gain at least 8 to 900 million. With this burden lifted from his mind, he drove directly to the headquarters of Tianli Fenghu Company. Located in the heart of Haijing City, Tianli Fenghu Company occupied a substantial independent 3-story office building. The fact that such a sizable structure existed in the prime real estate of Haijing City indicated the company's considerable strength. Prior to his arrival, Lin Yi had made the necessary arrangements, and as soon as he parked, 2 individuals emerged from the building, 1 male and 1 female, both clad in professional attire. The male, despite his height of only 1.70 meters, boasted a muscular physique, indicative of his regular training. The female, equally impressive in her demeanor, had her long hair neatly pinned up, exuding an aura of fortitude rather than femininity. After exchanging greetings, the trio proceeded into the office building. Through their discussions, Lin Yi learned that the man's name was Luo Jun, the business manager of Tianli Fenghu Company and a retired Special Forces soldier. The woman, Li Jing, was also a retired Special Forces operative and had been a teammate of Luo Jun. During their military service, they had developed feelings for one another but refrained from expressing them due to military regulations. It was only after their discharge that they became a couple, and they had been married for several years. Lin Yi held a deep respect for these soldiers who safeguarded their homeland, particularly those on the front lines. Had it not been for their valor in repelling external threats, a life of comfort would be unimaginable. Under Luo Jun's guidance, the trio arrived at a meeting room on the 2nd floor. With the advancement of Blue Star technology, the ecosystem had suffered varying degrees of degradation. and the greenhouse effect had intensified, causing many affluent individuals to worry about a potential apocalyptic crisis. With demand came supply, leading to the emergence of companies specializing in the construction of safe havens. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yi articulated his requirements. Upon hearing that he intended to build a safe haven on the 26th floor, both Luo Jun and Li Jing expressed surprise. Their company specialized in erecting Doomsday fortresses for clients, but constructing a safe haven within a residential building was unprecedented. Such a refuge could only withstand ordinary attacks. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, it would be of no consequence. If the entire building were to collapse, what difference would it make how fortified the room was? However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, as his intention was not to defend against earthquakes or tsunamis. He merely sought to prevent those who might attempt to rob him of his resources. If he were to construct an underground fortress, he would risk being buried under nearly 20 meters of snow, rendering it a tomb rather than a sanctuary. Although Luo Jun and his team had not encountered a similar project before, they were motivated by the prospect of compensation. Lin Yi provided his address and contact information, and Luo Jun assured him that they would conduct a site survey that afternoon, subsequently drafting a construction design. Once Lin Yi approved the design, they could commence work. As Lin Yi passed through the plaza, he coincidentally encountered Elder Lu, who was engrossed in a game of chess. Having grown up under Lu's watchful eye, Lin Yi and the elderly gentleman shared a bond that transcended generations. In his youth, Lu had worked as a locksmith for decades, and after retirement, settled in Shochuang community to care for his grandson. The two often engaged in chess matches after Lin Yi finished work. In a previous life, Lu had met a tragic fate half a month after the apocalypse began, having been murdered in his home along with his grandson. Spotting Lin Yi, Elder Lu called out to him. Lin Yi smiled faintly and took a seat opposite Lu, arranging the chess pieces to commence their match. Having faced each other numerous times, they were well acquainted with each other's strategies. After a tense half hour, Lin Yi emerged victorious. Though Elder Lu, despite his age, was fiercely competitive and insisted on playing another game. Relenting to his persistence, Lin Yi agreed to a second match. Ultimately, Elder Lu secured victory in the second round, satisfied with the outcome. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Luo Jun, who had arrived with the company's engineers at Shochuan Community. Acknowledging that Lin Yi had matters to attend to, Elder Lu allowed him to depart. Lin Yi refrained from divulging too much information, having done his part to alert Lu. Whether Lu believed it was up to him. Elder Lu nodded knowingly, but Lin Yi discerned that he had not fully absorbed the warning, and he chose not to press the matter further. One must always be cautious. After all, what if others accused him of spreading rumors? He could potentially face detention. Lin Yi met Luo Jun and his team at the entrance of the community. Shochuan Community was an upscale residential area in Haijing City, where access required a card swipe and security personnel were stationed around the clock. Luo Jun brought along 4 engineers, each equipped with tools, while his wife, Li Jing, did not accompany them. After leading the group upstairs, Lin Yi opened the door. The engineers donned shoe covers before entering the room to measure its dimensions and layout. Lin Yi patiently waited at the entrance. After a lengthy half hour, Luo Jun emerged with the collected data. He addressed Lin Yi, stating, "Mr. Lin, we can proceed with the renovations of this room. We will have a design plan ready for you by tomorrow evening at the latest. However, I must reiterate that the costs associated with transforming a safe haven are quite substantial, especially in a high-rise building. The weight of the materials involved is a significant concern. If they are too heavy, they may compromise the structural integrity of the building, leading to potential collapse. Consequently, we must utilize the latest alloy materials, which, while effective, are also exorbitantly priced. Overall, the renovation costs could exceed the value of the apartment itself." Lin Yi nodded in understanding, replying, "I comprehend. Finances are not an issue. Please expedite the design plan." With Lin Yi's affirmation, Luo Jun and his team departed. He was unconcerned that Lin Yi might be playing games, as they were merely drafting a design plan, posing no risk to them. To initiate the project, a deposit would be required. If the renovation proceeded as Lin Yi requested, the cost would likely reach a 7-figure sum. The alloy materials were exceptionally expensive, with a 10-centimeter thick alloy plate costing over 10,000 per square meter. The floor alone encompassed more than 100 square meters, and when factoring in the ceiling and surrounding walls, the total material cost would easily surpass 10 million. However, the corresponding defensive capabilities were remarkable. Even a bullet would be ineffective against it, and it could withstand a targeted explosion from 4 kilograms of explosives, provided a sufficient yield was not applied. Yet, this was Longhua, where even ordinary firearms were scarce, let alone explosives. The primary advantage of these alloy plates was their lightweight nature. A 10-centimeter thick plate weighed approximately the same as a standard brick, while also being insulated, non-conductive, and exhibiting excellent thermal resistance, representing the pinnacle of technology in the year 2060. Luo Jun calculated that if this deal materialized, his commission alone would amount to at least 200,000. To firmly grasp this opportunity, he summoned all the company's designers, insisting they produce a design that would thoroughly satisfy Lin Yi. After sending Luo Jun and his team away, Lin Yi closed the door and opened his computer to check the stock market status. The few stocks he had purchased had more than doubled in just 2 days, ballooning from 2 million to 5 million. Lin Yi made further adjustments to his stocks, determined to maximize his profits. He remained focused at his computer for the entire afternoon, neglecting lunch. Rather than going downstairs, he opted to order takeout on his phone. A bowl of char siu rice and a cup of milk tea were ordered, and to avoid interruptions, he specified in the notes to leave it at the door. Time passed, and soon Lin Yi's stomach growled again. Glancing at the clock, he realized 2 hours had elapsed, and his phone indicated that the delivery had long since arrived. Rising to stretch his stiff neck, he approached the door to retrieve his meal. Upon opening the door, he was met with chaos. Remnants of his meal were scattered across the floor, and the cup of milk tea lay shattered. Closing the door in frustration, Lin Yi took out his phone and accessed a camera connected to his door, enabling him to witness events outside. He set the time to an hour and a half prior and observed a young woman exiting the elevator, leading a gray wolf dog. This woman, Lu Mei, was a solitary resident living across from Lin Yi. To alleviate her fears of living alone, she had acquired a large dog 2 years ago. The community had a strict prohibition against large dog breeds due to the presence of many children, which posed potential risks. The property management had approached her multiple times, but Lu Mei remained obstinate, indifferent to their warnings. Over time, the management had given up, especially since no incidents had occurred thus far. In a prior life, Lu Mei had resorted to killing her pet dog for sustenance when faced with starvation. She managed to survive for a month on the 40-plus pounds of dog meat, continuing to live well until Lin Yi was murdered by Wang Shui. As the wolf dog exited the elevator, it sniffed the air, likely drawn by the aroma of the char siu rice, and headed straight for Lin Yi's takeout. Lu Mei, observing her dog tearing into Lin Yi's meal, made no effort to intervene. Instead, she stood quietly, waiting for her dog to finish. Fuming after watching the video, Lin Yi hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed to Lu Mei's door, knocking emphatically. Moments later, Lu Mei's voice came from within, inquiring about the commotion. Lin Yi, suppressing his anger, replied, "Your dog just devoured my takeout. Did you not see?" After a brief silence, Lu Mei retorted, "What proof do you have? My precious son never eats that junk food. He only consumes premium dog food." Lin Yi chuckled at her absurdity, brandishing the video on his phone at her peephole. "My door has a camera, capturing everything clearly. Are you still denying it?" Realizing she had no ground to stand on, Lu Mei abandoned her FAAD and resorted to defiance. "So what if my son ate it? It's just a measly takeout. What is it worth? How dare you come and confront me? You shouldn't have left it at your door. It got eaten because you deserved it. If you leave your takeout there again, my son will eat it again." Just as Lin Yi felt the urge to slam the door, he suddenly calmed himself and shifted his tone. "Fine, it's merely a takeout. Consider it a treat for your son. However, should you fail to keep your dog in check next time, do not expect me to be polite." Afterward, he returned to his sofa and pulled out his phone to browse the internet. Eventually, he stumbled upon a link for an aphrodisiac on a black market website. Placing an order for the most potent variant, described with the phrase invincible and unparalleled, he then ordered another takeout. Upon its arrival, Lin Yi opened the door to retrieve it. After finishing his meal, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Having risen early and worked tirelessly throughout the day, Lin Yi felt exhausted and could barely keep his eyes open. With Monday approaching and work awaiting him, He washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke revitalized, completed his morning routine, and headed downstairs for breakfast before driving to the office. Upon entering the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Li Ro and the company's general manager, Lu Wei. Li Ro was Lu Wei's secret lover, and he feared that their affair would be exposed to his father-in-law, prompting him to maintain a facade of professionalism in the office. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the overly serious demeanor of the couple. However, upon seeing Lin Yi, Li Ro's eyes flickered with panic. She dared not disclose her secrets to Lu Wei, knowing he would likely cast her aside in anger. Once in the elevator, Lin Yi pressed the button for his floor and stood beside Li Ro. As he discreetly observed the two, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Chapter 10. The drugging switching his bag to his left hand, Lin Yi's right hand slowly crept toward Li Ro's backside. Startled by his advance, Li Ro was wary of Lu Wei's proximity and remained still, feigning ignorance. Encouraged by her restraint, Lin Yi grew bolder and pinched her sharply. Li Ro gasped in surprise, nearly letting out a cry, but instead coughed to mask her reaction. Lu Wei turned to her, puzzled. "Are you all right?" Li Ro waved him off. "I'm fine. Just a bit of a cold, my throat is scratchy." As the elevator doors opened, she hurriedly darted out, leaving Lu Wei slightly bemused but unconcerned as he followed her out. Seated in his office, Lin Yi reviewed data on his computer, anticipating that his 2 million would transform into 10 million by the next morning. Throughout the day, he did not encounter Li Ro, unsure if she was deliberately avoiding him. As noon approached, he received a link from Luo Jun. Upon opening it, a 3D model of a room appeared on his screen, an exact replica of Lin Yi's home layout. Accompanying it were detailed descriptions. He scrutinized the information. All walls were constructed from 10-centimeter thick high-tech alloy panels, including the floor and ceiling, seamless in appearance. A layer of cement would disguise it as a standard wall. The living room windows were fitted with the latest bulletproof glass, approximately 10 centimeters thick, costing 3 to 4 times more than the alloy panels, offering superior strength and insulation. The security door was custom-made from the same alloy, measuring an impressive 20 centimeters thick, employing a serrated interlocking mechanism. Breaching it would require high-intensity explosives. If such a bomb were to detonate at Lin Yi's front door, the resulting explosion could collapse the entire building. Additionally, the alloy door featured a shooting port and a set of flamethrowers. This request was made at the strong insistence of Lin Yi, and only then did Luo Jun reluctantly agree. The shooting port was relatively easy to accommodate. It merely required the installation of a small door. However, fitting a flamethrower onto that door was illegal, and should anything go wrong in the future, he would bear the responsibility. Beyond these external defensive measures, numerous facilities were installed within the room. To ensure warmth, a fireplace was constructed in the living room. An underfloor heating was laid, allowing the heat from the fireplace to circulate through water pipes to every room. All water and electrical lines in the house were dismantled. In one of the bedrooms, 3 generators and 2 5-cubic-meter water tanks were installed to ensure the daily water and electricity needs of the safe house. The ventilation system was also enhanced with a filtration function, effectively isolating any toxic gases or those with unusual odors. Even the toilet in the bathroom underwent special treatment to prevent blockages due to the cold. Truly, he was a professional designer of apocalyptic fortresses, far beyond the capabilities of an amateur like himself. Upon receiving Lin Yi's approval, Luo Jun felt quite pleased. It seemed the bonus was secure. He then communicated the cost of the renovations to Lin Yi, which amounted to a total of 61 million yuan. Lin Yi was required to pay a 30% deposit before work could commence, amounting to 18 million yuan, with the remaining 70% due within 3 months after the house's completion. Although Lin Yi appreciated the design, he found himself devoid of funds at present. His savings were tied up in the stock market, awaiting a doubling that would take at least another 2 weeks. His hopes now rested on the lottery scheduled for tonight. Lin Yi could only delay for a bit longer while reiterating a few requests, such as the installation of concealed anti-explosion cameras in the community, specifically those capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. However, Luo Jun outright refused Lin Yi's request, explaining that adding cameras in the community was illegal and constituted an invasion of privacy. Despite agreeing to install the flamethrower, he knew Lin Yi wouldn't employ it recklessly. If anything did happen, he would not escape culpability. Moreover, Lin Yi promised that when he signed for the house, he could forego the flamethrower option. Even if questioned, it would be claimed that Lin Yi installed it privately. Cameras, however, were a different story. Such a large-scale project would inevitably lead back to him. Eventually, Lin Yi conceded, stating that as long as the cameras covered Building 16, he would be satisfied, leaving the other buildings to their fate. After some contemplation, Luo Jun reluctantly agreed to this modification. Lin Yi arranged to sign the contract with Luo Jun in a week and then ended the call. After retrieving a package he had ordered online from the delivery station downstairs, he headed straight home. In the community square, Lin Yi coincidentally encountered Lu Mei walking her dog. This time, he had specially ordered pork ribs and even requested a larger portion. After placing the takeaway order, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa in his living room to wait. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi opened the door, expressed his thanks, and brought the takeaway inside. He unpacked the order and sprinkled the aphrodisiac he had purchased online into it. Covering the container again, he placed the takeaway at his doorstep, leaving it slightly ajar to ensure that the enticing aroma of the pork ribs wafted into the hallway. After 2 minutes, the elevator doors opened, and Lu Mei appeared, leading her prized wolf dog. Upon exiting the elevator, the dog was immediately captivated by the delectable scent of the pork ribs and proceeded directly to the takeaway Lin Yi had placed at his door. Lu Mei hesitated for a moment, but recalling Lin Yi's earlier behavior, anger welled up within her. How dare he threaten me? Today, I shall teach him a lesson. What harm can come from eating his food? Lin Yi watched from behind the door as the large dog devoured the meat strips from the takeaway, secretly amused. Anticipating an entertaining scene shortly, he sighed, lamenting that a battle between man and beast would not pass scrutiny. What a pity indeed. Chapter 11. Unyielding. Proudly standing above all with some time still remaining for the effects of the drug to manifest, Lin Yi crouched behind his door, ears perked. Soon, he heard Lu Mei's furious shouts and the accompanying barks of her dog from across the hall. However, after a cacophony lasting over 10 minutes, a sudden silence fell. Lin Yi was puzzled. Had the drug failed? Or had Lu Mei harmed her dog? Unwilling to give up, Lin Yi pushed open his door and pressed his ear against Lu Mei's door to listen for any sounds. Although the ruckus had ceased, he could faintly hear Lu Mei's soft moans from within. Lin Yi's heart raced. Could Lu Mei have been bitten by her dog? If a life were lost, it would be disastrous. His safe house was not yet ready. Would he end up spending time in prison? Preparing for the worst, Lin Yi contemplated a plan of erasing all evidence to directly hide both dog and owner in his alternate space. That way, should suspicion fall upon him, he could simply deny any involvement and escape accountability for the next 2 months. Listening intently to the noises within, Lin Yi suddenly found the sounds strange. They did not resemble those of an injured person, but rather seemed like pleasurable moans. Was he inadvertently facilitating a romantic encounter? Wishing them well in their union. The gallant gentleman that he was, he never expected recognition for his good deed. However, reflecting on his previous life, he could not shake the odd feeling. Had someone foreseen the impending apocalypse? Was the unusual activity in the stock market a result of powerful individuals maneuvering to gather funds? Lin Yi did not dwell on it further. Regardless of who was orchestrating events behind the scenes, the outcome was favorable for him, providing an opportunity to amass great wealth in a short time, essential for survival in the impending apocalypse. After readjusting his stock portfolio, Lin Yi turned on the television. Now at the time of the lottery drawing, as the balls rolled across the screen, a set of numbers appeared. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the numbers on the television, matching them against the lottery ticket in his possession. He then ripped the ticket to shreds in frustration. In his previous life, he had at least won several thousand yuan. Was he truly being played for a fool? Where was the justice in this? After venting his frustration, Lin Yi collapsed onto the sofa in despair. Fortunately, the stock market patterns mirrored those of his previous life. Otherwise, he might have doubted his own rebirth, wondering if he had slipped into a parallel universe. Watching billions slip through his fingers, Lin Yi's anger escalated. He picked up his phone and called Li Ro. At that moment, Li Ro had just finished showering and emerged from the bathroom, standing before the mirror, admiring her figure as she toweled off. She was always confident in her physique. Her body was perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places, especially her long, fair, and straight legs that drew attention. Coupled with her penchant for wearing ultra-short skirts and kipeos, she was undeniably a standout presence in the office, often leaving fresh graduates blushing at a mere glance, an undeniable heartthrob. Otherwise, the company's general manager, Lu Wei, would not risk losing everything to be with her. Just as Li Ro reveled in her alluring silhouette, the phone resting on the sofa suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID made her hand tremble. Why was this scoundrel calling me again? Initially inclined to hang up, she hesitated and ultimately pressed the answer button. At present, the extent of Lin Yi's leverage over her remains unclear. What if she chooses not to answer his calls? And in a fit of anger, he divulges all her secrets to the public? She is incredibly beautiful, destined to become a wealthy matron, and a splendid future awaits her. Everything must not be jeopardized by Lin Yi. Although he has persistently threatened her, it is evident that his desires are merely physical. As long as she caters to his whims, he would hesitate to jeopardize her freedom. In due time, she plans to seize an opportunity to hold something against him, thereby liberating herself. With this thought, Li Ro felt a sense of calm wash over her, her tone turning sweet and alluring. "Iga, do you miss me so soon? Are you longing for my company again?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by her sultry voice, nearly losing his composure. Resolutely, he dismissed the notion of being teased by a woman, merely stating, "Let us meet at the usual spot," before abruptly ending the call. As she listened to the beeping sound from the phone, Li Ro began to gather her belongings, meticulously applying her makeup, slipping into stockings and high heels, and then stepping out. Lin Yi, having completed his morning routine at home, though viewing Li Ro merely as an outlet for his desires, still believed in extending basic respect. After driving to the hotel where they had previously met, he booked a couple's room and sent her the room number. After a brief wait, just as boredom began to set in, he heard a knock at the door. Glancing through the peephole, he opened the door to find Li Ro standing there, a vision that captivated him instantly. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a fitted jacket that accentuated her seductive midriff, complemented by a miniskirt and black fishnet stockings, exuding an irresistible charm. Lin Yi swiftly pulled her inside. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke early, mindful of his work commitments, and thus refrained from indulgence the previous night. He shifted Li Ro's leg off him and stepped in the bathroom, surveying the disarray strewn across the floor, shredded stockings and tissue paper scattered about. He playfully patted Li Ro's backside, rousing her from slumber. She swiftly began her morning routine, displaying a familiarity with the role. After checking out, they shared breakfast downstairs before Lin Yi drove her to his company. He parked in the lot outside, and as they exited the car, they encountered Lu Wei, who had just parked his vehicle. Their gazes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the trio. Chapter 12. The Addiction of Indulgence. Lu Wei eyed Li Ro as she descended from Lin Yi's car, forcing a smile and saying, "What a coincidence. What brings you two together?" Before Li Ro could respond, Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Hello, Manager Lu. This is my girlfriend. We just solidified our relationship last night." With that, he wrapped his arm around Li Ro's slender waist. Lu Wei's eyes flared with indignation at Lin Yi's brazen display, yet he feigned cheerfulness, saying, "Congratulations. Although the company does not prohibit relationships, please be mindful of how it might be perceived." Lin Yi disregarded Li Ro, who was almost burying her face in her chest, and assured Lu Wei, "Rest assured, manager, our work will not be affected. We aim to follow your and the manager's example." Lu Wei clenched his jaw, suppressing his displeasure, and strode towards the office building. Lin Yi's confidence in acknowledging his relationship with Li Ro in front of Lu Wei stemmed from the impending doom of the impending apocalypse in less than 2 months. He planned to resign once his stocks reached $1 billion. He was untroubled by the prospect of Lu Wei plotting against him. As for Li Ro, she was merely a tool for his desires, and even her beauty fell short of his standards. While he might indulge in her company occasionally, he would never allow her to reside in his safe haven. His sanctuary was reserved for women who scored above 90. Although Li Ro, with her physique, barely met the passing mark, she was still a mistress and not someone with whom he could share mutual aspirations. She might even secretly wish for his downfall. Such a person was not worth the risk. He could not afford to be vulnerable should she attempt to usurp his resources. In this new life, Lin Yi prioritized safety above all, deeming other matters secondary. Women would be plentiful in the future. A mere packet of instant noodles could attract a multitude. Seated at his office desk, Lin Yi found his workload manageable, allowing him to monitor the stock market. He estimated that by the weekend, his stocks would reach 50 million, at which point he would withdraw 20 million as a deposit for Luo Jun to commence renovations on the house, as he sought a sense of security. Pondering, Lin Yi realized that he had few friends. In his past life, the only one he frequently interacted with was Wang Shui. Who could possibly be seeking him now? Glancing through the peephole, he understood immediately. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Mei standing at the threshold, visibly flustered, holding a 100 yuan bill. Without prompting, Lu Mei thrust the money into Lin Yi's hand and explained, "I'm sorry, my dog accidentally devoured your takeout yesterday. This is my compensation." Lu Mei was notoriously unreasonable in the neighborhood, so Lin Yi was taken aback by her sudden gentleness. Had she perhaps experienced a personal renaissance? He replied, "It's fine. If your son enjoys it, let him have it. Consider it my treat." Lu Mei smiled slightly. "I'm glad you're not upset. We're neighbors after all. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. We should look out for each other." Though uncertain of Lu Mei's true intentions, Lin Yi engaged in light conversation. Once the dialogue waned, Lu Mei finally broached her true purpose. "Lin Yi, where did you purchase your takeout yesterday? My dog particularly relishes it, and I do like to use it as dog food." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi grasped her intentions. It appeared she wished to continue indulging after their previous encounter, and he wondered if her beloved pet would survive the experience. Realizing her motive, Lin Yi courte replied, "I bought it from somewhere random. Look it up online and promptly closed the door." Her dog lay in its bed, sleeping soundly. Since yesterday, it had eaten nothing and appeared lethargic, as if its vitality had been drained. Lu Mei glanced at it with concern before settling onto the couch. Recalling the previous night's wildness, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Just as Lin Yi saw Lu Mei off, he received a call from Lu Wei. Cursing his luck for the influx of callers sharing the surname Lu, Lin Yi answered the phone. Lu Wei erupted in a tirade. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel! How dare you sleep with my woman?" Realizing that Li Ro must have confessed, Lin Yi understood that his daytime declaration of her as his girlfriend had provoked Lu Wei's ire. Lu Wei, unable to contain his rage upon discovering he had been cuckolded by a subordinate, promptly called Lin Yi. Lin Yi listened as Lu Wei raged for 10 minutes before his voice dwindled into exhaustion. He then forwarded Li Ro's previously recorded video to Lu Wei. Upon receiving the video, Lu Wei's already weakened voice escalated once more. Lin Yi was certain that had he been standing before him, Lu Wei would have wielded a knife against him. After another half-hour of invective, Lu Wei finally fell silent. Lin Yi powered down his computer, picked up his phone, and addressed Lu Wei succinctly. "You have just recorded everything you said to me, and I will now send it to the chairman." On the other end of the line, Lu Wei instantly regained his composure. He had been consumed by rage and had completely forgotten that Li Ro was his secret lover, a relationship that must remain concealed. If his clandestine affair and the embezzlement of public funds were to come to his father-in-law's attention, his fate would be sealed. His father-in-law was not an ordinary man. Having built a vast company in Haijing City, he was known for his ruthless disposition in his youth. If these matters were to be discovered, it was likely that rather than alerting the authorities, he would dispose of Lu Wei and Li Ro in the depths of the sea. Lu Wei suppressed his inner fury and attempted to speak to Lin Yi in a calm manner, stating, "I will no longer pursue the matter concerning you and Li Ro. Let's consider it settled." "Settled?" Lin Yi burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Who said anything about settling with you? My relationship with Li Ro is one of mutual affection, merely an agreement to indulge in our desires together. It has nothing to do with you. You just berated me for an extended period, and you think it ends here?" Lu Wei's teeth were nearly ground to dust, yet he found himself compelled to bow his head under the circumstances. "Just tell me, how much do you want to keep our secret?" "I don't want your money." Lin Yi replied, "You constantly bark orders at me in the office and have just scolded me for so long. It leaves me quite distressed. Why not call me father just to hear it? If you acknowledge me as your father, we can consider this matter closed. After all, who would argue with their own son?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Wei's fingers dug into his flesh. However, contemplating his predicament, he ultimately conceded. "Father, Please help me keep this secret. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Good son, your father will assist you. By the way, tell Li Ro that we shall meet at our usual place tomorrow evening. After finishing his sentence with a chuckle, he abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Yi held Lu Wei in contempt. After all, he would soon be apprehended in just over a month. Toying with Lu Wei served as a form of vengeance for the chairman's daughter. After the call was disconnected, Lu Wei slammed his hand on the steering wheel in frustration. However, after some thought, he decided to send Li Ro a message. Lin, he asked me to tell you to meet at our usual place tomorrow evening. Once he clicked send, he parked his car in the garage of his villa. As soon as he stepped inside, his two sons rushed towards him. Lu Wei smiled gently and picked them both up, one in each arm. The dining table was already set with a meal, while the housekeeper busily worked in the kitchen. Upon entering the living room, Lu Wei noticed a man seated on the sofa. He quickly set the children down and approached with urgency. Father, why didn't you inform me in advance of your visit? The man was none other than Zhang Zilin, the chairman of Lin Yi's company and Lu Wei's father-in-law. Zhang Zilin, his expression stern, replied, I need to discuss something with you. Let's go to the study. He stood up and made his way towards the study, while Lu Wei obediently followed, his heart racing with anxiety. Could it be that his father-in-law had discovered his misdeeds? Seated in the office chair of the study, Zhang Zilin regarded Lu Wei with a serious demeanor. Recently, someone mentioned that there are issues with the company's accounts. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Zhang Zilin's words, Lu Wei broke into a cold sweat, yet he feigned calmness. Father, rest assured, I am managing the company, and everything is under control. I will investigate this matter tomorrow and report back to you once I have clarity. Although Lu Wei had embezzled a significant sum, it was trivial for someone of Zhang Zilin's stature. If it were merely a case of poor management that led to losses, Lu Wei need not be so apprehensive. However, the unauthorized diversion of public funds for stock trading, coupled with his affair with Li Ro, would certainly lead to his dismissal and imprisonment if discovered. He had no hope that his wife or father-in-law would show him mercy. How could he explain that he was merely a man who had made a common mistake? Fortunately for Lu Wei, Zhang Zilin had only received some rumors without any concrete evidence, and after a brief conversation, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Li Ro, upon receiving Lu Wei's message, was equally taken aback. Lu Wei had just been aggressively questioning her about her relationship with Lin Yi. Realizing that she could no longer conceal the situation, she reluctantly revealed to Lu Wei that Lin Yi had been threatening her, seeking his support. To her astonishment, within such a short time, Lu Wei had transformed into a mere messenger. Men truly cannot be relied upon. After hanging up on Lu Wei, Lin Yi felt a sense of leisure. His funds were all tied up in the stock market and could not be withdrawn at present, leaving him unable to commence work on the safe house. He donned his clothes and stepped outside, driving a small car directly to the nearby night market. Upon arriving at the food street, Lin Yi approached a stall selling fried chicken strips and placed 3,000 yuan in cash on the counter. Observing the bewildered expression of the stall owner, Lin Yi declared, I will buy all the chicken strips you have today. Prepare 300 servings and deliver them to the car across the road once they are ready. The stall owner, elated, eagerly accepted the money and assured Lin that he would complete the order promptly and maintain the quality and taste. After placing his order for chicken strips, Lin Yi proceeded to the next stall, which specialized in duck delicacies, including duck heads and wings, all marinated and topped with spicy oil, his favorite. He waved his hand, ordering everything available, and requested the owner to tally the bill. Having witnessed Lin Yi's earlier purchase at the chicken stall, the duck delicacy vendor wasted no time in packing everything into containers and tallying the cost. Since the duck was pre-marinated, no further preparation was needed. Upon settling the bill, Lin Yi scanned 6,000 yuan to the vendor. Following these two large purchases, other stall owners began to approach Lin Yi, eager to promote their offerings. Boss, my grilled cold noodles are delicious. Would you care to try? Boss, how about some stinky tofu? If you buy everything, I can offer you a discount. Lin Yi, not inclined to refuse their enthusiastic pitches, decided to buy out their stalls as well. Once he had sufficient funds, he planned to book a banquet at a hotel. Though he had a fondness for these snacks, if he did not stock up now, he might never have the chance to enjoy them again. The entire food street underwent a peculiar transformation due to Lin Yi's presence, even though it was not mealtime yet, and the crowd was sparse. All the stalls were bustling with activity as if they had sprouted extra hands. Lin Yi lounged in his car, quietly collecting the food delivered to him, ensuring that no one noticed as he discreetly stored the items in his alternate space. Time stood still in that space, alleviating any concern about spoilage. Moreover, after a considerable duration, the food would retain its freshness, allowing Lin Yi to enjoy these delights at any time. Although his money was invested in the stock market, he was fortunate to have set aside 300,000 yuan for emergencies. Otherwise, the small amount of change in his pocket would not suffice for these purchases. Just as Lin Yi was busy gathering his bounty, a Maybach suddenly pulled up at the entrance of the food street. The doors swung open, and a man accompanied by 3 women stepped out of the vehicle. Chapter 14. The 500 billion assets of Fuyuan supermarket. Lin Yi fixed his gaze and found it quite ironic to see Wang Shui and her companions. When did they manage to reel in such an exceptional catch? Wang Shui and her 2 friends, along with a rotund young man, descended from a vehicle. The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his most striking feature was his physique. From a distance, he resembled a spherical shape, standing at around 1.70 meters and weighing at least 300 pounds. After taking just a few steps, he began to wheeze. Wang Shui and Zhang Qian flanked him on either side, each linking arms with him, while Yang Shuang dutifully followed behind, carrying his leather bag. The man was named Su Shui, a well-known second-generation wealthy individual in Haijing City. Relying on his parents, who were shareholders of the largest chain supermarket in the Dragon Kingdom, he possessed assets worth hundreds of billions and indulged in a life of extravagance. He had been with countless women, but after encountering Wang Shui and her friends in a nightclub, he found himself deeply captivated by Wang Shui. She was the only one who made him believe in love. Every other woman had merely been after his wealth. Wang Shui, however, cared little for his riches and sought a simple emotional connection, which ensnared Su Shui's heart. Today, he was eager to treat her to a meal, wanting to experience the flavors of the common folk. Observing the group, Lin Yi realized they were the quintessential rich young master seeking a taste of everyday life. The 4 arrived at a small stall where Wang Shui ordered 2 servings of fried chicken, only to be informed by the vendor that all the fried chicken had been sold out. With a pout, Wang Shui reluctantly moved on to another vendor, but received the same disappointing news. They switched stalls 5 or 6 times, each time being told that the food had run out. Su Shui grew impatient, being overweight. He preferred sitting whenever possible. After walking such a distance, he was already panting heavily. Wang Shui learned that all the food at the night market had been purchased by a man. The vendor gestured toward Lin Yi, who was across the street collecting food. Wang Shui was surprised to discover that it was Lin Yi who had monopolized the snack street. Ever since she had asked him to pick up the tab days ago, Lin Yi had been acting strangely, exhibiting a marked change in attitude and engaging in peculiar behavior. Could he possibly consume all that food? It would spoil in no time. What a waste! Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang noticed Lin Yi's bustling activity and began embellishing their tales of how Lin Yi had bullied them in front of Su Shui. In their narrative, Lin Yi transformed into a shameless landlord who coveted Wang Shui's beauty. After being spurned by her, he harbored resentment and sought to entangle himself with her. Now his actions of buying up all the food seemed deliberate, intended to provoke. Su Shui, incited by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, felt a surge of anger. In his mind, Wang Shui had long become his possession, and no other man should dare to approach her. Upon realizing that this man dared to covet his woman, Su Shui waddled toward Lin Yi, his substantial figure swaying with each step. Lin Yi had just stored 100 servings of freshly made fried rice into his spatial pocket when he looked up to see a mountain of flesh before him. Glancing at Wang Shui, Zhang Qian, and the others, Lin Yi deduced that these 3 women had instigated this confrontation. "Hey, are you the one who has been pursuing my Wang Shui?" Su Shui spoke first. Lin Yi scratched his head, feigning confusion as he replied, "Who has been pursuing her? And who are you?" Su Shui, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, replied arrogantly, "I am Su Shui, the son of Su Guangliang, the largest shareholder of Fuyuan Supermarket." Fuyuan Supermarket? In the Dragon Kingdom, few were unaware of the name. As the foremost large-scale supermarket chain in the country, Fuyuan Supermarket had established numerous outlets throughout. In Haijing City alone, it had opened 4 stores. On the outskirts of the city stood an enormous warehouse, housing the entire inventory for Fuyuan Supermarket in southern China. Valued at over 500 billion, it had once been recognized by the Guinness World Records as the largest warehouse in the world. This colossal facility, resembling an airport in length, was divided into multiple levels for receiving and storing goods, covering an area of 3.5 million square meters, larger than 467 football fields. Upon learning that Su Shuai was the heir of Fuyuan Supermarket, Lin Yi's mind sparked with a bold idea. If he could somehow acquire this warehouse, even 1,000 individuals indulging daily would be set for life. Although he possessed spatial abilities allowing him to store items, stealing everything from such a crucial warehouse would not be easy. Security would undoubtedly be stringent, with surveillance cameras peppered throughout the premises. It was clear that Lin Yi couldn't accomplish this alone. However, with Su Shuai in the picture, perhaps the situation could be turned to his advantage. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi promptly stood up, bowing and scraping to Su Shuai. "Ah, so you are young Master Su? I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. Please do not hold it against me." Su Shuai was pleased with Lin Yi's demeanor, and he patted Lin Yi on the shoulder with his hefty hand, saying, "At least you know your place. If you dare to pursue my Wang Shui again, be wary of the consequences." Lin Yi nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not bother her again. If she wishes to stay in my house, she may do so. If she does not, I will gladly refund her rent." Su Shuai waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to worry about the rent. That small sum is inconsequential. Tomorrow, the three of them will move into my villa to live with me, and you must not harass them again." Lin Yi continued to nod, assuring Su Shuai, "You need not worry. I will not trouble them in any way." Satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude, Su Shuai felt he had bolstered his ego in front of his goddess. As Lin Yi watched the mountain of flesh gradually recede, he silently prayed for Wang Shui and her friends. Given their petite frames, he wondered if they would be crushed beneath this behemoth before the apocalypse even arrived. After resolving the immediate dilemma, Lin Yi resumed collecting the snacks, but his mind was already devising strategies to procure the warehouse's resources. Ideally, he could pin the blame on that rotund individual. Moreover, from Su Shuai's words, it seemed Wang Shui and the others would be moving out today, which would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. If they left, whom could he seek vengeance upon later? Chapter 15. Recruitment. Lin Yi stored the final batch of snacks into his spatial pocket, which now held various delicacies worth 200,000. All freshly made, enough to last him a lifetime. He spent a tranquil week, during which he would invite Li Ro to accompany him whenever he had free time. Li Ro appeared to have grown accustomed to his company, showing less resistance to his threats, yet Lin Yi remained vigilant. He knew Li Ro was not one to be easily controlled. She might be harboring some ulterior motives. Through his recent endeavors, his stocks had surged to 50 million. Lin Yi withdrew 25 million, handing it to Luo Jun. The additional 5 million was due to Luo Jun's inability to accept the project upon learning that Lin Yi only had a month and a half for completion. Constructing a Doomsday bunker of such magnitude typically required a minimum of 6 months. The suburban bunker, which Luo Jun had built, took over a year to complete. Although Lin Yi's project was considerably smaller, being on the 26th floor posed substantial challenges in terms of material transport and construction. Even with expedited efforts, it would take at least 6 months to finish. Lin Yi could hardly afford to wait that long, with just over a month remaining until the apocalypse. If his house was not completed before the arrival of the Cambrian period, all of his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Ultimately, after Lin Yi increased his offer, Luo Jun reluctantly agreed, the price being an additional 5 million yuan as a deposit, along with an expedited fee of 10 million yuan to be paid upon the house's delivery. Lin Yi expressed that he was indifferent to this arrangement. He could easily promise even 100 million, as it was merely an empty check that he could declare at will. Since their last encounter at the night market, he had not seen Wang Shui and the others, who must have already moved to Su Shuai's villa. It was unclear whether they had lost their innocence. But considering their materialistic nature, it was likely they struggled to maintain their composure around a wealthy second generation like Su Shuai. Even if Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian were lesbians, they might have been swayed. Lin Yi stored the items he still needed in a spatial dimension, as Luo Jun was set to bring workers for the renovation today. He intended to discard everything else and purchase new appliances after the remodel. At 9 in the morning, Luo Jun arrived at Shouchuan Community with over 20 people and their renovation equipment. After handing the keys to Luo Jun, Lin Yi left his home alone and headed to a nearby 5-star hotel. His investments had been lucrative, so he was not concerned about the expenses. With the end of the world imminent, he felt it was essential to enjoy the present, as opportunities would be scarce in the future. The hotel boasted exquisite decor, and Lin Yi booked a luxurious room measuring 70 to 80 square meters, complete with a living room, a separate kitchen, and a wine cabinet, all offering a splendid view of the sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. As his house was under renovation, Lin Yi planned to stay here for the next month. With only a little over a month left before the apocalypse, he decided it was time to begin stockpiling supplies. His first thought was of meat, as the energy from a bowl of stewed meat far surpassed that of instant noodles in extreme cold. Lin Yi searched online for a slaughterhouse, intending to purchase fresh meat that had just been processed, as he had no interest in zombie meat. After expressing his intent over the phone, the slaughterhouse owner arranged to meet Lin Yi at noon. He drove directly to the destination, which was the largest slaughterhouse in Haijing City, located in the development zone and covering a vast area, with designated slaughtering sections for pork, beef, lamb, and chicken. Upon parking in front of the factory, Lin Yi made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yi greeted him politely with a handshake, and the three entered the factory premises together. Along the way, Lin Yi observed trucks transporting cattle and sheep into the slaughtering area, which assured him of the quality of the meat. Once inside the factory office, Lin Yi settled onto a sofa. Given the substantial quantity of meat he sought, the slaughterhouse owner treated him with particular importance. After some negotiation, Lin Yi successfully purchased over 1,000 tons of various types of fresh meat for 30 million yuan. He had already rented a warehouse on the outskirts to store these supplies. After writing down the address, he paid a 30% deposit. The meat would be delivered to his warehouse within a week, and he was required to settle the remainder within 3 months. Following his departure from slaughterhouse, Lin Yi made his way to the Human Resources Center in Haijing City. Familiar with the area, he had frequented this place daily after graduating from university until he found stable employment. Upon entering the center, Lin Yi saw a bustling room filled with job seekers, each clutching stacks of resumes. Observing the busy crowd, he was reminded of his own past. Just as he was scanning for potential candidates, a commotion erupted nearby. A human resources manager from a company tossed a young man's resume onto the floor, ridiculing him. "You, a college dropout, dare to apply to our firm? Look at yourself." The embarrassed young man turned crimson, silently picked up his resume, and pushed through the crowd to leave. Lin Yi quietly followed him, drawn by the young man's circumstances, which epitomized the saying, "Don't underestimate the youth in poverty, for fortunes can change." The young man, puzzled, inquired, "Hello, do you need something?" Lin Yi took the resume from his hands and glanced at it. The young man was named Su Mo, a recent graduate with a degree in market management, described as honest and diligent. Lin Yi smiled slightly, having never encountered someone who described themselves in such a manner on a resume. He then said to Su Mo, "I have a job opening that requires someone to record the incoming and outgoing inventory in a warehouse. The salary is 10,000 yuan per month. Are you interested?" Su Mo's eyes brightened at the mention of the salary, having spent a week searching for work without finding anything over 4,000, let alone 10,000. However, he hesitated, unsure of Lin Yi's intentions. Yet, with his mother still ill and needing substantial medical care, earning that much would alleviate his father's financial burden. Ultimately, Su Mo decided to take a chance, reasoning that he had little to lose. What if it were genuine? He nodded, saying, "Thank you, sir, I am interested." Lin Yi instructed him to follow and left the Human Resources Center. Su Mo silently trailed behind. Lin Yi approached his car, opened the door, and got in, while Su Mo hesitated before taking the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the vehicle was quiet as Lin Yi drove straight to the warehouse he had rented in the suburbs. Su Mo clutched his backpack tightly, growing increasingly anxious as they ventured into more isolated surroundings. Would he be harmed? Was Lin Yi attracted to him and planning something untoward? Lin Yi remained focused on driving, oblivious to Su Mo's concerns. Otherwise, he would have promptly ejected him from the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse. Lin Yi disembarqued, retrieved the keys, and opened the large door, revealing a space of over 500 square meters. Once the goods were delivered, he planned to discreetly return at night to collect them without being noticed. Lin Yi handed the warehouse keys and a notebook to Su Mo, instructing, "From today, you will be responsible for this warehouse. A large volume of goods will arrive daily, and you must ensure they are recorded accurately." Su Mo accepted the keys and notebook, feeling a wave of relief. He had preserved his dignity. Lin Yi saved Sumo's contact information on his phone, gave him a brief tour, and taught him how to log the inventory before leaving. The warehouse contained a small room with a bed and restroom for Sumo's convenience. Anticipating that he might not have access to meals, Lin Yi had stocked the room with self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. Although these were his only options, Su Mo felt grateful, especially since the salary was substantial for a freshly graduated junior college student. After Lin Yi departed from the warehouse, he proceeded directly to a lumber mill. The primary source of heating for his shelter was the fireplace within, necessitating a substantial stockpile of wood, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the duration of the Cambrian storm. This lumber mill was situated in a forested area to the north of Haijing City. Upon entering the mill, he was immediately enveloped by the robust aroma of timber, with piles of firewood towering several meters around him. Prior to his arrival, Lin Yi had already conversed with the mill's proprietor over the phone, so he was greeted promptly by the owner and his spouse. Around them, more than a dozen workers were engaged in labor, while the machines for cutting wood hummed incessantly. Observing the vast quantity of firewood, Lin Yi waved his hand decisively and declared that he would take all of it. All of it. It should be noted that the lumber mill stock was astronomically high, containing at least 10,000 tons of various woods, aside from those already ordered. Although the wholesale price of firewood was relatively inexpensive, acquiring 10,000 tons would still amount to a minimum of 6 million yuan. Adding transportation costs, the total would approximate 6,500,000 yuan. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to learn that wholesale prices were so affordable. He had previously researched the cost of wood, averaging about 1,500 yuan per ton, but here, it was merely a few hundred yuan per ton. With this immense quantity of firewood, he could ensure his shelter would remain warm for an extended period. Without hesitation, he signed the purchase contract, expecting delivery of the wood in batches to his warehouse within a month. However, the lumber mill was responsible solely for sales and would not handle transportation. Fortunately, the owner was acquainted with many truck drivers who frequently assisted with deliveries. Lin Yi promptly transferred an additional 500,000 yuan, totaling 7 million, to the mill owner's account, granting him full authority to manage the transportation. Given Lin Yi's status as a significant patron, particularly one who paid up front, the owner treated him with utmost respect, assuring him that his requests would be met without delay. Moreover, the additional 500,000 yuan was a substantial incentive. The couple's mill typically did not generate such profits in a month, and they were more than willing to dedicate all their resources to fulfill Lin Yi's needs. Finally, Lin Yi requested that all the wood be cut into long strips for ease of use in his fireplace. However, this posed a challenge for the owner, as processing over 10,000 tons of wood into strips would require considerable manpower, and even with round-the-clock work, it would take over a month to complete. Understanding the owner's predicament, Lin Yi swiftly transferred an additional 200,000 yuan, opting for a monetary solution rather than prolonged discussions. After receiving the funds, the owner's demeanor shifted, and he assured Lin Yi that, despite the increased workload, he would simply hire more workers to accommodate the task, as long as the payment was secured. Lin Yi provided his phone number and delivery address before departing from the lumber mill. While driving, he compiled a list of additional necessities, besides meat and firewood. He needed to procure fruits, vegetables, grains, drinking water, and fuel. The first three were essential for sustenance. He could not survive solely on meat, as fruits and vegetables, along with rice, were equally necessary. Drinking water was paramount. Although the impending apocalypse promised heavy snowfall, many would resort to melting snow for hydration. Yet Lin Yi was unwilling to take such risks regarding potential toxins. Lastly, fuel was crucial as his residents had completely detached from the community's power supply, relying instead on a generator to ensure his shelter could maintain a continuous power supply around the clock, even during external outages. Although the daily consumption of diesel was minimal, the cumulative effect over time warranted early preparation. Otherwise, if fuel stations became buried in snow, he would have to laboriously excavate snow to access the fuel. As he pondered the fuel situation, Lin Yi realized that while procuring meat and vegetables could be managed with sufficient funds, acquiring fuel presented a formidable challenge. Would he really need to drive around in his car to fill up and then transfer the fuel into his spatial storage? That seemed excessively cumbersome. Unable to devise a viable plan for the fuel, Lin Yi shifted his focus to other supplies. He arrived at a vegetable market near Sichuan community, spent some money to identify a wholesaler supplying vegetables to the market, and directly placed a call. The wholesaler, named Song Jun, was renowned for his exceptional fruit and vegetable distribution business in Haijing City, holding approximately 70% of the market share. Had he not feared accusations of monopolization, he would have been confident in controlling the entire fruit and vegetable supply chain in Haijing City. However, upon Lin Yi specifying his desired quantities, Song Jun began to take the request seriously. Lin Yi intended to purchase 1,000 tons each of assorted vegetables and fruits in one go. Given that Haijing City boasted a population of around 10 million, the monthly consumption of fruits and vegetables combined was approximately 3,000 tons. Song Jun typically supplied around 2,000 tons monthly, meaning Lin Yi was effectively requesting an entire month's worth of supply, amounting to a minimum price of 50 million yuan. After learning of Lin Yi's needs, Song Jun arranged to meet him at his company. Following the phone call, Lin Yi drove directly to Song Jun's office. Upon arrival, a secretary escorted him to a conference room. Shortly after he sat down, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered the room. It was none other than Song Jun, the proprietor of the produce supply company. Upon hearing of Lin Yi's request for immediate delivery, Song Jun expressed concern. Unlike other goods, vegetables have a brief shelf life. If not sold promptly, they spoil and lose value. Purchasing such a large quantity of produce at once could potentially result in significant losses for Lin Yi. After voicing these concerns, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, assuring Song Jun that there was no need for alarm. The time within his spatial storage was completely static. As long as the goods were delivered and promptly stored within, there would be no issues regarding spoilage. Recognizing Lin Yi's determination, Song Jun ceased his attempts to dissuade him. As long as payment was made, he was willing to supply the goods, leaving the risks of loss to Lin Yi. The two promptly signed a purchase agreement, with Lin Yi required to pay 30% of the total amount within 2 weeks, after which Song Jun would arrange for delivery. The remaining 70% would be paid within a month after all goods were received. While Lin Yi was eager to proceed, he postponed the deposit for a week due to his dwindling cash reserves, having already allocated funds to Luo Jun for renovations, with the remainder spent on firewood. However, he calculated that in a few days, his investments in the stock market would likely yield substantial returns, allowing him to settle the payment with Song Jun in due time, providing the latter with 2 days to prepare the supplies. After all, compiling such a large quantity of goods was no small feat, and Song Jun had to ensure that the citizens of Haijing City also had access to fresh produce. Otherwise, should he allocate everything to Lin Yi, the residents would be left in dire straits. As Lin Yi departed from Song Jun's company, darkness had settled over the city. After a long day of labor, he realized he had not eaten a single meal, and his stomach was now audibly protesting in hunger. Finding a random spot to sit, Lin Yi glanced at the menu and subsequently ordered several signature dishes from the hotel: scallion braised sea cucumber, abalone, lobster, and a steak. Once the dishes arrived, Lin Yi began to indulge in the exquisite offerings. The cuisine of a 5-star hotel is undeniably delectable, although Lin Yi had previously enjoyed a comfortable family life. It was his first experience with lobster and sea cucumber. Perhaps it was the chef's exceptional skills, but Lin Yi felt that each dish tantalized his taste buds with precision. After finishing all the dishes on the table, he called for a waiter to settle the bill. The total for the 4 dishes amounted to 700 yuan, with the lobster alone costing 520 yuan. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim that it was indeed quite expensive. After paying the bill, he requested the waiter to summon the manager. After a brief wait, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached Lin Yi and respectfully said, "Hello, sir. My surname is Liu. How may I assist you?" It was evident that he was the restaurant manager. Lin Yi picked up the menu and addressed him, Hello, Manager Liu. I would like to arrange several banquets here. Do you offer catering services? Manager Liu displayed a professional smile and nodded. Our hotel does provide this service. May I inquire how many tables you wish to book and the standard for each? Lin Yi glanced at the menu before responding. I would like to book 1,000 tables, with each banquet set at a standard of 5,000 yuan. The dishes I just enjoyed can be included, and I will order additional items to meet the 5,000 yuan requirement. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu became quite animated. This was a significant client. Although the restaurant frequently catered to banquets, the usual standards rarely exceeded 3,000 yuan, and items like lobster and abalone were typically not included. Generally, they would only handle dozens of tables, seldom exceeding 100. However, Lin Yi's request for 1,000 tables was unprecedented. Securing such a substantial order would undoubtedly double the month's performance, leading to a corresponding increase in bonuses for him and the entire restaurant staff. As Lin Yi prepared to place his order, Manager Liu personally took notes with a pen and paper, his demeanor and tone markedly more enthusiastic than before. Lin Yi ordered a few more signature dishes from the restaurant, along with a soup and 2 stir-fried vegetables. The total price for the 1,000 banquets amounted to 5 million yuan, and Manager Liu generously offered Lin Yi 2 complimentary dishes for each table. Subsequently, Lin Yi provided the address of a warehouse and specifically requested delivery at 8 p.m. 3 days later, as the dishes needed to be swiftly stored in his alternate space. If delivered during the day, it would be inconvenient for him to receive them while Su Mo was present. Thus, he preferred to wait until after work to collect them. Manager Liu did not question the unusual delivery address, assuming it was merely the evening timing for the banquet. Although surprised by the warehouse location, he understood that as the client, Lin Yi could dictate the delivery destination, even if it were to a roadside restroom. Lin Yi paid a deposit of 1 million yuan, with the remaining 4 million to be settled upon delivery of the dishes. Before departing, Lin Yi emphasized that all ingredients must be fresh and that the quality of each dish should be paramount. He warned that if the taste differed from what he had experienced today, he would refuse to pay. Manager Liu assured him, patting his chest, that he would remind every chef to ensure there were no issues. After a long day of activity, Lin Yi felt exhausted after his meal. The next morning, he rose early after freshening up, aware that it was Sunday, and he still had some important purchases to make before returning to work the following day. He drove to a rural town in Haijing City, a sparsely populated area, and parked his car in an abandoned repair shop. After turning off the engine, he began to wait. Half an hour later, a van entered through the shop's gate. 3 men emerged, the leader being a bald man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. Lin Yi stepped out of his vehicle. Upon seeing him, the men scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present. The bald man then asked, "Mr. Wang?" Lin Yi nodded. These men were contacts he had made on the dark web, specializing in arms dealing. Naturally, Lin Yi would not disclose his real name to them. The bald man instructed his associates to unload the items from the van. A total of 4 large wooden crates were opened, revealing a handgun and a knife, which he promptly tossed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi caught it, surprised by its weight. This was his first encounter with a real firearm. Having only seen such weapons in movies and television shows, he hadn't anticipated the heft of a genuine gun. Despite it being his first experience, he was well versed in its operation, having absorbed knowledge from countless films. He racked the slide, only to find the chamber empty. Puzzled, he glanced at the bald man, who retrieved 2 bullets from another crate and handed them to Lin Yi. The bald man explained, "To avoid any unnecessary trouble, we keep our bullets and guns separate. I hope you understand. Each bullet costs 5 yuan, but these 2 are on the house." Lin Yi disregarded the bald man's words, recognizing the necessity for caution when dealing with arms dealers. He loaded the 2 bullets into a magazine and aimed at a beer bottle 30 meters away with his right eye. The men tensed, instinctively reaching for their waists. As he aimed, Lin Yi suddenly felt an energy surge coalescing in his right eye, which then transferred to his gun. With a single shot, the beer bottle shattered into countless shards, and he noticed a slight depletion of energy in his right eye. Observing the gun in his hand and the remnants of the bottle, Lin Yi realized that he had hit the target on his first attempt without any training. This could indicate 2 possibilities. Either he was a shooting prodigy, or the energy from his right eye had played a role. The former seemed highly improbable, leaving only the latter as a viable explanation. He aimed again at a basketball-sized stone 50 meters away, this time without deliberate targeting. Yet, as he pulled the trigger, the energy from his right eye once again adhered to his gun. A bullet hole appeared in the stone, demonstrating that the force of this shot surpassed that of a typical bullet, causing the stone to crack. Lin Yi assessed the situation and noted a further reduction of energy in his right eye. It appeared that firing a single round consumed approximately 1,000th of his total energy. This meant he could fire 1,000 shots with perfect accuracy, hitting his mark each time. The prospect of such a capability filled Lin Yi with delight, liberating him from the need for extensive practice. The three men were taken aback by Lin Yi's marksmanship. Could this seemingly unremarkable individual be a city warrior? Their apprehension towards him heightened, and their demeanor softened considerably. The bald man produced a box of grenades and placed it before Lin Yi. This box contained 80 grenades, which Lin Yi was somewhat familiar with from his university gaming experiences. However, the noise produced by such devices was far too loud, even in this secluded area. He could not risk experimentation and decided to set them aside for the time being, convinced that no issues would arise. The bald man extracted the final box, unveiling a black bulletproof vest and helmet. In contrast to the firearms and grenades, these were what Lin Yi truly desired. He firmly believed that as long as one had life, there lay a future. If one could not guarantee their own safety, possessing anything else merely served to benefit others. Lin Yi donned the bulletproof vest. Although it appeared somewhat cumbersome, it fit him well, albeit making him appear more robust. He was quite satisfied with these acquisitions and approached a small car, retrieving 2 bags of money from the trunk to hand to the bald man. After counting and confirming the amount, the bald man passed the money to his subordinate and remarked to Lin, "Mr. Wang, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly, and I shall offer you a preferential price." Just as they were about to depart, Lin Yi suddenly called out to them, inquiring if they could procure a substantial amount of fuel. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. He indeed had connections for such supplies. Though he couldn't guarantee a vast quantity, it would certainly exceed the stock of ordinary gas stations. Lin Yi's heart soared at this revelation. What began as a mere inquiry had yielded fruitful results, making the endeavor remarkably effortless. After some negotiations, they agreed to meet at the same time the following week for a transaction involving 50 tons of fuel, as that was the maximum the bald man could provide. Once the arrangement was confirmed, the three men departed in a van. Chapter 19. 500 billion in supplies acquired once Lin Yi ensured that no one was around. He retrieved the box containing ammunition and conducted another test. Aiming at a black dot on the wall, he pulled the trigger, and a series of gunshots rang out as 5 bullets struck the target in alignment. The relentless assault penetrated the black dot, allowing sunlight to stream through the created aperture. Meanwhile, the energy in Lin Yi's right eye diminished by 5,000ths. Yet the overall amount appeared to have increased slightly, suggesting that the energy possessed a self-replenishing quality. After further experimentation, Lin Yi confirmed the existence of a second supernatural ability. Not only could he guide projectiles with precision, but he could also enhance their force and range. This time, Lin Yi purchased a submachine gun, 2 handguns, 80 grenades, 3,000 rounds of submachine gun ammunition, 2,000 rounds for the handguns, and 20 empty magazines. With these resources coupled with his extraordinary abilities, Lin Yi felt confident in his capacity to eliminate every inhabitant within the community. However, he would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Allowing them to perish so easily would be too merciful. Lin Yi intended for them to suffer through starvation and exposure in the apocalypse. This was the advantage of possessing a separate space, irrespective of the items, as long as he stored them within this realm. Not even a police dog could detect their location. Not even light could reveal what he concealed, as his alternate dimension existed independently of this world. As long as Lin Yi wished to remain undetected, no one could uncover the secrets he harbored within. Over the past few days, he had expended considerable funds. And although the stock market was still tumultuously fluctuating at his current rate of expenditure, the profits he earned could hardly keep pace. Presently, he held less than 1 million in cash. Gathering more supplies was beyond his capability. He would have to wait until next week to earn several tens of millions before he could indulge in further acquisitions. With time on his hands, Lin Yi turned his attention to Su Shuai. He engaged a detective agency, spending $100,000 to hire a private investigator to tail Su Shuai and Wang Shui, demanding regular reports on their whereabouts. After several days of surveillance, the investigator uncovered significant information about Su Shuai, bolstered by his parents' status as major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket. Su Shuai often covertly sold valuable goods from the warehouse. The warehouse staff had long been bribed, colluding with him to report losses after liquidating merchandise or substituting inferior brands for high-end products to profit from the price difference. Upon receiving this intelligence from the private investigator, Lin Yi recognized an opportunity. He parked his car 2 kilometers from the warehouse on an earthen slope. Changing into different attire and donning a mask and gloves, he stealthily approached the Fuyuan warehouse. Within his alternate space, both the handgun and ammunition were ready for immediate use. Lin Yi took cover at the warehouse's entrance. Less than half an hour later, a delivery truck appeared 200 meters from the warehouse. Thanks to the enhancement from his abilities, Lin Yi's vision sharpened, granting him the capacity to see in the dark. He spotted Su Shuai, rotund and jovial, seated in the passenger seat, engaged in a phone call. 2 minutes later, the warehouse lights abruptly extinguished and the surveillance cameras went dark. Lin Yi understood. Su Shuai, wary of detection, had instructed the inside personnel to sabotage the power supply, creating the illusion of a short circuit. Thus, even if the loss of goods or product substitution were discovered, the absence of footage would shield him from blame. Even if the warehouse manager identified him, Su Shuai had the means to absolve himself, given his parents' prominent stake in the company. The accusations of a few low-level employees would hold little weight. As the lights in the warehouse dimmed, Su Shuai's truck resumed its course toward the building. Taking advantage of the nocturnal cover, Lin Yi deftly attached himself to the truck. In the rural darkness, far from the city's illumination, he remained concealed. When the truck halted at the warehouse, Lin Yi stealthily dismounted and hid behind a shelf. Within the warehouse, over a dozen individuals, guards and staff, had gathered. At Su Shuai's behest, they began unloading items from the truck. Lin Yi retrieved a gas mask from his alternate space and donned it. He then produced several ether grenades, placing them beneath the truck. These 2050 products, upon removing the pin, would release a significant amount of ether, inducing unconsciousness in those within a 20-meter radius. Although a decade-old product, it had become a vital military asset upon its release and was still in use. Lin Yi had procured a limited quantity, totaling 5 grenades. During his previous encounter with the bald man, concerned that the workers might regain consciousness prematurely, he opted to deploy 3 grenades at once, leaving him with only 2 remaining. As anticipated, once the ether grenades activated, the busy individuals began to sway, collapsing to the ground within half a minute. Su Shuai, too, felt drowsy, despite his considerable weight. The potency of 3 ether grenades was sufficient to incapacitate him. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi felt the ground tremble slightly as Su Shuai finally succumbed. The dosage was sufficient to ensure they would remain asleep until noon the following day, allowing Lin Yi to finally commence his collection. Gazing around, Lin Yi was struck by the sheer magnitude of the warehouse, a fact that had only become apparent upon his arrival, despite vivid media portrayals. Standing there, he felt akin to an ant before an elephant. Towering shelves, each over 10 meters high, were meticulously stocked with a plethora of goods. Anything one might find in a supermarket was available here, from toothpicks and toothbrushes to tables, chairs, sofas, and mattresses. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with a green light. The bounty exceeded his expectations, providing him the means to potentially establish a formidable force in the impending apocalypse. The warehouse contained hundreds of tons of mineral water and various beverages, alongside an assortment of packaged foods and frozen items such as steak and fish balls. Lin Yi estimated that nearly half of the supplies consisted of long-lasting food items, while the remainder comprised everyday necessities. He had collected 30 large boxes filled with condoms and women's lingerie. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Golden Key. Although Lin Yi had no immediate use for these items, he certainly intended to gather beautiful women in the future. As this thought crossed his mind, the exquisite visage of Jiang Shuyan suddenly appeared in his mind. However, During the last apocalypse, she was not present in the community, and it was likely that the same would occur this time. It seemed that his desire to include her in his harem was momentarily dashed. Discarding these distracting thoughts, Lin Yi began to gather the supplies. Fortunately, the shelves were not affixed to the ground. With a mere thought, he could draw the goods, along with the shelves, into his alternate space. Even so, it took him a full 5 hours to empty the entire warehouse. Gazing at the now barren space, a profound sense of security welled up within him. Subsequently, he approached Su Shuai and the others, observing Su Shuai's corpulent form peacefully sprawled on the ground. Lin Yi retrieved a slipper from his alternate space and smacked it against Su Shuai's face while cursing, "I let you insult me, and you dare to continue?" He was not a magnanimous person who would let grievances go unresolved. Just as Lin Yi prepared to leave, he noticed a golden key hanging around Su Shuai's neck. Without a second thought, he tossed the key into his alternate space, indifferent to its purpose. After completing his tasks, Lin Yi noted that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. He dared not delay any longer and exited through the small door of the warehouse. To avoid detection, he had purchased his clothing and shoes from street vendors, ensuring that even if caught on camera, no trace of his attire could be traced back to him. He had even intentionally bought shoes 2 sizes too large, making it less likely that any footprints left behind could be linked to him. Although this was merely a theft, the scale of the loss was staggering, amounting to 500 billion in goods, arguably the largest heist in history. Lin Yi could already envision the uproar that would ensue online the following day. Even if they managed to track him down eventually, it would likely take some time, especially with Su Shuai taking the blame, which would further delay matters. Despite having gone a night without sleep, he remained invigorated, his spirits soaring at the thought of the vast supplies within his alternate space. Meanwhile, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it was time for the shift change at Fuyuan Warehouse. A group of over a dozen individuals gathered at the entrance, but when they opened the large doors, they were left in stunned silence. Their colleagues lay sprawled across the floor, and beside them was a truck loaded with half a cargo of the warehouse's goods. However, what shocked them the most was the complete emptiness of the warehouse. Even the iron shelves used for storing goods had vanished. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, struggling to believe that so much inventory could disappear overnight, even with 1,000 trucks hired to assist. They hurriedly checked on their unconscious colleagues and discovered 2 unexpected guests. Although the night shift staff had conspired with Su Shuai, the others did not recognize him. Seeing outsiders present, they promptly tied up Su Shuai and the truck driver before calling the warehouse manager. Within half an hour, the manager arrived, initially incredulous that so much could vanish in a single night. Upon witnessing the empty warehouse, his mind went blank, and he sat down abruptly. This situation was beyond his control and required escalation. When the general manager and shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket arrived, Su Shuai and the others remained unconscious. It could only be said that Lin Yi had administered a potent dose. Fearing they might awaken, he had tripled the amount, and their survival, without dire consequences, was fortunate. Su Shuai's parents, being major stakeholders in the company, were promptly informed, and upon learning that their son was also present, they were taken aback. They were unaware of Su Shuai's clandestine dealings with the warehouse goods, hence their surprise at the revelation. By 10 o'clock in the morning, a large contingent of police cars and ambulances had assembled outside the warehouse. The more than 10 individuals who had collapsed were handcuffed and transported to the ambulances. With such a substantial loss of inventory, all present were deemed suspects, but Su Shuai and the driver were the primary suspects. The half-loaded goods in the truck revealed their intentions. Lin Yi had left all the items in the truck behind to ensure Su Shuai would take the fall. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Shuai and the others awakened groggily. Su Shuai blinked in confusion, surveying his surroundings. He vaguely recalled being in the warehouse moving items. How had he suddenly ended up here? Moreover, he was handcuffed. Had his theft of the warehouse goods been discovered? Yet, Su Shuai felt no worry. His parents were the largest shareholders of the company. What harm could come from taking a few items? After all, it was all his family's property. He figured he could simply explain to his mother that he had done so out of financial necessity. His mother had always been indulgent. With a bit of charm, she would surely help him out of any predicament. Upon noticing Su Shuai's awakening, the officer responsible for his custody promptly reported to his superior. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in police uniform approached. Without preamble, he inquired, "Are you Su Shuai?" Accustomed to being domineering, Su Shuai bristled at the assertive tone. He retorted without hesitation, "I am. What of it? Why am I locked up? Do you know who my father is? Release me immediately, or I'll have you taken care of." The middle-aged officer ignored his bluster and continued, "Did you steal the goods from Fuyuan warehouse?" Su Shuai raised his chin defiantly and declared, "So what if I did? They're my family's things. I can take as much as I want. Who are you to stop me?" Chapter 21. The mastermind behind the theft, Su Shuai. The middle-aged officer decided not to waste any more time and stood to leave. He had not anticipated that the case would resolve so effortlessly, with the suspect confessing upon awakening. Now, it was merely a matter of determining which other individuals were involved and where the stolen goods were hidden. After the officer departed, Su Shuai's shouts continued to echo behind him. "Let me go, I need to call my mom. Give me back my phone, I need to talk to her." Su Shuai remained undeterred, convinced that his parents' influence would easily extricate him from this situation. It was only when he was taken from the hospital to the police station that he began to realize the gravity of his predicament. From the officer's inquiries, he learned that all the inventory from the warehouse had been stolen. Upon receiving this information, Su Shuai felt a wave of panic. He had only taken a few items to exchange for money, totaling less than $1 million. How could the entire warehouse, worth $500 billion, have disappeared? Moreover, it seemed he had become the prime suspect. The other warehouse staff had promptly implicated Su Shuai, claiming they had acted under his instructions. Given the enormous value of the lost goods, they dared not conceal the truth and confessed all previous actions, including Su Shuai's orders to disable the surveillance and electrical systems. Due to the absence of surveillance, the whereabouts of the goods lost from the warehouse have become an enigma. The police have meticulously reviewed the footage from all nearby roads, but found no evidence of numerous trucks passing through. To transport all these items would require at least 100 large trucks, making several trips. Lin Yi smiled faintly at the online reports regarding the theft at Fuyuan warehouse. It seems unlikely that these goods would ever be recovered unless someone voluntarily confessed. Otherwise, it would remain a cold case. Su Shuai is likely to bear the brunt of this incident. Even though his parents are major shareholders of Fuyuan supermarket, they cannot save their son. Faced with pressure from other shareholders, they can only attempt to soothe concerns and strive to lessen their son's suffering while incarcerated. When Su Shuai's parents visited him in the detention center, Su Guangliang slapped his son as soon as they met. Su Shuai's mother hurriedly restrained her husband, while the guards rushed to separate them. Su Guangliang yelled at Su Shuai, accusing him, "You wretched creature, playing with women is one thing, but stealing from your own family is beyond comprehension. Is the money I give you each month not enough? Quickly tell me where you hid those goods, or I will make you regret it." Su Shuai covered his reddened cheek, staring incredulously at his father. Having been doted upon, Su Guangliang had never raised his voice, let alone struck him. He never expected his father would hit him today, and his mother, who usually adored him, did not speak up in his defense. This made Su Shuai feel as if his parents no longer loved him. He sat in silence, his face cold, ignoring everything Su Guangliang said. Seeing his son's demeanor, Su Guangliang felt disheartened. The loss of over 50 billion in goods was a monumental disaster. Although he had some savings, covering the loss would lead him to bankruptcy and substantial debt. Su Shuai had caused a catastrophe too severe this time. They felt powerless, caught between a rock and a hard place. Su Shuai had previously caused trouble often, having grown up spoiled and with a fiery temper, frequently resorting to violence and vandalism, which Su Guangliang always paid to resolve. Just months ago, he had even committed a heinous act against a mother and her 12-year-old daughter, for which Su Guangliang had to bribe officials and fabricate evidence to silence the allegations against his son. This time, however, he would have to fend for himself. Suddenly, unable to reach Su Shuai, Zhang Qian stumbled upon the news online. The three of them learned that Su Shuai was implicated in the theft of 500 billion worth of goods from Fuyuan warehouse and had been detained by the police. They quickly decided to sever ties with Su Shuai. Despite their initial reluctance to let go of their newfound benefactor, they were wary of being implicated as his accomplices. They recognized the importance of making a decisive break before it was too late. While Su Shuai was subjected to relentless police interrogations, Lin Yi busied himself. Each evening after work, he would retrieve supplies from his rented warehouse, acquiring various meats, vegetables, firewood, and also contacting suppliers of bottled water and grains. Signing purchase agreements for significant quantities. He ordered 10,000 tons of drinkable bottled water and several thousand tons of rice, flour, and seasonings. Trucks lined up daily to enter and exit Lin Yi's warehouse. In response, he had to hire several forklift operators and more than 10 loaders, all managed by Su Mo. On the third day, the banquet from the five-star hotel was delivered, and while Su Mo and others were away, Lin Yi secretly stored 1,000 banquet tables into his alternate space. Although Su Mo had wondered why the goods delivered during the day vanished by the next morning, he wisely refrained from questioning it. As long as Lin Yi provided him with money to cover his mother's medical expenses, Lin Yi was his benefactor, and nothing else mattered. He had only paid a deposit, with the remainder due in 2 months, but they might not see that time come. Following Lin Yi's extensive purchases, prices soared throughout Haijing City, and Fuyuan Supermarket was severely impacted by the theft, forcing several large supermarkets in Haijing City to close. This led many hoarders to refrain from further purchases, shortening the duration of their resources when the apocalypse strikes. Chapter 22. The exposure of spatial abilities. Lin Yi lay on a large bed in the hotel, contemplating his supplies. He felt fully prepared. He had amassed an abundance of food, water, clothing, and essentials. Just as he believed he had everything covered, a realization struck him. He slapped his forehead in dismay. He had forgotten to procure medications. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many would perish not only from starvation and freezing, but also from sudden illnesses due to drastic temperature drops, lacking the necessary treatments. While pharmacies could provide medications, the required quantities were substantial, making it impractical to rely solely on them. He would need to devise alternative methods. Lin Yi rose, dressing quickly, while Li Ro remained asleep beside him. He had arranged a trade for fuel today, initially scheduled for delivery a week later. The quantity he required necessitated a delay of several days. As he glanced at the woman who had accompanied him for a month, Lin Yi reflected on how, after threatening Lu Wei, Li Ro had severed ties with him. Their relationship had been purely transactional, one seeking physical gratification while the other sought advancement, devoid of genuine affection. However, after spending so much time with Li Ro, Lin Yi felt it would be disingenuous to claim he felt nothing for her. He contemplated assisting her if the opportunity arose. After all, they had shared many nights together. Yet, he needed to evaluate if she could be trusted in his sanctuary. It was impossible for her to move in before the apocalypse. If she survived the chaos, Lin Yi might offer her a chance. Though she might not ascend to the status of a primary partner, being a secondary consort was still appealing. After leaving the hotel, Li Ro awoke, quickly donned her clothes, and exited. On the road, upon seeing Lin Yi enter his vehicle, she swiftly took out her keys, started her car, and followed him. Lin Yi drove while humming a tune, heading straight to the abandoned repair shop where they had previously conducted business, unaware of Li Ro's pursuit. Li Ro's motivation for shadowing Lin Yi stemmed from a desire to gain leverage over him, as he held incriminating evidence against her. To escape his control, she decided to take the risk of following him. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Lin Yi began to wait. Seeing him enter the dilapidated building only solidified Li Ro's belief that he harbored dark secrets. She parked her car at the roadside and stealthily approached. After half an hour of growing impatient, Lin Yi noticed 2 large trucks, each measuring 9 meters in length, arriving. As the vehicles halted, 5 or 6 men disembarked, including the bald man from before. "Apologies, Mr. Wang, for our tardiness," Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile. "No worries. Good things come to those who wait. I have all the time in the world." The bald man promptly began directing his crew to unload the cargo. As the truck doors opened, barrels of fuel filled the entire compartment. Lin Yi extracted a few barrels for inspection, relieved to find no issues. He estimated that the shipment amounted to over 100 tons. The amount Lin Yi needed was twice what he had previously requested. Following the agreed-upon price, he retrieved the money from the trunk and handed it over to the bald man. An hour later, the repair shop was inundated with fuel, and the bald man collected the money as well. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yi called out to him once more, "Brother, please wait a moment." Lin Yi then inquired, "Can you procure any pharmaceuticals? I need medications for colds, fevers, or any emergency antibiotics." The bald man rubbed his head and replied, "Mr. Wang, What exactly do you do? Why do you need everything? Lin Yi's smile faded. You needn't concern yourself with my reasons for purchasing. Simply inform me if you can acquire them. The bald man sighed, pondering for a moment before responding, I truly cannot assist with that. But I have a friend who specializes in pharmaceutical sales, dealing exclusively in genuine products, so you need not worry about counterfeit drugs. Considering you are one of my regular clients, I can help facilitate a connection. With Lin Yi's perceptiveness, the bald man finally smiled. They were both merchants engaged in perilous trades, prioritizing profit. He would not take risks without potential benefits. The bald man asked Lin Yi to await his news before departing. Lin Yi then began to collect the spilled fuel into his otherworldly space. Li Ro, hiding behind a wall outside the courtyard, was initially frightened by the influx of people and dare not approach. Once they left, and Lin Yi remained absent, she mustered her courage to peer over the wall into the repair shop. The ensuing scene left her agape. The entire shop was littered with metal barrels filled with fuel, and with a wave of his right hand, Lin Yi made the barrels vanish into thin air. Li Ro thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes vigorously, only to confirm her vision was accurate. In a hurry, she took out her phone and activated the camera, capturing footage of Lin Yi. In just over a minute, all the fuel was absorbed into his otherworldly space. Unaware of Li Ro's stealthy observation, Lin Yi drove directly towards Haijing City. Li Ro struggled to steady her breathing and meticulously reviewed the video on her phone. Lin Yi's supernatural abilities instilled a deep fear within her. She had originally sought to gather leverage against him to escape his threats. Now, having uncovered such a significant secret, her trepidation only intensified. She even entertained thoughts that Lin Yi might be an extraterrestrial. Although she possessed evidence against him, she found herself too fearful to issue any threats. After Lin Yi exited the repair shop, he drove straight to his warehouse. It was noon when he arrived, just in time to see Su Mo and others enjoying their meal. With a larger group present, dining had become a logistical challenge. So Lin Yi had arranged lunch from a nearby restaurant, which would be delivered at the appointed time. Upon seeing his boss, Su Mo hastily set down his lunch to greet Lin Yi. Lin Yi gestured for him to continue eating, as the repair shop was not far, and he had merely stopped by to check in. Chapter 23. Purchasing a Vehicle. Lin Yi, having not eaten, picked up a nearby lunchbox and sat beside Su Mo. The workers performed labor-intensive tasks, so Lin Yi did not order based on headcount. Instead, he planned for each person to have double servings with some extras. Though he often appeared cold and unfeeling towards others, he never shortchanged those who worked for him, as he could easily afford the cost of their meals. While enjoying his lunch, Lin Yi conversed with Su Mo. Through their dialogue, he learned that Su Mo's hometown was rural, and his mother was suffering from a severe illness that required 300,000 yuan for surgery. Their family had sold everything they could, but had only managed to gather 170,000 yuan. Lin Yi felt a surge of empathy. Some were tirelessly struggling to afford surgery costs in the tens of thousands, and compared to them, he realized he was indeed quite fortunate. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi did not linger, glancing around briefly before departing, as he had other matters to attend to. After leaving the warehouse, he drove directly to a Mercedes-Benz dealership in the city, intending to purchase a vehicle suitable for traversing snowy terrain. Although he was uncertain when the heavy snowfall would cease, it was prudent to be prepared. The frigid temperatures outside posed a significant risk. Once the snow stopped, he would be unable to travel far on foot, and the cold alone could be life-threatening, as ordinary individuals could not survive long in such conditions. Upon parking at the dealership, before Lin Yi could step into the showroom, a woman clad in a sales uniform approached him. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing high heels, and her black stockings accentuated the elegance of her legs. Lin Yi was momentarily captivated. Although her beauty did not reach the level of Jiang Shuyan, she was at least comparable to Li Ro, easily scoring an 80 out of 100. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" she asked, slightly bending at the waist in a respectful manner. Lin Yi nodded, maintaining unwavering focus, his gaze lingering on her exquisitely clad legs. The saleswoman perceived the intensity in Lin Yi's eyes, but dismissed it. After all, customers at the dealership were typically affluent, and her appearance often drew attention from men. some of whom had even purchased luxury cars for her sake. As they conversed, Lin Yi learned that the saleswoman's name was Su Ying, a 25-year-old who had only been in car sales for a year but had already become the top seller in the dealership. Observing Su Ying's graceful form, Lin Yi could easily deduce how she had earned her accolades. Upon expressing his desire to purchase an off-road vehicle, Su Ying first recommended a luxurious model price between 3 to 4 million yuan. Should Lin Yi decide to buy it, her commission would amount to 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. However, after circling the vehicle, Lin Yi remained unimpressed. Despite its commendable performance, he lacked confidence in its ability to navigate snowy conditions. Noticing Lin Yi's dissatisfaction, Su Ying felt a twinge of disappointment. Having worked in sales for a while, she was aware that many potential buyers, unable to afford pricier options, would nitpick and highlight flaws in their search for justification. She assumed Lin Yi was no different, but as a salesperson, she had to maintain her cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi sighed and told Su Ying, "This vehicle is quite good, but it does not meet my standards." Su Ying silently acknowledged this sentiment. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi continued, "Do you have anything more expensive? Price is not an issue. The off-road capabilities must be top tier." Su Ying was momentarily taken aback, nearly unable to comprehend his request. After 2 seconds of hesitation, her face lit up with excitement as she replied, "Yes, sir, please follow me." She led Lin Yi to another vehicle. The Unimog 8000 was this year's latest model, currently ranked first among off-road vehicles globally, and it was a limited edition. There was only one in Haijing City. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the imposing steel beast, nearly 3 meters tall. With this vehicle, where could he not venture in the post-apocalyptic world? After inquiring about the price and learning that this top-of-the-line Unimog cost 1 million yuan, Lin Yi made a decisive purchase. The payment method, naturally, is through a mortgage. He has already withdrawn all his funds from the stock market, leaving him with merely over 20 million in his account. He still needs to allocate 10 million for medication, which means he has only 10 million available for spending. Thus, he must be frugal. Su Ying took Lin Yi to complete the necessary paperwork. The mortgage required only a 30% down payment. Lin Yi simply swiped his card for 3 million, with the remainder of the tasks being handled by the personnel at the dealership. Once the vehicle is registered and insured, Lin Yi will be able to retrieve it. Given the opportunity to acquire something so readily available, Lin Yi found no reason to decline. After all, this action did not equate to indulging in illicit pleasures with his own funds. As long as it remained legal, there was little to fear. As Lin Yi drove into the community, he noticed several delivery trucks approaching, their cargo neatly arranged with rows of steel plates. Although they were referred to as steel plates, their thickness exceeded 10 centimeters, and it was evident to Lin Yi that they were intended for his residence. He was not particularly drawn to the spectacle, but the delivery trucks had been halted at the entrance by the security guards, prompting him to investigate. Upon his arrival, he found a standoff between 3 or 4 security personnel and the delivery drivers. At that moment, Luo Jun also appeared at the entrance. Seeing Lin Yi approach, Luo Jun hurriedly recounted the recent events. Since Lin Yi's home renovation commenced, the necessity for materials had surged, and due to the extensive demolition required for most walls, their company's trucks had been frequently entering and exiting the community. Despite Lin Yi having informed the property management and paying a substantial renovation deposit, there were still instances of property staff causing them trouble. Chapter 24, Property Manager Fong Hu. After listening to Luo Jun's account, Lin Yi understood the situation. The property management of Sichuan community had always been troublesome. The manager, Fong Hu, was previously a small-time thug in the vicinity, who, through fortuitous circumstances, managed to align himself with the developer's executive of Sichuan community, thereby securing his position as property manager. Since assuming this role, he had hardly resolved any issues for residents, but had instead created numerous difficulties. Whenever conflicts arose with residents, he would gather several of his old associates to intimidate the families of the residents. Several households have been compelled to sell their homes and vacate due to fear of harm to their loved ones. Most memorably, Lin Yi recalled that among those who had conspired to end his life in his previous life was Fong Hu. Although he did not wield the knife himself, he played a significant role in the plot, leading Lin Yi to suspect he was the mastermind. However, Lin Yi did not wish to stir up trouble at this moment. Revenge could wait. He promptly placed a call to Fong Hu, aware that the security guards blocking the delivery trucks were acting under his orders. Shortly after hanging up, Fong Hu, reeking of alcohol, emerged from the property management office. He had been drinking with his associates until the wee hours and had only just been roused by Lin Yi's call. Wearing glasses and casual attire, he appeared genteel. Yet those familiar with him understood the darkness lurking within, earning him the moniker Smiling Tiger. Upon reaching the entrance, Fong Hu addressed Lin Yi, stating, "The community has regulations prohibiting outside delivery trucks from entering." Lin Yi was well aware of the community's rules, which did not include such a stipulation. As long as renovations were reported in advance to the property management, entry was permitted. Fong Hu's intent was evidently to extort Lin Yi. Yet, Lin Yi preferred not to engage in an argument. The construction of the shelter took precedence, and any accounts could be settled when the time was ripe. Lin Yi discreetly pulled 2 bundles of crisp 100 yuan bills from his pocket and pressed them into Fong Hu's hand. Upon noticing the cash, Fong Hu burst into laughter, enthusiastically patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. He then turned to reprimand the security guards at the entrance, who ordered you to stop the trucks. Lin Yi had already informed the property management in advance. "Didn't I tell you about this earlier? Let them through immediately." Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he focused on Fong Hu's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a deadly intent. Fong Hu had secured a place on Lin Yi's list of targets. After Fong Hu's tirade, the security guards, refraining from argument, hastily lifted the barrier. This was not their first time cooperating with Fong Hu. They were well acquainted with his methods. With the guards permitting entry, Luo Jun signaled to the drivers to proceed, guiding the trucks to the base of the building. He then organized a team to begin transporting the materials upstairs. Lin Yi accompanied Luo Jun into the elevator, arriving on the 26th floor to find the apartment drastically transformed. Most of the walls had vanished, replaced by alloy panels, with only the ceiling and floor yet to be fitted. The alloy panels delivered that day were intended for the ceiling and flooring installation. Lin Yi, who favored floor-to-ceiling windows, had requested that the bulletproof glass be a single piece with only a few small openings cut into it, along with a small door allowing direct access to the balcony. Such large items could not be transported via the elevator. They had to be lowered with steel cables from above. Curious, Lin Yi pondered how his neighbors, known for their unfriendliness, had reacted to such a conspicuous renovation. Surely, no one had come to lodge complaints? In response to this query, Luo Jun explained that initially, several residents had indeed approached, and quite frequently at that, with groups arriving 4 or 5 times a day. However, after he generously distributed numerous eggs to the elderly residents of the building, the complaints had diminished significantly. He had assured them that for every day of renovation, they would receive 10 pounds of eggs. The elderly were virtually irresistible to the prospect of free eggs, leading them to cease their complaints, with some even hoping Luo Jun would extend the renovation period. Lin Yi raised his thumb in admiration for Luo Jun's ingenuity. Spending a few coins on eggs had effectively resolved a major inconvenience. This was a classic case of spending little to achieve great results. Lin Yi immediately declared that he would cover the expense and promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Luo Jun, sufficient to procure several truckloads of eggs. After lingering for a while, Lin Yi decided to leave, not wishing to add to Luo Jun's chaos. As he passed by Wang Shui's residence, he paused, noticing the pile of takeout boxes at her door, indicating she had likely not ventured out in days. Ever since she had linked herself with Su Shui, the wealthy individual, Wang Shui and her companions had resigned from their jobs, intending to focus on being pampered. However, Su Shui's sudden misfortune had led to his arrest, leaving them in a precarious situation. Fearing repercussions, the women had hastily moved out, yet without a source of income, they were relegated to idleness, searching for new prospects. Fortunately, Su Shui had gifted them numerous designer handbags and shoes before his downfall. Selling those items provided them with some financial relief, or else they might have struggled to afford basic necessities. Lin Yi observed the plight of these women with a sense of schadenfreude, though he did not dwell on it. They were merely minor characters, and he could allow them to experience a bit of hardship. When the apocalypse arrived, he had far more significant surprises in store for them. As Lin Yi prepared to drive away, he unexpectedly received a call from Wang Shui. Intrigued by her intentions, he answered the call. On the other end, Wang Shui's voice was sweet and alluring. "Yigo, are you in Sichuan community? I just saw you." Lin Yi raised his gaze towards the 20th floor. To an ordinary person, everything at that distance would appear indistinct, yet Lin Yi, endowed with extraordinary abilities, could discern a silhouette within the window. It was none other than Wang Shui. Indeed, the house was undergoing renovations, and his concern prompted him to come and check. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, "Are you free tonight?" The previous matters were all Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's ideas. "I would like to treat you to dinner as a way to make amends for them." A cold sneer formed in Lin Yi's heart. How typical of Wang Shui to shift the blame onto others, exonerating herself so neatly. Chapter 25. Threats. Wait, could it be that they had set their sights on him as the new target? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. A few of them had sacrificed a bit of charm to extract information from the renovation workers. Lin Yi had spent several tens of millions to have them transform the house. Learning of Lin Yi's wealth sparked their interest anew. After deliberation, the three decided to set their sights on Lin Yi, recalling how devoted he had been to Wang Shui in the past, bringing her breakfast every morning during their university days, almost as if he would have included her boyfriend's portion too. They had plenty of ways to make him fall for Wang Shui all over again. Having made up their minds, they spotted Lin Yi in the community and instructed Wang Shui to call him, inviting him to dinner that evening. Should Lin Yi refuse out of spite, Wang Shui was to drop subtle hints, even suggesting she would be his girlfriend, which had long been Lin Yi's greatest wish. When she uttered those words, how could Lin Yi possibly escape? "I have no time." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi declined. Ever since he had witnessed the true nature of Wang Shui and her friends, he felt a wave of disgust at the mere sight of her, let alone dining together. Wang Shui was taken aback by his swift rejection. Yet, she remained focused on her objective, continuing, "Don't be so quick to refuse. After dinner, we could watch a movie together. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang go to bed early, and if it gets too late, I can stay at your place. But you mustn't do anything strange to me." Lin Yi smiled slightly. Wang Shui truly had a way with words. Her last remark seemed to imply a veiled suggestion, as if reminding him to refrain from any peculiar actions. No wonder Su Shui had been utterly captivated by them. However, none of this piqued Lin Yi's interest. Now that he had seen through Wang Shui and her companions, he would not be ensnared again, even if a free meal were offered. He could find women anywhere he desired, not to mention the ever-available Li Ro. Even the saleswoman from his recent car purchase was eager to pursue him. In a mocking tone, he said, "Have you lost your mind? After all these years, do you think I don't know you? Su Shui must have fallen from grace. And now you're hunting for new prey, right? Sorry, but I'm not your type." As Wang Shui listened to the dial tone on the phone, her teeth clenched in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lin Yi, who had once been so caring, would utter such hurtful words. Even if he was not wrong, she had indeed treated Lin Yi as Su Shui's backup. She had lowered herself to be with him, and Lin Yi should have been grateful. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Wang Shui had the phone on speaker, and both Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian, nearby, overheard Lin Yi's derisive words. Before Wang Shui could respond, they erupted with indignation. "That bastard! I knew he was no good. His sudden change in attitude must be because he has come into money. Now he looks down on our Shuier, the ingrate. Exactly. He has just a chun shimmy, fickle and ungrateful. He probably has someone else on the side. After all, how can any man resist the advances of three beauties? Even Su Shui couldn't withstand their relentless pursuit, let alone a nouveau riche like Lin Yi." With this thought, the trio began plotting how to ensnare Lin Yi. The location was, of course, the hotel where they had been staying. However, the usually compliant Li Ro did not agree outright this time. Instead, she suggested meeting Lin Yi at a restaurant, just as Lin Yi was about to refuse. A notification chimed on his phone. The video was clearly a clandestine recording, but what shocked Lin Yi was its content. He saw himself waving his hand, causing a multitude of oil drums to vanish instantly. He remembered that moment vividly when he had gone to purchase fuel. He had no idea Li Ro had followed him and captured it on her phone. Clearly, he had underestimated Li Ro. Her ascent through Lu Wei was no fluke. A glimmer of menace flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Any threat to his safety must be eradicated in its infancy. He promptly agreed to meet Li Ro over the phone. After dressing, he left the hotel and arrived at the agreed restaurant, reserving a private room and sending the room number to Li Ro while he awaited her arrival in silence. Moments later, Li Ro entered, clad in a trench coat, exuding confidence, as if she had him completely under her thumb. She settled into a chair, crossing her legs, and addressed him. "Ego, did you watch the video I sent? What are your thoughts?" Lin Yi remained silent, merely casting a cold stare at Li Ro. Sensing his demeanor, Li Ro continued, "No wonder you discover my secret. It turns out you possess special abilities. Since we both have secrets now, let us call it even. I want to disclose yours if you don't betray me. Deal? Special abilities?" The term struck Lin Yi as odd, yet he nodded in agreement. Relieved by his response, Li Ro leaned closer, conspiratorially asking, "Is this ability teachable? If you're willing to instruct me, I'll be yours to command." Though Lin Yi's face betrayed no emotion, internally he was cursing. Did she truly believe she could learn? Even if he wished to teach her, she would never grasp it. How dare she threaten him? Surviving until her secret was revealed would be her greatest achievement. Lin Yi no longer felt any compassion for Li Ro. Her threats jeopardized his security. While beauty is appealing, it pales in comparison to safety, and Lin Yi was clear on his priorities. Realizing that pursuing the ability was futile, Li Ro abandoned the idea when she noticed Lin Yi's icy indifference. Chapter 26. Preparations complete. Seeing that their discussion had concluded, Li Ro prepared to leave. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, forcing himself to refrain from eliminating her right then and there. This was the city center, surrounded by numerous surveillance cameras. Acting here would be unwise. After Li Ro departed, Lin Yi quickly exited the private room and discreetly followed her. Previously, Li Ro had trailed Lin Yi, uncovering his secret. This time, Lin Yi aimed to track Li Ro, seeking an opportunity to eliminate her and obliterate the evidence. The following day, upon arriving at the company, Lin Yi submitted his resignation. With the apocalypse looming in just over 2 weeks, he had no desire to waste his time on work. His previous reluctance to resign stemmed from needing to profit from stocks, but that necessity no longer existed. The HR manager promptly informed General Manager Lu Wei of Lin Yi's decision. Lu Wei felt a surge of delight upon learning of Lin Yi's resignation. Every time he encountered Lin Yi at the company, a wave of guilt washed over him. Better to be gone, out of sight, out of mind. The human resources manager promptly facilitated the necessary paperwork for Lin Yi, additionally providing him with 6 months' salary. Just as Lin Yi stepped out of the company's doors, he received a phone call, after which he drove to the previously visited repair shop. This time, he had learned his lesson and carefully checked for any followers before ensuring his safety and entering the repair shop. What ensued was the customary wait. The bald man appeared to possess no sense of time, as each transaction necessitated an additional 30 minutes of Lin Yi's patience. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, a large truck entered the repair shop, and the bald man alighted from the vehicle. This marked their 3rd transaction, and they had grown quite familiar with one another. The process of inspecting the goods, unloading, and payment remained unchanged. Lin Yi spent another 10 million, leaving him with a mere 7 million in his account. The medicinal supplies in the truck were comprehensive, including treatments for colds, fevers, and infections, as well as ample bandages for treating wounds, and even a notable quantity of quick-acting heart-saving pills and asthma medications. After the workers unloaded the supplies, the bald man exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Yi before departing. Lin Yi gazed appreciatively at the bald man's retreating figure. Without him, sourcing such an extensive array of items would have been nearly impossible. Silently, he offered his blessings to the man and commenced his own tasks. Within a minute, he had stored away boxes of medicines into his unique space. His alternate dimension was meticulously divided into various zones: food, medicine, water, daily necessities, fuel, firewood, and weapons, each item meticulously organized and clearly delineated. After securing the medicines, Lin Yi made another trip to his rented warehouse. Today marked the arrival of the final batch of supplies, and after collecting these items, he would no longer need to return for goods. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he found Su Imo diligently cataloging the incoming supplies. Lin Yi refrained from interrupting him, opting instead to find a place to sit and peruse his phone, casually reading online reports about the disappearance of goods from Fuyuan supermarket. The number of thieves remained uncertain, The means by which the goods were transported was unclear, and the destination of the vast quantities of merchandise was also unknown. The primary narrative was one of complete ignorance. After a while, Lin Yi came across news regarding the drastic rise in prices in Haijing City within just a month. Numerous experts began urging the public not to hoard supplies in a frenzy, asserting that the inflation was merely temporary and would return to normal levels within a month. In this regard, the experts were not entirely incorrect. Absent an apocalypse, prices could indeed decline. However, the common folk might not live to see that day. After indulging in 2 hours of mobile entertainment, the last truck had been unloaded and departed from the warehouse. Sumo and the unloading workers began preparing to take their rest. Lin Yi stowed away his phone and called everyone over. Once they had gathered, he retrieved several red envelopes from his backpack, distributing them among the group, each containing 20,000 yuan. Despite initially offering a wage of 10,000 per person for their month of labor, Lin Yi ultimately decided to grant them double, considering it a purchase of peace of mind, as he was not particularly burdened by the expense. The workers, upon receiving their envelopes, expressed immense gratitude towards Lin Yi, as they had never encountered such a generous employer. As they departed, they implored Lin Yi to consider them for future opportunities. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. After everyone had left, only Su Mo remained in the warehouse. Lin Yi had intentionally withheld a red envelope from him to present a personal gift. Observing Su Mo's earnest demeanor, Lin Yi pulled out a bundle of 100 yuan notes, amounting to 20 stacks, and handed it to him. Su Montak, momentarily taken aback by the sum, stared blankly at the money in his hands. Lin Yi gently remarked, "Last time, you mentioned your mother awaited fund for surgery, needing over 100,000. Here, you have 200,000. Please use it for her treatment." Sumo's eyes welled with tears as he gazed at Lin Yi, and he abruptly knelt before him. Lin Yi hastily assisted him to his feet, reassuring him, "You have been an immense help to me. It is due to your efforts that everything proceeded smoothly, alleviating my concerns. You have rightfully earned this." Su Mo wiped away his tears and replied, "Brother Yi, I cannot accept this money. Your wealth is not to be taken lightly. Even in poverty, I cannot simply take your money." Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "Do you think I am giving this to you for free? Only 20,000 is your salary. The remainder is a loan. Take it for your mother's surgery. Her health cannot be delayed." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mo finally consented, and after much insistence, he penned an IOU and affixed his thumbprint. Lin Yi tucked the IOU into his pocket, and just as Su Mo was about to leave, he paused and advised, "In about half a month, there may be some calamity. If possible, it would be wise to stockpile some food at home." Su Mo nodded in response, knowing Lin Yi's words carried weight. He would surely heed the advice, for even if nothing transpired, acquiring extra provisions was prudent. As Su Mo departed, Lin Yi smiled faintly and subsequently tore up the IOU. Ultimately, he had softened. He could be ruthless toward those who had harmed him, but for those who had aided him, his heart could not bear to be cruel. Perhaps this was merely a good deed before the impending apocalypse, a means to soothe his conscience. Chapter 27. The first kill. Once the area was clear, Lin Yi began to gather the supplies. 10 minutes later, he locked the now empty warehouse, likely never to return. Exiting the warehouse, he drove toward the hotel. En route, he unexpectedly received a call from Li Ro, instructing him to prepare 10 million in cash to exchange for his video at the repair shop. Lin Yi realized that the scandal involving her and Lu Wei misappropriating public funds and their illicit affair was on the verge of exposure. They were preparing to flee. Since their deception had been uncovered, she would no longer fear his threats. Lin Yi altered his course, heading back to the repair shop, determined to resolve matters with Li Ro once and for all, eliminating any future threats. He understood that she could not escape. If captured, even without his video, she would inevitably divulge his secrets, resulting in endless troubles for him. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Li Ro had yet to arrive. Lin Yi parked his car, prepared his firearm, and began to wait. After an hour, Li Ro's vehicle slowly entered the repair shop, but she was not alone. A man occupied the passenger seat. Lin Yi squinted, recognizing Lu Wei. It appeared that the illicit pair had reunited in their hour of crisis. Upon disembarking, they approached Lin Yi's car. Though Lu Wei's demeanor was peculiar, with his right hand tucked into his jacket pocket. As they reached Lin Yi, Li Ro bluntly inquired, "Where's the money?" Lin Yi remained still, retorting, "Where's my video?" With a slight smile, Li Ro responded, "Who said I was giving you the video? 10 million is merely our hush money. Once Lu Wei and I run out of money, we will still seek your assistance. You must not be lacking in funds." A fleeting glint of murderous intent crossed Lin Yi's eyes as he turned toward the trunk of his car. Opening it revealed 7 or 8 travel bags. Just as Lin Yi was about to retrieve a bag, Lu Wei suddenly sprang into action, drawing a handgun from his pocket and firing at Lin Yi's back. A gunshot echoed through the air, yet Lin Yi remained unfazed, turning instead to cast a cold gaze upon Lu Wei. Both men were momentarily taken aback. Prior to their arrival, they had conferred, knowing that Lin Yi's character would not allow him to succumb to their threats. Thus, they resolved to act preemptively, planning to eliminate Lin Yi as soon as they laid eyes on the money, subsequently fleeing with their ill-gotten gains. To this end, Lu Wei had brought along a handgun he had painstakingly procured from the black market, confident that despite Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, he would not withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry. To their astonishment, after Lu Wei fired a shot, Lin Yi stood unscathed, leading Lu Wei to doubt whether he had been duped by the arms dealer. The reason Lin Yi was impervious to harm was due to his experimentation, which led him to realize he could manifest the eye of space. Before him, he conjured an 11-foot square portal, capable of absorbing anything that entered, including bullets. Observing Lu Wei's confusion, Lin Yi devised a plan. If he could acquire firearms, so too could others. He had no trust in the deceitful pair. Thus he had opened the portal in front of himself from the outset. As Lin Yi reached for the money, Lu Wei fired again. Witnessing that the previous bullet had caused no injury, Lu Wei squeezed the trigger once more, aiming directly at Lin Yi's head, unleashing the entirety of his magazine. However, the outcome mirrored that of before. After discharging a dozen rounds, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, his smile only growing more pronounced. In a fit of desperation, Lu Wei found himself silenced, as Lin Yi nonchalantly stored Lu Wei's lifeless body within the alternate dimension, all before Li Ro's horrified gaze. Stunned into submission, she collapsed to the ground, her expression vacant and motionless. Lin Yi retrieved a handgun from the void and pointed it at her forehead. "Ego, please, do not kill me. I swear I will keep your secret. I am still of use to you. I am willing to be your woman, or even your dog. Please, do not take my life." Having witnessed her lover's demise, Li Ro was utterly shattered. She could only hope that Lin Yi might spare her due to her past servitude. As she knelt and reached for his trousers, Lin Yi brutally kicked her away and fired a shot, blood splattering as she crumpled to the ground. This was Lin Yi's first act of murder. Even now, his hands trembled slightly, astonished that his initial victims were Li Ro and Lu Wei. He had offered her chances. Had Li Ro devoted herself to him wholeheartedly, he might have considered making her his partner, even aiding her in evading her pursuers, ensuring that once the fortnight had passed, she would no longer need to fear retribution. After all, her physique was indeed commendable. To kill her outright seemed a waste. However, it was too late for regrets. No matter how beautiful a woman, if she was not aligned with his interests, Lin Yi would show no mercy. He meticulously cleaned the scene, even disposing of Li Ro's vehicle and the bloodstained bricks, all stored within the alternate space. Without any bodies, the police would be unable to file a case, allowing him to await the impending doom in peace. Currently, the authorities were searching for Lu Wei and his accomplices. Even if they had vanished, the police would merely suspect they had gone into hiding, leaving Lin Yi beyond their reach. The phone card Li Ro used to contact him was also untraceable, purchased anonymously, ensuring that any investigation would take at least a month to reach him. As Lin Yi rode his electric scooter along the countryside, reveling in the scenery, he received a call notifying him that his vehicle was ready for pickup. Upon entering the dealership, he was greeted by the saleswoman, Su Ying, who had sold him the car previously and owed him a favor. Since he was there to collect his vehicle, he decided it was an opportune moment for her to repay him. Upon parking his electric scooter, Lin Yi disembarked, and Su Ying approached him with a radiant smile, casually tossing her hair. Such small gestures were most effective in captivating a man's attention. Today, Su Ying appeared to have dressed with intention, her makeup more refined than their last encounter. She had traded her work attire for casual wear, her legs adorned in black stockings, a detail Lin Yi had noticed previously, which she undoubtedly remembered. Her upper garments consisted of a white blouse, 2 buttons left undone, subtly revealing her curves when she leaned slightly forward. Though Lin Yi focused primarily on his new vehicle, he could not help but steal glances at Su-Ying. Satisfied that her efforts were succeeding, she mused to herself, men like Lin Yi, handsome and affluent, were not easily encountered. While she sold cars daily, such a high-caliber man was exceedingly rare. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to secure his interest, knowing that a long-term sales position was not a sustainable future. However, had she known that Lin Yi had just dispatched her lover, she would have kept her distance. As Lin Yi mounted his steel beast, his excitement surged, and Su-Ying took her place in the passenger seat, her sole intention to please him. As the engine roared to life, Lin Yi felt a thrilling force propelling him forward, the vehicle speeding onto the road. While driving, Su-Ying unabashedly showcased her figure, her gaze toward Lin Yi laden with allure. After parking the car below, Lin Yi led Su-Ying upstairs. Su-Ying, still drowsy, was gently covered with a blanket by Lin Yi as he observed the torn stockings and scattered garments strewn across the floor before stepping outside. Today marked a significant occasion, the completion of his new residence. The day before, Luo Jun had informed him of its readiness for inspection, but he had been preoccupied with Su-Ying's charms, postponing his visit until now. Driving his newly acquired vehicle toward Shouchuan Community, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance, where security guards immediately recognized the luxury car and allowed him entry without question. After parking, he ascended to the 26th floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a colossal alloy door to his left, standing a towering 3 meters high and nearly 2 meters wide, dwarfing the neighboring residences. Knocking on the door, Luo Jun opened it, and Lin Yi surveyed the lock with satisfaction. The door featured 3 locking mechanisms, a fingerprint scanner, a traditional keyhole, and an antiquated latch. The thickness of the door measured an impressive 20 centimeters, composed of the latest alloy technology, far surpassing ordinary steel in durability. Its strength was several times that of steel. Additionally, Luo Jun had designed several shooting ports that could only be accessed from within the premises, equipped with 2 flamethrowers that could be activated simply by filling a container with gasoline. Outside of the main entrance, every room's walls have been replaced with alloy panels, and the exterior has been freshly coated with latex paint. Even if the building were to be demolished, the structural integrity of each room would remain unaltered. The fireplace in the living room is connected to a duct system, allowing warmth to be distributed throughout the various rooms simply by adding firewood. One bedroom has been transformed into a storage space for miscellaneous items, such as a generator and a water tank. An air filtration system has also been installed in the room, ensuring proper ventilation while preventing toxic gases from entering, so that even if someone were to set fire at Lin Yi's doorstep, no trace of smoke would permeate his home. Lastly, there are the surveillance cameras that Lin Yi insisted upon. Throughout the entire building, Luo Jun has installed 200 pinhole cameras, each directed at the entrance of a household, enabling Lin Yi to observe everything simply by turning on the television. Building 16, where Lin Yi resides, consists of 3 units, and on the 6th floor, there's a corridor that connects to the other units, each housing 56 families. Including Lin Yi's own residence, there are a total of 168 households. Now, Lin Yi can monitor the activities of the entire building without stepping outside. After experiencing the setup, he signed the delivery form. Provided that there are no subsequent issues with the property, he would transfer the final payment to the Tianli Protection Company's account in 3 months. After Luo Jun departed, Lin Yi closed the door and reset the password and fingerprint lock, transforming the house into his private sanctuary. He would no longer allow anyone to enter, and he no longer needed to stay at the hotel. Lin Yi switched on the television to check the surveillance footage, finally pausing the image at the entrance of Wang Shui's home. Fast-forwarding the video, he noticed that the 3 of them had not left recently. Aside from picking up takeout, they hadn't opened the door at all. It seemed they were still fearful that Su Shui's case might implicate them, choosing instead to lay low until Su Shui's sentencing was concluded. This suited Lin Yi just fine, with just over a week until the apocalypse. If they did not venture out to stock up on supplies, they would likely starve within half a month. At that point, they would undoubtedly seek his assistance. However, this time, Lin Yi would not be so lenient. He would allow them to see, but when it came to food, the answer would be a resounding no. Sitting on the spacious sofa, Lin Yi suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. Just as he was about to turn on the television, he realized he had neglected to purchase something of great importance: resources for films and television shows. Who knows how long this heavy snowfall would last? If it persisted for a year or more without any form of entertainment, he would surely feel suffocated. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi unlocked the door one by one, and a minute later, he pulled it open and stepped outside. Chapter 29. Purchasing seafood. Lin Yi drove to a nearby electronics market, where he found a shop selling gaming consoles and proceeded to purchase every brand available. He also acquired over 1,000 game cartridges. In total, he spent over $1 million, with the game cartridges alone costing him $200,000 to $300,000. And the consoles themselves were even pricier, often costing several tens of thousands each, completely reshaping Lin Yi's perception. He had never been fond of gaming and had no prior experience, but today he gained a new understanding. After loading the items into his car in batches, Lin Yi discreetly stored everything in his alternate space. Gazing at the remaining millions in his account, he experienced for the first time the sensation of having money, yet being uncertain about what to purchase. He felt it would be wasteful not to spend it, especially since it had taken considerable effort to acquire. Consequently, Lin Yi entered a seafood market. Although he had purchased plenty of meat and vegetables, he had not adequately prepared for seafood, intending to spend all of his remaining funds on it. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by a remarkable variety of seafood. Dozens of large tanks lined the sides, with oxygen being pumped into them. Enormous lobsters and king crabs waved their claws within. The shop owner, noticing Lin Yi's entrance, promptly approached him, asking, "What can I assist you with, sir?" After a brief pause, he inquired, "How much would you like?" Lin Yi raised 5 fingers and stated, "I want 5 million worth of goods, but they must all be fresh." "Certainly, I will assist you with that, but I must charge a small intermediary fee." "How does that sound?" Lin Yi nodded, replying, "I will take 5 million worth of goods and can offer you 100,000 as a fee." The shop owner, hearing this, was elated and quickly made a phone call, realizing he could earn a significant sum with minimal effort. Before long, he hung up, having contacted his suppliers to arrange for 5 million worth of fresh lobsters, abalones, and other premium seafood to be delivered to his shop the following day. However, Lin Yi was required to pay a deposit of 3 million first. He presented his bank card and transferred the deposit before leaving the seafood market. The next afternoon, while enjoying a steak at home, Lin Yi received a call from the seafood shop owner, informing him that the seafood had been packaged and was ready for delivery. All alive and fresh. Lin Yi provided his address for the delivery. Although the shop owner was curious about why so much live seafood was being sent to a residence, the promise of a fee ensured he followed through with Lin Yi's instructions. Shortly thereafter, 3 refrigerated trucks arrived at the community, and the security personnel at the entrance had grown accustomed to such deliveries. Money could indeed move mountains. As long as Lin Yi was spending, any obstacles would be readily cleared away. Once the vehicles parked downstairs, 7 or 8 workers emerged and began transporting the seafood into Lin Yi's bedroom. After 2 hours of diligent work, they successfully moved all the seafood inside. The surrounding square became a gathering place for onlookers out for a stroll, all astonished at the sheer quantity of seafood Lin Yi had purchased. What could he possibly intend to do? Was he converting his home into a seafood warehouse? Who knew what wealth could lead one to do? In this scorching weather, without a doubt, the lobsters and abalones would perish within a day, a terrible waste indeed. Fong, who also emerged from his office, eyes gleaming at the sight of such valuable seafood. He picked up a king crab and 2 large lobsters, intending to leave. However, the staff monitoring the vehicles intervened, as they did not recognize Fong Hu and were concerned about inventory discrepancies, which would result in financial liability for them. "Apologies, sir, but these items belong to our client, and you cannot take them." Fong Hu, looking at the worker in uniform, smirked and said, "Isn't this Lin Yi's? Just tell him Fong Hu took them, and he wouldn't dare cause you trouble." The worker hesitated, unsure of the relationship between this man and their client, and decided to call Lin Yi. While Lin Yi was upstairs coordinating the moving of items, he received the call regarding Fong Hu's attempt to take his belongings. Hearing Fong Hu's name on the phone, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by the audacity. Just a few days ago, he had been deferential, even discreetly gifting Fong Hu 20,000 yuan. How quickly circumstances had changed. The speakerphone was on, and many bystanders gathered around, listening intently to the conversation. As Lin Yi's voice grew slightly louder, the surrounding crowd's derisive glances and laughter made Fong Hu acutely aware of his embarrassment. Reluctantly, he placed the items down and left in a huff, already plotting revenge against Lin Yi for this slight. The commotion downstairs naturally drew the attention of Wang Shui and her friends, as some well-meaning neighbors had already shared the recent events in the owner group of Building 16. Upon seeing that the situation was somehow related to Lin Yi, they were taken aback. Lin Yi had been quite the center of attention lately. It seemed he was everywhere. It was rumored that he had purchased seafood worth several million all at once. How extravagant! Although Su Shui was also wealthy, his fortune was bestowed by his parents. And to prevent him from excessive spending, he was allocated only a few $100,000 as pocket money each month. In comparison to Lin Yi, his wealth seemed trivial. Chapter 30, Cambrian, the coming of doom after settling the final payment. Lin Yi swiftly gathered the seafood from his bedroom into the alternate space before the ice could melt. However, after several attempts, he realized that these creatures were alive, which prevented him from using his mind to store them in the alternate space. He then altered his approach by opening the portal on the floor and began tossing the seafood inside, box by box. After a flurry of activity for over 10 minutes, the seafood was finally cleared from the bedroom. Lin Yi projected his consciousness into the alternate space and discovered that the life forms had been completely immobilized. He retrieved a large lobster and noted that while its body retained signs of life, its spirit had vanished, resembling a living corpse. This confirmed his realization that living beings could not be stored in the alternate space. Locking the door behind him, Lin Yi decided not to venture outside for the next few days. He had already placed his vehicle into the alternate space and equipped it with the finest snow tires, ensuring it could traverse the snowy terrain. With everything prepared, he awaited the impending snowfall. Lin Yi set up the gaming console he had purchased, embarking on a life of leisure. His days revolved around gaming, dining, and occasionally exercising, with some expensive fitness equipment from the warehouse at his disposal, rendering his days rather comfortable. During this time, Wang Shui called him twice, urging him to come out, her hints becoming increasingly overt. However, Lin Yi declined all her invitations and eventually stopped answering her calls altogether. As the days passed, June 30th, 2060 arrived. Lin Yi felt restless, unable to sit still as he watched the seconds tick away on his phone. He wondered whether his rebirth would alter the course of events, potentially averting the impending doom due to the butterfly effect. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of anticipation, panic, excitement, and worry. As midnight struck, only an hour remained before the predicted apocalypse. Lin Yi arranged a lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, placing a bottle of beer and 2 plates of snacks on the adjacent coffee table. He had already lit a fire in the fireplace. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, he noted that the indoor temperature had risen to a balmy 30 degrees Celsius. It was summer, and even at night, temperatures averaged around 20 degrees, but with the fire's warmth, the room felt even more stifling. Beads of sweat formed on his skin, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the dark sky outside. As the countdown approached its final minute, Lin Yi's anxiety heightened, his grip on the beer bottle tightening. A minute later, he looked outside, bewildered by the continued darkness. Was it possible that his rebirth had changed the future, preventing the apocalypse? Just as doubt clouded his mind, a white light appeared on the horizon, streaking across the sky like a meteor. It was followed by an intense brilliance that momentarily blinded him. The light was fleeting, vanishing within seconds. After an indeterminate period, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Initially light, the snowfall intensified over time, transforming from the size of raindrops to that of bottle caps, reducing visibility to a mere 3 meters. The indoor temperature plummeted dramatically from over 30 degrees to the mid-20s. Lin Yi hurriedly added more firewood to the fireplace, stoking the flames until the thermometer stabilized at 25 degrees, a temperature he found quite pleasant. Frost began to form at the corners of the floor-to-ceiling windows as he reclined in his chair, gazing at the snowy scene outside, filled with a sense of security. Checking his phone, he found the group chat in chaos, just as it had been in his previous life. The sudden drop in temperature had awakened many, prompting a flurry of complaints about the bizarre weather. It was only June, and yet snow had arrived. Was there a grievance in the air? Nonsense. Were they watching too much television? With such heavy snowfall, would school be canceled tomorrow? Whether or not school would be in session was uncertain. But Lin Yi had seen the company group notification that normal operations would continue, much to his annoyance regarding the capitalist greed. The chat buzzed with trivial comments, and Lin Yi quickly lost interest. However, he was intrigued when he spotted a message from Jiang Shuyan. In his previous life, she had not resided in the community, but it appeared that his presence had altered her fate. Lin Yi surmised that Jiang Shuyan was supposed to be deployed elsewhere. But due to a theft at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse, the police of Haijing City were working overtime to locate the missing supplies. With insufficient manpower, she had not been reassigned. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He thought it prudent for her to experience some hardship first, so she would truly appreciate the rarity and value of what he had given her. While the group chat was lively, there was a notable lack of urgency among the participants, who viewed the situation as merely a typical drop in temperature. Lin Yi turned off his phone, drew the curtains, reduced the firewood in the fireplace, and then nestled into his velvet blanket. The following morning, he awoke at 8 o'clock. The first thing he did was rush to the floor-to-ceiling window to pull back the curtains. The heavy snow continued to fall, and by morning, the first floor was already half submerged in snow. Some individuals with a sense of urgency had already banded together to procure supplies. In his previous life, Lin Yi had worried about Wang Shui running out of food and had joined them in buying 2 bags of provisions, ultimately giving one to her to help sustain her until a month later. This time, however, they would not be as fortunate. Without Lin Yi's support and lacking the habit of stockpiling supplies, they would likely find themselves starving within a week. Lin Yi retrieved a pair of binoculars to observe a few people struggling to exit their apartment building through the snow-covered entrance. The snow had accumulated to nearly a meter deep, and the outdoor temperature had plunged to -30 degrees. Unfortunately, many chose to remain passive, believing the snowfall would soon cease. They thought they could simply stay indoors for a couple of days, waiting for the snow to stop before venturing out again. Chapter 31. Wang Shui's jealousy. The most anxious among them was Wang Shui, who had been subsisting on takeout for the past 2 weeks and had no surplus food left at home. While nestled in her bed, she scrolled through her phone, discovering that all the restaurants on the delivery app were marked as closed. Enraged, she hurled her phone aside and wrapped herself in her blanket as she headed towards Zhang Qian's room. Pushing the door open, she found Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang snuggled together under a single blanket. "Do you have any food?" Wang Shui inquired. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, seemingly rehearsed, shook their heads in unison. However, Wang Shui noticed a corner of the blanket revealing a bag of cookies. Wang Shui hurried over, lifting the blankets off the 2 individuals, revealing an abundance of snacks scattered across the bed. With a pointed finger, she exclaimed, "You 2 are hiding here, sneaking snacks, and you still consider me a close friend?" Zhang Qian retorted with a smirk, "These snacks are all ours. What does it have to do with you? If you want some, go buy your own." Wang Shui glanced at Yang Shuang beside her, and, noticing a similar demeanor, huffed angrily before turning on her heels and leaving Zhang Qian's room. Once Wang Shui departed, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances, simultaneously cursing Wang Shui. Always throwing tantrums. Does she think she's a little princess or something? What a joke. Despite their close friendship, Wang Shui's beauty eclipsed theirs, attracting the attention of wealthy suitors, which made them feel inferior in her presence. They were accustomed to appeasing her whenever she got upset. However, since Su Shui's arrest and Lin Yi's waning interest in Wang Shui, her status among them plummeted, and now they could no longer be bothered to feign it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was at home enjoying instant noodles for breakfast, feeling quite satisfied as he added a lobster and 2 abalones to the bowl. Just as he was relishing the meal, his phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing it was a video call from Wang Shui, he smiled faintly and answered. He propped the phone up on the table and began his eating broadcast. Wang Shui's heart leaped with joy when she noticed how swiftly he answered, as he usually either hung up or offered her a few dismissive words before ending the call. It was a first for him to pick up so quickly. However, her composure shattered when she saw the scene on the screen. Lin Yi was eating noodles with one hand while holding a 30-centimeter lobster in the other. She inwardly cursed. eating so lavishly in the morning. Aren't you afraid of choking? Then, donning her signature gentle smile, she said, Lin Yi, are you having breakfast? You're quite clever, buying so many seafood items the other day. Unlike me, who still hasn't eaten. Lin Yi ignored her, merely grunting in response and continuing his meal. Wang Shui's frustration reignited, despite her obvious hints. He remained oblivious and didn't even have the gentlemanly courtesy to share some food with her. However, being under his roof, she had to swallow her pride. With saliva pooling in her mouth, she entreated, Lin Yi, you bought so much food. Could you share some with me? Shui hasn't eaten yet. Lin Yi tossed the remaining half of the lobster into the instant noodle bowl, then into the trash, burping softly before replying, I don't have much food left either. And this no doesn't look like it will stop anytime soon. If I give you some, I'll go hungry myself, so you'll have to figure it out. Wang Shui's eyes were fixed on the discarded noodles and half lobster, her mind racing with 1,000 expletives. This was what he called not having much food. If you truly lack provisions, how could you waste so much? Suddenly, she noticed something odd. It was freezing outside, and the indoor temperature was almost as low as the outside. Yet, he was only wearing thin pajamas. Had he somehow migrated to Africa? Was his home not cold? After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her concern. Lin took a sip from a chill beer and replied, Not cold at all. Are you cold? I have a fireplace at home, and it's quite warm. He then turned the camera to showcase the roaring fire. Wang Shui gazed at the flickering flames on her screen, feeling the warmth radiate through the device. Resolutely, she decided she must stay at Lin Yi's house, at least until the snow ceased. After all, she was a beloved little fairy, and she couldn't endure hunger and cold. Lin Yi, may I stay at your house? It's really cold at mine, and you wouldn't want to see me suffer, right? Don't you care? She added, If you let me stay, I can grant you a wish, anything you desire. Wang Shui blinked at the phone, confident that no one could resist her overtures, especially not Lin Yi, who had pursued her for years. She believed that Lin Yi had previously understood her intentions due to his straightforward nature. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Lin Yi's eyes glinted with interest as he asked, Anything? Wang Shui, sensing she had him hooked, nodded vigorously, of course anything. She envisioned Lin Yi kneeling at her feet, knowing that once she entered his home, all his belongings would become hers, the lobster, the seafood, and the warmth of his abode. This was the lifestyle a little fairy ought to lead. However, Lin Yi's smile vanished as he coldly replied, No need. I don't have any wishes at the moment. With that, he abruptly ended the call. The onset of the apocalypse was still too recent for their impacts to be significant. Lin Yi intended to let them endure a bit of hunger before enjoying their company. Wang Shui was taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden change in demeanor, staring at the ended video call in disbelief. Determined, she called him again, but after several unanswered attempts, she finally conceded defeat. She silently cursed Lin Yi, wishing ill upon him. Why should she suffer in the cold while he enjoyed a warm room filled with delicious food? He had merely been her devoted admirer in the past. Chapter 32. Repelling Fong, who after putting his phone down, Lin Yi picked up the game controller and resumed his battle. He had become somewhat infatuated with gaming over the past few days, intent on completing the game. He played until noon, then stretched his sore neck and began preparing lunch. Although his space held plenty of ready-made food, he preferred to cook himself, as it brought a sense of life to his routine. After all, he had time in abundance. Extracting a steak and a lobster from his otherworldly space, he began crafting his meal. Even though his gas supply had been cut off, he had several electric stoves from the Fu Yuan warehouse, so he had no worries about cooking. Meanwhile, the property manager Fong, who found himself in a dilemma. After being humiliated by Lin Yi in front of others, he harbored resentment and had invited some friends over for drinks, planning to confront Lin Yi the next day. However, a heavy snowfall had unexpectedly begun that evening. With only a few thick winter coats to share, he found himself short, resorting to layering several spring and autumn garments to keep warm. Now, he was no longer inclined to confront Lin Yi. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until the snow ceased. Yet, the pressing issue remained food. Fong, who typically didn't stockpile provisions, preferring to buy fresh supplies as needed. Thankfully, they had purchased a significant amount of snacks and drinks the night before, which helped stave off hunger, but with 5 or 6 men consuming a considerable amount daily, their supplies were nearly depleted as noon approached. The group of men sat in the living room, exchanging glances gazing out at the relentless snow, which showed no signs of letting up. Ultimately, it was Fong who conceived a plan. A few days prior, Lin Yi had transported several truckloads of seafood to his home. If anyone possessed a sufficient stock of provisions at this moment, it was undoubtedly Lin Yi. Coincidentally, they also intended to trouble Lin Yi, and if they could extort some food from his household in the process, it would be a twofold gain. After reaching a consensus, the group promptly donned their clothing and ventured out, heading towards Lin Yi's residence. Fong, who resided in Building 16, Unit 2, to reach Unit 1. They needed to traverse the corridor on the 6th floor. As the six of them walked through the corridor, they glanced out the windows to witness the swirling snowstorm outside. The howling winds battered the windows, producing a haunting sound. Visibility had dwindled to less than 2 meters, and the first floor was completely submerged in snow, rendering any attempt to procure supplies impossible. Everyone found themselves trapped indoors. Haijing City, located in the southern part of Longhua, had never experienced such a heavy snowfall before. The unprecedented scene instilled a sense of urgency in Fong Hu and his companions. They hastily made their way through the corridor, progressing towards Lin Yi's home. Upon arriving at the elevator lobby, they discovered that the elevator had ceased operation, its red light blinking ominously. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, and despite the insulation of the walls, the stairwell had also descended to over -30 degrees. Under such frigid conditions, the elevator was naturally inoperative. Reluctantly, they opted for the stairs. By the time they reached the 26th floor, the group was panting heavily. Clad in thick clothing, their movement was already cumbersome, and the cold only exacerbated their fatigue. They paused to rest twice during their ascent of the 20 floors. When they finally arrived at Lin Yi's door, they stood before it, mouths agape. Although Fong, who was aware that Lin Yi had been busy renovating his home, he had not anticipated such an impressive transformation. Fong, who approached and knocked on the door, the solid feel indicating that it was substantial, at least 10 centimeters thick. However, seeing the companions behind him bolstered his confidence. He then produced his weapon and began to batter the door. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Yi checked the surveillance on the door and was surprised to see Fong Hu and his entourage at his doorstep. He had not expected anyone to come knocking so soon after the apocalypse had begun. However, rather than feeling anxious, he felt a surge of excitement. He had been feeling rather bored, and the prospect of company was welcome. Lin Yi activated the intercom and addressed the microphone. "Fong Hu, what brings you to my home?" Fong Hu, in the midst of striking the door with his wrench, was startled by the sudden voice emanating from within. He lowered the wrench and stepped back 2 paces. Shouting at the door, "Lin Yi, you bought several truckloads of seafood, and now with this blizzard everyone is out of food. Hand over your supplies to the property management for safekeeping and distribution to the residents of Building 16. Once this snowstorm passes, we will collectively repay you." Lin Yi, smirking derisively, thought to himself that Fong Hu's scheme was quite clever. He was clearly attempting to hoard the food for himself while masquerading as a benefactor of the entire Building 16 community. If Lin Yi surrendered his supplies, it would ultimately be up to Fong Hu to decide who received what. "I've already consumed all that food. Would you like the scraps I have left?" Fong Hu's anger flared at Lin Yi's response, and he began to curse vehemently at the door. His lackeys, emboldened, readied their tools to break down the door. Just then, Lin Yi unapologetically pressed a button on the door. Suddenly, 2 small holes appeared in the center of the door, and before the group could comprehend the situation, flames erupted from within. Fong Hu, standing at the forefront, was engulfed in flames. A cacophony of wails and cries erupted outside. The group quickly dodged the flames and retreated into the stairwell. Thankfully, they had layered their clothing due to the frigid weather, and Fong Hu managed to extinguish the flames after shedding the outermost 2 layers. However, despite their timely actions, Fong Hu's hair had been singed, and his glasses were char-black. Each member of the group bore varying degrees of burns. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi had equipped his front door with a flamethrower, a clearly illegal contraption. Did he not fear being apprehended by the authorities? Fong Hu immediately retrieved his phone to call the police, but the line was busy. He then attempted to call for an ambulance, only to find the same result. Chapter 33. A state of alarm. Lin Yi paid no heed to Fong Hu's outcries. His reason for sparing Fong Hu was to prolong the game. He found no enjoyment in a quick demise. He wanted to savor the experience. With Fong Hu's interference, the injuries of the others were mitigated, as they had merely burned their clothing. Fong Hu rummaged through his home for a first aid kit, but found no burn ointment. His face and hands throbbed painfully, and in desperation, he attempted to wash them, only to discover that the pipes had frozen solid, yielding no water. Fong Hu kicked the pipe in frustration. He then used his phone to threaten Lin Yi in the Building 16 residence group chat. "Lin Yi, you bastard. How dare you burn me with fire? Just wait. If I don't make you pay, I'll change my surname." Fong Hu sent a voice message, and the group erupted in chaos as several residents who typically allied with him began to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Lin Yi had burned Fong Hu, they joined in the tirade against him. Naturally, Fong Hu refrained from mentioning that he had gone to rob Lin Yi of his food, instead claiming it was a matter of ensuring that the residents of Building 16 had food and would not starve. He painted his visit as a desperate attempt to borrow provisions, only to be met with Lin Yi's refusal and outrageous violence. He conveniently omitted any mention of his own door-battering antics. As his word spread, more residents began to condemn Lin Yi in the chat. "Lin Yi, you're being unreasonable. Even if you refuse to lend a hand, you shouldn't resort to violence. We live in a society governed by law. Expect to face consequences. I saw you bought several truckloads of seafood. Now that everyone is trapped at home, what harm is there in sharing some? Once the snow clears, we can repay you." Exactly. Can you consume all that food yourself? Watch out for indigestion. Some individuals exhibited a selfish disregard for their neighbor's plight, declaring that in the future, they would be indifferent to Lin Yi's troubles. They say distant relatives are not as helpful as nearby neighbors. It's a shame your parents passed away early. If they knew you were such a selfish person, they would surely be heartbroken. The group chat erupted with fervor, almost entirely rallying in support of Fong Hu, portraying Lin Yi as a selfish individual who disregarded the welfare of others. Fong Hu had transformed into a well-meaning citizen concerned for the community. Although a few voices defended Lin Yi, such as Jiang Shuyan, who lived below him, and Old Lu, who often played chess with Lin Yi, their opinions paled in comparison to the overwhelming majority. Having grown up in Sichuan community, many residents were familiar with Lin Yi, recognizing him as a generally kind-hearted person, one who would not hold grudges, even if occasionally bullied. In contrast, Fong Hu was known for his vengeful demeanor. Anyone who crossed him could expect no reprieve. He would not rest until he had exacted his revenge. Thus, the residents inclined towards supporting Fong Hu. Jiang Shuyan sat on her bed, wrapped in a thick quilt. Her room was adorned in a distinctly girlish manner, with pink bed linens and even the carpet and vanity reflecting the same hue. She curled herself into a ball, minimizing heat loss to the greatest extent, her delicate and fair little feet tucked under the covers. Observing the uproar in the homeowners group directed at Lin Yi, she frowned slightly, for her greatest concern had indeed materialized. In such extreme weather, the most terrifying aspect is not the natural disaster itself, but the darker side of human nature. She had already reached out to her parents, who informed her that this heavy snowfall might persist for an extended period, urging her to ensure her safety by securely locking the door and refraining from opening it, regardless of what transpired outside. Following her parents' instructions, Jiang Shuyan had already double-locked the front door and barricaded the entrance with furniture from her room. This was the first lesson she had learned at the police academy. One must always prioritize personal safety. If one cannot protect oneself, how can one safeguard others? Fortunately, her penchant for snacks meant she had a considerable stash at home, even designating a room as a snack haven. The shelves were brimming with chips, cotton candy, and cookies. If rationed wisely, these provisions should last her for over half a month. Should the snow persist for a month, however, she would find herself at a loss. Yet, such a scenario seemed unlikely. If the snowfall continued into the next month, the lower floors would likely be submerged, heralding an apocalyptic scenario. The sudden emergence of this thought startled Jiang Shuyan. She quickly dismissed her musings, reminding herself that humanity has thrived for millennia. How could there be an end? Even if such a fate were to befall the world, it would be a future concern, one she would likely never witness. After a moment's hesitation, she set the instant noodles aside. Food was becoming increasingly precious, and she resolved to conserve what she could. Lin Yi lounged on the sofa, sipping chilled beer while watching the news on television. The fireplace behind him crackled warmly, as he had specifically requested during renovations that the underfloor heating be connected to it. Consequently, the room was a balmy 25 degrees Celsius. Even barefooted on the floor, he felt only a gentle warmth. The combination of the warm air and cold beer was delightful. Had Lin Yi not installed alloy plates on the floor, Jiang Shuyan downstairs would surely have felt the warmth. However, due to the excellent insulation properties of the alloy, even if Lin Yi's home were ablaze, Jiang Shuyan would be oblivious to even a hint of heat. The news anchor, speaking confidently, urged the public to refrain from venturing outside, assuring them that the snow disaster would soon pass and cautioning against price gouging. The anchor's assertion that the snow disaster would soon conclude was utterly ludicrous. In his previous life, the snow showed no signs of abating until Lin Yi was killed. The anchor's admonition against price inflation was equally laughable. With snow accumulating to 3 or 4 meters outside, who could possibly venture out to shop? How could prices be inflated? Lin Yi glanced at his phone. Aside from the homeowners group where individuals lamented about him, he also checked his university, high school, and middle school groups. Even those typically silent groups were now abuzz with discussions regarding the sudden blizzard. In the university group, he noticed Wang Shui chatting with a male classmate named Sun Qi, who was in the same class as Lin Yi and Wang Shui. From the context, it appeared that Wang Shui was hoping this classmate would bring her some food. Lin Yi couldn't help but question Wang Shui's judgment. With the snow so heavy outside, who would be able to go out? After a few exchanges in the group, their conversation seemed to have shifted to private messages. Lin Yi silently mourned for this classmate. If he succumbed to Wang Shui's allure and braved the storm, the odds were decidedly against him. Putting his phone down, Lin Yi resumed his gaming, nearing the final level after several days of intense battles. As time passed, boredom settled in, and the chatter in the group dwindled. With support from the others, Feng Hu's anger had lessened somewhat. However, the issue of food remained unresolved. Feng Hu tagged everyone in the group, calling upon all residents of Building 16 to surrender their food for him to manage collectively, with daily ration distributions. The moment he made this pronouncement, the group fell into a profound silence, as if they had collectively chosen to ignore him. Even those who had previously rallied behind him fell silent. Feng Hu's anger surged once more. Determined to set an example, he resolved to make an example of those in Building 16 who opposed him. With the roads blocked by snow, no police or military could come to assist. Everyone was focused on their own survival, and no one would intervene in his actions. Feng Hu hastily bandaged his wounds with gauze and led a group outside. Arriving at a residence on the 7th floor, he knocked forcefully on the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from behind it. "Feng Hu, what do you want at my house?" The man, Zhao Jun, was the manager of a nightclub in Haijing City. They had previously clashed over property fee payments, resulting in Zhao Jun gathering a group of over 10 individuals to teach Feng Hu a lesson, leaving him hospitalized for more than a month. But today was different. His subordinates were present, while Zhao Jun's men were outside, unable to intervene. "Zhao Jun, weren't you quite arrogant when you attacked me? Come out here," Feng Hu shouted, delivering a powerful kick to the door. His followers joined in, wielding machetes and iron rods to smash against the door. Zhao Jun braced himself against the door, gripping a sharp knife tightly. His wife had passed away 2 years prior, leaving him to raise their daughter alone. Upon hearing Feng Hu's initial assault on the door, he had hidden his daughter in the bedroom. He understood Feng Hu's nature well. If he breached the threshold, his family would be in grave danger. Determined to seek revenge, he prepared to defend his home. Neighbors, hearing the commotion outside, peered through the cracks of their doors. Upon recognizing Feng Hu's presence, they quickly locked their doors, indifferent to the fate of others, as long as it did not extend to themselves. After more than 10 minutes, one of Feng Hu's henchmen ascended the stairs with a large sledgehammer. Feng Hu and his group began to break down Zhao Jun's door. After taking turns to strike for over 10 minutes, the security door began to yield, invigorating Feng Hu and his followers. They redoubled their efforts, and, after another 5 minutes, the sturdy door crashed to the ground. Zhao Jun stood behind the door, knife in hand, glaring furiously at Feng Hu. With a single command from Feng Hu, his subordinates surged inside. Although Zhao Jun wielded a knife, their weapons were longer. After a few desperate swings, Zhao Jun was struck on the head with a club. As his consciousness wavered, he was swiftly subdued and pinned to the ground. Fong Hu leisurely approached, placing his foot on Zhao Jun's face. "Weren't you so tough? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? If you bark like a dog, maybe I'll let you go. What do you say?" Fong Hu taunted, a grin spreading across his face as he looked down at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun glared back at Fong Hu, silent and unyielding. He knew Fong Hu wouldn't dare go too far. After all, he was just a petty thug. Would he really dare to kill? Seeing Cao Yun's defiance, Fong Hu waved his hand, and his henchmen began to rain down blows upon Zhao Jun. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. A young girl dashed out, throwing herself around Zhao Jun. The girl, around 15 or 16, sported a pair of ponytails and wore a student-esque attire, exuding an air of innocence. Fong Hu's gaze was immediately captivated by the young girl, igniting a fervent desire within him. Observing Zhao Jun firmly restrained on the ground, Fong Hu suddenly conceived a bold idea. He advanced a couple of steps, seizing the girl's hair, and amidst her harrowing screams, dragged her into the bedroom. He then turned to Zhao Jun, offering a faint smile before shutting the bedroom door. Zhao Jun, hearing his daughter's anguished cries, fought back desperately, biting down on one of Fong Hu's associates. Witnessing his comrade injured, a younger thug picked up a metal rod and struck Zhao Jun harshly on the head. After this blow, Zhao Jun released his grip, slowly collapsing to the ground, motionless. A young man with dyed blonde hair, emboldened, cautiously checked Zhao Jun's breathing and discovered he had succumbed to death. The group was instantly taken aback, although they were mere delinquents accustomed to brawls. They had never contemplated murder, which carried a grave consequence. They exchanged glances in silence. At that moment, Fong Hu emerged from the bedroom, adjusting his pants. Upon seeing Zhao Jun's lifeless body and the pool of blood, he was momentarily stunned. Initially, he intended merely to retaliate against Zhao Jun and perhaps seize some food, but now he found himself entangled in murder. As the leader, he could not shift the blame entirely onto his subordinates, especially after having just violated a minor. Chapter 35. Robbery. If the police were to investigate later, he would not escape culpability. Fong Hu composed himself and, gazing out at the relentless snowstorm, instructed his associates to dispose of the corpse downstairs. The snowfall showed no signs of abating, and without food, they risked starvation. He had little time for moral considerations. With Zhao Jun, an adversary, now dead, the building would be his domain. The group proceeded to ransack Zhao Jun's home for provisions. Fong Hu glanced towards the bedroom, signaling to his cohorts. They leered and lined up at the door. Lin Yi observed the incident unfold through surveillance, but could not witness what transpired thereafter. It was merely the first day, and already a life had been claimed. Lin Yi recalled that in his previous life, the first victim had not appeared until a week had passed. An hour later, Fong Hu and his associates emerged from Zhao Jun's residence, satisfied, clutching 2 large bags of food. This scene was witnessed not only by Lin Yi, but also by Zhao Jun's neighbors. Fearing Fong Hu's tyranny, they refrained from discussing the matter in the homeowner group, but were anxious about becoming his next targets. In desperation, they created a new group, including all the residents of Building 16, excluding Fong Hu. As soon as the group was established, it buzzed with activity, the sound of Fong Hu's door bashing echoing throughout the building. Many were still puzzled about what had occurred. Through the accounts of Zhao Jun's neighbors, they learned that his family had been brutally murdered by Fong Hu. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in chaos. Many immediately attempted to call the police, but to no avail. The lines were all down. With a life lost in the community and the murderer still confined within the same building, a sense of crisis engulfed nearly all the residents. Initially supportive of Fong Hu and denouncing Lin Yi, opinions swiftly changed. They began to blame Fong Hu in the group. However, whenever someone suggested uniting to bring Fong Hu to justice, a flurry of excuses emerged. "We are ordinary citizens. Dealing with a murderer should be left to the police." "Exactly. I have never fought before. What if I get hurt?" Lin Yi was also added to the group and observed the comments with a sardonic smile. For now, Fong Hu dared not overstep, as no one knew when the snow might cease. Yet in a matter of days, the darker aspects of human nature would inevitably surface in the absence of food. Lin Yi estimated that at least half of the residents of Building 16 would meet their demise at his hands. Although Fong Hu had only 5 or 6 men, The building housed over 200 residents, yet they would be picked off one by one. As long as Fong Hu did not target them directly, they would merely focus on their own problems. By the time they realized the danger, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Yi also noted a comment from Wang Shui. "This is a matter for you men. We women shall not involve ourselves." She even added a sticking-out tongue emoji. Now, what the men's issue? Haven't you always advocated for gender equality? Indeed, Fong Hu might very well visit your home next. Considering you have only 3 delicate women, he has a considerable number of associates, so perhaps you should be more cautious. This remark ignited Wang Shui's fury. Are you suggesting that we women should confront Fong Hu? Are you even men? No wonder you remain bachelors. Who would want to be with someone like you? Lin Yi watched the ensuing gender spat in amusement, relishing the perspective of an omniscient observer. After a while, the group quieted down. Prompted by Fong Hu's message in the previous homeowner group, he addressed the grievances between himself and Zhao Jun, assuring the residents that he would never intrude upon anyone's home without cause, urging them to remain at ease. Lin Yi mused that Fong, who was quite the character, astutely predicting that his actions would incite a collective response against him. With just a message, he shattered their tenuous alliance. Indeed, upon reading Fong Hu's message, the residents expressed their agreement in the group. "I always thought Zhao Jun was no good. His daughter dressed like a little delinquent. And I heard she bullied classmates at school. Brother Hu has rid us of a significant threat. Given the current transportation issues, our community needs someone to manage it. We shall all follow Brother Hu from now on." Besides these loyal supporters, several residents betrayed those who had just formed the group, even sharing screenshots of their chats. "Brother Hu, a few neighbors from next door to Zhao Jun just added us to a group planning to unite against you." Fong Hu, upon seeing the screenshots shared in the group, silently noted the names of those who conspired against him. They would become his next targets. Although he had pilfered some food from Zhao Jun's home, it was insufficient to sustain his gang. As for Lin Yi, he was not yet confident enough to seek revenge. His door was too sturdy, and he had a flamethrower, so it was best to avoid confrontation for now. Later that evening, the sound of banging echoed through the stairwell once more. This time, Fong Hu's target was a neighbor of Zhao Jun's, a single man in his 30s who had initiated the group chat that had gathered everyone earlier. Having witnessed the massacre of Zhao Jun's family, he was now paralyzed with fear. Before Fong Hu and his men could break down the door, he opened the window and leapt out. Though his apartment was only on the 4th floor, the thick layer of snow below engulfed him upon his descent. The bitter cold outside compounded his plight, and the first-floor entrance was completely blocked by snow, rendering re-entry impossible. Jumping out of the window was akin to committing suicide. Moments later, Fong Hu and his crew stormed inside. Seeing the swirling snowflakes and the open window, Fong Hu rushed to the window's edge to peer down. However, the snowfall was so dense that visibility was severely limited, obscuring any view of the situation below. Fong Hu spat out of the window and promptly closed it. The group then began to rummage through the room, but after a lengthy search, they only found a small bag of rice and some condiments, with nothing else to be had. Chapter 36. Trading for food. Although the supplies were scant, it was still a modest gain. Subsequently, a notification was sent out in the group, declaring that he was merely retaliating against those who sought to harm him and would not inflict harm upon innocents. Since Zhao Jun met his demise at the hands of Fong Hu and his associates, Fong Hu's mentality began to shift gradually. The act of killing transformed from a singular occurrence to a repeated action. Having crossed that threshold, and with the absence of legal repercussions, Fong Hu became increasingly reckless. In the following 2 days, Fong Hu led his men to plunder several households, and without exception, those robbed were unceremoniously thrown from the upper floors. Women were not spared either. Although he would offer explanations in the homeowners group after each incident, over time, the homeowners began to resist. They were not foolish. Despite their inherent selfishness, they understood the concept of mutual destruction. If they did not act soon, it would not be long before Fong Hu turned his blade upon them. The group chat, initially established to combat Fong Hu, became active once more. Even though the group leader had been killed by Fong Hu, it did not dampen their enthusiasm for discussion. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to exert pressure on Fong Hu, insisting he refrain from further violence, or else the owners of Building 16 would unite in rebellion against him. The group then began to tag Fong Hu, voicing their collective demand that he cease his acts of robbery and murder. Observing the outcry from a group, Fong Hu realized he had crossed their threshold of tolerance. To avoid inciting their wrath, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, with several subordinates to feed, the daily consumption of food was substantial, and if they ceased their looting, they would face starvation. He devised a plan to divert attention from himself. Some members of the homeowners group had begun to offer high prices for food. The price of a single packet of instant noodles soared to 2,000 yuan, a 1,000-fold increase. Yet, only a few avaricious individuals were willing to part with their food, convinced that the snow would cease soon. At that moment, Fong Hu tagged Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, your household has the most food. We all saw the 3 trucks filled with seafood delivered to your home. Now that everyone is running out of food and facing starvation, as neighbors, you surely wouldn't want to see us perish, would you? Please contribute your food so we can share. Upon hearing Fong Hu's words, the group recalled the seafood at Lin Yi's home and began to persuade him, adopting a notably gentler tone compared to before. Many even offered to purchase food from him. Lin Yi, you have so much food that you can't possibly eat it all yourself. Sell me some, and I will give you 5,000 yuan for 2 king crabs and 3 large lobsters. This individual was quite calculating, even under normal circumstances. 5,000 yuan would not suffice for such seafood. Moreover, just moments earlier, a packet of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan, and now he was demanding such an amount for multiple items. Lin Yi simply ignored him. Others offered even higher prices, willing to pay 20,000 yuan for a single lobster. Not for sale. What uses money when societal order is collapsing? It's not even worth using for basic needs. Lin Yi then sent out 50 red envelopes, each containing 5,000 yuan, spending over 200,000 in an instant. This money was merely left over from previous purchases, and now was nothing more than a series of digits. The 50 envelopes were snatched up within seconds. The group soon realized that Lin Yi was not in need of funds, and thus, no one approached him again about buying food. Fong Hu had intended to shift the group's focus entirely onto Lin Yi, considering the undeniable fact that he possessed several trucks of supplies while they faced hunger outside. Perhaps Lin Yi was feasting on lavish meals at home. Moreover, Fong Hu harbored a grudge against Lin Yi for the previous incident where he had set fire to himself, a debt he felt compelled to settle. However, his subordinates were fiercely loyal, and any misstep could lead to significant losses. Thus, he contemplated using others to deal with Lin Yi, hoping to incite the group to pressure him into yielding his supplies. If that failed, he would provoke them to attack Lin Yi's home, reasoning that no matter how formidable Lin Yi was, he could not contend with a mob. As for Fong Hu, he would remain in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. However, he did not anticipate Lin Yi's wealth, tossing out hundreds of thousands without a second thought. Those who had received money felt embarrassed to request food from him. Wang Shui and her 2 companions lay on the same bed. Despite having had some disagreements in the past few days, Wang Shui, faced with the absence of food, had to take the initiative to apologize to them. Upon hearing Wang Shui mention the abundant food and warm fireplace at Lin Yi's home, they readily forgave her. After all, Lin Yi had once been infatuated with Wang Shui, and if he were to accept her back, they could also benefit from living there. Due to the extreme cold in their own place, they decided to stay together for convenience in communication. The 3 women glanced at the balance on their phones, realizing they had all successfully claimed Lin Yi's red envelopes. They were taken aback by his generosity. Wang Shui felt an immense sense of regret. Had she known Lin Yi was so affluent, she would have accepted his advances long ago. If she had become Lin Yi's girlfriend, not only would she have been financially secure, but he would have undoubtedly welcomed her into his home. Zhang Qian suggested, why not call Lin Yi and tell you miss him and wish to be his girlfriend? Wang Shui shook her head. I've already tried that, but he showed no interest and hung up on me. Yang Shuang pondered for a moment before saying, I suspect the incident with Su Shui upset him, which is why he hasn't forgiven you. As long as we explain everything clearly, he will likely return to his old ways of adoration. After all, we have known Lin Yi's character for so many years. Zhang Qian agreed with Yang Shuang. Exactly. You don't need to say anything. Yang Shuang, and I will handle the explanation. Chapter 37. 3 women in a play. Wang Shui nodded obediently. Relying on the support of the 2 women, she naturally had to comply with their plans. Zhang Qian was the first to message Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I apologize for the incident with Su Shui. It was my fault for encouraging him to confront you. This matter has nothing to do with Shui. She has always tried to prevent Su Shui from retaliating against you. Her heart has always been with you. Lin Yi, reading Zhang Qian's message, was bewildered. What did Su Shui have to do with any of this? Before he could process it, Yang Shuang's message arrived. Lin Yi, do you want a wife? Shui misses you very much and can't sleep at night. Could you come and keep her company? I know you have feelings for her after all these years. Now is your chance. If you say the word, Zhang Qian, and I will bring Shui to you. After sending that message, Yang Shuang glanced at the two women on the bed and edited another message for Lin Yi. Ego, I have liked you for a long time. What I just said was insincere. Wang Shui doesn't truly love you. She only loves herself. Don't be deceived by her appearance. She has been with over 10 men and even had an abortion, which Zhang Qian and I accompanied her to the hospital for. The last time, Su Shui was the one who took the initiative to flirt with her. She's my close friend, and I shouldn't be sharing this with you. But I cannot bear to witness the man I love being deceived by a shameless woman. If you are willing, I can come to you right now. Though I may not possess the beauty of Wang Shui, I swear that in this lifetime, I will love only you. If you remain steadfast, I shall be your unwavering companion through life and death. Lin Yi chuckled at the incessant barrage of messages flooding his phone, especially amused by Yang Shuang's last statement, which nearly caused him to lose his breath from laughter. He never anticipated that these three sisters, who appeared to be so close, would betray each other behind the scenes. After taking a screenshot of Yang Shuang's message, he promptly sent it to Wang Shui and turned off his phone. Although it was a pity not to witness their quarrel, he could already envision the ferocity of the impending battle. Indeed, upon receiving Lin Yi's message, Wang Shui initially thought he had changed his mind. Excitedly opening the chat, her face quickly darkened as she read the messages. Zhang Qian, curious, leaned in to take a glance, and soon both women glared at Yang Shuang with expressions of fury. They had not expected Yang Shuang to stab them in the back. With their secrets exposed, Wang Shui shouted an insult at Yang Shuang before lunging at her, fists and feet flying. However, Wang Shui's weight and strength were no match for Yang Shuang, who soon pinned her down. At that moment, Zhang Qian finally joined the fray. Though she had previously been on good terms with Yang Shuang, her betrayal had ignited her wrath. Grabbing Yang Shuang's hair, she clung to her, but Yang Shuang, being the most formidable fighter among the three, was unfazed. Despite facing two opponents, she held her ground, pulling Zhang Qian towards her and delivering a punch to her abdomen. Zhang Qian, in pain, released her grip on Yang Shuang's hair. Utilizing her weight advantage, Yang Shuang temporarily subdued both women. After a standoff lasting over 20 minutes, their energy waned, and they gradually disentangled themselves, occupying separate corners of the bed, each filled with suspicion, no longer as intimate as before. Wang Shui began messaging Lin Yi, expressing her longing for him and secretly sending him nude photos from her phone. These images had been taken during a hotel stay with her ex-boyfriend. Initially seen as a thrill, but now they served a purpose. Wang Shui believed that once Lin Yi viewed her nakedness, he would be consumed with desire and urgently summon her to alleviate his lust. After all, she considered herself the goddess of his heart. Following her altercation with Yang Shuang, Zhang Qian regained her composure and, inspired by Yang Shuang's actions, began to devise her own plans. Observing Lin Yi's reaction, it seemed he had lost interest in Wang Shui. Among the three women, aside from Wang Shui, she deemed herself the most attractive. If anyone had a chance at winning Lin Yi's affection, it would certainly be her. Was it that plump Yang Shuang? With this thought, Zhang Qian began to play the emotional card. Ego, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The things I did were all coerced by Wang Shui. From university until now, I've seen how well you've treated her, and she is utterly unworthy of your love. Allow me to care for you in the years to come. I swear, I have never had an abortion, and I can bear children. I am willing to carry on your lineage. Lin Yi had set his phone to silent, oblivious to the messages sent by the three women. After finishing a game, he glanced at his phone, surprised to find Zhang Qian had swiftly changed her tune. The antics of Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang were quite amusing, one pledging to care for him for life, the other vowing eternal loyalty. All were so nonconformist. Only when he opened Wang Shui's chat did he truly grasp the meaning of lacking boundaries. The other two were merely talking, but Wang Shui was utterly straightforward. sharing explicit images. Was she attempting to let him interpret the visuals? As Lin Yi looked at Wang Shui's photos, his mind wandered to Jiang Shuyan downstairs. Compared to Jiang Shuyan, the most beautiful among the three, Wang Shui seemed but a mere shadow. Furthermore, Jiang Shuyan was a police officer. He wondered if her uniform was stored at home. The more Lin Yi pondered, the more he strayed from the topic. Having played games all day, he took a moment to exercise at noon, and now, at 6 in the evening, he felt hunger creeping in. Lin Yi headed to the kitchen, determined to prepare a meal for himself. Eating ready-made food had grown tiresome, and he yearned for the essence of life that comes from cooking. Despite preparing an array of meats and vegetables, his culinary skills were mediocre at best, merely sufficient to cook the food through, far from being delicious. Nevertheless, he persisted in finishing everything on his plate, recognizing that while the dish might lack flavor, if served elsewhere, it would likely be devoured instantly. Chapter 38. Preparing for an assault. What were they eating now? A single pack of instant noodles a day was considered a luxury. Surviving on a hard-steamed bun daily was a sign of affluence. Most people had turned their homes upside down, rummaging for edible items, even resorting to cooking a bowl of water with salt and soy sauce as a meal. Thankfully, the power grid had yet to collapse. Even without food, they could boil water from melted snow for drinking. Without food and water, true despair would set in. Their only source of entertainment was sharing tales of their dire situations. Many had reached out to relatives and friends days prior, discovering that their circumstances mirrored one another. Outside, a heavy snowfall blanketed the city, freezing it in time. They considered themselves fortunate to be trapped in their community, while many others remained at work during the snowstorm, unable to leave their offices as the snow piled high. Those caught in their workplaces without warm clothing or food perished within days. The outside temperature had plummeted to its lowest point, hovering around -80 degrees during the day and dropping another 10 degrees at night, reaching a terrifying -90 degrees. Reports indicated that in certain northern cities of Longhua, nighttime temperatures had dipped below -100 degrees. Many had succumbed to the cold overnight, and numerous windows had cracked from the frost. Lin Yi watched the news, feeling a sense of relief. If the temperature outside fell to -100 degrees, he questioned whether his shelter could withstand such conditions. At that horrific low, an ordinary person could survive outside for no more than an hour before succumbing to death. Feng Hu, having been prohibited from raiding the residents of Building 16, had been subdued for a couple of days. However, after his failed attempt to incite a collective attack on Lin Yi's home, he could not shake off his frustration. Most importantly, his food supplies had run out. If he could not steal from others, then Lin Yi would become his target. Lin Yi's home was stocked with provisions. By promising to share the food evenly with everyone before the assault, he could rally the other residents to his cause. As for how the spoils would be divided afterward, that would naturally be left to his discretion. Feng Hu created a group chat, inviting everyone except Lin Yi to join. Upon entering the group, others were puzzled by its purpose until Feng Hu mentioned Lin Yi's food supply, at which point they grasped the intent behind the gathering. Originally, Feng Hu had been coveting the food from Lin Yi's household. Upon seeing Feng Hu's message, Wang Shui was the first to speak up in the group, stating that Lin Yi's home not only had an abundance of food sufficient to feed all the residents of the building, but it was also warm, featuring a cozy fireplace. With Lin Yi inside clad only in a thin nightgown. As soon as Wang Shui made this assertion, the members of the group immediately believed her, for it was none other than Wang Shui speaking. Many were aware of the relationship between Lin Yi and Wang Shui. If anyone knew the situation at Lin Yi's home, it was undoubtedly Wang Shui. The reason Wang Shui so quickly betrayed Lin Yi was that he had been ignoring her for the past few days, even disregarding the photos she sent, which she could not tolerate. Upon learning that Lin Yi not only possessed ample food, but also a warm room, Feng Hu was taken aback, and his desire to seize Lin Yi's home intensified. However, recalling that the door of Lin Yi's residence was equipped with a flamethrower, he kindly warned the others. This was not out of kindness, but rather concern that if Lin Yi were to incinerate a few individuals, the remaining ones would promptly flee, rendering his plans futile. He then began to organize manpower, insisting that each household send at least one person. Failure to comply would be considered an abandonment, resulting in exclusion from the distribution of supplies. After his efforts, he managed to assemble over 70 individuals, the majority of whom were men, with only a few women huddled together in a corner. Wang Shui and her two companions were naturally among them, and their presence was motivated by a desire to secure additional rations, fearing that the person venturing out might hoard the food. To ensure fairness, the trio decided to act in unison. Zhang Xian and Wang Shui each armed themselves with a fruit knife for protection, while Yang Shuang brandished two kitchen knives. Her fierce expression reminiscent of the notorious black whirlwind Li Kuei, an amusing sight indeed. Once Fong Hu confirmed that everyone was present, he approached an elderly man, saying, "Lin Yi, it will soon be your turn. The door to Lin Yi's home is too thick. Our hammers may not suffice. Having been a locksmith for decades, I trust you can manage to unlock his door." This elderly man was Lin Yi, who often played chess with Lin Yi. Lin Yi had previously advised him to stockpile food, advice he had dismissed, now regretting it deeply. However, with his grandson at home, he could forego food himself, but he could not allow his grandson to go hungry. Thus, despite their friendship, he found himself compelled to act against Lin Yi. Upon hearing Fong Hu's words, Lin Yi nodded bitterly. Fong Hu had contacted him privately before this gathering, asking him to unlock Lin Yi's door. Although he felt guilty, the sight of his hungry grandson compelled him to comply. After preparing, the group strode confidently towards Lin Yi's home. Wang Shui lingered at the back of the line, contemplating whether to send Lin Yi a message, preparing for both outcomes. If Lin Yi triumphed, her timely assistance would surely earn his favor, potentially allowing her to move into his home. Conversely, if Fong Hu prevailed, she would suffer no losses, as she would still receive her share of supplies. As for Lin Yi's fate, she was indifferent. Without these resources, he would merely be an inconsequential figure, no longer requiring her appeasement. When Lin Yi received Wang Shui's text message, he had already observed Fong Hu's substantial group through his surveillance cameras, which were installed throughout Building 16. As long as one was not inside their room, they could not escape his watchful gaze. What surprised Lin even more was the message from Jiang Shuyan, which simply informed him that Fong Hu was coming for him and advised him to be cautious. After all, she was a police officer. Even though she was trapped in the community, her sense of justice compelled her to warn Lin Yi. As for taking justice into her own hands, she would not be so foolish. The current order had long since descended into chaos. If Fong Hu dared to act so brazenly, he would certainly not regard her as a mere police officer. Most importantly, she was unarmed, rendering her combat prowess only marginally superior to that of an average woman. Unable to contend with even slightly sturdier men, Lin Yi then put away his phone, gazing at the surveillance footage on the television. They were congregating in the stairwell on the third floor, as the first and second floors had been completely buried in snow. Climbing from below meant traversing over 20 flights of stairs. Fong Hu and the young men fared better. But Wang Shui and Lin Yi were quickly exhausted from their efforts, burdened by their heavy clothing, which made movement cumbersome. After waiting for Lin Yi for a while, Fong Hu, losing patience, ordered his two underlings to carry Lin Yi up the stairs. Once the group gathered at the entrance to Lin Yi's home, they refrained from rushing out, having learned through Fong Hu that Lin Yi's door was equipped with a flamethrower. To avoid becoming charred, they exercised caution. This was no game, and death meant finality, with no opportunity for a second chance. Fong Hu waved his hand, and several young men emerged, carrying a table covered with a blanket that appeared to have been soaked, now frozen solid in the frigid environment. At Fong Hu's command, the young men rushed from the corridor, placing the blanket-covered table against the door's flamethrower outlet. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached the door with his tools, commencing his locksmithing work. Upon seeing Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow, despite having endured a similar experience before. Witnessing someone familiar conspiring with others to take his life was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Yi pressed the button on his door, and two jets of flame erupted, only to be thwarted by the blanket. Observing this, Lin Yi remained unfazed. This door was not easily breached. While Lin Yi had spent his life as a locksmith, the door's mortise structure was its most critical feature. As long as Lin Yi refrained from opening the door, even those outside with a key could not enter. The older the locking mechanism, the more secure it became. Lin Yi toiled at the lock for what felt like an eternity. Though the outside was frigid, he was sweating profusely, with ice crystals forming in his graying hair. Fong Hu, hiding in the stairwell, shouted at Lin Yi, "Are you even capable? Why is it taking so long?" Lin Yi continued to work diligently, silent in his concentration. Fang Hu seized Lin Yi by the collar, stating, "I promised you 3 portions of food. If you fail to unlock this door, I will take your life." Startled, Lin Yi's hand trembled, but he nodded nonetheless. He had never encountered a door like this. It was unlike a bank vault, yet the difficulty of unlocking it surpassed even that of a vault door. This door had been custom-made with high-tech alloys, costing over 8 million. The lock mechanism employed the latest technology, featuring an intricate arrangement of serrations with hundreds of thousands of variations. Not even someone from a renowned heist crew could gain entry. Soon, the group returned with 2 more blankets, soaked and laid upon the table, and once again they approached Lin Yi's door. Before Lin Yi proceeded, Fang Hu issued an ultimatum. If he failed to unlock the door this time, Lin Yi would be thrown downstairs. This added pressure made Lin Yi exceedingly focused, as the stakes involved his and his grandson's lives, leaving no room for error. However, as the blankets threatened to catch fire once more, and with no clear solution for the door before him, Lin Yi grew increasingly anxious, even resorting to emotional appeals to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, it is I. Lin Yi, I have watched you grow since childhood. Please open the door. If you do not, my grandson and I will perish at the hands of Fang Hu." Concealed within the stairwell, Fang Hu was taken aback to discover this relationship between Lin Yi and Lin Yi, and his heart stirred with intrigue. He shouted towards Lin Yi, "Come out immediately. If you do not, I shall take the life of this old man, Liu." Upon hearing Fang Hu's threat, Lin Yi was startled, and the tool he held clattered to the ground. Regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to involve himself in this treacherous situation. As for Lin Yi's fate after opening the door, he felt powerless to intervene. Although they shared a friendship across generations, it paled in comparison to the bond he had with his own grandson. Lin Yi stood at the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and spoke with a tone dripping with sarcasm. "Fang Hu, what do you think you are doing? Do you truly believe that using him as leverage against me would be effective? He is about to breach my door to kill me, and you think I would care for his life?" After finishing his words, Lin Yi grabbed a stool and stood upon it to open a small shooting aperture at the top of the door. This aperture, merely 10 centimeters in size, revealed Lin Yi to Fang Hu and his group. Just as they contemplated their next move, a green spherical object fell from above. Although Fang Hu could not discern what it was, his instincts prompted him to pull a nearby companion in front of him. A deafening explosion ensued, and shrapnel from the grenade erupted outward, sending Lin Yi and several young men crashing to the ground. Without a shield to protect them, flames began to engulf their bodies, igniting them in a horrifying blaze. Fang Hu pressed his hands tightly against his ears, the explosion ringing in his mind, and his vision blurred. The individual he had shielded now lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. No one anticipated Lin Yi would possess such a weapon. Catching them completely off guard, Lin Yi and the others lay motionless on the ground, their bodies smoldering in the aftermath of the flames. Chapter 40. Qian Fu. As the crowd scattered in fear from Lin Yi's grenade, he gazed at Lin Yi's lifeless body on the surveillance screen and sighed. He had cautioned him before the apocalypse to stockpile food, yet Lin Yi had disregarded his advice and now placed himself in peril. This realization unveiled the darker side of human nature. Though Lin Yi acted out of a desire to provide for his grandson, Lin Yi could not absolve him of blame. In the grand tapestry of morality, the lines often blur. From Lin Yi's perspective, his actions were justified for his grandson's sake. However, from Lin Yi's standpoint, he was a thankless ingrate deserving of his fate. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi activated the air purification system in the room, isolating the noxious smoke and the stench of burning flesh from the outside. He received a message from Jiang Shuyan inquiring about the commotion, indicating that the recent explosion had startled her. Lin Yi briefly recounted how he had driven them away before setting his phone down. While Jiang Shuyan was taken aback by his nonchalant tone, she understood the gravity of Fang Hu's crew, who had claimed over a dozen lives in recent days. Moreover, Fang Hu had arrived with dozens of residents and a locksmith. Lin Yi chose not to elaborate on these details, but instead expressed that in gratitude for her earlier warning, he would assist her if she ever found herself in need, albeit within the limits of his capabilities. If Jiang Shuyan requested he leave the shelter, he would regretfully decline, as that fell beyond his capacity. She, too, harbored a fear of Fang Hu. No one is without the instinct to fear death, herself included. Fang Hu had completely succumbed to darkness, with robbery and murder becoming his daily fare. Yet perhaps such a persona was more fitting for the current world. Qian Fu, a 36-year-old doctor, operated a clinic in Haijing City. After Fang Hu's recent burns, he had momentarily forgotten about Dr. Qian Fu. However, when Fang Hu prepared to confront Lin Yi, he realized a doctor resided in the adjacent unit. Soon, his underlings escorted Qian Fu into their midst. Upon learning that he was to treat Fang, Qian Fu hesitated but ultimately agreed when Fang Hu promised him 2 bags of instant noodles as payment. As Fang Hu's shirt was removed, his left arm was revealed, bearing a deep wound that continued to bleed. Qian Fu opened his medical kit, disinfected the wound, extracted the shrapnel, applied medication, and bandaged the injury. He advised Fang Hu, "You must not exert this arm. Change the dressing every 3 days, and it should heal within 2 weeks." After expressing his gratitude, Fang Hu handed Qian Fu the promised instant noodles, which he swiftly accepted before making his escape. One of Fang Hu's subordinates questioned, "Big brother, why give him food? We could have just disposed of him and saved ourselves the trouble." Fang Hu smacked the subordinate on the head and retorted, "He is the only doctor we have here. If he dies, who will treat you when you get injured?" The chastised subordinate lowered his head in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right, boss." Fang Hu then used his remaining hand to open his phone and sent a message in the residence group. Lin Yi, in his selfishness, disregards the safety of others. Not only does he refuse to help us through this crisis, but he also deployed explosives, resulting in countless deaths. His crimes are beyond measure. I call upon all residents to unite and punish this monster. After dispatching the message, he awaited the group's response. Soon, the families of the young men Lin Yi had slain began to berate him in the chat. "Lin Yi, you devil. How dare you kill? You will meet your end. Just wait until the snow stops. I will report you to the authorities and have you arrested." Lin Yi observed the messages in the group with clarity. The participants condemned him for the deaths of their loved ones, yet none mentioned their attempts to rob Lin Yi of his supplies. Although Lin Yi had taken fewer lives than Fang Hu, the collective animosity towards him was palpable. The reason was that Fang Hu's methods were more brutal, annihilating entire families and thus failing to garner numerous enemies. The atmosphere in the group had shifted entirely, with Lin Yi now positioned as the new villain. They were astonished that the typically mild-mannered Lin Yi had suddenly resorted to such lethal measures. Fortunately, they had kept their distance during the explosion, sparing them from its devastating effects. Zhang Qian observed the 2 women panting heavily and remarked, "Do you find it peculiar that Lin Yi seems to have transformed overnight? Moreover, he has fortified his home and stockpiled food as if he anticipated a snow disaster. Could it be that Lin Yi truly knew something in advance? This scoundrel, knowing a snow disaster was impending yet withholding that information from us, is utterly selfish," Yang Shuang exclaimed in anger. "When he was renovating, I found it strange. Who would invest so much to turn their home into a fortress? I can't believe he did so to protect himself from us. What a despicable man." Zhang Qian concurred, adding, "I heard his renovations cost several million. I doubt Fang Hu's gang could easily breach it." Listening to their conversation, Wang Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, she had prepared for contingencies and had forewarned Lin Yi, even if he had not acknowledged her. She hoped her prior warning would leave a favorable impression on him. Wang Shui sent Lin Yi another message. "Igij, your prowess is truly remarkable. Having driven away so many individuals, you are indeed a hero in my heart. I was just concerned for your well-being, pondering what I would do if anything happened to you, especially given the dangers lurking outside. May I take refuge in your abode? You have long desired for me to be your girlfriend, and I have consented to that, have I not? Truth be told, I have been thinking of you, fearful that you might encounter peril. Yet, Fang Hu has been eyeing my residence with malicious intent. If I allow you to stay, and they eventually invade, would that not place you in jeopardy?" Chapter 41. Choo-choo, your presence outside offers me a semblance of peace. How about this? You assist me in monitoring Fang Hu's every move and inform me immediately of any developments. Once I have vanquished him, I shall permit you to move in. Upon receiving Lin Yi's assurance, Wang Shui was elated, as if she had already settled into Lin Yi's warm home savoring his provisions. Criticism of Lin Yi within the group persisted, predominantly from the families of the deceased. Soon, the seventh day arrived. Ever since Lin Yi repelled Fong, Hu, and his cohorts, none dared to disturb him further, allowing him a few tranquil days. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface of the community, unrest brewed. Many were engaged in various transactions. Some bartered their bodies for food, while others resorted to coercion. Fong would also return to rob 2 households. Unfortunately, the number of residents with provisions was dismally low. Despite his rampant thievery, he had only managed to acquire a meager bag of rice and 3 packets of instant noodles over 2 days, hardly sufficient for a single day's sustenance. Lin Yi received several friend requests, nearly all from women with clear intentions. They were aware of the abundance of food in his home and sought to exchange companionship for provisions. Naturally, Lin Yi held no interest in these withered flowers, as they were all rather unappealing. He even received requests from 2 women weighing over 200 pounds. After glancing at their photos, he nearly dropped his phone in shock. Fortunately, the few male friend requests he received were merely inquiries about whether Lin Yi needed any underlings. Otherwise, he would have felt quite nauseated. After rejecting all friend requests, Lin Yi received a new one. The profile picture belonged to a striking young woman named Chu Chu. At first glance, she would easily score a commendable 90, though slightly below Jiang Shuyan's 98, making her a rare beauty indeed. The most beautiful women in their community were limited. Naturally, the top position was held by Jiang Shuyan from Building 16, followed by Luo Ziki from Building 23 and Li Ming'er from Building 2, scoring 93 and 91 respectively. Wang Shui could only rank 4th with a score of 80. As for her 2 close friends, Zhang Xian and Yang Shuang, they did not even merit a score in Lin Yi's eyes. However, the emergence of another beauty with a 90 score, residing in the same building, sparked Lin Yi's curiosity. Upon accepting her friend request, they began conversing. It turned out that this enchanting woman, Chu Chu, was a live-streaming broadcaster, earning her living through viewer donations. With the roads blocked by heavy snowfall, her food supply was dwindling, prompting her to seek an exchange of her body for sustenance. Lin Yi, believing had intentions sincere, surmised that their differing schedules had prevented them from meeting sooner. Observing her photo, he felt a stirring within him. The young woman appeared around 25 years old, clad in athletic wear, standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, with long, fair thighs exposed and delicate, well-defined features. A warmth began to build within him. After some negotiation, Lin Yi agreed to pay 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 sausages for her services. Initially, she had suggested that Lin Yi visit her, but he firmly declined. He had no intentions of venturing outside. Even if Jiang Shuyan were waiting for him, he would remain steadfast in his refusal. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the dangers that accompany temptation, and he deemed the risk unworthy of his well-being. Once Lin Yi prepared the food, he began waiting at home. After half an hour, a knock echoed from the door. Eagerly, he checked the surveillance monitor, only to be taken aback. The visitor was someone he recognized, seemingly named Zhang Chu Chu, who led a rather disheveled lifestyle and appeared no better than Wang Shui and her friends. Could it be that this Zhang Chu Chu was the very same Chu Chu? Observing the woman on the monitor, he saw her petite frame, speckled face, and while not outright ugly, she was certainly far from attractive. Lin Yi was struck by the sensation of an online romance gone awry. He wondered how her loyal fans would react upon discovering the true appearance of the goddess they adored. The knocking persisted, leaving Lin Yi at a loss for how to proceed. Even when confronted by Fong Hu and his army of homeowners, he had not felt so flustered. An unsettling thought crossed his mind: to activate the flamethrower at the door and resolve the issue once and for all. Yet, after deliberation, he refrained, recognizing that aside from deceiving him with her image, she had not inflicted any harm upon him. Standing atop a chair, Lin Yi tossed 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 sausages through the shooting slot. Since she had made the effort to come, it seemed only fair to offer her something for her trouble. Zhang Chu Chu picked up the noodles from the ground, glaring at Lin Yi's door before turning to leave. Though her photo had been simplified, it was still her, and Lin Yi's dismissive attitude left her feeling rejected. With hundreds of thousands of fans online who revered her as a goddess, she felt humiliated to be dismissed with mere instant noodles. As she departed, She cursed Lin Yi for his lack of appreciation. With Zhang Chuchu gone, Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. The heat within him had dissipated the moment he laid eyes on her. He resolved then and there to prioritize tangible realities over illusions and vowed never to engage in online romances again. As Zhang Chuchu left, Lin Yi noticed Fong Hu approaching his home with a group of men. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed his arm had healed considerably. Zhang Chuchu was descending the stairs, and soon their paths would converge. Sure enough, a minute later, as Zhang Chuchu rounded a corner, she collided with Fong Hu. He immediately ordered his men to apprehend her, seizing the food she had obtained through her efforts. Chapter 42. The Beauty Pageant. Zhang Chuchu, realizing that the food she had exchanged her body for was being taken by Fong Hu, struggled fiercely and hurled insults at him. Having gone 3 days without food, she had momentarily forgotten that Fong Hu was a merciless demon. In the blink of an eye, Fong Hu commanded his men to deliver a brutal beating to Zhang Chuchu. Had she been more attractive, he might have shown some interest, but given her appearance, he found it hard to muster any compassion. Fong Hu stepped on Zhang Chuchu, demanding to know the source of her food. After enduring the beating, Zhang Chuchu's mind cleared. She had indeed heard about Fong Hu's murderous exploits within the homeowner group. Confronted with the murderer before her, Zhang Chuchu dared not withhold the truth, confessing her enticement of Lin Yi and the remuneration she received from him. Yet, perhaps out of a sense of pride, she refrained from mentioning her rejection by Lin Yi. Fong Hu, gazing at her swollen visage, found it difficult to fathom what could have compelled Lin Yi to act so violently against her. However, he quickly conceived a strategy to breach Lin Yi's defenses. Given Lin Yi's evident desperation, he could easily recruit 2 beautiful women to lure him. Once the door was opened, he would storm in and seize both the food and the shelter for himself. Although he had contemplated demolishing the walls of Lin Yi's abode, he hesitated, as it had become his sanctuary. Unless absolutely necessary, Fong Hu would not resort to such destruction. Observing Zhang Chuchu writhing on the ground, he ordered that she be tossed into the snow below. Recognizing that her prior liaison with Lin Yi posed a risk of her alerting him if released. Originally, he intended to search for vulnerabilities in Lin Yi's home, but now that he had a plan, there was no need for that. This was how they had managed to survive in such frigid conditions, with even Fong Hu's arm wound remaining unscathed. The immediate priority was to find a beautiful woman. Today was not urgent, as Lin Yi had just been liberated and would likely be untempted. Fong Hu resolved to locate a beauty to approach him on the morrow. Hiding in the corridor, as soon as Lin Yi opened the door, they would pounce and make quick work of him. But where to find such a woman? Fong Hu once again posted a call for candidates in the group. He sought one woman aged between 20 and 30 with ample measurements, standing at least 165 centimeters tall and weighing no more than 60 kilograms. After some thought, he added the incentive. Upon success, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a bag of rice, and a case of drinking water. Once this message was sent, the group buzzed with excitement. Although the purpose was unclear, the prospect of such food was undeniably enticing. 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bag of rice could sustain a family of 3 for a month. And perhaps by then the snow would have ceased. Nearly all eligible women in the building signed up, despite some apprehension about Fong Hu's reliability. They chose to take a gamble. With their supplies exhausted and their bellies empty, remaining in their current predicament would spell death. A dozen women sent their most alluring photographs for Fong Hu to peruse. The Owner-S group transformed into a beauty contest. Ultimately, Fong Hu selected the most stunning candidate, a 26-year-old named Lin Yi, married for 3 years to Han Bin, with whom she had a son. In Lin Yi's eyes, she reached a score of 70 in attractiveness, qualifying as a beauty within the community. It must be said that Fong Hu possessed a keen eye. Given Lin Yi's current state of desperation, even someone like Zhang Chuchu had been subject to his advances. Lin Yi would surely captivate him. Fong Hu divulged his plan to Lin Yi, and upon learning that she was to entice Lin Yi, she hesitated, considering that he had access to grenades. It was plausible that other weapons were within his home. Her safety could be compromised. In contrast to Lin Yi's uncertainty, her husband Han Bin was wholly supportive. As their household was devoid of food, they had gone 2 days without sustenance, and, without intervention, they would perish. Gazing at her sleeping son and her husband, his hopeful expression, Lin Yi steeled her resolve and promptly agreed to Feng Hu's proposal via her phone. As Feng Hu and Lin Yi strategized on how to allure Lin Yi, Wang Shui relayed Feng Hu's every move to Lin Yi. Combining this information with Feng Hu's treatment of Zhang Chu, Lin Yi surmised that Feng Hu intended to find a woman to entice him. However, he dismissed the thought. Feng Hu was unaware that the entire building was under surveillance, and they believed they could hide in the stairwell undetected. As long as he did not open the door, they would be powerless. The following day marked the 8th since the apocalypse began, with the relentless snowfall showing no signs of abating. The 3rd floor of the complex had already succumbed to the deluge. Under the weight of gravity, the bottom layer of snow had compacted, allowing one to walk atop it without sinking. Nevertheless, the biting cold and poor visibility presented formidable challenges for those attempting to venture outside. The outside world was shrouded in a dismal haze devoid of sunlight, making navigation akin to walking with one's eyes closed. It wouldn't be long before one became disoriented, ultimately succumbing to the elements. Daily, individuals chose to brave the unknown as their food supplies had dwindled. Remaining in their current state was tantamount to waiting for death. They either succumbed to the cold after losing their way or became trapped in the snow, unable to escape. Lin Yi surveyed the thick blanket of snow covering the courtyard, pondering how many souls lay buried beneath its surface. Chapter 43. Seduction. After finishing a serving of braised pork over rice from his meal box, Lin Yi discarded the disposable utensils into the void. While he occasionally prepared his own meals, his culinary skills were rather mediocre. The food he had previously purchased was far superior. Just as he wiped his mouth, a knock echoed from the door. Glancing at the surveillance, he confirmed it was Lin Yi, standing at the stairwell of the 26th floor, while Feng Hu, his left arm bandaged, along with several henchmen armed with cleavers and axes, lay in wait. The moment Lin Yi opened the door, they would charge forth. Feng Hu could almost envision the scene of triumph, where he would have Lin Yi at his mercy, fantasizing nightly about severing Lin Yi's limbs and silencing his insolent tongue. As Feng Hu lost himself in these thoughts, Lin Yi's voice broke through. "What do you want?" Lin Yi, gritting her teeth against the frigid air, endeavored to steady her trembling voice. In a bid to seduce Lin Yi, she had shed her coat after knocking, revealing only seductive lingerie beneath. Black sheer fabric paired with alluring fishnet stockings, creating an undeniably enticing appearance. Lin Yi was confident that this strapping young man would be utterly captivated by her charms. Despite the cold, she was determined to ensure her family could eat. Even Feng Hu and his cohorts, concealed in the shadows, found themselves salivating at the sight of her. To her surprise, Lin Yi's response was eerily calm, even frosty. Lin Yi, suppressing her voice to sound alluring, implored, "Lin Yi Gidge, I'm so hungry. I came to trade for some food. What do you think of my figure? May I turn around for you to see?" Lin Yi's voice came again, and Lin Yi's heart leaped. She was relieved he was willing to assess her physique, fearing instead that he might lack interest. Having dedicated herself to fitness, she felt confident in her appearance. Standing outside the door, she spun around twice, eager to inquire about his thoughts, only to hear Lin Yi's dismissive reply. "You can go. You do not meet my aesthetic standards." Stunned, Lin Yi froze in place, while Feng Hu, hiding nearby, nearly dropped his jaw. If Lin Yi could accept someone like Zhang Chu, how could he dismiss Lin Yi? Did he possess some peculiar preferences, favoring unattractive women? Lin Yi, unwilling to concede defeat, sought to plead her case further, but the flamethrower at the door ignited, spewing flames that barely reached 20 centimeters. Lin Yi was suddenly taken aback. She realized that this was Lin Yi warning her. If she continued to entangle him, it would no longer be a mere warning. The charred bodies lying at the entrance were a grim foreshadowing of her fate. Hastily, she picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on. Though less than a minute had passed, her body was already numb from the cold, since she had failed to lure Lin Yi into opening the door. Her deal with Feng Hu was naturally voided. Just as Lin Yi intended to leave, Feng Hu unexpectedly grabbed her. Given that Lin Yi had no affection for Lin Yi, Feng Hu had intended to seize Lin Yi's house and food for himself once the door was opened. As for Lin Yi, she was not to be released so easily. He wanted it all: resources, a house, and a beautiful woman. An ominous premonition surged within Lin Yi upon witnessing this. Indeed, after Feng Hu made his move, His underlings rushed forward, swiftly subduing Lin Yi. Just as she was about to cry out for help, Feng Hu covered her mouth and stuffed a rag into it. Under Feng Hu's orders, they bound Lin Yi tightly and hoisted her away toward their lair. Despite her desperate struggles, how could a weak woman resist several strong men? After tossing her into the bedroom, Feng Hu dismissed his underlings and shut the bedroom door behind him. Lin Yi observed the scene of Feng Hu kidnapping Lin Yi through the surveillance cameras and felt a stirring in his heart. He downloaded the footage and sent it directly to the owners' group chat. Upon seeing Lin Yi being abducted by Feng Hu, the owners in the group couldn't help but revel in the misfortune. Those who had been rejected previously were particularly relieved. They were grateful that Feng Hu had not set his sights on them, for otherwise they would be the ones facing abduction. Only one person was anxiously fixated on the phone screen, Lin Yi's husband, Han Bin. Upon witnessing his wife being taken by Feng, he felt as though a vast expanse of green grass had appeared above him. Coupled with the gossip circulating in the group, some even directly tagged him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Han Bin locked his young son at home and went to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife and a fruit knife. Then, in a fit of rage, he headed towards Feng Hu's residence. Just as Feng Hu was preparing to engage in his nefarious activities with Lin Yi, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. His underlings, smoking in the living room, became alert and armed themselves, approaching the door. Since being trapped here by the heavy snow, this was the first time someone had knocked on their door. One of the underlings peered through the peephole and, upon seeing only one person outside, relaxed his guard. Although they were all Feng Hu's underlings, they were not originally from this place and did not recognize Han Bin. They had no knowledge of the relationship between Han Bin and Lin Yi, assuming he was merely another person seeking to ally with them. Ever since Feng Hu rose to power in Building 16, many had approached him seeking to join, but they were invariably rejected due to Feng Hu's inability to support so many and his mistrust of the homeowners. Preconceived notions led the underlings to regard Han Bin as just another potential ally. When they opened the security door, before they could utter a word, Han Bin swiftly raised the kitchen knife and struck one of them. This young man, Feng Shui, in his 20s, was a distant cousin of Feng Hu. Caught off guard, he received a slash across the face from Han Bin. Blood gushed forth, splattering across Han Bin's face, rendering him a terrifying sight. It was only when Feng Shui collapsed to the ground that the others realized what had transpired and began attacking Han Bin with their weapons. Feng Hu, in the bedroom with Lin Yi, halted his actions upon hearing Feng Shui scream. He quickly donned a coat and exited the bedroom. In Chapter 44, Lin Yi's transformation unfolds. Upon stepping into the living room, Feng Hu was met with a gruesome sight. Blood was everywhere, and his brother Feng Shui lay motionless in a pool of blood. His underlings were still assaulting Han Bin. This scene startled Feng Hu, who rushed over to assess Feng Shui's injuries. He discovered not only a gash on his face, but also a deep wound on his neck, from which blood continued to flow. It was evident that he would not survive. Having grown up alongside Feng Shui, Feng Hu held deep affection for him and had always taken care of him. Witnessing his brother's demise ignited a fury within Feng Hu, who seized one of his underlings to inquire about what had transpired. Upon learning that Han Bin had killed his brother, Feng Hu, consumed by rage, grabbed a dagger and plunged it into Han Bin's body. Already weakened and battered, Han Bin collapsed to the ground, motionless, after receiving Feng Hu's fatal blow. This harrowing scene was witnessed by Lin Yi, who lay on the bedroom bed. As she watched her husband perish at Feng Hu's hands, a torrent of hatred filled her heart. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, since Han Bin had found this place. Her son must still be at home. With her husband dead, if she were to die as well, her son would be left to starve alone at home. Thinking of her child, Lin Yi suppressed her fury, refraining from confronting Feng Hu directly. Feng Hu's underlings helped him up and then asked how to dispose of Feng Shui's body. After venting his rage, Feng Hu became calmer. Although his brother had been killed, lies had become the least valuable currency in this harsh world. He reflected that he too could meet a similar fate one day. Glancing out the window, he ordered his men to discard both Feng Shui and Han Bin's bodies into the snow outside. After a flurry of activity, they finally cleaned the living room, even throwing Han Bin's spilled entrails out the window. However, the blood on the floor was beyond cleaning. After some time, it had frozen solid. Feng Hu wiped the blood from his hands and turned his attention to Lin Yi in the bedroom. At this moment, Lin Yi exhibited a starkly different demeanor. Whether it was fear or some other emotion, her previous resistance had vanished, and she gazed at Fang Hu with an almost affectionate expression. Seeing this, Fang Hu entered the bedroom, closed the door, and resumed his unfinished business. An hour later, Fang Hu emerged from the bedroom, with Lin Yi nestled submissively by his side. She had exhausted every tactic to please Fang Hu in a desperate bid to save her own life. Observing her compliance, Fang Hu's thoughts shifted, realizing that such a beautiful woman would be ashamed to kill outright. He then declared to the others in the living room, from now on, Lin Yi is my wife and your sister-in-law. Do not harbor any improper thoughts. Upon hearing this, though the others felt a twinge of disappointment, they dare not show any discontent. They had assumed that once Fang Hu was finished, they too would have a taste of Lin Yi, who was the most exquisite woman they had encountered in days. To their shock, Fang Hu had decided to keep her for himself, making her their sister-in-law. Out of respect for Fang Hu's established dominance, they quickly suppressed their desires and greeted Lin Yi as sister-in-law. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Yet, internally, she was devising a plan to outmaneuver Fang Hu. Although Fang Hu currently held the most power in Building 16, his strength lay in his underlings. His ruthless nature deterred other homeowners from uniting against him. If she could seduce all of his subordinates, she would not only avenge her husband, but also become the most powerful figure in Building 16. At that point, acquiring food would be the least of her concerns, and she might even be able to breach Lin Yi's sanctuary with her son by her side. Fang Hu plopped down onto the sofa, seething with anger as he recalled that not only had he failed to lure Lin Yi out, but his own brother had also been murdered. Lin Yi, ever submissive, nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around his. She addressed Fang Hu with a sense of urgency, stating that their immediate priority was to consolidate all the residents of Building 16. Having visited Lin Yi's home previously, she emphasized that their small group could not possibly breach his defenses alone. Therefore, they needed to rally everyone to launch a combined assault on his stronghold. Even if Lin Yi's residence was fortified, it would be unable to withstand a coordinated attack from so many. After all, it was merely a house, not a fortress. If the front door proved impenetrable, they could break through the wall or enter from his balcony. She firmly believed that Lin Yi's glass could not spew fire. Listening to Lin Yi's analysis, Fang Hu found her reasoning compelling. He had not anticipated that the woman he had casually taken would possess such strategic acumen. He promptly began rallying everyone in their group to join him in attacking Lin Yi's home. Initially, the others were indifferent, but upon hearing about the supplies Lin Yi was rumored to have stockpiled, they became animated. In Fang Hu's elaboration, Lin Yi's household was said to contain hundreds of pounds of meat and seafood, along with ample rice and flour. He promised that if they launched an attack together, he would take only half of the spoils, with the rest to be shared among them. The residents in the group raised no objections. Despite Fang Hu's small number of followers, his ferocity commanded respect. The inventory of supplies that Fang Hu had portrayed was a fabrication. Had he known the actual stock in Lin Yi's home was magnitudes greater than he claimed, he might have succumbed to madness. The homeowners agreed to conduct a surprise raid on Lin Yi's residence the following morning and began their preparations. This time, in contrast to the last, 80% of the residents of Building 16 signed up. Once they breached Lin Yi's front door, the food would suffice to sustain them for several days. That night, Lin Yi naturally shared Fang Hu's bed, but as he fell into a deep slumber, she quietly rose from the bed and slipped out of the bedroom. Having resolved to be Fang Hu's woman, she had devised a plan. By seducing a few of Fang Hu's underlings, her beauty and charm would ensnare them. Once they succumbed to her allure, they would be bound to her, for Fang Hu would not hesitate to punish them should he discover their indiscretions. Even for self-preservation, they would have no choice but to ally with her. Chapter 45. The surprise attack. Lin Yi stood at the threshold of the bedroom, gently shedding her clothing before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, residing directly across from Lin Yi, became restless. She had been closely monitoring the messages in the group. To her astonishment, she learned that Lin Yi's home was hoarding an abundance of food, and that Fang Hu would lead a raid the very next morning. Regret washed over Lu Mei. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have resorted to killing her beloved dog for meat. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, hunger had driven her to the painful decision of sacrificing her companion. Though the dog had brought her years of joy, it paled in comparison to her own survival. It was on the sustenance from that dog that she had managed to endure until now. Lu Mei donned all the thick clothing she possessed, concealing a boning knife within her garments, and grasped a hammer in her right hand as she opened the balcony door. Compared to those intent on attacking Lin Yi's sanctuary, she held a significant advantage. The distance between her balcony and Lin Yi's was minimal, separated by less than a meter. Although there was a railing above, with careful maneuvering, she could easily leap to Lin Yi's balcony. Once she succeeded in reaching it, armed with her hammer, even the sturdiest glass would not withstand her strikes. The thought of soon seizing Lin Yi's food filled her with exhilaration. As for Fong Hu and the foolish neighbors, let them engage in their own self-destruction. Upon opening the window, a chilling gust swept in, causing her to shiver. It was the dead of night, the coldest time of day, with temperatures plummeting below -90 degrees. Just breathing brought a sharp pain to her lungs. Aware that she could not endure such conditions for long, she wasted no time, hastily exiting her room and stepping onto the balcony. Snow had already piled up on the balcony, and she struggled to climb over it. Steadying herself against the wall, she precariously balanced on the metal railing of the balcony. The biting winds and swirling snow surrounded her, and the darkness below instilled a profound fear. Yet, retreat was not an option. If she did not take Lin Yi down tonight, she would perish from hunger in her home. With determination, Lu Mei pushed off from the railing, propelling herself into the air toward Lin Yi's balcony. The snow cushioned her fall, and she landed in a heap. Initially, she lay still, straining to listen for any signs of disturbance from Lin Yi's room. Once she confirmed all was quiet, she slowly emerged from the snowdrift, retrieving her hammer from her pocket. With all her might, she struck the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Contrary to her expectations, the seemingly fragile glass showed no signs of damage. Aside from her hand aching from the impact, there was not even a scratch on the surface. Undeterred, Lu Mei continued to hammer at the glass, disregarding the risk of being heard by Lin Yi. After 2 exhausting minutes of relentless pounding, her hands were bloodied, and she was panting heavily. Just then, Lu Mei noticed the lights in Lin Yi's home flicker to life. Lin Yi, clad in pajamas and still groggy, approached the window, a bemused smile on his face. To Lu Mei's astonishment, Lin Yi appeared perfectly comfortable in his thin attire, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Her gaze fell upon the fireplace in his living room, and realization dawned on her. Lin Yi had prepared in advance, having installed a fireplace and fortified his home. No wonder he remained unperturbed in the face of Fong Hu's threats. Casting a glance at her hammer, Lu Mei, refusing to give up, continued her assault on the glass. Lin Yi moved a chair closer, extracting a bowl of noodles and 2 cloves of garlic from another realm, sitting down to enjoy his meal while watching Lu Mei's futile efforts. A meal without garlic lacked half its flavor. As Lu Mei beheld the noodles in Lin Yi's bowl, a surge of energy coursed through her weary body. If she could just shatter the glass, everything inside would be hers. She too desired noodles, meat, and a warm home. Why should Lin Yi have all of that? Why indeed? As Lu Mei watched Lin Yi's life unfold before her jealousy reached a fever pitch. If everyone were living in hunger, she might have been driven to madness, but the stark contrast of their situations left her feeling profoundly unbalanced, especially since the individual before her was someone she had once scorned. In that moment, all she could think of was breaking the glass and storming in to dismantle Lin Yi, claiming all that he possessed. With her hands firmly gripping the hammer, she struck the glass with all her might. With a sharp crack, the wooden mallet in Lu Mei's hand shattered into 2 pieces. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fragment of which she clutched, oblivious to where the mallet had flown off to. Discarding the remnants, she leaned against the glass, desperately imploring Lin Yi. "Brother Lin Yi, I beg you for a morsel of food. I am truly on the brink of starvation." As she spoke, she knocked her head against the glass, akin to bowing in reverence. Lin Yi remained unmoved until blood began to seep from her forehead, prompting him to rise. "I offer you a chance. Tomorrow, Fong Hu will arrive with his men. I want you to take him by surprise and eliminate him. If you succeed, I shall reward you with a bowl of noodles." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei halted and vigorously nodded her head. "Do not worry, master. I shall certainly kill Fong Hu and bring his corpse to you." Driven nearly to madness by hunger, Lu Mei would not flinch even if asked to slay her own parents. Lin Yi stored the remaining noodles in a different space. Food was too precious to waste. He was not hungry himself. He had merely produced the noodles to tempt Lu Mei. With Lu Mei as a hidden piece on the chessboard, it remained uncertain whether Fong, who could evade her cunning tomorrow. However, regardless of the outcome, Lin Yi would incur no loss and was content to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 46. The Death of Fong Hu, the Ascendancy of Lin Na early on. Wang Shui and Jiang Shuyan informed Lin Yi of Fong Hu's alliance with all the residents of Building 16 against him. Wang Shui's intent was clear. She hoped Lin Yi would swiftly eliminate Fong Hu so she could move into Lin Yi's residence. As for Jiang Shuyan's motives, Lin Yi remained uncertain. Perhaps she sought to ingratiate herself with him, or perhaps she was simply a benevolent soul. If it were the latter, Lin Yi would need to contemplate whether to admit her into the sanctuary. He generally maintained a respectful distance from those with a saintly disposition. Such individuals could be adversaries. Yet allies were another matter entirely. Lin Yi feared being betrayed by careless trust. Tomorrow promised to be a spectacle, and he intended to rise early, lest he miss the action and suffer a great loss. At dawn the next day, shortly after finishing breakfast, Lin Yi received a message from Jiang Shuyan. Fong Hu and his men are already on their way to you. Be cautious. Soon after, Wang Shui sent a message echoing the same warning. Observing the surveillance footage, he saw a formidable throng of over 100 individuals advancing toward his floor, wielding various weapons, predominantly kitchen knives. After all, they were at home, and the most potent weapon available was indeed the kitchen knife. Before long, the sound of pounding against the walls reverberated outside. It appeared they were aware of Lin Yi's possession of grenades and dared not approach the front door. Fong Hu stood at the rear with a few lackeys, acting as overseer, while Lin Na stood beside him, demurely leaning against him. After some time of fruitless battering, the group, exhausted and breathless, had not made significant progress. They had not eaten for several days and lacked strength, and their tools were ill-suited for demolition, resulting in minimal damage to the wall. Fong Hu issued a command to a young man who stepped forward with a large iron hammer and began to strike the wall of Lin Yi's abode. 2 minutes later, the sound of the hammer transformed from a dull thud to a metallic clang. Fong Hu immediately ordered the youth to cease, parting the crowd to inspect the wall behind stones. The smooth metal glimmered with a silvery sheen. He recognized it as the same material Lin Yi had used during the renovation, a certain alloy, over 10 centimeters thick. He had previously accepted 20,000 yuan from Lin Yi to allow passage for the materials. Realizing Lin Yi had used it to fortify his home, Fong Hu could not help but slap his own face in regret. Had he not been greedy and allowed Lin Yi to pass, they would have already breached his residence. However, regret was futile now. Though the walls were fortified with alloy, Fong Hu believed there must be some weakness. He directed the group to continue battering the walls, particularly at the corners, where the alloy connections were most susceptible to flaws. After more than an hour of labor, the group, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground. They had dismantled a significant portion of the wall, yet no vulnerabilities were found. Fong Hu recalled Lin Na's suggestion of climbing directly from the balcony into Lin Yi's home. Surely the glass was not made of alloy. He then knocked on Lu Mei's door, requesting to borrow passage through her home to reach Lin Yi's balcony, assuring her that once he breached Lin Yi's sanctuary, he would reward her with 5 bags of instant noodles. With Fong Hu's promise, Lu Mei opened her door. He and his men surged inside. Upon seeing that only Lu Mei remained in the house, they became increasingly brazen. Fong Hu instructed a few to search the rooms for food, yet Lu Mei showed no inclination to resist. With nothing but a dog bone remaining in her home, she had no fear of their search. Fong Hu cast a disappointed glance at his companions, but remained undeterred. Once they conquered Lin Yi's dwelling, food would be plentiful. Fong Hu approached the balcony, peering through the glass. The traces of Lu Mei's earlier climb had been blanketed by fresh snowfall, thus arousing no suspicion. He ordered his 2 most trusted subordinates, clad in thick clothing, to ascend the balcony. His choice of trusted men stemmed from his concern that if they entered Lin Yi's sanctuary, they might seize his provisions for themselves, leaving him to bear the losses. Trusting these 2, he handed them the hammer, and they leaped over the railing into Lin Yi's balcony. At that moment, Lu Mei slowly approached Fong Hu, suddenly drawing a dagger from her sleeve and plunging it violently into Fong Hu's chest. Taken aback by Lu Mei's sudden assault, he attempted to resist, only to have his right hand seized from behind. Lin Yi, no longer the gentle and gracious figure she once was, now bore a fierce countenance. Fang Hu's left hand, still bandaged from a previous injury, was of little concern to him now. He pressed down on the dagger embedded in his chest with his left hand while using his right to pin Lin Yi to the ground. As Fang Hu momentarily subdued both women, a fierce blow struck the back of his head. Reeling from the impact, he collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld his assailant. Cradling his head with one hand, he pointed at Wang Qi with the other. Wang Qi, you dare betray me? The dagger remained lodged in his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, quickly saturating his clothing. Wang Qi helped Lin Yi to her feet and stood beside her. At that moment, realization dawned upon Fang Hu. The true culprit was this woman. He lamented his earlier softness and Lin Yi's sweet words that had prevented him from taking her life. Now, his subordinates had betrayed him for her. Regret coursed through Fang Hu's heart. Witnessing Fang Hu on the brink of death, the two stared in shock at Lin Yi and her companions. Lin Yi stepped on Fang Hu's body, declaring, Fang Hu is dead. What he could offer you, I can provide. What he could not, I shall give as well. Chapter 47. Arson. Now that Fang Hu was dead, they had no choice but to accept their fate and board Lin Yi's ship of thieves. Lin Yi gazed upon the few who had submitted to her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Turning her attention to Lu Mei, she acknowledged that Lu Mei's sudden attack had aided her in executing the ambush on Fang Hu. Yet she remained unaware of Lu Mei's true intentions. Her husband, Han Bin, had already been slain by Fang Hu, but her son should still be at home. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart raced with urgency as she retrieved the key and unlocked the door, commencing her search for her son's whereabouts. Finally, she discovered a lifeless body, frozen and still, upon the bed in the bedroom. The sight of her son's corpse unleashed a torrent of grief, and Lin Yi could no longer contain her sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. In just a single day, she had lost all her loved ones, and the consecutive blows had wrought a profound transformation in her psyche. After a cathartic cry, Lin Yi regained her composure, wrapping her son's body in a bedsheet and placing it within the cabinet. The frigid temperature of the room rendered it a natural cold storage, preserving the body from decay. Once she had gathered her emotions and dried her tears, Lin Yi stepped outside once more. Meanwhile, the neighbors had thoroughly demolished the entire wall of Lin Yi's home, their exertion leaving them fatigued and collapsed upon the ground. Lin Yi recognized the handiwork of Wang Qi and his associates, yet she paid it no mind. Her husband and son were already dead, and her singular thought was to survive. As long as she could endure, she was willing to relinquish everything. Lin Yi handed Lu Mei directly over to Wang Qi and his companions, fully aware of her fate. Wang Qi, unhesitant, accepted her. Although Lu Mei was not as beautiful as Lin Yi, he believed in seizing opportunities. With Fang Hu's demise, he now had the chance to pursue other women first. An hour later, amidst Lu Mei's desperate struggles, they forcefully hurled her out of the window. Lin Yi commanded the two who were about to smash the glass to continue their efforts while she and the others attracted Lin Yi's attention from outside. Observing the two ascend to Lin Yi's balcony with hammers in hand, Lin Yi proceeded to the front door of Lin Yi's residence. Aware that Lin Yi possessed hand grenades, a formidable weapon, she remained cautious, not daring to reveal herself. Standing in the stairwell, she called out to Lin Yi, let us strike a bargain. Hand over half of your food, and we shall depart immediately, ensuring that our paths never cross again. After repeating her offer twice, Lin Yi's voice finally resonated from within. What nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, come in. Lin Yi, undeterred by his provocation, understood that her purpose was merely to distract Lin Yi. As soon as his subordinates shattered the glass of Lin Yi's home, she would unleash her people to storm inside and dismantle Lin Yi. She believed that her husband and son would not have perished if it were not for Lin Yi's actions. Tragically, she remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Mei had already attempted this the previous night, discovering that the glass in Lin Yi's home was tougher than his alloy walls. Even armor-piercing rounds would struggle to breach it. Seated on his sofa, Lin Yi engaged in conversation with Lin Yi while observing the two individuals laboring outside his window. He rose, approached the window, and stood upon a stool, retrieving a Molotov cocktail from his dimensional space. having crafted it himself out of boredom the previous night. He ignited it with a lighter and opened a small vent at the top of the window, tossing the flaming bottle through the opening. The duo, currently alternating their efforts to break the glass, were taken aback upon witnessing Lin Yi ignite the Molotov cocktail, their instinctive reaction being to flee. However, the thick snow on the balcony, combined with their cumbersome clothing, hindered their escape, causing them to falter and tumble into the snowdrift. The Molotov cocktail shattered upon striking the balcony railing, and to amplify its potency, Lin Yi had filled it not with ordinary liquor, but with high-concentration alcohol. As the bottle broke, the alcohol ignited instantaneously, melting the snow on the two individuals and producing plumes of black smoke. Witnessing their struggles amidst the flames, Lin Yi felt a pang of guilt. He swiftly retrieved 2 more Molotov cocktails and hurled them from the window. The balcony was soon engulfed in a raging inferno. As Wang Qi and his companions prepared to intervene, the two engulfed in flames collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lin Yi's ruthless nature, astonished that he had so callously reduced 2 living beings to ashes. After extinguishing the flames with a blanket, Wang Qi examined the two, discovering that their breaths had ceased. Despite the fire being extinguished, the aroma of roasted meat wafting from their charred remains caused the onlookers to swallow hard. Lin Yi, unwilling to concede defeat, refused to believe that Lin Yi's residence bore no weaknesses. Given that the surroundings were fortified with alloy panels, she resolved to enter through the ceiling. Unless Lin Yi had fashioned an impenetrable coffin from alloy, she was determined to discover a way in. Leaving most of her group behind to guard Lin Yi's door and prevent his escape, she led a contingent upstairs to Lin Yi's abode. Residing above Lin, it was an elderly couple in their 50s. Without hesitation, Lin Yi commanded her followers to break down the door, and they surged inside. The elderly couple, confronted by the aggressive mob, could only retreat into their bedroom, barricading the door with their bed and wardrobe. Lin Yi, however, had no interest in confronting them. Instructing her group to begin excavating the floor, Wang Qi seized a hammer and commenced striking the wooden floor in the living room. After more than 10 minutes, a substantial hole emerged, only to reveal the disheartening sight of alloy panels beneath. Lin Yi, gazing at the gaping hole, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Yi. That scoundrel had even fortified the ceiling with alloy. He was truly meticulous. Chapter 48. Jiang Xuyan's plea for help. Given that the ceiling was reinforced with alloy, the outcome below was hardly a mystery. Yet, Lin Yi still yearned to tempt fate, ignoring the elderly couple cowering in their bedroom. She led her group downward toward Lin Yi's lower level. Coincidentally, residing on the floor below Lin Yi was Jiang Xuyan. After conversing with her parents over the phone, she had refrained from speaking in the group chat to diminish her presence, leading many to forget her existence. Otherwise, given Feng Hu's lecherous nature, he would undoubtedly have targeted such a beautiful woman. Seated on her sofa, Jiang Xuyan nibbled on cookies, swathed in a thick winter coat, while a fire blazed in the center of her living room, consuming her wooden wardrobe. Although her home had air conditioning, it had become ineffective in the frigid temperatures. The only means of warmth was the fire. Her food supplies dwindled to less than a week's worth, as she had initially believed her snack reserves would suffice for a month. At this moment, the owner group chat was relatively quiet, with most members accompanying Lin Yi in search of Lin Yi. Residing directly below Lin Yi, Jiang Xuyan could hear the intermittent sounds of wall demolition from above. Her warning to Lin Yi was not born of altruism. She was aware of his renovations. She had witnessed the workers hauling alloy panels upstairs. Such thick alloy was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to breach. Knowing he would be prepared, she surmised that the renovations were just one aspect of his strategy. With food storage being paramount, Jiang Xuyan was certain that Lin Yi possessed the most food in the entire community. Thus, she took the initiative to provide him with information, hoping to win his favor, believing that he might save her life should she encounter danger in the future. Jiang Xuyan held a great deal of confidence in her appearance, having studied dance for several years before attending the police academy. At that time, numerous talent scouts sought to recruit her into the entertainment industry. However, she ultimately declined, as both her parents were police officers, and she had long aspired to become a female officer like them. To achieve her dream, she dedicated herself to rigorous training and maintained her integrity. Despite the countless admirers surrounding her, she had never been in a relationship. Jiang Shuyan sent Lin Yi a message inquiring about his current situation. She found it strange that they were supposed to be attacking Lin Yi's home, yet he had warned her to be cautious. Just then, a loud crash resonated from her front door. It turned out that Lin Yi had seen Lin Na and her associates approaching Jiang Shuyan's home through a surveillance camera, prompting his warning. Jiang Shuyan's heart raced as she rushed to the door and peered through the peephole, witnessing Lin Na and Wang Qi attempting to break down her door. Fortunately, she had piled her refrigerator and furniture against the door when the apocalypse first erupted, buying her some time. Jiang Shuyan immediately called Lin Yi. Though she was a police officer, she was also a woman, and she fully understood the dire consequences if those outside managed to breach her defenses. Being tortured by them would be a mercy. The likelihood of being assaulted and then killed was far greater. The call connected quickly. Jiang Shuyan spoke in a calm tone. "Lin Yi, could you find a way to save me? If you rescue me, I will surely reward you handsomely once the snow disaster passes." After a brief silence on the line, Lin Yi's voice came through. "Do you still not understand? The snow disaster will not end. Humanity has entered the apocalypse. The reward you speak of is nothing but worthless paper." Despite having prepared herself for such a possibility, Jiang Shuyan found it hard to believe his words. Before she could respond, Lin Yi hung up. Listening to the busy tone followed by the banging on her door, panic began to set in. Yet, she forgot that she was also in Building 16. Once her status shifted from observer to victim, she realized she was powerless. Lin Yi had become her sole lifeline. She called him again, but this time he did not answer and instead hung up. If he acquiesced too easily, although she would be grateful, it would inevitably place her and Lin Yi on equal footing. What he desired was not a girlfriend who would merely boss him around, but a subordinate who would completely obey his commands. After Lin Yi hung up for the second time, Jiang Shuyan's hand trembled slightly, hearing the increasing volume of the banging. She finally cast aside all reservations. As long as Lin Yi was willing to save her, she would even accept becoming his slave. Lin Yi fixated on the surveillance feed. The reason he hung up on Jiang Shuyan was that he had a camera positioned right at her front door, allowing him to clearly see the progress of Lin Na and her group attempting to break in. Even if he delayed for a moment, it would not affect the overall situation. The phone on the table rang again, and this time Lin Yi answered. Jiang Shuyan's voice was laced with tears. There were no longer negotiations, only pleas. She promised to comply with whatever Lin Yi required if he chose to save her. Once Lin Yi received the answer he sought, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He feared that if he hesitated, Jiang Shuyan, being the first to be included in his harem, might fall prey to Lin Na and her group, leaving him to mourn in despair. Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Jiang Shuyan was overwhelmed with joy. He instructed her to dress and wait on the balcony. Although she was unsure of his intentions, she had no choice but to follow his orders. Lin Yi had long been prepared, waiting for Jiang Shuyan to relent. After she acquiesced to his demands, Lin Yi finally opened the small door on the balcony and tossed down a rope, securing one into a railing in the room. Seeing the rope drop, Jiang Shuyan understood Lin Yi's intentions. She tugged on it to ensure its strength before beginning to climb upwards. Fortunately, having graduated from the police academy, her physical condition was commendable, and this task posed no challenge for her. Just as she reached midway, Lin Na and her companions managed to break down the door, but the furniture barricade held them back. Peering through the gap, Lin Na spotted Jiang Shuyan climbing the rope and quickly rallied her group to continue bashing the door while she led two others towards Lin Yi's balcony via the stairs. This was her only opportunity. If they could reach the balcony before Lin Yi closed the door, they would easily gain access to his sanctuary. Food and warmth would then be within their grasp. Seeing Wang Qi and the others about to enter, Jiang Shuyan hastened her ascent, but the frigid temperatures caused her hands to go numb within moments. Fortunately, with sheer determination, she managed to reach the top. As she swung herself over the railing into Lin Yi's balcony, two figures suddenly appeared on the adjacent balcony. Lin Na and her companions had arrived. Spotting the open door, they charged forward, intent on stopping Jiang Shuyan. The first assailant lunged at her, grasping her clothing as she struggled desperately to break free. Just as the others were about to join in, a dart gun barrel pressed against the man's head. With a single shot, a gaping wound appeared, and he released his grip on Jiang Shuyan, plummeting into the snow below. Lin Na and another man, seemingly terrified, retreated hastily. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi possessed a firearm. Had they known he wielded such a weapon, they would never have sought trouble. Jiang Shuyan stood frozen, witnessing the violent scene unfold before her. Though a police officer accustomed to the deceased, it was her first experience witnessing a life extinguished before her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure, as the warmth within Lin Yi's home enveloped her. Within a minute of entering, she already felt a surge of heat. Lin Yi stood 3 meters away, his gun still trained on her. Jiang Shuyan, realizing the gravity of the situation, raised her hands. "Take off your clothes," Lin Yi commanded. Jiang Shuyan removed her gloves and tossed them aside, then shed her down jacket and sweater, stopping only when she was left in her undergarments. "Strip completely," Lin Yi's voice insisted again. Though she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Jiang Shuyan understood that he was not jesting. If she disobeyed, he might very well pull the trigger. While Lin Yi's motives for having her undress included a desire to exploit her vulnerability, his primary concern was one of caution. In a moment of uncertainty, a thought crossed her mind. What if she concealed a weapon within her undergarments and caught him off guard? Soon, Jiang Shuyan shed the last remnants of her modesty, casting aside the final piece of clothing. Lin Yi extended a towel towards her and gestured towards the adjacent bathroom, suggesting she take a shower. Without a second thought, Jiang Shuyan dashed into the bathroom. Lin Yi smiled faintly at the sight. The once unattainable goddess was now compelled to heed his commands. He picked up her discarded clothing from the floor and carelessly tossed it into his spatial realm. When he picked up her undergarment, an impulsive urge led him to bring it to his nose, and a subtle fragrance wafted forth. Despite her having gone without a bath for 2 weeks, one could not deny the allure of a beautiful woman's scent. As Jiang Shuyan turned on the hot water in the bathroom, it dawned on her that Lin Yi's abode possessed such amenities. Even if he had a fireplace for warmth, the frigid conditions outside would have rendered the pipes frozen, unless he was utilizing a different water source. Her suspicions were confirmed. Lin Yi had indeed modified the plumbing and wiring, with all utilities sourced from a generator and water tank in his bedroom. By merely replenishing the fuel and water every few days, he could sustain the shelter's daily needs. Jiang Shuyan indulged in a full hour of cleansing. For a person of her cleanliness standards, a fortnight without a bath was unbearable. Lin Yi, meanwhile, remained unhurried, watching television outside, confident that she would not flee now that she was within his home. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Shuyan cracked the bathroom door open, peering out hesitantly to inquire if he had any clothing. Lin Yi stood and presented her with an outfit he had prepared, and she retreated once more into the bathroom. The sound of a hairdryer soon filled the air. Once it ceased, Lin Yi listened intently, deducing she was dressing. Moments later, she emerged from the bathroom, adorned in high heels and fishnet stockings, a deliberate choice from Lin Yi's collection of garments in his spatial realm. Jiang Shuyan's physique and beauty were nothing short of exquisite, and in combination with her attire, she would captivate even the most virtuous. Lin Yi found himself momentarily entranced. Upon seeing the outfit Lin Yi had selected, Jiang Shuyan grasped his intentions. However, did she truly have any other options? For her survival and to secure a place to call home, she had no choice but to submit to Lin Yi. In comparison to others, he offered not only a safe haven and ample supplies, but also possessed a countenance she found tolerable, if not appealing. Thus, as she donned the outfit, she had already resolved to accept her fate. Lin Yi stood, taking Jiang Shuyan's hand and leading her into the bedroom. 2 hours later, he exited first, having finally released the tension he had held since the apocalypse began. Chapter 50. The 3 rules. Jiang Shuyan followed Lin Yi with unsteady steps. Now clad in a new outfit, the previous stockings had been torn and were no longer wearable. High heels proved impractical for home wear, so Lin Yi had chosen a sultry nightgown for her. Once seated at the dining table, Lin Yi waved his hand, and an array of meal containers appeared instantaneously. Upon opening them, sumptuous dishes were revealed: lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber, accompanied by 6 courses and a soup. This was Jiang Shuyan's first meal since her arrival, and given the circumstances, he felt it imperative not to shortchange her after their recent encounter. Jiang Shuyan was taken aback as Lin Yi produced such an extravagant spread seemingly from thin air. She was certain he had not hidden them anywhere prior. and the dishes emitted steam, indicating they had been prepared recently. However, Lin Yi had been with her the entire time, leaving no opportunity for preparation. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Lin Yi explained his possession of a spatial realm, wherein he could store anything within a 10-meter radius. He revealed this secret to ensure she understood that despite their current comfort, should anything happen to him, the shelter would soon be as perilous as the outside world. Without fuel and food, those residing here would face starvation and freezing just like anyone else. Though Jiang Shuyan found it hard to believe, Lin Yi had just demonstrated his extraordinary spatial abilities, leaving no room for doubt. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired whether he had stolen the supplies from the Fuyuan warehouse. Lin Yi was surprised by her quick deduction. She had connected the dots with remarkable speed. Realizing there was no longer a need for concealment, he nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving his confirmation, Jiang Shuyan's understanding deepened. The theft had been significant enough to warrant a dedicated investigation, of which she was a part. They had discovered that the supplies vanished in a matter of hours. Although Su Shuai had been a primary suspect, he had been quickly ruled out due to his limited capacity to orchestrate such a discreet operation without arousing suspicion, especially given the absence of surveillance capturing any large vehicles. The only entity capable of executing such a feat within Longhua was the government. It was inconceivable that they would engage in theft. After extensive inquiries yielded no results, the case had been left unresolved. Now, understanding Lin Yi's capabilities, Jiang Shuyan immediately associated them with the missing supplies, realizing the enormity of his power. He had the ability to clear out an entire warehouse, a staggering sum of 5 billion worth of resources, now pilfered by Lin Yi. She felt fortunate to have allied herself with him. By clinging to Lin Yi's coattails, she not only ensured her safety, but also secured a future of comfort amidst the chaos of the world. With this realization, her gaze softened towards him, and they commenced their meal. After 2 hours of exertion, Lin Yi was ravenous, and soon they had devoured everything on the table. Remarkably, Jiang Shuyan consumed nearly all of it, leaving Lin Yi astonished by her appetite. Embarrassed by his gaze, she acknowledged her hunger, having rationed her meager supplies at home. Every morsel had been carefully divided to last longer. The prolonged period of snacking had dulled her taste buds, and now confronted with an array of delectable dishes, her restraint crumbled. Having finished their meal, Jiang Shuyan instinctively began to clear the table without waiting for Lin Yi's direction. When she had sought his help, they had implicitly agreed upon terms. Her role in this arrangement was merely that of a servant and subordinate. Since she is a slave, it is only natural for her to possess the awareness of her status. Lin Yi's invitation for her to dine with him already reflects a degree of leniency. Once Jiang Shuyan had tidied the dining table, she took a seat beside Lin, even placing her long legs across his lap. She had already contemplated that following Lin Yi would not be a disadvantage for her. Rather, it would be advantageous. As long as Lin Yi shared the conditions of his household, many women would line up to serve him as slaves in the outskirts of Haijing City. Having so effortlessly secured this opportunity, she understood the importance of seizing it. Without rules, there can be no order. Lin Yi hoped Jiang Shuyan would recognize her position so that they could sustain a long-term arrangement. Firstly, this household is governed by Lin Yi. Regardless of the magnitude of matters, as long as it is his command, Jiang Shuyan must execute it without room for negotiation. Secondly, the relationship between Jiang Shuyan and Lin Yi is not that of romantic partners, but rather that of a master and servant. Thus, Jiang Shuyan must maintain an appropriate attitude. Lin Yi may very well have more women in the future. Should Jiang Shuyan feel jealousy or distress, she is free to leave at any moment. Thirdly, Jiang Shuyan is responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the home, including laundry and cooking. Lin Yi cannot support someone who contributes nothing to remain in this household. She must demonstrate her worth. Although Lin Yi's 3 demands may seem somewhat harsh, Jiang Shuyan comprehended that they were merely neighbors devoid of emotional ties. It was better to establish clear agreements to avoid inadvertently crossing Lin Yi's boundaries. While he had shown her great tenderness moments ago, it was not uncommon for individuals to become unrecognizable once their trousers were back on. Upon Jiang Shuyan's immediate acceptance of his 3 demands, Lin Yi's expression softened. Although he nominally referred to her as his slave, he would be accommodating as long as she did not overstep her bounds. After all, she was his woman, having given herself to him for the first time, and she was undeniably beautiful. He could not bear for her to suffer. After Jiang Shuyan acquiesced to Lin Yi's requests, she posed a question. Did you already know that a snow disaster would occur? Observing Lin Yi's expression, she surmised the answer and continued, even with your spatial abilities, no one would have taken the initiative to convert their home into a safe house without prior knowledge of the impending snow disaster. Furthermore, you not only pilfered valuable resources worth 500 billion from the Fuyuan warehouse, but you also hoarded a significant amount of food and firewood. Do not wonder how I know this. After the theft at Fuyuan, we inspected all the warehouses in Haijing City in search of those goods, including the one you rented in the suburbs. We discovered that a substantial quantity of supplies is delivered there daily, yet their sources are all legitimate, which is why we ruled out your suspicion. Lin Yi smiled slightly, realizing that Jiang Shuyan was far more astute than he had initially perceived. This was advantageous. Had she been a naive fool, he would have had to worry about many more matters, since she had already deduced the truth. Lin Yi chose not to conceal anything further and revealed his deepest secret. This configuration was akin to that of a protagonist. Although Jiang Shuyan had not read apocalyptic novels, she was well-versed in urban revenge tales, which were her greatest passion. Protagonists in such narratives always managed to turn misfortune into fortune, overcoming any obstacles and ultimately achieving greatness. Now that she learned Lin Yi shared a similar experience, Jiang Shuyan's loyalty to him intensified. It was known that the wives of such protagonists, upon rebirth, often achieved remarkable success, becoming either tycoons in the business world or renowned actresses in the entertainment industry, none of whom ended up in dire straits. Having become Lin Yi's first woman, she felt assured that she would rise to prominence. Lin Yi, unaware of Jiang Shuyan's inner thoughts, assumed her astonishment stemmed from his extraordinary experience. After all, they were both materialists, and faced with such enigmatic occurrences, skepticism was a natural response. It was only when Jiang Shuyan mentioned the novel she had read and how his experience mirrored those narratives that Lin Yi finally grasped the situation. However, whether he was indeed the protagonist was of little concern to him. He merely wished to survive in this apocalypse and savor life to the fullest, ideally accompanied by several beautiful women, thus leaving no regrets. As for Jiang Shuyan's talk of achieving greatness, he had no interest or ambition in such aspirations. Meanwhile, the neighbors outside, upon hearing the gunfire, scattered in disarray. This operation resulted in significant losses for Lin Yi, leaving her with only Wang Qi and another young man by her side, as the rest had been slain by Lin Yi. Following this battle, Lin Yi abandoned her plans against Lin Yi. Although she harbored resentment towards him, she recognized that their weapons posed no real threat. They could not even breach his front door, let alone contend with Lin Yi, who possessed firearms. Fortunately, she had managed to find some food in Jiang Shuyan's home, sufficient for the three of them for 2 days. The neighboring families, however, fared poorly, as their meager supplies had been further depleted by the strenuous labor imposed upon them at Lin Yi's residence. Now, each was left exhausted, having neither secured food nor retained their strength. Wang Shui quickly learned of Fang Hu's demise and took out her phone to send Lin Yi a message. "Iga, didn't you say that as long as Fang Hu is dead, I could move in? I saw in the group chat that he has been killed. I'm coming to find you, so wait for me." Elated, Wang Shui began to gather her belongings, though there was little to pack since her food had long been consumed, and she was surviving on snacks hoarded by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. After donning 2 layers of clothing, she completed her preparations and was ready to leave. As for Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, she had no intention of concerning herself with their fates. Her sole aim was to move in. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, she found Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang guarding her bedroom entrance. Wang Shui's recent actions had certainly attracted their attention. Yang Shuang, observing Wang Shui bundled up tightly, asked mockingly, "Oh, it's so cold outside. Where do you think you're off to?" Zhang Qian, more direct, seized Wang Shui and rummaged through her pockets, retrieving her phone. Upon viewing the message Wang Shui had sent to Lin Yi, Zhang Qian's anger flared, and she yanked Wang Shui's hair, scowling. "You intend to abandon us and enjoy yourself alone? You shameless wretch." With that, She struck Wang Shui across the face. After receiving the blow, Wang Shui retaliated. "You only promised me I could move in. You think you can enjoy yourselves too? Look at the two of you. Do you even deserve it?" Hearing Wang Shui's derision and understanding the situation, Yang Shuang joined the fray. In a one-on-one confrontation, Wang Shui was already no match for Zhang Qian. With Yang Shuang's assistance, she was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Slaps and punches rained down upon her, quickly transforming her into a battered mess. Yang Shuang then retrieved a length of rope to bind Wang Shui. Presently, Wang Shui was a valuable bargaining chip for the two of them. Since Lin Yi had agreed to let Wang Shui reside in his safe house, it indicated her significant standing in his eyes. By controlling Wang Shui, they could leverage her to obtain the supplies they desired, or even persuade Lin Yi to relinquish his residence. Although Wang Shui's hands and feet were bound, she did not cease her verbal onslaught against the two. "Release me at once, you vile creatures. I yearn to bask in the comfort of Yi Gige's abode. Should he learn of your foul deeds, rest assured, you shall face his wrath." Yang Shuang seized a tattered cloth to gag Wang Shui, then took her phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, we have Wang Shui in our grasp. If you wish to see her unharmed, relinquish your house for our occupancy or bear the consequences." Chapter 52. Pure Love Warrior Sun Qi. At the time Lin Yi received Zhang Qian's message, he was engrossed in a game with Jiang Shuyan. Previously, he had played alone, but now he had company. Jiang Shuyan demonstrated commendable gaming prowess, even surpassing Lin Yi, indicating her prior experience. She was astonished to see Lin Yi had prepared a gaming console, while the outside world descended into chaos over mere sustenance. Meanwhile, they luxuriated in a warm home, indulging in fruit, beverages, and games, living a life akin to deities. Upon hearing his phone ring, Lin Yi glanced at it. In addition to the threats, there was a harrowing image of Wang Shui, bruised and battered, bound and discarded on the ground, eliciting a sense of despair. "Do not harm her. Whatever it is, let be directed at me." Although Lin Yi was unaware of the cause of the conflict among the three women, it did not deter him from relishing the opportunity to toy with them. "Immediately vacate your home for us. I shall release Wang Shui without delay. Otherwise, be prepared to collect her remains." Lin Yi scoffed at Zhang Qian's audacity to demand his house, deeming her shameless. Wang Shui's worth did not equate to such a price, and even if they had captured Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi would remain unyielding. "I cannot possibly surrender my house. If I do, both Wang Shui and I shall perish in the cold." Lin Yi firmly rejected her demands. "I require 5 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of seafood, and your firearm. Deliver these items, and I shall release Wang Shui, allowing her to fly back to you." The news of Lin Yi possessing a firearm was already common knowledge among the residents of Building 16. While he had previously thrown grenades, their true nature remained ambiguous to them. They only speculated based on the explosive impact. However, it was now confirmed that he possessed a gun. When he fired it, not only did Li Na witness it, but several residents present did as well. Through embellishment, rumors spread in the residents group that Lin Yi had once been a mercenary abroad, a killer, which explained his possession of firearms and grenades. Lin Yi again dismissed Zhang Qian's requests. "Do not expect any supplies. I shall not part with anything. Release my beloved Wang Shui at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyan had prepared a sumptuous meal, filling the table with an array of dishes, 3 meat and 1 vegetable, complemented by a pot of rib soup infused with goji berries and ginseng. As Lin Yi sat down, Jiang Shuyan, like a devoted wife, served him a bowl of soup and a helping of rice. He took a sip of the soup, the aroma of ribs mingling with the sweetness of corn tantalizing his palate. The flavors surpassed even those from a restaurant, crafted from natural ingredients devoid of any artificial enhancements. After placing the bowl down, Lin Yi eagerly delved into the meal, astonished by Jiang Shuyan's culinary skills. He had struck gold with her, and the fresh ingredients from his space promised future culinary delights. Though he had ordered plenty from a restaurant prior to the apocalypse, he preferred cooking himself, as it imbued the atmosphere with a sense of home. Unfortunately, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Even he, an unpicky eater, struggled to consume his own cooking. Observing Lin Yi devour his food with gusto filled Jiang Shuyan with joy, affirming that she was more than just a pretty face. She was indeed of value to him. While Lin Yi savored his meal, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang bombarded hin with numerous messages, all demanding supplies or threatening to dismember Wang Shui. Losing interest after a brief glance, Lin Yi set his phone aside and resumed gaming with Jiang Shuyan. Their supplies had nearly been depleted, and without further provisions, they would soon find themselves hungry. As they pondered their predicament, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang hastily dragged Wang Shui into the bedroom and locked the door. Armed with kitchen knives, they peered through the peephole. Outside stood a shadowy figure, clad in a hat and shrouded in layers, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Zhang Qian, maintaining her vigilance, called out, "Who goes there?" removing her hat and scarf. She and Yang Shuang exchanged surprised glances. The figure was none other than Sun Qi, Wang Shui's university classmate and former boyfriend, who had promised to bring her food. His arrival was unexpected, and Lin Yi would undoubtedly commend his bravery. Sun Qi braved the harsh weather to come here because he resided in an apartment directly opposite the community. Lacking direction, he had relied on instinct to find his way. Fortune smiled upon him as he miraculously arrived at Wang Shui's building. In the early days of the apocalypse, the supermarket owner had exorbitantly inflated prices, leading to a violent uprising among the residents, resulting in the owner's demise and the looting of all supplies. Sun Qi's backpack contained provisions he had just acquired: cookies, bread, and instant noodles to stave off hunger. He had arranged with Wang Shui to deliver food today, only to discover she had been captured by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. Chapter 53. Xiao Chong of Building 13. Eventually, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian hesitated but decided to unlock the door. However, their vigilance remained undiminished, the knife still clutched in their hands. Upon entering, Sun Qi placed his backpack on the floor and inquired about Wang Shui's whereabouts. The two women faltered, but Zhang Qian quickly regained her composure. Wang Shui wished to seek Lin Yi, and we could not stop her, so we had to bind her. Hearing Lin Yi's name sparked a flicker of anger in Sun Qi, who harbored a deep disdain for Wang Shui's infatuation with him. During their relationship, Lin Yi would frequently appear before them, delivering breakfast to Wang Shui, which only fueled Sun Qi's jealousy. After graduation, learning that Wang Shui had moved into a place arranged by Lin infuriated him further. However, he was limited by his modest circumstances, and even his apartment was rented with great effort, rendering him unable to provide Wang Shui with a better living situation. Fortunately, Wang Shui had never shown much interest in Lin Yi, merely treating him as a servant. Otherwise, Sun Qi would have confronted Lin Yi long ago. As they opened the door to the bedroom where Wang Shui was confined, Sun Qi's heart ached at her pitiable state, instantly erasing any lingering resentment. He hurried to her side to untie her bonds. Upon encountering Sun Qi, Wang Shui embraced him as if he were a long-lost kin, bursting into tears. Sun Qi comforted her by gently patting her back. Since their breakup, Sun Qi had harbored thoughts of Wang Shui, and to be closer to her, he had deliberately rented an apartment across from her community. He had wished to reside directly in the Shouchuan community, but the properties there were all 3-bedroom units, and the rent was exorbitant, far beyond his modest salary. Thus, he had to settle for a less desirable option. Upon seeing Wang Shui's ally arrive, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang quickly apologized, explaining that their actions stemmed from concern over her being deceived by Lin Yi, which had led them to such desperate measures. Wang Shui felt somewhat guilty facing Sun Qi and had to clarify that her intention was merely to procure some food from Lin Yi's residence, and she never intended to move in. Upon hearing her explanation, Sun Qi's expression softened. He retrieved his backpack, unzipped it, and emptied its contents, which he had painstakingly acquired amidst a frenzy of grabbing. Among the items were instant noodles, biscuits, and a bagged roast chicken, which he had been reluctant to eat himself. He immediately handed it to Wang Shui, saying, "You must be starving. Go ahead and eat. I saved this for you." Wang Shui, too overwhelmed to express her gratitude, focused solely on the roast chicken. As she tore open the packaging, she began to devour it with fervor. Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian watched enviously but remained self-aware. Sun Qi then handed them 2 bags of bread, as they had reconciled and should now unite against external challenges. Soon, Wang Shui finished the entire roast chicken. even consuming the head, which she typically avoided, leaving no bones behind. After satiating her hunger, she glanced at Sun Qi, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry. Chigo, I was just so hungry that I didn't save any for you. You and hold it against me, would you?" Sun Qi shook his head, replying, "Of course not. It was meant for you, and your enjoyment brings me joy." Once they had all eaten their fill, they began to strategize their next steps. Yang Shuang recounted the recent happenings in Building 16 to Sun Qi. Upon learning of Lin Yi's abundant supplies and warm shelter, Sun Qi declared his determination to seize Lin Yi's residence for the three women. His impression of Lin Yi was still rooted in their university days, when Lin Yi was meek and never dared to confront anyone. It was only after Wang Shui's breakup that he had approached her again. Sun Qi was not particularly concerned about such a person, despite Yang Shuang's insistence that Lin Yi had changed. Even fending off several attacks and possessing a firearm according to the property owner group, Sun Qi chose not to believe it, as these claims were merely hearsay. After all, this was Longhua. How could an ordinary person like Lin Yi possess a gun? However, acquiring Lin Yi's residence posed a challenge, as it was fortified with alloy panels, making it impossible for them to breach it with mere brute force. This matter required careful planning. Sun Qi then took out his phone and dialed a number. This was a friend from before the apocalypse, a resident of Shouchuan community, named Xiao Chong, who lived in Building 13. Sun Qi had contacted him prior to arriving at Shouchuan, and Xiao Chong had invited him to seek shelter with him. Now, Xiao Chong had the situation in Building 13 under control, commanding over 20 individuals, while other residents had been confined together as reserve resources. However, Sun Qi had declined his offer out of concern for Wang Shui's safety, stating he would seek him out once his tasks were completed. It now seemed imperative for him to collaborate with Xiao Chong if they could join forces to seize Lin Yi's residence. Wang Shui could finally reside in safety without enduring the cold outside. The call connected swiftly, and Xiao Chong was at home, enjoying a meal with 7 or 8 of his loyal followers. Some of his subordinates were stationed to guard the other residents, while a portion resided next door. In the center of the room, a fire pit held a large pot, boiling water. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were cooking human flesh. Just 2 days prior, they had consumed all the food in the building, leaving Xiao Chong no choice but to turn his attention to the residents. Faced with starvation, they opted for cannibalism. Xiao Chong had herded all the residents onto the same floor, confining them, except for a few relatively attractive women he retained, while the rest became their sustenance. With no food or water and the temperatures plummeting indoors, a significant number of the confined residents had perished within 2 days, leaving only a handful struggling to survive. When Sun Qi called, Xiao Chong initially assumed he was seeking refuge, but was intrigued when Sun Qi proposed a collaboration. Though Xiao Chong was not currently in want of food, he recognized that cannibalism was not a sustainable solution. The chilling temperatures outside made it unbearable, even with a fire, maintaining an indoor temperature of -20 to 30 degrees. After all, to keep the fire burning, he had to open the windows slightly, or else they would risk poisoning themselves. Upon hearing Sun Qi mention that a man named Lin Yi had created a safe haven in Building 16 prior to the apocalypse, which boasted ample food and warmth, Xiao Chong could not resist the temptation and agreed to the plan. However, the distance between Building 13 and Building 16 was considerable, and the severe snow made it daunting. Sun Qi's successful navigation was likely a stroke of luck, and Xiao Chong did not share the same confidence. Contemplating this, the plan hit a snag. Although he had subordinates, the method of traversing the distance remained a challenge. Ultimately, Sun Qi devised a solution: tunneling. The straight-line distance between the two buildings was approximately 170 meters, and the snow had accumulated for nearly half a month, burying anything below the 5th floor. While the snow at the bottom had compacted, its hardness was still significantly less than that of soil, making it relatively easy to excavate. If they organized a team to dig continuously, they could excavate over 50 meters a day, and within 3 days, a passage could be created. Furthermore, this approach had the added benefit of passing through buildings 14 and 15, allowing them to not only raid Lin Yi's residence, but also potentially scavenge supplies and rescue any attractive women from the other buildings. Xiao Chong had been single for over 20 years, never having held a woman's hand, Yet now, he found women willingly throwing themselves at him without prompting. The thrill of power exhilarated him, and he became increasingly resolute in his aspirations to dominate the entire community. Without hesitation, after agreeing to collaborate with Sun Qi, Xiao Chong began organizing his men to dig the tunnel. The laborers would naturally be those confined residents, whom he promised that if they successfully excavated the passage within 3 days, they would have the opportunity to become his subordinates, enjoying a life of luxury alongside him. Motivated by Xiao Chong's promise, the remaining residents regained their will to survive. Having witnessed their former neighbors perish one by one, they had previously felt hopeless. But now fate had granted them another chance at life, which they were determined to seize. Xiao Chong did not impose harsh conditions. Before they began working, he prepared a large pot of meat soup to replenish their strength. They were already so weak from hunger that they could barely move. Without some nourishment, they simply could not work. Once they had regained a modicum of strength, Xiao Chong began assigning supervisors, dividing the group into 3 shifts, each working for an hour. Although Xiao Chong was not concerned about them freezing to death, he knew that delays in their work could hinder his own plans, which would be counterproductive. Before long, everyone began their tasks, utilizing tools they had crafted themselves. In just one afternoon, they managed to dig through over 30 meters, surpassing Xiao Chong's expectations significantly. At this rate, the passage would be completed in less than 3 days. However, as they progressed, their speed diminished. The oxygen levels within the tunnel decreased, and the snow they excavated needed to be transported away. Moreover, the direction became increasingly unclear, making it easy to veer off course. While Xiao Chong directed the digging, Lin Yi found herself in a dire predicament. Previously, she had organized the residents of the entire building to assault Lin Yi's dwelling, but instead of gaining any advantage, they had suffered casualties at Lin Yi's hands. Now, only Wang Qi and another young man remained by her side. They began to express their dissatisfaction with Lin Yi, as since joining her, not only had they failed to acquire any resources, but several of their companions had also perished due to her leadership. You wretched woman, you incited us against Hugo, and now our numbers are dwindling, with our food supply exhausted. All of this is your doing, Wang Qi shouted, assaulting Lin Yi with punches and kicks. As a woman, she was powerless to resist Wang Qi's blows, curling up on the ground and clasping her head tightly. After a while, Wang Qi grew weary and sat down on the sofa. As they glared at Lin Yi, who was groaning on the floor, their anger intensified, and they proceeded to drag her into the bedroom. An hour later, Wang Qi and the other young man emerged. While contemplating their next steps, Wang Qi's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, realizing it was not his, but rather Feng Hu's phone, which he had taken after Feng Hu's demise. Seeing the caller ID sent a chill down his spine. After a moment of hesitation, he answered, "Do you want to work for me?" The voice on the other end belonged to Lin Yi, who was already aware of Feng Hu's death and knew that only 2 of his subordinates remain alive. Wang Qi pondered for a moment before asking, "What is in it for me?" Lin Yi anticipated this question. With only 2 members left from their original team of 6, they were on the brink of starvation without his assistance. "I can provide you with food. If you both work for me, I will give you 2 bags of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 sausages each day." Wang Qi swallowed hard. Although they had managed to find some food lately, it was barely enough to satisfy their hunger. In the frigid weather, the thought of a warm meal made his mouth water. Without hesitation, Wang Qi agreed. Lin Yi smiled, knowing he had easily lured them with a promise of sustenance. Lin Yi then issued his first command, to take Lin Yi to the adjacent room and throw her off the balcony. Upon receiving the message, Wang Qi called his companion to drag the nearly unconscious Lin Yi to the bedroom. Ignoring her struggles, they forcibly brought her to Lu Mei's former room. Wang Qi opened the balcony door and pulled Lu Mei inside. Lin Yi had been waiting for them, as he could see Lu Mei's balcony from his living room. Upon seeing Lin Yi watching them, Wang Qi instructed his companion to help throw Lin Yi off the balcony. They then climbed into Lin Yi's apartment, eager to curry favor with him. Lin Yi, through the glass, inquired about their names. Aside from Wang Qi, the other young man was named Li Lei, both former subordinates of Feng Hu. Lin Yi opened a small window on the floor-to-ceiling glass door and tossed out the promised instant noodles and bread. Wang Qi cradled the items and bowed deeply to Lin Yi before leaving the balcony. After sending them away, Lin Yi received several private messages, all from the residents of Building 16, expressing their desire to become his subordinates and follow his commands. Following their failed assault, they now understood that Lin Yi's shelter was impenetrable. Rather than oppose him, they preferred to submit, hoping to avoid starvation under his leadership. Lin Yi calculated that there were only about 40 to 50 individuals still capable of fighting within Building 16. Supporting them was not an issue, especially since he had amassed a mountain of instant noodles and bread in his storage. He had no intention of consuming these resources himself, as it would be a waste. However, he would not support them without conditions. He was aware that outside of Building 16, the situation was unclear. If someone unified their building, they might expand outward to gather supplies, potentially igniting conflict. With his current limitations preventing him from venturing out, using them as expendable resources seemed prudent. With this in mind, Lin Yi created a group chat, adding those who had messaged him, along with the surviving residents from the owner's group. Upon realizing Lin Yi was the group leader, the members hurriedly pledged their loyalty. Even those who had previously attacked Lin Yi's shelter refrained from mentioning their past actions. Their only hope for survival lay with Lin Yi. As long as he was willing to support them, they would live. From now on, Yigu is the boss of Building 16, and we will obey him. Anyone who dares to oppose Yigu will face my wrath. They acknowledged that their inability to find food stemmed from a lack of leadership. With Yi's presence, they believed they would no longer endure hunger and cold. Observing the flattery in the chat, Lin Yi felt displeased. Did they truly consider him a free source of provisions? He would not be responsible for their sustenance. He promptly doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Do not expect me to sustain you indefinitely. If you wish to take my resources, you must pay the price. If you defy my orders when I require your assistance, I need not spell out the consequences. The crowd, however, seemed unperturbed by Lin Yi's threats. Although he was formidable, they believed he would never leave his shelter. Even if they took resources without working, what could Lin Yi do to them? Lin Yi discerned their dismissive attitudes and understood their mindset. He then tagged Wang Qi and Li Lei. You two will lead them from now on. I will provide you with supplies daily, and you shall be responsible for their distribution. Anyone who misappropriates resources or refuses to comply should be thrown from the building. Wang Qi and Li Lei, elated, assured Lin Yi of their unwavering loyalty. They had not anticipated that by assisting Lin Yi in removing Li Na, they would receive such favorable treatment. Within Building 16, they would now walk with newfound confidence. Wang Qi gathered all the residents, totaling around 40 to 50 young adults. Given the dire living conditions, the elderly and weak had long since perished. After compiling the roster, Wang Qi sent it to Lin Yi. Upon tracing Wang Qi's background, Lin Yi discovered that he was not actually from Building 16, but had come from outside. The first individual to enter Building 16 from outside was indeed impressive to Lin Yi. Surviving such harsh external conditions to reach this place was commendable, even earning a thumbs up from Lin Yi. However, the thick clothing, along with a hat and scarf, obscured the person's face, leaving Lin Yi momentarily unable to identify them or understand why they had entered Wang Shui's home. He cautiously opened his own alloy door, taking a full minute to unlock every latch before placing the supplies he had prepared at the entrance. In the next moment, he closed the door once more and sent a message to Wang Qi, requesting him to arrange for someone to collect the food for the following day. Lin Yi had decided to secure Jiang Shuyan in advance, concerned that she might attempt a surprise attack from behind when he opened the door. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, he remained vigilant. The betrayal he experienced in his previous life had eroded his trust in others. Even while sleeping at night, Lin Yi would not permit Jiang Shuyan to share the same room with him, as he refused to have anyone nearby while he was in a vulnerable state. The room also had surveillance, monitoring Jiang Shuyan's every move. Naturally, her phone had been confiscated early on. Upon reviewing its contents, Lin Yi noted that aside from her communications with her parents, there were exchanges with a close friend. Li Kai, Li Kuer, a surgeon, had been a high school classmate of Jiang Shuyan, and they were renowned as a pair of prodigies. Having shared the same class, they maintained a close friendship, even after Jiang Shuyan entered the police academy while Li Kuer pursued medical studies. Their connection remained strong, often meeting for shopping and dining. Lin Yi took a moment to visit Li Kuer's profile, which featured her photographs. It was evident that beauty attracts beauty. Li Kuo was equally stunning, if not more so, than Jiang Shuyan. In terms of physique, she even had a slight edge, prompting Lin Yi to assign her an impressive score of 98. Such a level of beauty could easily rival that of celestial maidens. Unfortunately, she resided at a considerable distance, though still in Haijing City, her home being far from Lin Yi's original community, with one located in the southern part and the other in the western part of the city. Thus, Lin Yi reluctantly set aside any thoughts of her for the time being, but once the snow outside ceased and he could venture out, he might seek her out, for he would feel a pang of regret if such a beautiful woman fell into the hands of others. Lin Yi proceeded to inquire about Li Kuo with Jiang Shuyan, asking her a series of questions. Jiang Shuyan, aware of Lin Yi's intentions, felt uncertain about how to respond, as she was not his girlfriend and feared that expressing discomfort might lead to her being cast aside. Chapter 56. The Offensive Against Wang Shui. This was not mere paranoia. After a day of interaction, Jiang Shuyan had discerned Lin Yi's temperament. When he was amiable, he could be as attentive as a boyfriend, but should he turn hostile, no one could sway him. Fortunately, Lin Yi still found her intriguing, and Jiang Shuyan believed that with her beauty, even if Li Kuo were to join them, Lin Yi would not simply cast her aside. Did not the allure of sisterly companionship hold more appeal than singular beauty for men? After placing the food at the entrance, within 5 minutes, Wang Qi and Li Lei arrived with several others at Lin Yi's door. They first bowed respectfully before the door. Then Wang Qi instructed the others to carry the food away. Once the provisions reached Fang Hu's residence, Wang Qi began organizing the distribution. Although Lin Yi's food allocation was based on headcount, the specifics of distribution were at Wang Qi and Li Lei's discretion. Among the residents were several young women. Though their looks were average, they possessed youthful vitality. Such individuals were certainly not to Lin Yi's taste. Thus, they were given preferential treatment. Those who performed well would receive extra rations, while those he disdained would receive less. However, they dared not withhold entirely, as it was Lin Yi's directive, and they had to maintain a careful balance in their exploitation of power. Lin Yi had anticipated this scenario from the outset, yet he did not intend to intervene. Only a select few among the residents would benefit, primarily those loyal subordinates of Wang Qi and Li Lei or the women who shared their beds. The majority would find their rations reduced, effectively redirecting their ire towards Wang Qi and Li Lei. His orders would be conveyed through them, allowing Lin Yi to deflect any blame should complications arise. It was a truly advantageous arrangement. The following morning, upon waking, Lin Yi first checked the surveillance in Jiang Shuyan's room. She was already awake, sitting on her bed awaiting his arrival. Upon reaching her door, Lin Yi used his fingerprint to unlock it, prompting Jiang Shuyan to hurriedly rise and dash into the bathroom. The bedroom lacked an attached restroom, necessitating that Lin Yi always ensured she relieve herself before locking her in. As for when he might allow her to stay overnight in his room, perhaps in the future, but certainly not now. Their relationship remained too fragile, bordering on non-existent. Lin Yi had retained her solely for her looks, while Jiang Shuyan's intentions were far clearer: survival. Lin Yi provided her with a comfortable environment and ample food, while she offered her services in return. Their relationship resembled a transaction. Today, Lin Yi did not require Jiang Shuyan to prepare breakfast. Instead, he retrieved 2 portions from his alternate space. He laid out a basket of steamed buns, 2 bowls of century egg and lean pork congee, and a serving of pan-fried dumplings. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi took out his phone to message Wang Qi. Since the mysterious individual had entered Wang Shui's room, Lin Yi had not seen her or her companions for several days. They had neither ventured outside nor spoken in the group chat, leading many to speculate that they had perished from hunger at home. However, Lin Yi knew better. He was well acquainted with the 3 women. If they were truly starving, they would undoubtedly resort to scavenging for flesh. There was no way they would starve to death indoors. Thus, he planned to have Wang Qi and his team check on them, and, if they were alive, to bring the 3 women along with the man back to him. Upon receiving Lin Yi's message, Wang Qi promptly gathered Li Lei and over 20 others, marching towards Wang Shui's residence with great fanfare. Li Lei wielded the iron hammer previously used to break down doors. Upon reaching Wang Shui's doorstep, they knocked, but received no response. Li Lei handed the hammer to a nearby burly man, and soon the sound of the door being smashed echoed. Lin Yi, seated on the sofa, monitored the situation via the television surveillance feed, which directly faced Wang Shue's front door, allowing him to witness everything clearly. After more than 10 minutes of battering, with 3 different individuals taking turns, the door finally yielded. Wang Qi seized the hammer, and alongside Li Lei, they were among the few who had managed to avoid hunger since the apocalypse, thus maintaining their strength. Wang Qi raised the hammer high and brought it crashing down upon the security door. With a resounding crash, the already loosened door was propelled 2 meters away by the force. The group surged inside. Upon entering the living room, they found no one present, only a sea of refuse and extinguished fire pits. Subsequently, Wang Qi and his companions turned their attention to the bedroom. After pushing open 2 bedroom doors in succession, they found no one inside. It was not until they reached the 3rd door that they encountered resistance. Something was clearly obstructing it from within. Wang Qi called upon his comrades to force the door open. This door was significantly easier to breach than the security door, and within mere minutes, a large hole was made in the wooden barrier. However, the space behind it was cluttered with furniture, including wardrobes, refrigerators, and a bed, effectively blocking their entrance. Nevertheless, these obstacles were no match for a hammer. After 5 minutes, they managed to break through the door. Wang Qi ordered his men to rush inside, only to be met with the sight of 1 man and 3 women, all armed with knives, eyeing them warily. They recognized the 3 women as residents of the community, but the man was unfamiliar. Yet, they could not afford to dwell on such details. Lin Yi's command was simply to bring these individuals back. Other concerns were beyond their purview. However, the presence of knives and the cramped quarters diminished Wang Qi's numerical advantage. For a moment, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Despite Wang Qi and Li Lei shouting at the top of their lungs, no one dared to make the first move. After all, they were all merely trying to survive, not genuinely fighting for Lin Yi. Naturally, no one was willing to step forward and risk injury, especially considering the frigid temperatures, without Lin Yi's assistance. A wound could lead to infection and death. After a standoff lasting over 10 minutes, Wang Qi had a sudden inspiration and called for a retreat. Soon, the few who had rushed into the bedroom began to withdraw slowly. Sun Qi and Wang Shui remained cautious. Although they did not understand why these intruders had burst into their home, it was evident that their intentions revolved around food. Today marked the 3rd day since Sun Qi had arranged to meet Xiao Chong from Building 13. If she could hold on just a little longer, help would soon arrive. After Wang Qi ensured that his men had exited, he began instructing them to gather flammable materials, piling them at the bedroom door. Most of these consisted of summer clothing and a blanket, hastily sourced from other rooms. Lighting the clothes with a lighter, the flames grew larger, releasing thick black smoke. The group then tossed the burning items into Wang Shue's bedroom, quickly enveloping the space in smoke. They huddled in a corner, covering their mouths and noses with clothing. Yet they still coughed incessantly, tears streaming down their faces. After a few minutes, Wang Shui was the first to stand, and before Sun Qi could react, she dashed out of the bedroom. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang followed suit, leaving Sun Qi to endure the smoke alone. Wang Qi, waiting at the door, quickly subdued those who emerged, pinning them to the ground and binding them with rope. 2 minutes later, Sun Qi could no longer withstand the smoke and bolted from the bedroom. As she burst through the door, she was struck on the head and forced to the ground. Wang Qi's gaze was soon drawn to the captured individuals, particularly Wang Shui. Though her face bore bruises, her beauty was undeniable. Yet, Wang Qi hesitated. He was uncertain of Lin Yi's connection with her. If Lin Yi had an interest in her, and he acted too hastily, it would surely displease Lin Yi. Li Lei, however, was less contemplative, eager to take advantage of Wang Shui's beauty. Observing this, Wang Qi quickly pulled him back, reminding him that they were Lin Yi's designated targets and should not be harmed. Wang Shui, crouched on the ground, seized upon Wang Qi's mention of Lin Yi as a lifeline. She hastily declared, "I am Lin Yi's girlfriend. Let me go, or my brother Lin Yi will not spare you." Upon hearing her words, Li Lei hesitated. It seemed prudent to leave them to Lin Yi's discretion, especially since Lin Yi had explicitly instructed them to bring Wang Shui and the others. Acting impulsively could provoke Lin Yi's wrath, a risk not worth taking. Just as they were about to take the women away, A commotion erupted outside. Suddenly, a young man rushed in, addressing Wang Qi. "Bad news, boss. Dozens of people have shown up outside and are clashing with our men." Sun Qi laughed heartily at this, exclaiming, "My reinforcements have arrived. Hurry and release us, or you will regret it." Li Lei responded by delivering a harsh kick to Sun Qi's abdomen, ignoring her curled form. He then stationed several individuals to guard them and followed Wang Qi outside. In the corridor, two groups faced each other, weapons drawn, primarily knives and clubs. Wang Qi stepped to the forefront, calling out to the 20 or so individuals before him. "Who is in charge here?" The crowd parted, revealing Xiao Chong, equipped with a machete, leisurely stepping forward. Since his agreement with Sun Qi, he had tirelessly organized a team to dig a tunnel, and upon receiving Sun Qi's distress call, he had rushed to her aid. However, they had approached from the first floor, while Wang Shui resided on the 20th floor, and the elevator had long ceased functioning, meaning it took considerable time to ascend the stairs. Thus, by the time he arrived, Sun Qi had already been captured by Wang Qi. "You're not from Building 16, are you?" Wang Qi questioned first, as they had already secured control over the entire building, making it implausible for so many young men to remain. Although the opposing force was nearly double their size, Xiao Chong showed no fear. His men had survived numerous battles, and the situation in Building 13 was far more dire than that of Lin Yi's Building 16. Just a week into the apocalypse, several small factions had emerged, leading to countless conflicts over dwindling resources. Through these battles, Xiao Chong had absorbed the remnants of those forces, ultimately growing his own. Each of his subordinates had claimed at least 3 or 4 lives. In contrast, Wang Qi's group, despite their numbers, was largely inexperienced, many having never seen blood. While they could bluff, when it came to actual confrontation, they would likely be the first to surrender. With a roguish grin, Xiao Chong addressed Wang Qi. "I am the leader of Building 13, Xiao Chong. I heard there's someone named Lin Yi here. I've come to find him." Li Lei, standing beside Wang Qi, replied, "Lin Yi is our leader. You may speak with me." Both Wang Qi and Li Lei were well aware of Lin Yi's formidable capabilities, including his possession of firearms and grenades. Thus, even in the face of Xiao Chong's aggressive demeanor, they remained unperturbed. "No matter how ruthless you are, do you not fear death?" Once Lin Yi reveals his gun, I doubt anyone would dare to charge forward. Meanwhile, within the safe house, Lin Yi observed the surveillance footage while Jiang Shuyin, dressed in alluring attire, fed him fruit. Although their conversation was inaudible, Lin Yi could glean much from their expressions and lip movements. Xiao Chong had approached, expecting Lin Yi to be a solitary figure, yet was taken aback by the presence of so many subordinates, something Sun Qi had failed to mention. However, he could not afford to ponder too much at this moment, as his subordinates were watching him closely. If he, as their leader, displayed cowardice, how could he ever establish authority in front of them again? "I have heard that Lin Yi has amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. Since we all reside in the same community, it is only natural that we assist one another. If he agrees to share half of his supplies with us, we will leave immediately." Wang Qi, being somewhat acquainted with Lin Yi's temperament, understood that he would never acquiesce to such a proposal. Glancing back at the crowd behind him, his confidence surged. The resources they yearned for were beyond their reach. They had only 2 choices: to leave at once or remain here indefinitely. With that, Wang Qi brandished his machete, and Li Lei along with others revealed their weapons, ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. However, observant individuals noted that despite their fierce demeanor, many hands holding weapons trembled slightly. Just days ago, they were merely ordinary citizens, not gangsters. It was their first encounter with violence. Chapter 58, a one-sided battle, seeing the situation unfold. Xiao Chong ceased his idle chatter and gestured forward, prompting his subordinates to charge with fervor. He himself remained stationary, allowing his underlings to take the lead. Faced with the onslaught from Xiao Chong and his crew, Wang Qi maintained his composure and rallied his team to counterattack. Yet, to his astonishment, upon first contact, his side rapidly disintegrated. The front line suffered immediate casualties, and the sight of fallen comrades extinguished the fighting spirit among the rest. Apart from a few who surrendered by discarding their weapons, the majority fled in sheer panic. Even when Wang Qi and Li Lei struck down several fleeing individuals, it proved futile to halt the mass exodus. Reluctantly, they followed suit, retreating upstairs. Lin Yi, observing the scene through the surveillance cameras, silently cursed. Although he had anticipated that Wang Qi's group might not stand a chance against Xiao Chong, he was taken aback by the swiftness of their defeat. It was evident that the moment the battle commenced, some had already fled. Was this the stark contrast between a well-trained unit and a disorganized mob? What sort of individuals had he nurtured? Truly inept. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not despair. Defeat was merely defeat, for they could not breach his sanctuary. Wang Qi and his companions disregarded Sun Qi, racing upstairs. Xiao Chong chose not to pursue further, wary of potential ambushes in unfamiliar territory. After all, life is precious, and caution is paramount. Upon entering Wang Shui's home, the thick smoke had dissipated. Those left behind by Wang Qi to guard Sun Qi had discarded their weapons and squatted on the ground, hands clasped over their heads. Sun Qi's face lit up at the sight of Xiao Chong, for they had grown up together, sharing a bond of camaraderie. However, Xiao Chong's gaze fixated on Wang Shui, his possessiveness nearly palpable. The women from Building 13 were all rather plain, and he had grown weary of them. His decision to accompany Sun Qi here was partly motivated by his interest in women. Although Wang Shui was not the most striking in the community, ranking only fourth in attractiveness, in Xiao Chong's eyes, she was akin to a celestial being. Rumor had it that the most beautiful, Jiang Shuyan, also resided in this building. If he could win her over, he would consider it a worthwhile endeavor even at the cost of his life. As Sun Qi noticed Xiao Chong's unwavering focus on Wang Shui, a sense of foreboding arose within him. Had he unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold? Indeed, Xiao Chong proceeded to untie Wang Shui, then turned to Sun Qi and said, "Brother, we share both fortune and adversity. Is it all right if I borrow your girlfriend for a while?" As Sun Qi's childhood friend, Xiao Chong was well aware of his unwavering affection for Wang Shui. Initially, he regarded Sun Qi with disdain, considering him a mere sycophant. Yet upon encountering Wang Shui, he understood the depth of Sun Qi's infatuation. While Wang Shui's injuries had yet to heal and she bore no makeup, she was still vastly superior to the women he had encountered in recent days. Witnessing Xiao Chong's inappropriate advances on Wang Shui, Sun Qi's fury reached a boiling point. However, still bound by ropes, he could only lie on the ground and unleash a torrent of invectives. Xiao Chong remained unfazed, knowing his childhood friend well. He allowed Sun Qi to vent his frustrations. Xiao Chong hoisted Wang Shui into his arms and entered a nearby bedroom, slamming the door shut. No amount of invective from Sun Qi outside would alter the course of events. Listening to Wang Shui's pleas for help gradually transform into moans, Sun Qi's heart shattered, and his curses turned into desperate entreaties. After a lengthy interval, Xiao Chong emerged, satisfaction radiating from him. He approached Sun Qi and proclaimed, "Brother, let me impart a lesson today. Do not allow women to become your stumbling block. Our journey ahead is long. The world has changed. We have ample opportunities ahead, and countless women will be available to us. Why cling to a single flower? You've been with her for so long, yet she never allowed you to touch her. I, however, have easily acquired her. Now, I offer you a chance. She is yours now. Go enjoy yourself." With that, Xiao Chong ordered the ropes binding Sun Qi to be loosened. Sun Qi stood silently, glancing toward the bedroom, and after a moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. Wang Shui lay disheveled on the bed, and upon hearing Xiao Chong's words, she could no longer contain her tears. Despite having been with numerous men for money, this was her first experience of being coerced. Sun Qi gazed at the woman on the bed, a grimace of rage forming on his face. Why was it so easy for others to possess her while he, who had adored her for so long, had not even shared a kiss? What gave him the right? With that thought, Sun Qi slowly closed the bedroom door. Xiao Chong observed the transformation in Sun Qi with a smile. He had no desire to collaborate with a sycophant. Who knows, Wang Shui might sway him with sweet words, and he could end up with a knife in his back. Regarding Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, still lying on the ground, Xiao Chong showed no restraint. Although they were not as appealing as Wang Shui, they were still worth his attention, especially in a time when beautiful women were scarce. To his subordinates, they were a rare reward. Xiao Chong promptly assigned them to his men as a prize for their victorious efforts. A few men entered with lewd grins, escorting the two women away. Their fate was all too predictable. They would become mere playthings for Xiao Chang's underlings, subjected to relentless torment. After nearly an hour of waiting, Xiao Chang grew impatient. Finally, Sun Qi opened the door and stepped out, followed closely by a tear-streaked Wang Shui. The ropes binding her had been removed. Sun Qi approached Xiao Chang and said, "Changge, I have spoken with Shui. Let us put this behind us. She will be my wife and therefore your sister-in-law. You cannot bully her any longer." Xiao Chang paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. "How could I ever bully my sister-in-law? Since you have come to an agreement, I can only wish you both well." He then produced a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to Wang Shui, saying, "I have grown up with Sun Qi, considering him a brother. Henceforth, you are my sister-in-law, and this is a token of our acquaintance." Chapter 59. Equality among all beings. Wang Shui, trembling slightly, accepted the chocolate from Xiao Chang and expressed her gratitude before retreating behind Sun Qi. Sun Qi then inquired of Xiao Chang, "Brother Chang, what are your plans now? Do you intend to eliminate all those individuals?" After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Chang replied, "Let us not rush. My men have only just cleared the passage and have recently engaged in a fierce battle. We shall rest today, and tomorrow I will lead my team to confront Lin Yi." Among the adversaries, only 6 or 7 had been slain, while the remaining dozen or so had surrendered. Wang Qi stationed several individuals at the corridor entrance and then proceeded with Li Lei to Lin Yi's residence. Lin Yi, having overheard their discussion from behind the door, found it largely aligned with his suspicions. He had spotted them on the surveillance cameras as they entered the compound. However, he was taken aback to discover that Xiao Chang and his group resided in Building 13 and had excavated such an extensive passage. Upon hearing the report, Lin Yi did not chastise Wang Qi or Li Lei. They had done their utmost, with Xiao Chang now possessing over a dozen captives. Their numbers matched those of Wang Qi's group. Should another conflict arise, they might find themselves with no chance to escape. Lin Yi pondered briefly before retrieving a handgun from his alternate space. This was the very weapon used by Lu Wei, the lover of Li Ro, during his ambush on Lin Yi. After fully loading the magazine and disengaging the safety, he tossed the gun through the shooting aperture to Wang Qi. It was a standard 92 type police pistol, capable of holding 15 rounds in a single magazine. Wang Qi, astonished, gazed at the grand door before him. He never anticipated that Lin Yi would entrust him with a firearm to such an extent. With this gun in hand, he no longer needed to fear Xiao Chang and his crew. What harm could they inflict? As long as he brandished the weapon, would they not dutifully submit to the ground? Lin Yi's voice followed. "There are only 15 bullets. Return the gun to me once everything is settled." Wang Qi promptly assured, "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I shall not let you down this time." He solemnly stowed the firearm into his pocket and departed with Li Lei. Lin Yi's decision to provide him with a weapon was also intended to incite mutual destruction among them. Should Xiao Chang conquer Building 16 without bloodshed, Lin Yi feared that his days of peace would be over. He would be inundated with incessant knocks at the door, and while he was unperturbed, the constant disturbance would become tiresome. It was far better to observe the spectacle from a distance, as he found himself rather bored. Despite the company of a stunning beauty, he was not made of iron and could not dwell on that matter daily. After Wang Qi and Li Lei left, he gathered all his personnel on the 25th floor, as the lower 20 floors had been completely seized by Xiao Chang. Wang Qi dispatched several groups to stand guard on the 22nd floor. Any sign of movement from below would be immediately reported to him. He intended to recuperate today and engage in a decisive battle with Xiao Chang the following day. He would not spare those who had defected. They deserved their fate. Brother Yi provided them with sustenance daily, yet these individuals only knew to surrender when danger arose. They were of no use to him. Once arrangements were complete, the group began preparing their meal. Lin Yi had already distributed provisions for 50, but with over 20 fewer mouths to feed, each person would receive a generous share. Several fires were lit, and large pots were placed upon them. Filled with snow, they had excavated from the balcony. They could not afford to concern themselves with the cleanliness of the snow. As it gradually melted, they began to cook noodles, adding bags of instant noodles to the pots. The rich aroma soon permeated the room. Though the food was scarce, each individual received 2 packets of noodles, which to them were more precious than a Michelin-starred feast. With the impending battle against Xiao Chang, Wang Qi dared not skimp on their provisions, even bringing forth a few packets of instant noodles he had previously saved. Should victory be theirs tomorrow, a brighter future awaited him. If they were to lose, this meal would likely be his last. Although he possessed a firearm, dubbed the equalizer among all beings, he was only armed with 15 bullets against at least 30 adversaries. Moreover, he could not guarantee he could dispatch even one foe with a single shot. If he failed to eliminate Xiao Chong in their initial encounter, the latter would undoubtedly be on high alert thereafter. Once his ammunition was exhausted, the tides of battle could swiftly turn against him. Therefore, to ensure a lethal strike, he conferred with Li Lei to keep the existence of the gun a secret, preventing any leaks that might alert Xiao Chong. Despite having never fired a real gun, Wang Qi had watched enough television to grasp the basic operating principles. After finishing the broth from his noodles, he felt a wave of warmth envelop him. He tucked his hand into his pocket, gripping the handgun tightly, and reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. The following morning, Wang Qi was roused by a cacophony. A subordinate stationed below rushed upstairs. Panic etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Those people came charging up armed yesterday." The others were thrown into a state of alarm. Yet only Wang Qi and Li Lei maintained their composure. Wang Qi promptly commanded everyone to take their positions, stepping boldly to the forefront with his right hand still tucked in his pocket. Xiao Chong ascended the stairwell, flanked by Sun Qi and Wang Shui. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had already been subjected to their whims the previous day, and even those who had recently surrendered had received their share of attention. They lamented their choice, contrasting it with Wang Qi and Li Lei's previous selfishness regarding benefits. As over 30 individuals arrived on the 25th floor, they found Wang Qi awaiting them. Xiao Chong laughed heartily. "You, a defeated foe, dare to show your face again? It was merely your good fortune that you escaped death yesterday. Today, I shall see where you can run." Wang Qi surveyed the 30-plus individuals before him, recognizing at least a dozen familiar faces. Chapter 60. The defeat of Xiao Chong and his group were immediately amused by Wang Qi's words. They had witnessed the battle clearly, noting how they had outnumbered their opponents 2-1, yet had fled like frightened dogs. Now, with fewer remaining, they dared to boast. Wang Qi, undeterred by their laughter, maintained a serious demeanor, eyeing the dozen individuals huddled in the corner. After a lengthy silence, he abandoned his attempts to persuade them to surrender and refocused on Xiao Chong. As the prospect of combat loomed, the individuals behind Wang Qi grew increasingly anxious. However, the previous night, Wang Qi had warned them that any deserters would face execution. Thus, even though fear gripped their hearts and their hands trembled, they mustered the courage to stand their ground. Seeing their resolve, Xiao Chong ceased his banter and casually waved his hand. His most formidable subordinates surged forward. He always placed the fiercest fighters at the forefront during confrontations. If the initial wave could dispatch a few adversaries, the remaining foes would likely lose their will to fight. This strategy had allowed him to conquer several factions within Building 13, ultimately subjugating all within. As the initial wave charged, Wang Qi swiftly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a sleek black handgun. With a series of gunshots, the foremost attackers crumpled to the ground. Upon witnessing the firearm, their instinct was to retreat. Although the authenticity of the gun remains uncertain, it is wiser to believe in its existence than to dismiss it entirely. For life is singular and precious. However, under the influence of instinct, there was no time to react. 6 bullets struck the 4 individuals before him with unerring accuracy. Given the proximity, the farthest of them was no more than 5 or 6 meters away from Wang Qi. Even without prior experience in firing a weapon, Wang Qi managed to embed each bullet into their bodies. The sound of gunfire sent the crowd behind Xiao Chong into a frenzy. If they had relied solely on cold weapons for close combat, they would not have feared. After all, each of them had weathered numerous battles, having clawed their way to survival from heaps of corpses. Yet, the sudden emergence of a handgun felt like an insufferable intimidation. Xiao Chong, stunned by the scene, saw Wang Qi aiming the gun at him and, without a moment to think, pulled Sun Qi beside him, using her as a shield. With 2 gunshots, Sun Qi was struck in the forehead and chest, collapsing to the ground without uttering a word. Realizing Wang Qi's target was himself, and seeing Sun Qi fall, He hastily pulled Wang Shui in front of him for protection. Wang Qi hesitated. Earlier, Wang Shui had claimed to be Lin Yi's girlfriend, and Lin Yi had not explicitly defined his relationship with her. This uncertainty made Wang Qi reluctant to fire again, fearing that injuring Wang Shui might provoke Lin Yi's wrath. Observing this, Xiao Chong pushed Wang Shui towards Wang Qi and swiftly made for the staircase. Wang Qi could only fire a random shot in Xiao Chong's direction as he vanished into the stairwell. Others who had accompanied Xiao Chong seized the opportunity to flee, but the majority had already discarded their weapons and crouched down in despair. Wang Qi felt a sense of frustration. Allowing Xiao Chong to escape had forged a new enmity, and finding him again would prove challenging. The crowd behind him, initially resolved to fight, now felt a sense of hopelessness. They realized that with a gun in play, resistance was futile. Even Wang Qi underestimated the terror a firearm instilled in ordinary people. The mere display of such a weapon stifled any thoughts of rebellion, as they understood that the sound of a gunshot heralded their demise. Together, they swiftly bound all captives, with Wang Qi brandishing the gun as a deterrent. None dared to resist. Ultimately, nearly 20 individuals were captured. Apart from a few who had been injured, most were those who had surrendered the previous day. 2 individuals, once trusted by Wang Qi, began to plead for mercy. However, Wang Qi showed no mercy, swiftly delivering a knife to each. From the outset, he had already sentenced them to death in his mind. Their betrayal was far more despicable than the cowardice of those who fled. After confining all captives in a single room and assigning guards, Wang Qi and Li Lei ascended to the upper floor. This battle was a resounding victory, with only Xiao Chong and fewer than 10 others escaping, while the rest were captured, and miraculously, there were no casualties on their side. This underscored the pivotal role a firearm plays in combat. Lin Yi had observed the unfolding events through surveillance. Wang Qi felt a pang of doubt. Having always followed Lin Yi's orders, he was reluctant to continue in such subservience. Why should Lin Yi enjoy a warm room and the company of beauties like Jiang Shuyan while they fought for their lives in frigid conditions, ending up in a cold storage-like room with only instant noodles for sustenance? Wang Qi had always harbored ambitions. Otherwise, he would not have so easily betrayed Feng Hu. Ultimately, he sought to become the leader. However, now was not the time to rebel against Lin Yi. After much contemplation, he decided to relinquish the gun. Lin Yi stood behind the door, vigilant against him. He had covered the shooting hole with his spatial portal. If Wang Qi attempted to shoot him, the bullets would merely be absorbed into the alternative space, causing him no harm. After all, Wang Qi possessed considerable abilities. Additionally, finding someone obedient yet capable was a rare treasure. Although Wang Qi was not loyal, Lin Yi found it inconsequential. In these times, loyalty had become an extravagant notion. Many would betray their leaders for a meal or a woman, plunging a knife into the backs of their own, as long as they followed his commands. That was all that mattered to Lin Yi. He retrieved more food from the alternate space and tossed it out. Besides the daily necessities, there were 2 steaming bowls of braised pork rice and 2 bottles of ergotu. The meal was commendable. Those 2 bowls and the liquor were rewards for their service. Moving forward, if they performed well, sustenance would be plentiful. Chapter 61. The god of war gang Wang Qi and Li Lei clutched the provisions tightly, as if fearing they might be taken from them. They expressed their gratitude profusely to Lin Yi, swearing oaths of loyalty before summoning others to pack the supplies. Along the way, they covered the food with their clothing, keeping it warm. Li Lei took a piece of meat and savored it. The rich flavor filled his mouth, and a sip of liquor dispelled the chill within him. He let out a satisfied groan and remarked to Wang Qi, "Following brother Yi is undoubtedly the best decision we made. Anyone who wishes to challenge him will have to go through me first." Wang Qi took a sip of liquor but remained silent. Li Lei had completely succumbed to Lin Yi, becoming his sycophant. However, he refused to be swayed by such small favors. His ambition was to become the overlord of Haijing City. Lin Yi was merely a hurdle on his path to success. To overcome this obstacle, he must first subdue Lin Yi, after which everything he possessed would become his own: food, shelter, women, and weapons. With these resources, he could easily establish a power of his own. Would he still need about others? This time, he had encountered a formidable opponent. He had not anticipated that Wang Qi and his group would possess firearms. Following this battle, several of his most capable subordinates were injured by Wang Qi, and without medical attention in the frigid weather, they were unlikely to survive the day. He had only managed to take away 8 or 9 individuals, leaving the rest behind. Xiao Chong removed his trousers. Wang Qi's bullet had grazed his left leg, mercifully missing the bone, but taking a significant chunk of flesh. The wound continued to bleed, and only now, in the aftermath of his escape, did the pain set in. He instructed his remaining men to quickly find some anti-inflammatory medication for him. Fortunately, every household kept a supply of medicines. While iodine and medical alcohol had frozen and were unusable, some pills remained viable. A subordinate applied powder to Xiao Chong's leg, bandaging it hastily, and then fed him some anti-inflammatory tablets. Xiao Chong felt considerably better. Looking at the disheartened individuals in the room, he reassured them, "Do not lose hope. Their strength lies solely in that gun. Had it not been for that weapon, we would not have lost. I will surely avenge this affront of a gunshot." While Xiao Chong contemplated revenge, a fierce battle erupted in Building 14 next door. One side, led by Shui Gui, comprised over 40 individuals, while the opposing side was fewer than 30, each bearing fierce expressions and wielding not mere kitchen knives or wooden sticks, but shovels and crowbars. Their leader, Li Dajuan, was a contractor before the apocalypse, overseeing dozens of migrant workers. Their construction site was adjacent to the Shouchuang residential community, with a 6-month project timeline. To facilitate their work, Li Dajuan rented several rooms nearby, accommodating over 10 individuals in each, all sleeping on the floor. Following the outbreak, Li Dajuan naturally emerged as the leader of all the workers. However, he refrained from resorting to looting, as they often needed to prepare their own meals. Consequently, Li Dajuan stockpiled an ample supply of rice and flour in their quarters. Although lacking vegetables, they could still manage to fill their stomachs with some seasonings. Soon, however, they found themselves at odds with Shui Gui, a former fitness instructor and amateur boxer with formidable combat skills. After the apocalypse, he quickly rallied a group, naming it the War God Gang. In a world where only one leader could prevail, the tension escalated as everyone was trapped in the same predicament. Shui Gui initially dismissed the workers, but recognized their superior combat prowess compared to office workers due to their physical labor backgrounds. Nevertheless, he had his own trump card. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, while venturing out to find food, he encountered a man collecting snow. With many windows frozen shut, people had to venture outside to gather snow for drinking water. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Gui knocked the man unconscious and searched him, discovering a handgun and a police badge. The revelation that the man was a police officer startled Shui Gui, but he quickly regained his composure. With the snow piling high outside, the future of official order seemed bleak. Who would come to apprehend him? Resolute, Shui Gui discarded the man's body from the window. Armed with the gun, he became increasingly reckless, his combat strength now unparalleled. He swiftly took control of Building 14, with only Li Dajuan and his workers refusing to submit. The victor would dictate the future of their territory. With a single command, Shui Gui's subordinates surged forward, and Li Dajuan armed himself to join the fray. Shui Gui's eyes were fixed on Li Dajuan, intent on eliminating the leader first, knowing that once Li Dajuan fell, the others would crumble. Wielding a machete in one hand, Shui Gui stealthily retrieved the gun from his clothing, disengaging the safety and aiming at Li Dajuan. The gunfire rang out, leaving 2 bullet holes in Li Dajuan's body, blood soaking his clothes. As Li Dajuan collapsed, the balance of victory rapidly tilted in Shui Gui's favor. In less than half an hour, the 30-odd workers led by Li Dajuan were annihilated, but Shui Gui's ammunition was now depleted. Fortunately, he had found a set of keys on the unconscious man, leading him to the man's home, where he discovered an additional magazine containing 10 bullets, his last resort. Chapter 62. The mixed martial artist Luo Ziki with the entire Building 14 under his dominion, Shui Gui remained vigilant. Having heard the distant gunshots fired by Lin Yi in an attempt to rescue Jiang Shuyan, despite the howling wind and snow covering the sounds, he was certain those were gunshots and alarmingly close. This realization heightened his caution, confirming that he was not the sole gunman in the vicinity, further fueling his ambition for expansion. With limited ammunition, acquiring additional firearms became essential for his self-preservation. His first objective was to dominate the entire community. Once the storm subsided, he planned to use the community as a springboard for further conquest. Shui Gui dialed a number on his phone. On the other end was his girlfriend, Dong Yu, whom he had started dating shortly before the apocalypse, living in Building 23 of Shouchuan. Unlike other buildings, this one had become a stronghold for women, led by Luo Ziki. Renowned as the second most beautiful woman in the community, achieving a score of 93, second only to Jiang Shuyan. Shortly after the outbreak, the men in Building 23 resorted to robbery and assault until they met their match in Luo Ziki, who single-handedly dispatched 2 armed attackers. An accomplished, mixed martial artist, she became a formidable force, eventually uniting the women in her building to form a female militia. Dong Yu, having been her assistant before the apocalypse, now served as her right-hand woman. Upon learning from Dong Yu that her boyfriend was safe and had taken control of Building 14, she felt immense relief. However, the distance between their buildings posed a challenge for her to reach him directly. Shui Gui, meanwhile, was more interested in Luo Ziki's female militia than in Dong Yu. He had met Luo Ziki by chance after one of her matches, captivated by her fierce fighting style and striking beauty. Despite his attempts to charm her, she consistently rebuffed him, and eventually, his attention shifted to Dong Yu, who was easier to sway given her inexperience. Before long, Dong Yu became his girlfriend. But when the apocalypse struck, Shui Gui saw an opportunity to leverage his connection to Dong Yu to get closer to Luo Ziki. Now, knowing that Luo Ziki had risen to power in Building 23, he envisioned an alliance that could effortlessly conquer the entire community. 20 days into the apocalypse, the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, and temperatures continued to plummet. Luo Ziki sat on the couch in her living room, flanked by Dong Yu and another middle-aged woman, both of whom assisted her in managing the female militia. Luo Ziki's organization refused to accept men, shaped by her disdain for them since childhood. Her father abandoned her and her mother when she was young, leading to a tumultuous life marked by her mother's abusive second marriage, which ended tragically, after her stepfather was imprisoned for his crimes. Luo Ziki entered an orphanage where she endured bullying, prompting her to become a fighter, eventually training in mixed martial arts and amassing numerous championship trophies. In the circle, she has become a household name. Her experiences from childhood to adulthood have taught her that men are inherently unreliable and that one must rely on oneself. After establishing a women's brigade, Lu Ziqiu did not resort to total annihilation. She spared those men who had not committed any transgressions. After Dong Yu contacted Shui Gui, she presented his intention to ally with Lu Ziqiu, but was met with a sharp reprimand. Lu Ziqiu had some recollection of Shui Gui, who often lingered around her, but she was perceptive enough to recognize his insincerity, thus she never treated him kindly. To her surprise, Shui Gui ultimately formed a connection with Dong Yu. Although she had cautioned Dong Yu that Shui Gui might not be suitable for her, their mutual affection prevailed, and as her employer, she felt it was not her place to interfere in their personal lives. That insufferable woman truly does not know her place. Does she think that gathering a horde of women will enable her to rival me? Once I eradicate your women's brigade, you shall experience my true might. Though Shui Gui felt a surge of frustration, the heavy snowfall outside rendered escape impossible, leaving him to stew in impotent rage within his home, yearning for the day the snow might cease. Xiao Chong and his companions remained in their lair, having just heard the sound of gunfire, alarmingly close. Initially, Xiao Chong suspected that Wang Qi had come with his men, only to discover that the gunfire seemed to emanate from the adjacent Building 14. The echoes of gunfire continued for some time, mingled with the distant sounds of screams. Xiao Chong, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered how it was that so many possessed firearms. The opposing side, armed with the truth, instilled fear even in those with greater numbers. A single handgun could decisively sway the outcome of a confrontation. After all, life is precious, and everyone wished to hide behind others to seize opportunities. An idea struck Xiao Chong. Faced with the imminent threat of Wang Qi's assault, why not seek collaboration? After all, Wang Qi's followers were merely a disorganized mob, with the true strength lying in the firearm. If he could find an ally with a weapon, he could seize one for his own defense amid the chaos. Chapter 63. Joining forces at this moment. Wang Qi remained unaware of when he would strike. His ranks had dwindled to fewer than 10 men, and even without firearms, they were no match for Xiao Chong. Resolute, Xiao Chong armed himself and his men, descending the stairs. Upon reaching the snow tunnel, he directed his companions to clear the entrance. They had previously excavated a tunnel connecting buildings 13 to 16, which would pass through buildings 14 and 15. Thus, he merely needed to dig a few more meters to reach building 14. Under Xiao Chong's command, they commenced their labor, and within half an hour, the tunnel was completed. Armed, Xiao Chong was the first to emerge from the passage. When he and his men reached the 7th floor, they finally spotted several figures who immediately noticed their presence. An alarm rang out, and the group began banging on the stair railings with iron rods, the resounding clatter echoing throughout the building. Xiao Chong did not intervene, but instead remained patiently in place. Soon, a large crowd rushed down the stairs, parting to reveal Shui Gui at the forefront. After sizing up the group, Shui Gui addressed Xiao Chong, inquiring if they were from this building and the purpose of their visit. With a clear motive, Xiao Chong adopted a more humble demeanor, saying, "You must be their leader. I am Xiao Chong from a neighboring building 13, here to propose collaboration." Collaboration? Shui Gui responded with a slight smile. "What we have to collaborate on?" Xiao Chong recounted Lin Yi's situation, as well as the issue of Wang Qi's firearm. However, he refrained from mentioning his significant losses and dwindling manpower. Upon hearing of Lin Yi's seemingly favorable living conditions, Shui Gui was initially skeptical. Yet he recalled Lin Yi's ostentatious renovations, which had garnered attention in the community. After some deliberation, Shui Gui recognized that Lin Yi might indeed possess substantial resources. Thus, he readily agreed to Xiao Chong's proposal for collaboration. His willingness stemmed not only from the need for shelter and provisions, but also two other motivations. First, he was aware of Jiang Shuyin, the community's most beautiful resident, and upon learning that Lin Yi had won her affection, his instinct was to pursue her. Second, he coveted the firearms in Lin Yi's possession. In the current state of affairs, where enemies lurked and information was scarce, he understood that while Lin Yi was aware of his armament, Lin Yi might not know he too was armed. A sudden assault would prevent Lin Yi from retaliating, allowing Shui Gui to seize the opportunity to replenish his ammunition. Although he consented to cooperate with Xiao Chong, he would not be treated as expendable. Xiao Chong's men would also need to participate in subsequent offensives, and Shui Gui insisted on an 8/10 share of Lin Yi's resources, leaving Xiao Chong with only 2/10. As for the shelter, it would undoubtedly belong to Shui Gui. Xiao Chong accepted these terms, recognizing his current vulnerability and lack of resources. He had no choice but to temporarily align himself with Shui Gui. Revenge was paramount, and if it meant conceding a greater share, he would do so. When the time came for conflict, the outcome remained uncertain, and perhaps he could seize a firearm amidst the turmoil. After agreeing to collaborate with Xiao Chong, Shui Gui chose to proceed with caution. He instructed his subordinates to contact the individuals in Building 16 via mobile phone, ensuring they were well informed before taking action. Given the late hour and the absence of lighting in the community, the darkness posed a risk of friendly fire. Power had been long since cut off, with electricity available only briefly each day from noon to 2 o'clock, when residents charged their phones. Fortunately, the network remained functional, although signals fluctuated. Nearby base stations continued to operate, allowing for normal communication. Having obtained what he desired, Xiao Chong departed, having arranged to meet Shui Gui the following morning at 10 o'clock to launch their attack on Building 16. He emphasized the necessity of Shui Gui bringing his firearm. Wang Qi and Li Lei had been living comfortably in recent days, having successfully repelled Xiao Chong during their last encounter. Yet Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Chong entirely, not even mentioning him. Instead, he instructed everyone to form several teams for round-the-clock patrols, ensuring any future attacks would be promptly detected. Moreover, Lin Yi established a reward system, should intruders attempt to breach their defenses. The top 5 assailants who eliminated the most enemies would receive prizes. The fourth and fifth places would earn a serving of beef noodles, the second and third places a serving of roasted meat over rice, and the first place winner would receive an enticing reward of 10 pounds of charcoal grilled lamb ribs, accompanied by a bottle of liquor. This incentive system included Wang Qi and Li Lei, allowing them to participate directly. Lin Yi monitored the kill counts through surveillance footage. Since their hasty retreat, Lin Yi had altered the rations as a form of punishment, replacing instant noodles with biscuits. Though both were staples, in the frigid conditions, a warm meal was invaluable. To incite their motivation, Lin Yi had made this substitution, as he could not allow them to become complacent, expecting to be treated like deities. Each day, aside from placing his uneaten food at the door, Lin Yi occupied himself with gaming or exercising at home, while by night he engaged in more intimate activities with Jiang Shuyan in the bedroom. After all, physical fitness was the cornerstone of revolution. Although Jiang Shuyan has been living here for a week, Lin Yi still harbors his suspicions about her, locking her away after each encounter. With Jiang Shuyan's presence, the atmosphere of home has grown increasingly warm. It has been quite some time since Lin Yi has prepared a meal himself. Most of the cooking is now done by Jiang Shuyan. However, before every meal, Lin Yi insists that she taste the food first, despite her having arrived in a state of undress. After all, the combination of various ingredients can create toxins, and he must remain vigilant. As for Wang Shui, she has also been confined, but not within his shelter. Rather, she is kept outside. Lin Yi has yet to decide how to handle her. Releasing her is out of the question, yet killing her seems too wasteful. He has chosen to let Wang Qi keep her locked up for the time being, as her provisions are inconsequential, and her daily rations are consistent with those of others. Wang Shui, imprisoned, feels indignant. She is clearly Lin Yi's girlfriend, and yet these individuals dare to treat her this way. She is confident that once Lin Yi learns of her predicament, he will surely come to her rescue. Chapter 64. Wang Qi's rebellion. Early the next morning, Lin Yi awoke to the sight of heavy snowfall outside his window. Today is the 23rd, and there are less than 7 days until the anniversary of his demise in his previous life. Nevertheless, he is not one to rest on his laurels. If the snow ceases, he intends to venture out, for he remains oblivious to the current state of the outside world. It is prudent to gather more information. Given the turmoil that has unfolded within his own building, it is likely that other residential areas and neighborhoods are equally unsettled. After breakfast, Lin Yi commenced his daily exercise regimen, retrieving the treadmill from his spatial pocket. As he jogged, Jiang Shuyan began her yoga practice, which is a key factor in maintaining her enviable physique. While they were both engaged in their respective activities, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted them. Lin Yi paused the treadmill and approached the entrance. It was Li Lei at the door. Bro Yi, that Xiao Chong has returned with a group, and this time, he has brought a considerable number of people. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi activated the surveillance monitor. The scene outside was chaotic. On the 6th floor, a throng of 40 to 50 individuals was making its way upward. At the forefront stood a young man wielding a machete, and beside him was none other than the fleeing Xiao Chong. Lin Yi felt a sense of curiosity. Xiao Chong would not return without some form of support, particularly knowing that they had firearms. It was likely that he had acquired similar weaponry. Lin Yi felt a twinge of frustration. Isn't gun ownership prohibited in Longhua? How could they procure firearms so easily? He loaded his previous handgun with ammunition and tossed it to Li Lei through a firing slot in the door. Now, it was time to observe the unfolding drama. Lin Yi relished this sensation, avoiding personal risk while others fought on his behalf. On the 20th floor, the two factions confronted each other once more. With Shui Gui as his backing and a numerical advantage over Wang Qi, Xiao Chong exuded confidence. This time, he vowed to exact revenge. Armed with this truth, he felt undaunted regardless of the opposing numbers. Wang Qi spoke first. Xiao Chong's expression twisted with fury. He had nearly lost his life at Wang Qi's hands previously, and thus his focus was firmly fixed on Wang Qi, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He had already cautioned Shui Gui to be ready to fire, ensuring they seized the initiative. Consequently, Shui Gui kept his hand concealed within his sleeve, gripping his firearm tightly. I was careless last time. This time, I've come for vengeance. If you have any sense, let Lin Yi come out and surrender immediately. Or once we breach your defenses, It will be much more than mere surrender, Xiao Chong declared, attempting to divert Wang Qi's attention. In that instant, Shui Gui revealed his weapon. With a gunshot, Wang Qi's left arm was suddenly stained with blood. The distance was not great, and Shui Gui lacked specialized shooting training. Thus, despite Wang Qi's companions being caught off guard, the shot missed its mark, resulting only in Wang Qi sustaining an injury. Shui Gui cursed under his breath, preparing to fire again when Li Lei intervened, unleashing a barrage of 5 shots. 2 bullets struck his accompanying subordinate, while the remaining 3 found their target in Shui Gui's chest. Xiao Chong was taken aback, having been injured previously by Wang Qi's gunfire. He had assumed the weapon remained in Wang Qi's possession. Hence, he instructed Shui Gui to launch a surprise attack on Wang Qi, believing that if Wang Qi were eliminated, the rest would be easily manageable. As Shui Gui collapsed, his firearm slipped from his grasp, prompting Xiao Chong to hurriedly retrieve it. Just as he aimed, a bullet struck his abdomen. Without time to retaliate, Xiao Chong fled, inwardly cursing. Shui Gui is utterly useless. Despite possessing a weapon, he allowed himself to be ambushed in a situation where the enemy was hidden from view. I wonder how he became a leader. Li Lei and Wang Qi pursued relentlessly, and with Shui Gui dead, the remaining assailants began to scatter. Following the trail of blood, Li Lei and Wang Qi reached Building 13 and commenced a search. Soon, Wang Qi discovered a pool of fresh blood at the doorway of a room, yet he refrained from notifying Li Lei. Instead, he stealthily climbed through the window. Cautiously pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Qi found Xiao Chong's lifeless body, his hands still tightly clutching the handgun. Wang Qi pried the gun from Xiao Chong's grip, inspecting the ammunition before checking for a pulse. He realized that Xiao Chong was not dead, but had lost consciousness due to blood loss. His breathing faint and clearly on the brink of death. Wang Qi pocketed the gun, opened the window, and disposed of Xiao Chong's body outside. He then contacted Li Lei, claiming to have seen Xiao Chong leap from building. However, he withheld any mention of the gun, sensing that it might serve as a pivotal opportunity for his own rise. During the chaos, several of Shui Gui's men were killed, while the remainder fled, and even many of those who had surrendered met their demise. Lin Yi had previously stated that each enemy killed would yield rewards. However, they also suffered their share of casualties. Their numbers had already been less than half of the enemies. And although Shui Gui's death and Xiao Chong's flight had dampened their spirits, they still managed to eliminate several residents of Building 16. Now, merely a dozen or so individuals remained in Building 16, including Wang Qi and Li Lei. Lin Yi was indifferent to such losses. The deaths of these expendables meant little to him. Even if the entire building were to perish, it would make no difference. Chapter 65. The snow has stopped since the last attack by Shui Gui and Xiao Chong. Lin Yi has enjoyed several days of tranquility. Wang Shui was released and now participates in routine patrols alongside others, leaving her in disbelief. How could Lin Yi, whom she regarded as a deity, treat her in such a manner? She confronted Lin Yi directly. In response, he shared photographs of himself with Jiang Shuyan in bed. As Wang Shui gazed at the images on her phone, she beheld Jiang Shuyan, adorned with light makeup, her features exquisitely defined, her long black hair cascading freely, her fair legs draped over Lin Yi. The scene depicted a woman nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, radiating happiness. In stark contrast, Wang Shui examined her own reflection. The weeks of hunger and mistreatment had rendered her emaciated, her complexion sallow, and her appearance gaunt. Like the Walking Dead in movies, there was hardly a trace of goddess-like beauty left. Merely gazing at the photograph of Jiang Shuyan instilled a sense of inferiority within her. She could not help but lament silently, reflecting that had she known this would be the outcome, she ought to have accepted Lin Yi's pursuit from the start. Had she not been enamored by the attention of other men, she might have already been married to Lin Yi by now, perhaps even with children. If that were the case, would Lin Yi still treat her this way? Certainly not. She blamed Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, those wretched women, who had incessantly whispered unfounded criticisms of Lin Yi in her ear, claiming he was unworthy of her and that she deserved a better man. It was their influence that caused her to dangle Lin Yi along, relishing his devotion while simultaneously believing he fell short of her standards. Thankfully, those two were already deceased. Otherwise, she would have sought retribution against them. 2 days passed, It was now August 3rd. Upon rising that morning, Lin Yi sensed that the weather was notably different from usual. Compared to previous days, the snowfall had significantly diminished, with visibility improving from mere meters to over 10, even reaching 20. Could it be that the snow was finally ceasing? Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Yi gazed out at the snowy landscape. The city's buildings were largely submerged beneath the heavy snow, with streets and elevated bridges entirely obscured. Had it not been for a few visible structures, one would hardly believe this was once a bustling city. The relentless snowfall had inundated the 7th floor. While the snow ought to have been thicker, the weight of the layers below had compacted it, resulting in a decrease in depth as one moved higher. After breakfast, Lin Yi sat beside Jiang Shuyan at the window, watching the world outside. By noon, the snow had dwindled further, and when a sliver of sunlight broke through, the continuous snowfall that had persisted for over a month finally came to an end. Although Lin Yi remained indoors, he could hear the jubilant cheers of other residents outside. While he felt a surge of excitement, he did not share the same optimism as the others. Although the snow had halted, the temperature outside showed no signs of rising. In fact, it continued to plummet, reaching minus 80 degrees during the day and dropping to minus 90 at night. Without heating equipment, ordinary people could barely survive outside for more than half an hour. Those with weaker constitutions would succumb to frostbite within 10 minutes. Their respiratory systems damaged by the frigid air. Yearning to venture out, Lin Yi hesitated, wary of the possibility that it might start snowing again the moment he stepped outside. The following morning, though the skies remained overcast, there were no indications of further snowfall. Lin Yi noticed activity below. The community comprised 24 buildings, with his residing in the center. Trapped indoors for a month, residents had exhausted their supplies, some even resorting to cannibalism out of desperation. Now that they could finally step outside, they were eager to seek food. The bitter cold outside was unbearable. While indoors, they could light fires to keep warm, managing to maintain temperatures around minus 40 degrees by sealing windows and doors. However, the outside world had descended to minus 80 degrees, leaving them unable to endure for long. Seeing this, Lin Yi resolved to explore outside after being cooped up for over a month. Even with a beautiful companion by his side, he felt as if he were rusting away. However, he was also concerned about leaving Jiang Shuyan alone. What if she locked the door behind him? After contemplating, he decided to secure her in the bedroom, ensuring he left her enough food for the day. Before departing, he added ample firewood and coal to the fireplace. Once prepared, Lin Yi retrieved a set of thermal clothing from his alternate space, professional gear he had acquired from a warehouse at Fuyuan supermarket. Equipped with batteries that heated the garments at the press of a button, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 60 or 70 degrees. He donned a bulletproof vest beneath and topped it off with a protective suit and helmet. Once fully dressed, he felt an overwhelming warmth, prompting sweat to form. At last, he reached the door, which had remained closed for over a month, and opened it. A rush of cold air surged in as he stepped outside. Having confirmed the safety of the stairwell via surveillance, Lin Yi descended directly to the 7th floor of a nearby unit, breaking a window to exit. The snow outside, though thick, was not overly deep, measuring only about 10 centimeters. Finding a secluded spot, he summoned his Unimog. As the vehicle landed, the surrounding snow compressed beneath its weight. Pleased with the sight of his steel beast, Lin Yi noted that all other vehicles had been buried in the snow, leaving his as the sole one visible in the community. He climbed into the vehicle, starting it and cranking the heater to its maximum setting. Accelerating, the vehicle shot out like an arrow, its roar echoing throughout the community, causing the surviving residents to peer out from their windows. After roaming the area, Lin Yi mused at the number of survivors still remaining. He then drove directly out of the community, his intent for the day being to explore other locales and ascertain the situation outside. As for safety concerns, he felt secure. The vehicle's exterior and windows had been reinforced, ensuring his absolute safety unless faced with armor-piercing rounds. Chapter 66. Another ability user with a clear path ahead. Lin Yi navigated towards the nearest shopping mall, which boasted 5 stories but, due to its high ceilings, stood akin to an 8 or 9-story residential building, thus unlikely to be completely buried. After some time, he finally discovered a small snow mound. Upon assessing the surroundings, he confirmed that the mound marked the location of the mall's rooftop. With only the first floor exposed, the remaining levels were enveloped in snow. After parking the vehicle and storing it in his alternate space, Lin Yi retrieved a shovel and began to dig. After half an hour's labor, he had carved out a passage and shattered the glass to enter. The interior temperature was somewhat warmer than he had anticipated, hovering around -50 to 60 degrees. Clad in thermal gear, he found it bearable, though still chilly enough to require endurance. Equipping a headlamp, Lin Yi proceeded into the mall. As he entered, a pair of eyes from a nearby building fixated on him. Curiously, despite the frigid conditions, the figure wore only a thin jacket, and the surrounding snow seemed to part as it approached him. Lin Yi drew his handgun, alert as he ventured further inside, opting for the sidearm for its convenience in close combat, knowing he could effortlessly switch to a more powerful weapon should the need arise. He found himself in the kitchen of a restaurant on the top floor of the mall, observing the disarray of utensils. It was clear no one had been here in quite some time. The knives and spatulas lay frozen to the surfaces, untouched by human hands for ages. In the freezer of the kitchen, there were still some pieces of meat, yet Lin Yi chose not to take any, as his stock of food in his spatial realm was already ample, rendering these items beneath his notice. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside and made his way directly to the main hall, rolling up the shutter door before entering the marketplace. At that moment, the mall was shrouded in darkness. Despite the daylight outside, every window was blanketed by a thick layer of snow, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Lin Yi wandered aimlessly within, eventually encountering several luxury boutiques. Without hesitation, he shattered the doors and plundered their contents, seizing an array of designer bags and high-end garments, indifferent to their suitability for him, storing them in his space for future use to please Jiang Shuyan. These luxury items, once valued at tens of thousands, were now rendered worthless. As Lin Yi busied himself with his exploits, a sudden sense of crisis surged within him. Without a moment to spare, he rolled aside, swiftly concealing himself behind a wall. Peering out, he observed 3 ice spikes emerging in the very spot where he had just stood, glistening ominously with a cold sheen. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. The assailant was evidently no ordinary person. Could there be other ability users in this world? Was the power of ice their domain? Quickly, Lin Yi extinguished the searchlight on his head, closing his eyes to attentively listen to the sounds outside. After a few minutes, the sound of footsteps echoed. Quite the vigilance. No wonder you dare to roam alone. Come out. You cannot escape. A young man's voice called out, revealing his youth. Lin Yi tucked away his handgun and readied himself, now fully alert. This was his first encounter with another ability user, and it was impossible to deny the tension he felt. He understood the nature of his opponent's power, yet the young man remained oblivious to Lin Yi's own abilities. This was Lin Yi's advantage. Although his spatial power was not suited for combat, the element of surprise could turn the tide. The young man stood 30 meters away, his eyes glimmering with blue light. Despite the surrounding darkness, his unique ability allowed him to sense temperature, akin to thermal imaging, aiding his visibility in the shadows. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, he waved his right hand, conjuring several ice spikes that shot toward Lin Yi's direction. The cosmetic store where Lin Yi sheltered was instantly reduced to chaos, glass shards littering the floor. Leaning against the wall, Lin Yi realized that passively enduring attacks was not a viable strategy. He retrieved a powerful flashlight from his spatial realm, covering the lens with his hand before activating it. He hurled the flashlight outward just as he leaped into action. As the light illuminated the area, Lin Yi caught sight of the young man's face, a youthful visage, appearing no older than 17 or 18, yet the ferocity in his eyes belied his age. Lin Yi squeezed the trigger, channeling his ability into the firearm. A few bullets flew toward the young man's head, but he heard no cries of pain. Upon landing, he discovered that his bullets had been thwarted by an ice wall, leaving only small dents in its surface. The young man, now aware of Lin Yi's presence, clapped his hands in mock admiration. Good shooting. From this distance, you actually hit my forehead 3 times. Were you a soldier? When Lin Yi remained silent, the young man continued, You must have noticed. After the apocalypse, I awakened a remarkable power, a unique existence in this world. I now allow you the chance to follow me as my subordinate. This opportunity is rare. You should cherish it, or else I will have no choice but to send you to hell. Lin Yi's actions finally provoked the young man's ire. After blocking the bullets with an ice wall, the young man summoned dozens of ice spikes, sealing off all of Lin Yi's escape routes, intent on delivering a fatal strike. As the spikes approached, Lin Yi ceased to evade, standing still as if resigned to his fate. The young man's smile widened, recalling how this very technique had claimed the lives of countless adversaries, many of whom had been formidable opponents. Yet, in the next moment, his expression morphed into shock. The ice spikes, upon nearing Lin Yi by a meter, vanished as if they had never existed. The young man rubbed his eyes, confirming that the spikes had indeed disappeared. Not merely a figment of his imagination. He conjured another set of ice spikes, launching them toward Lin Yi, who once again stood motionless, watching as the spikes approached. When they neared him, they too vanished without a trace. Lin Yi's combat experience was insufficient, having relied solely on instinct after the initial attack. He had nearly forgotten about his spatial door. With the spatial door now summoned, Lin Yi found himself in an invulnerable position. Any attack would be absorbed into his spatial realm. He opened the door before him, gripping it with both hands, and began to fire at the young man. Dozens of bullets rained down, shattering the ice wall that stood before him. In desperation, the young man managed to conjure another ice wall. But the effort drained his energy significantly, allowing him to form only 3 walls. If Lin Yi still had bullets left, the young man would be left with no options. The young man defended against Lin Yi's assault, conjuring ice spikes to counterattack whenever Lin Yi reloaded. However, his ice spikes met a swift demise upon nearing Lin Yi, leading to his growing frustration. Since awakening his ice abilities, he had eliminated all his enemies within 2 days, once believing himself to be the protagonist of this world. Yet, now, after the snow had ceased, encountering Lin, he had stripped him of any means to retaliate. As Lin Yi shattered the second ice wall, the young man hastily unleashed all his remaining abilities, forming one last ice barrier. Are you also an ability user? The young man's voice came from behind the ice wall. Lin Yi's evident prowess suggested he was no ordinary individual, indicating he too must possess abilities, though the young man was uncertain of their nature. Was it an ability that made attacks vanish? He could no longer speculate on Lin Yi's powers. His sole focus was to buy time, for if Lin Yi did not relent, his life would be forfeit. He had no desire to perish. He believed himself to be the chosen one, having awakened ice abilities in this frigid apocalypse. Not only could he command the winds and snow, but he also remained unyielding to the cold. Outside, in the icy wilderness, was his domain. However, confined within the mall, devoid of snow, his only means of attack remained the ice spikes. Regret washed over him. Had he known Lin, he was also an ability user. He would not have been so reckless as to enter the mall. But it was too late for such thoughts, no matter what he said. Lin Yi's relentless onslaught showed no signs of abating, conveying an unmistakable intent to obliterate him. After Lin, he had changed 5 magazines. The young man's final ice wall crumbled into a heap of solid ice. Yet Lin Yi refrained from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to shoot him in each limb, rendering him utterly defenseless. Finally, Lin Yi spoke. Who are you? How do you possess such powers? Confronted by the ominous barrel of Lin Yi's firearm, the youth spoke slowly. I am Shenrang, a student at Haijing City University of Science and Technology. My extraordinary ability manifested unexpectedly just half a month ago. I am uncertain of its origins, as it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Haijing City University of Science and Technology? This institution was quite familiar to Lin Yi, who, alongside Wang Shui, had graduated from its halls, considering it his alma mater. The university was renowned not for its faculty or educational prowess, but rather for its female students. Beauty like that of Wang Shui was hardly remarkable among the student body. Her popularity stemmed from her open demeanor and amiable interactions with others. Lin Yi recalled that their campus belle, Lu Feier, was in the same class as himself. After graduation, she pursued further studies at the university and eventually became a faculty member. Her beauty was unparalleled within the institution, even surpassing that of Jiang Shuyan. Standing at an impressive height of 175 meters, with an exquisite figure that embodied the golden ratio, she had once garnered significant media attention. being hailed as Haijing's most beautiful teacher. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Fei'er was the most enchanting woman Lin Yi had ever encountered in reality. Numerous young men had fought over her affections, and wealthy second-generation heirs had sought to support her lavishly. However, upon discovering her illustrious family background, they quickly abandoned such aspirations. Some of those who had previously spoken ill of Lu Fei'er faced severe reprimand from their parents, who insisted on visiting her family to apologize. Lu Fei'er hailed from a political family, with a grandfather holding a high-ranking position in the military and parents serving as government officials. Such a lineage made her untouchable by the wealthy elite. Having witnessed these precedents, no one dared to entertain thoughts of pursuing her any longer. Lin Yi inquired if Shun Rang knew the teacher named Lu Fei'er. Upon hearing her name, Shun Rang's eyes sparkled, as though he were reminiscing about the woman who haunted his dreams. Lin Yi recognized the sentiment reflected in Shun Rang's gaze and felt a twinge of sympathy. Lu Fei'er truly was a siren, captivating everyone from teachers to students, with no one immune to her allure. Noticing Shun Rang lost in thought, Lin Yi delivered a sharp kick to his side. The campus belle? Isn't she a teacher? How can she still hold that title? Sensing Lin Yi's confusion, Shun Rang explained. Although she is a teacher and does not participate in the beauty contests, during voting for the campus belle, at least half of the boys always choose her. Thus, for several consecutive years, Lu Laoshi has been the reigning campus belle. Lin Yi was once again struck by the formidable charm of his former classmate. He then asked Shun Rang about Lu Fei'er's current situation. Is she still at the university? Teachers at Haijing City University of Science and Technology have their own accommodations, and many choose to reside there for convenience. Shun Rang nodded, confirming she is still at the university. Observing the shift in Shun Rang's expression, Lin Yi pressed further. What exactly is her condition? Did you do something to her? Shun Rang cried out in distress, hastily assuring Lin Yi, no, I did nothing. I only wish for her to willingly be mine, so I did not resort to force. I merely had her confined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally withdrew his foot. One last question. Have you encountered any other extraordinary beings? Shun Rang replied, other extraordinary beings? No, due to the nature of my powers, I am impervious to the cold. After the snow ceased yesterday, I ventured out from the university and have traversed many places, meeting numerous people, yet I have not encountered a single extraordinary being. If it weren't for you, I might have believed I was the only one. Lin Yi's anxiety lessened. It appeared that extraordinary beings were few in number, and his encounter with Shun Rang was merely a fortuitous coincidence. This was a relief, for if there were many, his advantage would diminish significantly. As Lin Yi pondered these matters, Shun Rang discreetly summoned his power, conjuring a hefty ice spear behind Lin Yi. His willingness to divulge information stemmed from a desire to buy time to replenish his abilities. Recognizing Lin Yi's deep contemplation, Shun Rang seized the moment. With a flick of his mind, the ice spear shot toward Lin Yi's back. However, just as it neared him, the spear vanished. Lin Yi had remained vigilant, aware that he could not afford to let his guard down in the presence of someone with extraordinary abilities. Shun Rang's despair was palpable. This was his final gambit. Yet Lin Yi had seen through it. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi extended his right hand, creating an invisible portal before him. The ice spear that had just been absorbed into his spatial realm instantly re-emerged. Having exhausted his powers, Shun Rang could only watch helplessly as his own ice spear pierced his chest. In his final moments, he realized where his spear had gone. It had been absorbed by Lin Yi. After dispatching Shun Rang, Lin Yi intended to depart, but was suddenly struck by a surge of blue light emanating from Shun Rang's body. The light gradually condensed into a sphere the size of a thumb. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi reached out to touch the sphere. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged into his body. This energy was immense, transforming Lin Yi's physique while simultaneously enhancing his vision. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Yet when Lin Yi regained consciousness, only mere seconds had elapsed. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, seemingly boundless. A simple swing of his fist produced a sound akin to a gust of wind. Moreover, his resistance to cold had significantly increased, likely due to the nature of Shun Rang's abilities. His spatial portal had also undergone a transformation, expanding from a width of 1 meter to 11 meters. Although the increase was modest, it provided Lin Yi with a sense of direction. He recognized that by continuing to absorb the abilities of others, he could grow ever stronger. Lastly, upon examining his right eye, he noted a substantial enhancement in its energy and purity. Drawing his handgun, Lin Yi aimed at a distant wall and fired. The energy expenditure remained unchanged at 1,000th, yet the firepower had multiplied several times over, rivaling that of sniper rifle. A wave of elation washed over him. This was indeed a fortuitous gift, as he had only just begun to worry about other extraordinary beings, and Shen Rang had provided him with such an invaluable boon. While he may not yet be the strongest, he was at least capable of self-preservation. Lin Yi foresaw a tumultuous future, one where encounters with more extraordinary beings would likely lead to a relentless cycle of hunting and absorbing abilities. After experimenting further with his powers in a shopping mall, he squatted beside Shen Rang's lifeless body, hoping to see if another energy sphere would manifest. Though he could have easily transported Shen Rang's corpse into his spatial realm, the time within his realm was stagnant, meaning any potential energy spheres would cease to appear. Lin Yi waited patiently for over an hour, thoroughly scavenging the entire mall. Yet Shen Rang's body remained undisturbed, unchanged. With a sigh, Lin Yi finally collected Shen Rang's body into his spatial realm before departing. After all, it was the corpse of an extraordinary being. It was prudent to hold on to it for potential future utility. Lin Yi adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely. He would not, like those villains, allow carelessness to foster future peril. Since the decision to kill has been made, it must be executed with absolute thoroughness. Lin Yi climbed out of the window through which he had entered and retrieved his vehicle. Initially, he intended to meander about, hoping to locate a few gas stations. His fuel reserves were rather limited, necessitating prudent preparations. However, after wandering for some time without success, it became evident that the gas stations, given the height of the snow, had likely been buried long ago. To collect fuel, he would need to dig through the accumulated snow, at least 20 meters down, a task far too daunting for him to undertake. Consequently, Lin Yi decided to visit Haijing City Science and Technology University. He thought it would be an opportune moment to reconnect with an old classmate who had been imprisoned by Shen Rang. Perhaps he could stage a heroic rescue. And who knows, he might even win her heart. He was quite certain that Lu Feier was still a maiden. During his university days, she was known for her solitary nature and icy demeanor, and the notion of her dating was beyond contemplation. Moreover, due to her family standing, no one dared to harbor intentions towards her. Those scoundrels who lusted after her beauty could only admire her from afar, too intimidated to approach. As Lin Yi drove toward his alma mater, he felt an array of eyes upon him. The city now lay eerily silent, akin to a ghost town, devoid of the usual cacophony of traffic and electronic noise, making the sound of his vehicle's engine resonate sharply. After 20 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at Haijing City Science and Technology University. The institution boasted 6 teaching buildings, 3 cafeterias, 1 library, and a gymnasium. However, the cafeterias and gymnasium, being of lower elevation, were likely buried beneath the snow. Yet, upon his arrival, he was astonished to find that one of the cafeterias had a substantial breach, revealing shadows of people within, suggesting a considerable gathering. Lin Yi contemplated the situation and quickly realized that this breach must have been excavated by Shen Rang using his extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could such a multitude sustain themselves? The number of individuals inside was evidently insufficient. The university typically housed 5,000 to 6,000 students, yet now there were perhaps only 200 or 300 remaining. The rest had likely perished from the cold or starvation. Those left behind were presumably subservient to Shen Rang, effectively his subordinates. Lin Yi had not anticipated the extent of Shen Rang's powers. Had he known, he might have spared him, enlisting his aid in clearing the snow from the gas stations. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing that his ability to easily defeat Shen Rang stemmed from multiple factors. Primarily, Shen Rang had underestimated him, believing him to be an ordinary individual, which allowed Lin Yi to outmaneuver him in the mall. The absence of wind and snow significantly diminished Shen Rang's combat effectiveness. Additionally, Lin Yi wielded a firearm. Though conventional weapons lacked the power to harm Shen Rang, combined with his spatial abilities providing indomitable defense. He ultimately drained Shen Rang of his powers. Devoid of his abilities, Shen Rang was akin to a fish on a chopping block, completely at Lin Yi's mercy. Lin Yi stowed his vehicle and strode confidently into the cafeteria. Inside, he found over 200 individuals, predominantly male, with only 3 or 4 dozen females, all presumably students of the university. Despite their scarcity, the females were strikingly attractive, none scoring below 60 in looks, with the highest among them reaching 80. Comparable to Wang Shui, thus qualifying as beauties. In a corner, a heavily made-up woman was vociferously berating Lu Feier, who was bound and helpless. "You wretched woman, posing as a teacher while daring to seduce my boyfriend." The woman was none other than Li Hui, Shen Rang's girlfriend and one of the 80-point beauties. Before the apocalypse, she and Shen Rang had been in a relationship. However, due to her privileged background, she had always dominated the relationship, often displaying impatience toward Shen Rang. But when the apocalypse struck and Shen Rang suddenly acquired extraordinary powers, he transformed overnight. The tenderness he once showed Li Hui vanished. And although he still referred to her as his girlfriend, it was clear to everyone that he could now choose any woman he desired, with Lu Feier being his first choice, as she was the dream of every student and faculty member. Li Hui, having lost her previous authority, now sought to demean Lu Feier in Shen Rang's absence. She summoned her brother, Li Jun, as senior, and commanded, "Go and violate her." Li Jun was taken aback by her words. "What? Rape? That's illegal." Li Hui, exasperated by her brother's hesitation, retorted, "What does legality matter now? How many people has Shen Rang killed without consequence?" Li Jun remained uncertain, but Li Hui smiled slyly. "I want to make him unhappy. If you violate her, she will no longer be the school's goddess, but merely a tarnished woman, and Shen Rang will no longer treasure her." Understanding her intent to eliminate a rival, Li Jun nodded in agreement. As he gazed at Lu Feier, the school's paragon of beauty, he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of being her first. Lu Feier, listening to their conversation, felt a flicker of despair, her mouth gagged, unable even to bite her tongue in a desperate act. As Li Jun approached, she was at a loss, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the cafeteria's entrance, and a figure clad in white winter gear, complete with a bulletproof helmet and wielding a submachine gun, strode in. Lin Yi saw no need to engage in pretense with these ordinary individuals. He could simply charge in. Yet, to his surprise, several youths wielding machetes blocked his path, seemingly unperturbed by the weapon he carried. Lin Yi was bemused. Were today's youths so audacious as to fearlessly confront a gun? "Which class are you from? Who allowed you to barge in here? Are you seeking death?" Lin Yi, hidden beneath his helmet, smirked slightly. Had he truly appeared that youthful? It had been nearly a decade since graduation, and yet someone dared to inquire about his class. "I am not seeking death. I am here for her." Lin Yi raised his hand, pointing towards Lu Feier, who was bound in the corner. Upon entering, he had immediately noticed her, a stark contrast to her usual ethereal demeanor. "Young man, you truly seek your own demise. The goddess Lu Feier is the woman of our leader. Now that our leader is absent, you should promptly leave and refrain from brandishing that fake gun to intimidate others. Otherwise, you shall soon find yourself in tears." Lin Yi understood. No wonder they were unafraid, as they believed he wielded a toy gun. Indeed, firearms are prohibited in Longhua, and if he were to encounter someone brandishing such a weapon, he too would assume it was a counterfeit. Lin Yi raised the gun and aimed it at the youth who had just spoken. He then pulled the trigger. Chapter 70, Saving People Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the youth's head was instantly obliterated, blood and brain matter splattering the ground. Lin Yi was taken aback by the immense power of the shot. Enhanced by his extraordinary ability, its force rivaled that of a Barrett. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. What if he were to find a Barrett? How much more destructive would its power become when augmented by his ability? Would it rival that of a cannon? But where could he find such a weapon? Firearms of that caliber would likely only be found in military camps. He resolved to seek out a military base and scavenge for more weapons. After all, his spatial portal was not adept at offense, but his spatial eye could attach to firearms, making them all the more formidable. The gruesome scene shocked the students present, with several female students retching at the sight. The youths who had confronted Lin were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi slowly approached Lu Feier, while Li Hui and Li Jun crouched nearby. He untied the ropes binding Lu Feier and removed the tape from her mouth, then took off his helmet. Addressing Liu Feier, he asked, "Do you remember me, old classmate?" Lu Feier exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Yi, is that really you?" Lin Yi had not anticipated that so much time had passed, yet she still recognized him. He explained that he had encountered someone named Shun Rang, who informed him of her peril and prompted him to come to her rescue. Lu Feier gasped in shock at the revelation. After speaking, she grasped Lin Yi's hand, eager to escape. Feeling the smoothness of her hand, Lin Yi smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not fear. With me here, you are safe." Seeing Lin Yi's expression only heightened Lu Feier's urgency. "You do not understand the danger Shun Rang poses. He possesses extraordinary abilities, being impervious to the cold and able to manipulate ice and snow." Lin Yi smirked derisively and replied, "Your husband? Surely, you cannot mean him." With a wave of his hand, a charred corpse appeared in the air, gruesomely severed into several pieces. Li Hui was startled by the sudden manifestation of the shadow, but mustered the courage to glance at it. In that instant, she recognized the identity of the corpse. It was Shun Rang. Due to the freezing temperatures, although Lin Yi had thrown 2 Molotov cocktails at his body, it had not been charred beyond recognition. His face was still somewhat discernible. Realizing that her greatest ally had been slain by Lin Yi, Li Hui was momentarily at a loss. Li Jun, on the other hand, remained quietly crouched on the ground, not uttering a single word. Lu Feier gasped in astonishment. She had witnessed Shun Rang's powers firsthand, and he had seemed almost godlike. Yet, Lin Yi had managed to kill him, coupled with his sudden ability to conjure the corpse. Could it be that he too possessed extraordinary powers? Lin Yi did not explain himself to Lu Feier, but instead inquired about her plans. The outside world was a frigid wasteland, and it was clear that they could not remain there. Where could she possibly go? Lu Feier looked at Lin Yi and asked, "May I accompany you?" After all, Lin Yi had just saved her, making him her savior. Furthermore, she had a decent understanding of his character. He was certainly preferable to the others present, and she felt assured he would not harm her. Lin Yi was pleased to hear this, but feigned hesitation as he stated, "You may follow me, but let me be clear. As a man and a woman alone together, especially with your beauty, I fear I may not be able to control myself." Lu Feier's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she summoned her courage and replied, "Why should you, a grown man, be afraid? I am not afraid." After enduring over a month of apocalyptic existence, she had come to comprehend the treachery of human nature. Among those present were many of her students, yet they would gladly betray her if it served their interests. Confident in her own beauty, Lu Feier realized that if she could not leverage it to secure her safety, her fate would likely be that of a mere plaything. Lin Yi nodded, conceding, "Very well. You may accompany me, but I must warn you. Should you choose to follow, you must unconditionally obey my commands, or I will not hesitate to cast you aside." Lu Feier nodded earnestly, readily agreeing. Lin Yi retrieved a set of cold weather gear from his spatial realm and, taking Lu Feier's hand, led her into a nearby room. Having witnessed Lin Yi conjure items from thin air once more, Lu Feier was certain he possessed extraordinary abilities, and his ability to defeat Shun Rang indicated his prowess surpassed that of her former ally. Once inside the room, Lin Yi closed the door and handed the cold weather gear to Lu Feier. "Put this on." Lu Feier accepted the clothing, glanced at Lin Yi, who was watching her intently, and chided, "You should step outside." Lin Yi firmly replied, "I must stay here to protect you. It is dark, and what if a villain appears?" Lu Feier bit her lip, realizing that since she had decided to follow him, her modesty was likely to be compromised. It was merely a matter of time. Resolving to be bold, she stripped off her outer garment, leaving only her undergarments, and donned the gear Lin Yi had provided. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on her, unblinking. It must be said, watching a beautiful woman change attire was a certain pleasure. Just observing her for a moment stirred something within Lin Yi. But the timing was not right. He scolded himself for being a beast and turned away, taking several deep breaths to quell the stirrings of desire. Once Lu Feier had changed, Lin Yi took her hand and exited the room. The students outside remained in their previous positions. They were now fully aware that Lin Yi had slain Shun Rang, and fear silenced any thoughts of resistance. They could only silently pray that Lin Yi would not make things difficult for them and that they would soon depart. Lin Yi had no desire to waste time with these minor characters. Upon leaving the room, he led Lu Feier straight out of the cafeteria. There were still some supplies of food available. If they rationed their portions, it could last them for a month. As for where they would go after that month, Lin Yi could not concern himself with such matters. He had already shown considerable mercy by not slaughtering all of them, assuming they were accomplices of Shunrang. Chapter 71. The meeting of two women as they emerged from the school cafeteria. Lu Feier tightened her clothing and turned to Lin Yi, asking, "Where are we headed now?" Lu Feier remained non-committal regarding Lin Yi's words. What warm place could possibly exist now? Climbing out of the snow pit of the cafeteria, Lu Feier beheld the desolate visage of the city. Before her lay a vast expanse of white, resembling a desert, with streets and buildings buried beneath layers of snow. Though she was unaware of where Lin Yi referred to as a warm place, Lu Feier recognized that she might not be able to traverse this landscape. The nearest structure was several kilometers away, and traversing such a distance in these frigid temperatures on foot seemed improbable. However, it soon became clear to Lu Feier how Lin Yi had managed to navigate this treacherous terrain. Lin Yi stood still, waving his hand toward the front. In an instant, a black off-road vehicle materialized before him. Lu Feier, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the vehicle, only regained her composure when Lin Yi beckoned her to get in. She opened the door and took a seat. Lin Yi activated the heater, and warmth enveloped the interior of the car. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Feier was once again amazed by Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities. As she basked in the long-awaited warmth, she silently resolved to cling tightly to Lin Yi, believing that as long as she followed him, her life would at least be secured. Once Lin Yi shifted the gear, he pressed the accelerator with force. The over 300 horsepower Unimog surged forward like an arrow, leaving deep tracks in the snow. As Lin Yi sped through the city, the speed reached 120 miles per hour, with no concern for exceeding the limit. The sensation of being watched returned, prompting Lin Yi to drive directly into a building, crashing through the 7th floor-to-ceiling window and halting in the living room. After disembarking with Lu Feier, they stored the vehicle in a different space. Before they could ascend the stairs, several individuals rushed down, with Wang Qi and Li Lei leading the charge. Both were startled upon seeing Lin Yi. The group stared at Lu Feier in momentary confusion. Lin Yi nodded without uttering a word, leading Lu Feier past them towards the upper floors. Wang Qi, observing Lin Yi's back, gripped the gun in his pocket tightly. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from taking action. The pair climbed to the 26th floor, and Lu Feier, panting and exhausted, collapsed onto the floor. In contrast, Lin Yi exhibited only slight breathlessness. After absorbing Shun Rang's abilities, he felt his physical strength had significantly increased, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Lin Yi retrieved the key and opened the door, stepping inside first, with Lu Feier following. Upon entering, Lu Feier was greeted by a wave of warmth. The chill that had enveloped her dissipated rapidly, and the decor of the living room bore no trace of a post-apocalyptic world. Instead, it exuded a sense of coziness. After closing and locking the door, Lin Yi checked the fireplace and added some firewood before beginning to disrobe. He maintained the room temperature at approximately 26 degrees Celsius, the most comfortable for the human body. Stripping down in front of Lu Feier, he changed into his pajamas and then opened the bedroom door, allowing Jiang Shuyan to emerge. Lu Feier was startled to discover another woman in Lin Yi's home. She had assumed he lived alone. Observing their familiarity, it was evident that this beautiful woman was Lin Yi's primary partner, leaving Lu Feier to ponder her role as a potential mistress. As Jiang Shuyan jumped into Lin Yi's embrace, she noticed Lu Feier standing behind him. Although confident in her own appearance, Lu Feier left a striking impression on Jiang Shuyan. Truly a beauty. Despite being fellow women, Jiang Shuyan found herself empathizing with Lin Yi. Such a captivating woman was irresistible to any man, especially one with Lin Yi's proclivities. Lu Feier stood awkwardly watching Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan embrace, creating a distinctly uncomfortable atmosphere. Lin Yi lifted Jiang Shuyan and placed her on the sofa, introducing her to Lu Feier. "This is my woman, Jiang Shuyan." He then turned to Jiang Shuyan, saying, "This is my former university classmate, Lu Feier. From now on, we are all family. Please get acquainted. Lu Feier felt somewhat apprehensive, aware of her status as an outsider. Jiang Shuyan, however, appeared gracious, rising from the sofa and extending her hand. Hello, I am Jiang Shuyan. Since we are all EG's women, we could be good sisters. No need to be formal. Lu Feier reluctantly shook Jiang Shuyan's hand. Jiang Shuyan then handed Lu Feier a set of fresh pajamas. It's warm in here. Go take a shower and change into these. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, observing the two women without intervening. He was pleased with Jiang Shuyan's demeanor, as she displayed neither jealousy nor pettiness, exhibiting the qualities of a capable woman who could lead in a future where he had multiple partners. After thanking Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Jiang Shuyan busied herself preparing dinner. Lu Feier took longer than expected in the shower. Having gone a month without bathing, it was unimaginable for someone as fastidious as her. Upon finishing her shower and donning the pajamas, Lu Feier emerged to find Jiang Shuyan had prepared a meal. 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, adorned the table. To celebrate Lu Feier's arrival, Lin Yi had even procured 2 bottles of aged red wine, each worth over 20,000 yuan. Lu Feier gazed at the feast, swallowing hard. She had not savored a proper meal in a month. However, with Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan watching, she refrained from displaying her hunger, waiting for Lin Yi to speak. Understanding Lu Feier's cravings, Lin Yi forewent lengthy speeches, simply welcoming her before raising a glass of wine to toast. As Lu Feier savored a piece of braised beef, the rich flavors melted on her tongue, prompting her to emit a blissful sigh. Jiang Shuyan smiled at Lu's enjoyment, reminiscing about her own initial days filled with similar delight. The trio shared a jovial meal, finishing both bottles of wine. After indulging, the two women, slightly tipsy and with flushed cheeks, appeared quite charming. Dinner concluded by 8 o'clock in the evening, and Jiang Shuyan kindly ushered Lu Feier into Lin Yi's room, subsequently pushing Lin Yi inside. Although Lin Yi wished to invite Jiang Shuyan as well, she declined, asserting, "Today is Feier's sister's first time. I will come back tomorrow night." Impressed by Jiang Shuyan's obedience, Lin Yi planted a firm kiss on her cheek before retreating into the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of Lu Feier's soft moans echoed from within. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early to find Jiang Shuyan had prepared breakfast while Lu Feier remained asleep. Enjoying her first restful slumber in a month, nestled in a warm bed, she felt free from the worries of cold and hunger. After breakfast, Lin Yi ventured out again. Following the events of the previous day, he had come to trust Jiang Shuyan as long as she was wise. She would understand that only with Lin Yi could both she and Lu Feier lead a better life. If anything were to happen to him, and without his support, their surroundings would soon resemble an ordinary home. Jiang Shuyan helped Lin Yi don his bulletproof vest, then retrieved his protective suit, fastening the buttons for him. Though she wished he would stay, believing they were safe here with plenty to eat and drink, she understood the necessity of his venture into danger. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the current sense of security was merely ephemeral. After his confrontation with Shan Rang the previous day, he realized he was not the only one endowed with extraordinary abilities. Indeed, individuals with such powers could assimilate one another's strengths. A great figure from Longguo once proclaimed that those who lag behind are destined to be struck. Unbeknownst to him, there could be countless other extraordinary beings outside. Although his sanctuary could deter ordinary individuals, to those with abilities, it was merely a sturdy house. He must urgently augment his own strength, yet extraordinary beings were scarce, leaving his chances of finding them to mere luck. Hence, his objective for the day was to collect weapons. Jiang Shuyan, a former police officer, was well aware of which precincts possessed weaponry. After marking 2 locations on the map for Lin Yi, he set out with her annotated guide. After surveying the surveillance outside his door and confirming no immediate danger, Lin Yi stepped out. He navigated unobstructed to the ground floor, retrieved his vehicle, and drove out of the community. Upon hearing the roar of the car engine from below, Wang Qi hastily pressed himself against the window, peering down. After Lin Yi had escorted Lu Feier upstairs the previous day, he had scoured the entire building, yet he had not detected the whereabouts of Lin Yi's vehicle. He pondered where it might be hidden. If only he could acquire that car, he could escape this wretched place with the gun in his possession. Gathering supplies would be a trivial endeavor. Wang Qi took out his phone and sent a message to a particular number. As he watched Lin Yi vanish from sight, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "You have forced my hand." Following Jiang Xian's map, Lin Yi sought the precinct. The nearest one was 15 kilometers away, and in less than half an hour, he arrived in the vicinity. However, it was now blanketed in deep snow. Although he had a general idea of its location, pinpointing it precisely proved challenging. After considerable effort orienting himself with the surrounding buildings, Lin Yi deduced that he was likely atop the precinct. This precinct was relatively large, spanning 5 stories, and digging down 5 to 6 meters should lead him to the roof. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stored his vehicle and began to excavate the snow. After nearly 2 hours of labor, he finally unearthed a 5-meter-deep pit. Observing the concrete floor beneath him, he switched tools and continued digging. Fortuitously, after absorbing Shen Rank's abilities the day before, his strength and stamina had significantly increased, as had his resistance to cold. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the frigid conditions long ago. After hammering away for another 10 minutes, Lin Yi uncovered a dark opening beneath his feet. He affixed a spotlight to his head and leapt down. Upon landing, Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an office, where folders and a computer were scattered across the desk. Indifferent to such items, he pushed open the office door and ventured outside. The corridor stretched long before him, flanked by offices marked with nameplates. He passed the office of the precinct chief and the captain's office, as well as a data room. He glanced into each room, kicking open several locked doors with ease. After thoroughly searching the 5th floor, he found nothing, not even a single corpse. Continuing his descent, he discovered that the 4th and 3rd floors housed numerous large offices, likely where ordinary officers conducted their daily duties, alongside a few detention cells. Inside one of the cells, he finally stumbled upon several corpses, curled up and frozen to death, their forms obscured by layers of frost due to the bitter cold. Lin Yi pressed onward, and on the 2nd floor, he finally located the armory, only to find the door locked. He took a hammer and struck it forcefully several times. Yet the door did not budge. Staring at the unyielding entrance, Lin Yi finally comprehended the helplessness that Feng Hu and others had felt when faced with his sanctuary. He retrieved a generator and a cutting machine connected them, and commenced cutting through the door. After 20 minutes, he had carved a sizable opening. Stowing the generator away, he squeezed through the breach. Inside was a room exceeding 50 square meters, filled with cabinets. Lin Yi opened the nearest one and was greeted by several police handguns. Elated, he picked them up, examined them briefly, and then stored them in the... However, his goal was not handguns, but a sniper rifle. His gaze fell upon the tallest cabinet in the room. Upon opening it, a sniper rifle materialized before him. It was a 500 police sniper rifle, equipped with 7.62mm caliber ammunition, holding 10 rounds, and adorned with a 4x scope. Cradling the weapon, Lin Yi felt a profound attachment. While its power was not the pinnacle among sniper rifles, coupled with his extraordinary abilities, it would undoubtedly unleash tremendous force. After loading the rifle, he stowed it and continued to rummage through the cabinets. The experience felt akin to unboxing a mystery package. Ultimately, Lin Yi uncovered 4 sniper rifles, 15 handguns, and 2 submachine guns, along with 3 shotguns in the final cabinet. He also discovered thousands of rounds of various ammunition, as well as a dozen bulletproof vests and helmets. With such an arsenal at his disposal, Lin Yi felt emboldened. He could dispatch the remaining residents of his community without hesitation, treating them as mere targets. After ensuring all weapons were fully loaded and spare magazines were filled, he exited the armory. On the 1st floor of the precinct, Lin Yi encountered several more corpses clad in police uniforms, presumably those who had been on duty that night. Trapped by the snowfall and ultimately succumbing to the cold, Lin Yi reflected on the frailty of humanity when faced with the might of nature. After a busy morning, he found himself feeling hungry and decided to consume a modest meal. After replenishing his energy, Lin Yi resumed his journey, driving towards the 2nd precinct. Upon arriving at the designated location according to his map, he discovered signs that it had already been ransacked. A pit 5 to 6 meters deep lay before him, shrouded in darkness. The chaotic footprints on the ground indicated that more than one person had been here, at least 5 or 6 individuals. Yet, there were no tire tracks nearby. Those who had come to pilfer the weapons likely resided close by, familiar with the precinct's exact location. Lin Yi stowed his vehicle and, since he was already there, decided to investigate further. Donning a headlamp, he leaped into the pit. Half an hour later, he emerged empty-handed, having found nothing of value. The guns and ammunition had already been taken. Although he could easily trace their path by following the footprints, he deemed it unnecessary. His own haul had been significant enough, and he did not wish to squander more time. Once more, he retrieved his vehicle and drove towards the Sichuan community. Upon entering the area, Lin Yi sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Many residents had spontaneously emerged from various buildings, predominantly men. As he parked his car beneath Building 16, it suddenly plunged into a sizable pit. Although the pit was only a meter deep, it was sufficient to trap his vehicle. After turning off the engine, Lin Yi opened the door and stepped outside, only to be swiftly encircled by dozens of armed individuals. Wang Qi and Li Lei also descended from the upper floors, confronting them. Lin Yi shouted towards the throng. "Who is the leader here? Step forward and speak." Soon, a burly man emerged from the crowd. After circling the vehicle, he addressed Lin Yi, "Brother, your car is quite impressive. Allow us to borrow it for a few days, and once we gather our supplies, we shall certainly share with you." Lin Yi coldly replied, "No." The man's smile faded at his response. "I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Just because you possess a handgun does not give you the right to act arrogantly. We have dozens of men here. How many can you kill with just one gun?" Before Lin Yi could respond, 2 gunshots rang out from behind him. Wang Qi suddenly drew a handgun from his pocket and fired directly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's attention was solely on the burly man, leaving him utterly unprepared for Wang Qi's attack. The bullets struck Lin Yi, yet he appeared unfazed, executing a forward roll before producing 2 submachine guns, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing crowd. Wang Qi was not spared. His weapon was knocked from his grasp, and 2 bullets struck his legs, shattering his thighs under the enhancement of his abilities. Despair consumed Wang Qi as he could not comprehend why Lin Yi, who had been shot, seemed entirely unharmed. Li Lei lay beside him, eyes wide, his chest ravaged, blood gushing forth. Lin Yi remained oblivious to those who conspired against him, even if innocent lives were at stake. He would rather err on the side of aggression than allow any threats to escape. The burly man, who had just issued threats, was swiftly dispatched in Lin Yi's initial assault. After Lin Yi's onslaught, only Wang Qi remained alive amidst the carnage, the ground stained red with blood. Lin Yi placed his hand on the vehicle, and with a thought, it vanished from sight. Wang Qi, witnessing this spectacle, was left agape. No wonder he had searched the entire building without finding Lin Yi's vehicle. It had always been by his side. Lin Yi crouched beside Wang Qi, a mocking expression on his face. "Do you understand why your bullets had no effect on me?" Wang Qi's consciousness was fading from blood loss. It dawned on Lin Yi that Wang Qi's eyes had closed, and he lost interest, allowing him to succumb to his fate. In such frigid temperatures, he would perish from exposure in mere minutes. Lin Yi retrieved the gun discarded by Wang Qi and ascended the stairs. During the battle, he had not noticed Wang Shui, unaware whether she had perished or fled. Yet, such matters no longer concerned him. After scaling to the 26th floor, Lin Yi opened the door to find Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier anxiously awaiting him in the living room. They had witnessed the recent conflict from a distance, unable to discern details, only hearing the rapid gunfire. Although they recognized Lin Yi's prowess, their concern for their lives was palpable. Shortly after Lin Yi departed that morning, Lu Feier awoke, and after breakfast, only she and Jiang Shuyan remained at home. Initially, an awkward atmosphere lingered as they were unfamiliar with one another. However, Jiang Shuyan soon guided Lu Feier on a tour of the shelter, recounting her own experiences. Upon learning that Lin Yi had amassed resources worth hundreds of billions, Lu Feier was astonished and gradually came to accept Jiang Shuyan's portrayal of him as a protagonist. After all, not everyone could achieve rebirth without a protagonist's aura. One would have long since perished. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and they gradually became close friends. As Jiang Shuyan was a year older than Lin Yi and had shown her kindness, Lu Feier willingly accepted her as an older sister. The thought of having to mediate disputes between them was exhausting. Their harmonious relationship was beneficial, alleviating Lin Yi's worries. He possessed numerous gaming consoles, selecting one suitable for 3 players. Lin Yi sat in the center, with Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier on either side. The coffee table was adorned with 2 freshly cut fruit platters and beverages. Lu Feier marveled at their circumstances, thinking that compared to those outside who struggle for food, their lives felt almost divine. While engrossed in their game, Lin Yi's phone suddenly beeped with a new message. Upon checking, he found a friend request from a woman, a striking beauty. He opened her profile and discovered it was Luo Ziki from Building 23, second in beauty ranking within the community, only behind Jiang Shuyan. She was reputed to be a martial artist with numerous championship medals. As Lin Yi browsed through Luo Ziki's profile pictures, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier leaned in to see. Who is this? She's stunning. Feier, you just moved in yesterday, and you're already scouting new targets? Jiang Shuyan remarked with a hint of jealousy. Liu Feier chimed in. Sister Shuyan, don't say that. I'm just an old flame. Once they've got what they want, they no longer cherish it. Listening to their banter, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. He had worried about their compatibility, yet they seemed to understand each other perfectly. It was he who ought to be concerned. This is Luo Ziki from Building 23. I wonder why she contacted me. He explained briefly before accepting her request. The 2 women did not linger on the matter, occasionally teasing Lin Yi. But too much discussion would only irritate him. Lin Yi was the master of this home, regardless of how much he cherished them. They needed to recognize who truly held authority. After accepting Luo Ziki's friend request, Lin Yi received a voice call from her. He placed his phone on the table, activating speaker mode, as the 2 women watched with anticipation. A melodious female voice emanated. Hello, Lin, I am Luo Ziki, an owner of Building 23. I am aware that you possess an off-road vehicle and that you're unlikely to sell it, so I would like to rent it for a day. You may set any price. I can offer you supplies or anything else I possess. Luo Ziki's tone was sincere and candid. Yet Lin Yi felt little interest in her proposition. May I inquire what you intend to do with the vehicle? Luo Ziki hesitated before finally responding. My sister is ill, and we have run out of medication. I must go to the hospital to find some. Your sister? Lin Yi was taken aback. Luo Ziki was somewhat of a celebrity in the community, a champion of martial arts, and exceptionally beautiful, yet he had never heard of her having a sister. My sister's name is Luo Zishan. I met her in the orphanage, and she took my surname. We grew up together, but when she turned 18, she was diagnosed with leukemia. It has been 5 years, and she requires daily medication to manage her condition. To afford her treatment, I have been fighting to earn extra money. However, her medication ran out yesterday, and without it, her condition will worsen. Lin Yi rubbed his ears. While their plight was indeed tragic, it did not justify lending her the vehicle. Who isn't suffering these days? Lin Yi is not a saint. With countless lives lost each day, he has little sympathy to spare. Noting Lin Yi's indifference, Luo Ziki inquired, what would it take for you to lend me your car? No matter the circumstances, I cannot lend you my vehicle, he replied. However, should you agree to be my woman, I could assist you in procuring the medicine. Upon hearing his proposition, hope rekindled within Luo Ziki, yet the condition he set left her aghast. It was akin to a toad yearning for a swan. Many men had previously flattered her, only to end up on the receiving end of her wrath. Growing up in an orphanage, Luo Ziki was undeniably a rose with thorns. Just as she was about to decline, thoughts of her ailing sister softened her tone. Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? No. Lin Yi's response was resolute. This is a matter of mutual consent. If you are unwilling, you are free to hang up. Yet, did Luo Ziki possess any alternatives? After much hesitation, she ultimately acquiesced. Her sister's health was paramount. Even if she agreed to be with him, it did not necessitate any intimate involvement. She resolved to obtain the medicine first, even if it meant betraying her principles for her sister's life. Lin Yi was taken aback by Luo Ziki's unexpected compliance. After ending the call, the 2 women beside him regarded Lin Yi with disdain. Brother Yi, your shamelessness is astounding, Lu Feier remarked, followed by Jiang Shuyan, who chimed in. Exploiting the vulnerable is utterly despicable. However, Jiang Shuyan soon shifted her perspective. Yet upon reflection, it could be advantageous for Luo Ziki. If she becomes Brother Yi's woman, she and her sister could secure shelter, alleviating their worries about food and warmth, which would also benefit her sister's condition. Lu Feier considered this and added that is true. Most importantly, when Brother Yi goes out on his errands, we can enjoy playing mahjong at home together. Subsequently, Liu Feier encouraged Lin Yi, brutally. Do your best to bring them home swiftly. Luo Ziki sent Lin Yi pictures of the medication. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Yi had stockpiled numerous medical supplies, primarily emergency medications and treatments for common ailments, but he lacked anything for leukemia. Such medications were exorbitantly priced, and, as he had no personal need for them, he had never purchased them. As he engaged in his game, Lin Yi pondered another issue. If Luo Ziki and her sister moved in, his shelter would reach full capacity. While there might be enough space, comfort would inevitably diminish. He recalled the Doomsday fortress he had seen online prior to the apocalypse. This fortress, perched on a hill in the outskirts of Haijing City, was unlikely to be buried under snow. It boasted 5 floors, 2 of which were basements designed to withstand missile strikes, and it represented Lin Yi's ideal sanctuary, constructed by Tianli Defense Company in collaboration with several other firms. Lin Yi had noted its location from the company's website. The fortress, costing billions, was a birthday gift from a wealthy Haijing magnate to his son, featuring vast spaces and even an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. In comparison, Lin Yi's shelter paled in comfort and safety. The mere thought of swimming with his women in that pool filled him with excitement. That evening, Lin Yi opted not to have Jiang Shuyan prepare dinner, instead retrieving a pre-prepared meal from his spatial realm. His bed was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 3 people without concern for crowding. After a day spent together, the 3 had grown increasingly familiar, shedding any lingering shyness. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi donned his bulletproof vest and prepared to leave. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier saw him off like devoted wives. Jiang Shuyan wished to accompany him, having once been a police officer with commendable marksmanship. However, Lin Yi declined, asserting that it would be more convenient to venture alone. If he encountered any supernatural beings, Jiang Shuyan might inadvertently become a liability. Before departing, Lin Yi handed Jiang Shuyan a firearm, confident in her ability to defend the shelter should anyone attempt an assault during his absence. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the bodies of Wang Qi and his companions frozen solid. After retrieving his vehicle, he drove toward the People's Hospital in Haijing City. His community was approximately 15 kilometers from the hospital, but without detours or traffic lights. A journey that once took over an hour was now reduced to 40 minutes. As the largest hospital in Haijing City, it spanned 18 floors and covered a vast area. After turning off the engine, Lin Yi stored the vehicle in his spatial realm and glanced upward. The interior appeared dark and devoid of life. After shattering a window with a hammer, he climbed inside. The room was a patient ward, where dried bloodstains were illuminated by the spotlight. Around a corner, he spotted 2 frozen corpses. Clearly, this place had witnessed turmoil, likely stemming from conflicts over food supplies. Typically, hospital pharmacies are located on the ground floor, so Lin Yi made his way downstairs. The floors below the 6th were engulfed in darkness, prompting him to don his headlamp once more. He descended the staircase, encountering several more bodies, all victims of violence. One had its head brutally smashed. The hospital exuded a chilling atmosphere, reminiscent of a haunted house. Upon reaching the lobby, Lin Yi followed the signs to the pharmacy. Kicking the door open, he stepped inside. The pharmacy was far more expansive than he had anticipated, covering at least 200 square meters, lined with dozens of large medicine cabinets. It appeared that the supplies had not been pillaged. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi deduced the reason. At this early stage of the apocalypse, food was the primary concern, and expensive medications could not substitute for sustenance. With the frigid temperature, ordinary people were susceptible to colds and fevers. Lacking medication could prove fatal for them. Upon locating the necessary medicines for Luo Ziki, Lin Yi collected them separately. 2 large boxes would suffice for Luo Ziki's sister for several years. Subsequently, he employed his spatial abilities to clear out the entire pharmacy, even taking medical equipment from the adjacent room. Although he was uncertain of their utility, Possessing them was preferable to lacking them, and his spatial realm could accommodate an infinite amount of items. As he ascended to the third floor, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from above. Though subtle, Lin Yi's heightened senses, far surpassing those of an average person, allowed him to hear distinctly. He slowed his pace, extinguished his headlamp, and concealed himself behind an iron door on the third floor. Moments later, a figure descended slowly from above. It was a young man in his 20s, roughly 6 meters tall, but weighing over 200 pounds, resembling a sphere. Clutching a surgical knife, he trembled as he made his way down. As the youth passed the landing on the third floor, Lin Yi suddenly leapt from behind the door, activating his headlamp and pressing the gun against the man's head. The youth was startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance. Upon seeing the gun in Lin Yi's hand, he hastily dropped the knife he was holding onto the ground. He then crouched down and cried out, "Do not kill me. I am a good person." Lin Yi observed the harmless-looking chubby man before him and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The chubby man, trembling with fear, replied, "My name is Zhou Xiaofu. Everyone calls me Zhou Xiaopeng. My mother is ill, and I have been taking care of her in the hospital." Then, suddenly, it started to snow heavily, trapping us here. Zhou Xiaofu? That name sounded like a brand. He continued, "The snow lasted for quite some time, and with no food available, people began to fight amongst themselves, resulting in many deaths." "How did you survive?" Lin Yi asked, eyeing Zhou Xiaofu's plump physique. It was evident he had once been quite overweight to maintain such a weight under food scarcity. Zhou Xiaofu explained, "I enjoy eating, so I stocked up on food in the ward. When the snow began to fall, everyone else was busy taking pictures to post online. But I was worried about food shortages and when to buy more. When the fighting broke out, I sealed the ward door, and when I emerged, everyone else was dead." Lin Yi remained skeptical of Zhou Xiaofu's explanation. While it contained no significant flaws, certain aspects felt implausible. "Where is your mother?" Lin Yi asked. Zhou Xiaofu looked up towards the upper floor. "My mother is still in the ward. Take me to see her," Lin Yi commanded. Zhou Xiaofu dared not refuse and slowly stood up, leading the way upstairs with Lin Yi following closely behind, gun in hand. They ascended the stairs to the 10th floor's ward. Zhou Xiaofu opened the door and said, "That is my mother lying on the bed." Lin Yi stood at the door and saw a middle-aged woman on the hospital bed. The slight rise and fall of the blanket indicated she was still alive. Just as Lin Yi intended to enter the room, Zhou Xiaofu's innocent demeanor suddenly transformed, his eyes glinting with malice. He swiftly drew a scalpel from behind and lunged at Lin Yi's unprotected neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce Lin Yi's carotid artery, he felt his body lift off the ground, flying several meters before crashing against the corridor wall. In that instant, Lin Yi had delivered a kick that sent Zhou Xiaofu flying. Although Lin Yi had not exerted all his strength, his physical prowess was sufficient to break several of Zhou Xiaofu's ribs. Zhou Xiaofu lay on the ground, howling in pain, yet pleaded for his life. "I was wrong. Do not kill me. I have a mother to care for. Please." Lin Yi coldly fixed his gaze on Zhou Xiaofu. "She is not your mother, is she? Your real name is Lu Dalu. 2 months ago, a depraved individual committed heinous acts against underage girls in Haijing City. And that person is you, isn't it?" Lu Dalu ceased his pleas and, sitting on the ground, asked Lin Yi, "How did you know?" The two most notorious cases in Haijing City at that time were the theft case at Fuyuan Supermarket and the case of Lu Dalu's assault on young girls. Lu Dalu was a drifter with no formal employment, and 2 months prior, in a fit of desperation due to insurmountable gambling debts, he had brutally assaulted 3 underage girls. He was apprehended by the police the following day. Lin Yi had seen his photograph, and what left a deep impression was not only Lu Dalu's physique, but also his seemingly innocent appearance. Externally, Lu Dalu appeared to be a model citizen, far from the image of a monstrous criminal. Lin Yi had even taken special note of him. It was indeed a surprising twist to find the suspect from 2 major criminal cases in front of him now. Realizing his disguise had been uncovered, Lu Dalu revealed his true self. "So what if it is me? Is there any law to punish me now? Who hasn't he killed someone? Haven't you killed before?" Lin Yi lowered his gun and responded, "I have taken lives, but our motives differ vastly. I kill to survive, while you kill to satisfy your deviant urges. Executing you would be a waste of a bullet." With that, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted Lu Dalu, whose weight exceeded 200 pounds, with a single hand, thanks to his extraordinary strength. At that moment, Lu Dalu finally drew a handgun from his waistband, yet before he could aim it at Lin Yi seized the gun's muzzle and executed a swift throw, sending Lu Dalu crashing to the ground. Lin Yi examined the police firearm in his hand, which still contained 2 bullets. Lu Dalu had found himself in this predicament because he had fallen ill while in custody, prompting the police to rush him to the hospital. However, shortly after his arrival, chaos ensued. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Dalu seized a guard's firearm, killing the officer and swiftly taking control of the hospital. Initially, he planned to wait for the snow to cease before escaping, but as time passed, the snow only intensified. He realized the world had irrevocably changed. With a gun in hand, he could seize everything. Lu Dalu hoarded all the food for himself, while the patients and doctors succumbed to hunger, ultimately turning on one another, leaving him as the sole survivor. The woman lying on the bed was not his mother, but rather an ordinary doctor, the last survivor of the hospital. After lying on the ground for a considerable time, Lu Dalu finally stood up. He had already sustained multiple broken ribs from Lin Yi's kick, and now he felt as if his internal organs were shifting. Lin Yi offered him no further chances, opening a window in the hospital corridor. A frigid wind swept through. He dragged Lu Dalu to the window, ignoring his pleas, and unceremoniously tossed him out. Watching the deep pit in the snow below, Lin Yi closed the window. Upon entering the ward, he checked the woman's pulse, discovering it was exceedingly faint, as if she could perish at any moment. Lin Yi placed some food beside her bed, hoping she might awaken on her own. After ensuring everything was in place, he exited the ward and retraced his steps out of the hospital. Once in his vehicle, Lin Yi started the engine and sped towards Sichuan community. His mission had been accomplished, and he had looted sufficient medical supplies from a hospital for his use. While Lin Yi was occupied with gathering supplies, Luo Ziki sat on the living room sofa beside a young girl in her 20s, clad in a thick military coat and wearing a mask. Looking at her sister, Luo Ziki reassured her, "Shan, do not worry. I have asked a friend to help find medicine. You will have your medication soon." Luo Ziki's sister, Luo Zichin, leaned her head against her sister's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, sister. I have burdened you." Luo Ziki embraced Luo Zichin and said, "What nonsense are you speaking? We grew up together. You're my dear sister. It is only right for me to help you." Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Luo Ziki sent her sister into the bedroom before opening the door. Standing outside were 2 women. One was Dong Yu, Shui Gui's former girlfriend, and the other was unexpectedly Wang Shui, who had vanished. After being released, Wang Shui learned that Lin Yi had moved on and, filled with resentment, had left Building 16 alone under the cover of night. However, after walking a short distance, the cold became unbearable, prompting a desperate search for warmth. By a twist of fate, she found herself in the territory of Lu Ziqiu. Seeing her plight, Lu Ziqiu's heart softened momentarily, and she took her in. Once inside the room, Wing Su, who trailed behind, left the door ajar instead of closing it quietly. Yu boldly plopped down on the sofa and confronted Lu Ziqiu, asking Sister Q, "Have you struck a deal with LNY?" Lu's Q, observing the unusual demeanor of Yu, felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Before the apocalypse, Yu had merely been her assistant. When had she dared to speak to her in such a manner? Moreover, after securing control of Building 23, it was her trust in Yu that led her to delegate all matters, including resource allocation, to her. Yu had grown increasingly respectful towards her. Lu Ziqiu coldly replied, "Mind your own business. This matter does not concern you." Yu raised her voice once more. "Not my concern? Sugu died at LNY's hands. He is my enemy. You actually made a deal with my enemy. Do you care for anyone other than your sister? Enough." Elusku shouted. Sugu's death was of his own making. If he had not coveted the resources in LNY's possession, he would not have perished at his hands. He deserved it. Currently, only LNY has a vehicle. SHN's illness cannot be delayed. I must cooperate with him. Wing Su interjected, "We can take advantage of the situation when we go for the medicine and seize him. Then the vehicle, resources, and warm shelter will all belong to us." Elusku glared fiercely at Wing Su. Had I known you were this kind of person, I should never have taken you in. Startled by Lu Ziqiu's gaze, Yingsu instinctively retreated behind Di Yingyu, who met Lu Ziqiu's eyes with resolve. I will ask you once. Do you agree to take action against Lin Yi? Lu Ziqiu slipped her hand into her pocket, gripping the spring knife she always carried. She then stated clearly to Di Yingyu, I do not agree. Do you think you still have a say in this? Di Yingyu retorted, clapping her hands. Suddenly, a dozen members of the Women's Legion rushed in from outside. Lu Ziqiu looked at these women whom she had once rescued. Without her, they would have starved long ago. It was inconceivable that they would now assist Di Yingyu in opposing her. El Shio, Li Tiying, if I hadn't saved you from those men, you would have been devoured by them. Yet now, you joined Di Yingyu against me. Are you even human? El Shio, called out by Lu Ziqiu, lowered her head in guilt. However, Li Tiying boldly replied, that man Lin Yi possesses abundant resources and a warm shelter. These are what we need. Why do you refuse to seize him? Are you infatuated with that pretty boy? If you desire a man, you can tell me. With your looks, you could easily attract many. Lu Ziqiu was infuriated by Li Tiying's words and could no longer contain her rage. She drew her spring knife and charged at Li Tiying and the others. Upon witnessing Lu Ziqiu's sudden assault, chaos erupted among them. They had all witnessed her prowess. Even 3 or 4 men could not contend with her barehanded, let alone now, armed with a knife. Lu Ziqiu seemed to fixate on Li Tiying, disregarding the others entirely. As Lu Ziqiu lunged towards her, Li Tiying ceased her flight and swung a kitchen knife at Lu Ziqiu. Unfazed, Lu Ziqiu sidestepped, grasped Li Tiying's knife-wielding hand, and executed a shoulder throw, sending Li Tiying sprawling and disarming her in the process. Li Tiying attempted to rise, but Lu Ziqiu swiftly struck her throat with the kitchen knife, causing blood to spew forth. Enraged by the betrayal of those she had once rescued, Lu Ziqiu unleashed lethal strikes without mercy. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such brutality, stood frozen in shock. Lu Ziqiu aimed to subdue Di Yingyu, but was suddenly confronted by Yingsu, who brought out Lu Shn. With a slight pressure from her knife, she drew a line of blood across Lu Shn's neck. Seeing her sister in Yingsu's grasp, Lu Ziqiu felt a surge of conflicted emotions, wishing to consume those before her alive. Di Yingyu smiled slightly, saying, Lu Ziqiu, as your former assistant, I am well aware of your capabilities. Even with our combined strength, we cannot match you. However, your sister is in my hands. Should you refuse to cease your resistance, I will kill her immediately. Lu Shn, disregarding the knife at her throat, cried out through tears, Sister, don't worry about me. Just go quickly. Clenching her knife tightly, Lu Ziqiu gritted her teeth and ultimately discarded her weapon. Di Yingyu had anticipated this choice, ordering her subordinates to bind Lu Ziqiu with ropes. Di Yingyu approached Lu Ziqiu, saying, if you wish for your sister to live, cooperate with me. When you go for the medicine tomorrow, I need you to subdue Lin Yi. I will provide support. Although he has a gun, with your strength, you can execute a successful ambush at close range. Once you hand Lin Yi over to me, I will return your sister to you, and you may also take the necessary medicines for her. After welcoming Lin Yi into the room, the 2 women began to help him remove his winter gear and bulletproof vest. They even assisted him in changing into his pajamas. Lin Yi, relishing the company of the 2 women, sent a message to Lu Ziqiu, informing her that the medicine had been procured and would be available for her the following morning. He then tossed his phone aside, washed his hands, and prepared for dinner. The meal was lovingly prepared by Shyn, while Li Fir, though not adept at cooking, contributed in small ways. The 3 enjoyed a delightful dinner together. That night, naturally, they all slept together. Li Fir tidied the adjacent bedroom in anticipation of Lu Ziqiu and her sister's arrival the following day. Though Lu Ziqiu had agreed to be Lin Yi's woman, her sister would also need accommodation. Thus, that bedroom would be prepared for her. As Lin Yi observed the 2 women cleaning the room, he was reminded of the Doomsday fortress on the small hill in the suburbs. The number of occupants in a room was increasing, and soon there would be no space left. The matter of changing residences needed to be addressed promptly. After welcoming the Lu sisters, he would search for that Doomsday fortress, hoping it had not been buried by heavy snow. The following morning, after having breakfast, Lin Yi coordinated time with Lu Ziqiu. With the assistance of the two women, he donned his gear and stepped through the alloy door. He walked to the base of Building 23 and jumped through the window. The designated meeting point with Lu Ziqiu was on the 10th floor, and upon arriving at the corridor, he found her waiting for him. Lin Yi had seen Lu Ziqiu a few times before, unlike others. She exuded not only beauty but also a hint of valor. Perhaps her profession as a martial artist contributed to this, as she endured rigorous training daily, with injuries and bloodshed being commonplace in competitions. Yet today, Lu Ziqiu appeared somewhat fatigued. Lin Yi tossed the medicine from his pocket to her. After she inspected it and found it satisfactory, she carefully placed it in her own pocket. This is a week's supply. I haven't brought more. You and your sister can move to my place tonight, where those medicines will be available. My home is quite warm, which will benefit your sister's condition. The distance between them was merely 2 meters, and to her eyes, Lin Yi bore no visible means of concealing a firearm. However, the thought that Lin Yi had procured life-saving medicine for her, only for her to repay his kindness with betrayal, made Luo Ziqi's heart ache. She stared intently at Lin Yi, a flicker of hesitation flashing in her eyes, yet she quickly steeled herself. Her sister was still in Dong Yu's clutches, and the adjacent room had been fortified with Dong Yu's personnel. If she did not act, her sister would be in grave peril. With this thought, Luo Ziqi finally made her move. She swiftly approached Lin Yi, leaping into the air, her knee aimed at him while her right fist struck toward his head. Lin Yi, unfazed by Luo Ziqi's sudden assault, had already noted the struggle in her eyes, providing him with an instinctive warning. He retreated rapidly, evading her strike, then seized her swinging fist, pulling her toward him with formidable force, causing her to lose her balance. In the next moment, Lin Yi flipped her down, pinning Luo Ziqi beneath him. She was taken aback by Lin Yi's strength, his grip on her arm akin to a vice, rendering her utterly incapable of escape, no matter how hard she struggled. At that moment, a dozen armed women burst forth from the adjacent room, charging toward him. Among them, Lin Yi recognized the missing Wang Shui. With one hand restraining Luo Ziqi, Lin Yi brandished a weapon, and as he pulled the trigger, a barrage of bullets erupted. The assailants were swiftly felled in the chaos. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's momentary distraction, Luo Ziqi broke free from his grip, kicked the gun from his hand, and lunged at him with a spring knife. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was toppled by Luo Ziqi, yet she refrained from delivering a fatal blow, halting the knife mere inches from his throat. The two were entangled in an exceedingly intimate position. As their eyes met, Luo Ziqi felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Her past opponents had always been women, and while physical contact was inconsequential, this was her first encounter entangled with a man. At that moment, Dong Yu appeared at the end of the corridor, dragging Luo Ziqi's sister, Luo Zishan. Luo Ziqi, kill him now, or your sister will surely perish. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Lin Yi grasped the gravity of the situation. He quietly urged Luo Ziqi, trust me, I can save your sister. Gazing into Lin Yi's clear eyes, Luo Ziqi's inner conflict raged, but ultimately, she relented and released him. Lin Yi stood, a handgun materializing in his hand as he pointed it toward Dong Yu at the corridor's end. Realizing the imminent threat, Dong Yu hastily shielded herself behind Luo Zishan. Luo Ziqi, did you not hear my command? You must kill Lin Yi immediately, or I shall end your sister's life right now. Lin Yi smiled faintly and proposed. Shall we see whose weapon is swifter, your knife or my gun? Dong Yu's voice resonated from behind Luo Zishan. Naturally, your gun is faster, but can you hit me? Lin Yi smirked, addressing Luo Ziqi beside him. I know you agreed to be my woman to procure medicine for your sister. Shall we gamble? If my shot hits and save your sister, you will willingly become my woman. If I miss, my life is yours, and you may exchange it for your sister's safety, an arrangement beneficial to both parties. Chapter 79, Sisters of Fate. Luo Ziqi scrutinized the carefree Lin Yi, finding it hard to believe he was a reliable individual. Yet, with no alternatives left, she acquiesced. Very well, I, Luo Ziqi, swear to the heavens that if you save my sister, I will wholeheartedly serve you as your woman, unwavering in my loyalty. Upon hearing Luo Ziqi's vow, Lin Yi's smile widened. He casually fired a shot ahead. The gunshot echoed, and Luo Zishan collapsed to the ground while Dong Yu shrieked, clutching her injured right hand. Lin Yi's bullet had shattered her weapon-bearing hand, enhanced by his extraordinary abilities, amplifying its power manifold. Luo Ziki rushed to her sister's side, embracing her in relief, discovering that she was merely frightened and unharmed. Lin Yi retrieved the submachine gun from the floor, stowing it away in his spatial pocket before advancing toward Dong Yu. At that moment, Dong Yu was utterly paralyzed with fear, kneeling and begging for mercy, hoping Luo Ziki would spare her life due to their past acquaintance. Lin Yi raised his hand and shot her without hesitation. Even if Luo Ziki were to forgive her, Lin Yi would not. He would never spare those who desired his demise. Wang Shui, come out. There is no need to feign death any longer. Lin Yi extracted a chair from his spatial pocket and sat down, addressing the corpses before him. If you do not emerge, I shall set these bodies ablaze. No sooner had Lin Yi's words fallen than one of the bodies stirred, revealing a bloodied Wang Shui crawling out. Lin Yi was acutely aware that each bullet he fired had struck its intended target, and as the others charged, Wang Shui had hidden behind them, thus avoiding harm. When they fell, she had pretended to collapse with them, hoping to deceive him. Brother Lin Yi, it's me, Shui'er. Dong Yu forced me. I knew they intended to harm you, and I meant to warn you. Before she could finish, Luo Ziki stood, yanked Wang Shui by the hair, and stabbed her with a spring knife. Wang Shui's ingratitude had long stirred Luo Ziki's ire. Had she not incited matters? Even if Dong Yu held a grudge against Lin Yi, she would not have resorted to kidnapping Luo Zishan to coerce her. Thus, Luo Ziki's deepest resentment was not directed at Dong Yu, but at Wang Shui. Lin Yi watched as Luo Ziki attacked Wang Shui, refraining from intervention. With time, his animosity toward Wang Shui had gradually dissipated. She was but a minor character, unworthy of his lingering remembrance. After Luo Ziki's blade found its mark, Wang Shui's consciousness began to fade. Lin Yi then turned to Luo Ziki, a smile gracing his face. How do you find our wager? Are you prepared to accept the outcome? Luo Ziki resolutely replied, once my word is given, it cannot be taken back. I shall be your woman, devoted to serving you, forever unwavering. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Let us go. I will introduce you to my esteemed sisters. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki supported Luo Zishan as they made their way toward Building 16. Upon seeing Lin Yi appear on the surveillance, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier hurriedly opened the door to welcome them in. Luo Ziki was momentarily taken aback by the stunning beauty of the two women within. She knew Jiang Shuyan as they lived in the same neighborhood, and she was renowned as the city's most illustrious policewoman. Yet, the other woman's beauty rivaled Jiang Shuyan's, if not surpassing it, leaving Luo Ziki to regard her as a work of art. In light of the two's exquisite appearances, her own previously proud visage seemed less remarkable. Before arriving, she had believed herself a worthy match for Lin Yi, but now it appeared she had underestimated her own standing. Upon entering, the sisters were astonished by the warmth of the room. Although they had heard from Wang Shui about Lin Yi's haven being exceptionally cozy, they had not anticipated it would be so extraordinarily warm. Just observing the attire of the two women revealed the ambient temperature. In the frigid temperatures outside, which plummeted to a chilling -70 or 80 degrees, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier astonishingly donned nothing but a single camisole. Observing their demeanor, one would scarcely suspect they felt the slightest chill. As the door closed, the icy air outside was effectively sealed away. Luo Ziki instantly felt a wave of warmth envelop her. The temperature in this place was exceedingly high, and with their excessive clothing, she began to perspire in mere moments. Lin Yi produced 2 sets of fresh garments and handed them to the girls, subsequently gesturing towards the bathroom, suggesting they should shed their clothes and take a shower, as hot water awaited within. Luo Ziki accepted the clothes and, with her sister in tow, entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed from within. After changing into his sleepwear, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa to watch television. Lu Feier, sitting beside him, discreetly inquired, Iga, do you plan to dote on Luo Ziki tonight? Should I distract her sister? Lin Yi widened his eyes in astonishment at Lu Feier in his memory. She had always been an aloof goddess, and he never anticipated such a playful side to her. Nonetheless, her warmth and thoughtfulness were endearing to him. After planting a kiss on Liu Feier's cheek, he replied, "I leave it to you." Liu Feier flechet am Mischivausgestuhle. As noon approached, Lin Yi decided against venturing outside again, postponing the matter of finding the Doomsday fortress until the morrow. Noting the time, Jiang Shuyan headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Liu Feier following suit to lend a hand. Shortly thereafter, Luo Ziki and her sister emerged from the bathroom. After their shower, Luo Ziki appeared even more radiant, her short hair exuding a sense of sharpness, and her revitalized spirit made her seem exceptionally striking. However, what truly captivated Lin Yi was Luo Zishan beside her. Standing at a height of 175 meters, she was statuesque, surpassing her sister by a few centimeters. Her figure perfectly curvaceous. The mask that once obscured her face had been removed, revealing an adorably youthful visage. Were it not for the fear of inciting Luo Ziki's ire, Lin Yi would have been tempted to pinch her cheek. Silently, he rated Luo Zishan in his mind, scoring her 94, surpassing her sister by a single point. Lin Yi never anticipated that in his pursuit of Luo Ziki, he would inadvertently acquire a pair of enchanting sisters. Chapter 80. One Dragon and Four Phoenixes. Luo Zishan was still quite young, and having been sheltered at home since her illness was diagnosed, she remained innocent and naive. Lin Yi connected the television to the gaming console and handed her the controller, hoping to engage her in gaming to enhance their rapport. Luo Zishan was thrilled to discover that Lin Yi owned a gaming console. With the controller in hand, she transformed, soaring through the gaming experience alongside Lin Yi. Luo Ziki, seated on the sofa, explained to the astonished Lin Yi, since Shanshan's illness was confirmed, she's been cooped up at home. I've been busy with training and competitions, and fearing she would be bored, I bought her numerous gaming devices. Lin Yi suddenly understood. It seemed she was quite the gaming prodigy, alleviating any worries about overcoming challenges in the future. Observing her sister and Lin Yi gaming together, Luo Ziki felt a surge of familial warmth. Growing up in an orphanage, she and her sister had faced relentless bullying. Even though she had earned some money through competitions later on, her busy schedule rarely allowed her the time to spend with her sister as she did now. Curiously, she turned to Lin Yi and inquired about Jiang Shuyan and Liu Feier's activities in the kitchen. Without lifting his gaze from the screen, Lin Yi replied, "They're cooking. What else would they do in the kitchen?" "Cooking?" Luo Ziki mused, puzzled. In a time of such scarce resources, merely having instant noodles felt like a celebration. What could they possibly be preparing? Though intrigued, she refrained from pressing further. But soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, a scent both familiar and alien. Familiar, as it was reminiscent of meals she had not savored in over 20 years. Alien, since she had not encountered it in over a month. Doubting her senses, she pinched her nose, questioning if her sense of smell had betrayed her or if hunger had conjured illusions. Meanwhile, Luo Zishan, oblivious to her sister's musings, exclaimed while gaming, "Sister, do you smell that? It's delicious like roasted meat." Panic set in. Even her sister was falling prey to hunger-induced hallucinations. Just then, Jiang Shuyan and Liu Feier emerged from the kitchen, carrying several dishes. Having welcomed the sisters into their home, Jiang Shuyan had prepared an abundance of dishes, including a pot of chicken soup enriched with a precious ginseng root to fortify their health. This ginseng, brought from the warehouse of Fuyuan supermarket, was valued at several $1,000s. However, Lin Yi felt no remorse, as his otherworldly space housed a plethora of such treasures. With 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian options, and a pot of chicken soup, Liu Feier had even air-fried some chicken wings. Once the meal was laid out, Jiang Shuyan beckoned Lin Yi to join them. The alluring aroma had already drawn Luo Ziki and her sister to the table. After everyone settled, Lin Yi took his time to join, naturally occupying the seat of honor. He sampled a piece of chicken wing, prompting the others to begin their feast. It was midday, so Lin Yi abstained from alcohol, opting instead to distribute some beverages he retrieved from the refrigerator. As Luo Ziki and her sister savored the delectable fare, tears threatened to spill from their eyes. The sudden onset of such exquisite flavors overwhelmed them with happiness. Gratitude filled Luo Ziki's heart as she reflected on her choices. Had she acquiesced to Dongyu? How could she and her sister be living such a life now? Although the price had been steep, she realized she would eventually seek a partner. and men like Lin Yi were rare gems. While he had a few women, Luo Ziki understood that the future of Blue Star would likely embrace polygamy, with capable men surrounded by numerous women. If she did not grasp her chance with Lin Yi now, she might find herself relegated to the sidelines in the future. Yet, the notion of being a third party still made her feel uneasy. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, while she pondered these thoughts, Jiang Shuyan began clearing the table after the meal, and Luo Ziki and her sister swiftly offered to assist. Now that they were part of the household, it was only fitting they contribute in any way they could, rather than waiting for others to serve them. After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Yi retrieved a plethora of branded handbags and cosmetics, along with some high-heeled shoes and stockings. All items he had previously acquired from the mall. Although the bags were too extravagant for them to carry out, their mere presence brought joy. The cosmetics quickly became objects of contention among the girls. With Lin Yi surrounded by such beautiful women, an unspoken pressure to enhance their appearances weighed upon them. Neglecting to do so could easily result in being overshadowed. Lin Yi, however, distributed everything evenly, ensuring even Luo Zishan received her share. His collection was abundant, having scavenged an entire mall featuring numerous renowned cosmetic brands. He provided each of them with a large box, reserving the rest in his otherworldly space for future use. Additionally, with more sisters expected to join, he could later present them with gifts upon their arrival. After distributing the items, Lin Yi produced a mahjong machine. Lu Feier had previously expressed a desire to play together once Luo Ziki and her sister moved in. With several mahjong machines at his disposal and nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to gather everyone for a round of mahjong. As for the stakes, they naturally comprised the cosmetics that Lin Yi had just distributed to them. Luo Ziki observed Lin Yi conjuring an abundance of items seemingly out of thin air. Yet Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier appeared entirely unfazed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally inquired of Jiang Shuyan. After an exaggerated explanation from Jiang Shuyan, Luo Ziki came to accept the truth that Lin Yi was indeed the protagonist. The thought of being one of the male lead's women dispelled the last remnants of her hesitation. Knowing she was aligned with the male lead, even if she could not be the female lead, she was certain that she would achieve great things in the future and, at the very least, not end up as cannon fodder. While Lin Yi busied himself with the mahjong machine according to the instructions, he listened to Jiang Shuyan recounting her heroic exploits. By the end, he almost found himself believing her narrative. Why did so many events, through Jiang Shuyan's embellishments, paint him as the righteous one? He was aware of his own wickedness, after all. According to her descriptions, those he had slain had turned into deserving victims, while he was portrayed as a hero ridding the world of evil. Chapter 81. The Doomsday Fortress in the Suburbs at last. Lin Yi completed the installation of the mahjong machine. Luo Zishan had run off to play games on her own, leaving only Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier, Luo Ziki, and Lin Yi. The four of them were perfectly matched. They played until nightfall, with Lin Yi and Lu Feier neither winning nor losing, while Jiang Shuyan suffered the worst defeats. The bag and cosmetics Lin Yi had gifted her were entirely lost, leaving her with only a few pairs of high heels and designer stockings. The reason she had not wagered those items was that Lin Yi appreciated her wearing high heels. Thus, even though she had lost all her cosmetics, she gritted her teeth and held onto those few items. Lu Feier and Jiang Shuyan, understanding, took Luo Zishan to the next room. Subsequently, Lu Feier secretly slipped a lacy sleepwear set and a pair of high heels to Luo Ziki, whispering in her ear that he favored such attire. Luo Ziki glanced at the clothing and heels in her hands, her cheeks flushing. As an inexperienced girl, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. After rushing to the bathroom to change, she stood hesitantly at the entrance of Lin Yi's bedroom. Her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She had never felt this anxious, even during her first competition. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Yi, nearly dozing on the bed, was instantly awakened by the sight of Luo Ziki entering in high heels. The fitted lace sleepwear accentuated her figure perfectly. Years of training had rendered Luo Ziki's skin remarkably firm and elastic, giving Lin Yi an entirely different sensation. The following day, Lin Yi slept in late. Although Luo Ziki had just lost her virginity, she exhibited no signs of discomfort, unlike Lu Feier, who had spent the entire day in bed. Lin Yi could only conclude that good health made a considerable difference. He planned to venture into the suburbs to search for the Doomsday Fortress. With an increasing number of people at home, space had become somewhat cramped. After breakfast, Lin Yi intended to head out, but he was halted by Luo Ziki's insistence to accompany him. Lin Yi frowned, not due to a lack of trust in Luo Ziki, but rather concerned for her safety should they encounter any supernatural beings. Jiang Shuyan interjected, urging Lin Yi to let Ziki join him, asserting that her skills would prevent her from being a liability. Lu Feier echoed this sentiment, indicating that the girls had evidently conspired beforehand. Yes, Ego, we are part of this household too. We cannot allow you to face risks alone. Bring Ziki along, and we can worry less. Luo Zishan tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, pleading, good brother-in-law, please take my sister with you. Lin Yi almost collapsed at the term brother-in-law. How had this child learned to act so sweetly? Looking into the girl's determined eyes, he ultimately relented. All right, I am merely scouting the route, so there should be minimal danger. I will take you with me. Just as the girls were about to cheer, Lin Yi silenced them. However, let it be clear that once we are outside, you must all heed my commands. No impulsive actions without my orders. Luo Ziki nodded vigorously, assuring him, rest assured, Higo, I will follow your orders. Direct me east, and I shall not venture west. Lin Yi retrieved a brand new bulletproof vest, helmet, and a set of cold weather gear from his dimensional space, handing them to Luo Ziki. These were items he had taken from the police station previously. Once Luo Ziki was properly equipped, he also provided her with a handgun and 2 magazines. Jiang Shuyan already possessed a gun that Lin Yi had given her, so he handed Lu Feier another gun along with 2 grenades. After they departed, only Jiang Shuyan and the 2 girls remained at home. Lin Yi held little hope for Luo Zishan, as long as she did not cause trouble. The responsibility of guarding the house fell to Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier. Lin Yi left home with Luo Ziki fully armed. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi revealed his vehicle. Although Luo Ziki was aware of Lin Yi's vast spatial capabilities, witnessing him manifest such a large vehicle firsthand was still astonishing. After inviting her to enter, he turned on the car's heater and sped toward the suburbs. This marked Luo Ziki's first departure from the neighborhood since the apocalypse, making everything feel novel to her. The city of Haijing had transformed completely from her memories. The once thriving streets had vanished, leaving no trace of humanity, as if the city were a desolate wasteland. Lin Yi did not meander about, but drove directly to their destination. The Doomsday Fortress sat atop a small hill in the southern part of Haijing City. Lin Yi accelerated, taking a full hour to reach the vicinity. Thankfully, with Luo Ziki's company, Lin Yi was not bored. In addition to their romantic exchanges, they discussed many topics, and Luo Ziki shared her life experiences with Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt a deep sympathy for this unfortunate girl, silently vowing to treat her well in the future. After parking the car, Lin Yi consulted a map to confirm the route. To his surprise, the network was still functional, and he could not help but admire the resilience of Longwa's communication infrastructure. The map indicated numerous estates and villas nearby, all buried beneath the heavy snowfall. Lin Yi felt fortunate for his foresight in not purchasing a villa as a refuge. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been buried alive in the snow. Guided by the map, Lin Yi finally located the small hill where the Doomsday Fortress was situated. Although the hill featured a ring road, it was now invisible under the snow, prompting Lin Yi to drive directly to the summit. The trees on the mountain were buried beneath the snow, alleviating any concerns about crashing into them. After circling the mountain for over 10 minutes, Lin Yi finally reached the peak. Although the hill was not vast, it was certainly substantial, with the summit spanning over 100,000 square meters. At its center stood a large snow mound, towering to the height of 2 stories. According to the map, this snow mound was the Doomsday Fortress Lin Yi sought. Fortunately, the strong winds on the mountain had blown away the fresh snowfall, preventing the fortress from being entirely buried, with the upper 2 levels still visible. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings and found no traces of others, leading him to believe the place was uninhabited. He parked the vehicle next to the villa, and Luo Ziki jumped out of the car. Chapter 82: The Origin of the Golden Key. Lin Yi circled around the villa. This fortress occupied a substantial area, with the first floor spanning at least 5,000 square meters, approximately 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, almost rivaling a manor, which justified the exorbitant expenditure. Lin Yi struck the wall twice with considerable force, noting that the construction material of this villa was the same as that of his shelter, both composed of alloy panels, though the thickness here appeared to exceed that of his refuge. His shelter utilized 10-centimeter alloy panels, while the one he struck was at least 20 centimeters thick. The glass was also bulletproof. It was impossible to break in through the windows from the outside. Thus, he had to contemplate alternative approaches, aiming towards the villa's main entrance. Lin Yi retrieved 2 shovels. He and Luo Ziki each took one, and they commenced digging. Assisted by his spatial abilities, the fragments of snow and ice they unearthed were swiftly absorbed into the alternate space, significantly enhancing their speed. After laboring for over 20 minutes, the main entrance of the villa finally came into view. This was also a door made of alloy, with a thickness of at least 30 centimeters, and apart from a golden keyhole, there was nothing else present. Luo Ziki struck the door with her shovel and crouched down to examine the keyhole closely, then said to Lin Yi, "We may have come in vain. Unless we possess a key, we cannot open this grand door." Lin Yi, upon hearing this, also crouched down and gazed at the keyhole, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as if he had encountered it before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, and a pure golden key appeared in his hand. This was the key he had pilfered from Su Shuai's neck during a previous heist at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse. At the time, he merely thought it looked peculiar and was made of pure gold, so he casually stashed it in his spatial realm. Now, upon retrieving it, he felt increasingly convinced that this key was indeed meant for the door. Luo Ziki was taken aback when Lin Yi suddenly produced a key, thinking to herself, could it be this coincidental? Lin Yi slowly inserted the key into the keyhole, pushing it all the way in without obstruction, and, as he began to turn the key, a series of clicking sounds emanated from the keyhole. After completing a full turn, the door trembled slightly and then began to open slowly. Luo Ziki's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb, and she could not help but ask Lin Yi about the key's origins. Lin Yi recounted the tale of his theft at the Fuyuan warehouse. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziki felt a profound certainty that Lin Yi was indeed the protagonist. Otherwise, how could it be that the world's only key happened to be in his possession? Lin Yi was equally elated, realizing that a seemingly careless act from earlier had bestowed upon him such a grand gift. The mysterious billionaire who had invested billions to construct this Doomsday fortress for his son as a coming-of-age gift turned out to be Su Shuai's father. Moreover, it ultimately benefited Lin Yi, who felt inclined to sing, "Thank you, for your presence warms all seasons." As Lin Yi opened the door and stepped inside, he found that while there was some light, it remained rather dim, as the glass was covered by a layer of accumulated snow, resulting in poor illumination. The temperature inside was not particularly high, hovering around -30 degrees Celsius. Upon entering, they found themselves in a hall of at least 500 square meters, with an overall modern design, clean and tidy. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki explored the hall, discovering an indoor heated swimming pool at the back, but it was empty, devoid of water. They then ascended to the second floor, which housed a dozen rooms, most of them bedrooms, along with a few game rooms and a private cinema that could accommodate 20 viewers simultaneously. Ultimately, they stumbled upon a rather risky room, adorned with various props, and the bed inside was electric. Upon glancing at it, Luo Ziki's face flushed instantly, as she had just discussed boundaries with Lin Yi the previous day and felt a bit shy. Lin Yi, noticing her embarrassment, chose not to tease her further, and the two continued their ascent. The third floor featured a sports arena, complete with a basketball court and a badminton court, alongside several treadmills and fitness equipment. Lin Yi was surprised to discover yet another level above. Climbing the stairs, he found a small loft, measuring less than 100 square meters with no walls, entirely enclosed by one-way bulletproof glass. From here, he could survey all activity within several kilometers of the villa, while remaining unseen from the outside. Each window had small shooting holes, enabling Lin Yi to shoot from every angle. Coupling this with the ability of his right eye, he could eliminate targets from several kilometers away. Having concluded their exploration of the upper floors, the pair prepared to examine the basement. The first underground level was filled with numerous small rooms, including a monitoring room, a water storage room, an electromechanical room, and a utility room. The monitoring room contained dozens of screens, but was currently unpowered, leaving the locations of the cameras unknown. The water storage tanks were empty, similar to the pool, likely due to the absence of occupants. The electromechanical room housed dozens of large generators, alongside many unopened barrels of fuel. Observing these generators, Lin Yi realized the vast disparity. Compared to these colossal machines, the two generators at his home were mere children, perhaps even grandchildren or great-grandchildren. Although this villa was splendid, the sight of these generators made Lin Yi acutely aware of the staggering energy consumption it would entail. No wonder Su Shuai had not taken up residence here. He might struggle to afford the electricity bills. The electrical and plumbing systems were independent, meaning all energy relied on these generators. The amount of fuel in the electromechanical room would barely last a few days, at most half a month. Fortunately, Lin Yi had stored ample fuel in his spatial realm, sufficient for the time being. However, over time, the energy consumption would undoubtedly be terrifying, and since he had decided to stay here, he needed to prepare adequately. Unfortunately, his stockpiled firewood would be of little use, as the heating relied entirely on electricity, and there was no fireplace, rendering his firewood and coal temporarily useless. Chapter 83 Chun Dao. After exploring the first underground level, Lin Yi proceeded to the second basement, which appeared to be a shooting range, with several targets set up in the distance. However, there were no firearms present. Instead, the walls displayed a dozen various types of compound bows, with a plethora of arrows scattered across the floor. Lin Yi picked up a compound bow and drew it back into a full arc, aiming at a silicone figure in the distance. As he released his grip, the arrow shot forth, striking the figure with precision from 50 meters away, piercing through and embedding itself into the concrete wall behind, leaving half of it protruding. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt a slight depletion of energy. It seemed that regardless of the type of projectile, he could infuse his abilities into it, thereby enhancing accuracy, extending range, and augmenting its power. Luo Ziki applauded from his side, exclaiming, "Iga, you're amazing, that was so accurate." Lin Yi stored the compound bow and several arrows into his spatial realm, then remarked to Luo Ziki, "Do you really need to ask if I'm accurate?" Luo Ziki, suddenly recalling something, felt her cheeks flush. Lin Yi noted that she was exceptionally prone to shyness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, which was typically assertive and commanding. It seemed that only in his presence did she reveal this more vulnerable side. Lin Yi took her hand as they made their way onward. The area had been frozen for such an extended period that Lin Yi was uncertain if any functions had been damaged. He made his way to the electromechanical room, pouring fuel from the ground into the generator before flipping the switch. As the generator roared to life, the lights in the room illuminated, and the heating system began to operate. In less than half an hour, the temperature rose to above 10 degrees Celsius. Lin Yi then transferred water from the alternate dimension into the water tank. After filling the tank, he ventured to the first floor hall, noting that the facilities here appeared to be intact, though much work remained. The snow that blanketed the windows alone would keep them busy for a while. Lin Yi intended to clear the snow from the windows, but he decided to leave the snow in other areas untouched for the sake of concealment. Additionally, he needed to slightly clear the snow at the entrance, as the villa's main door was buried 3 meters deep. They needed to create a clear area of about 5 to 6 meters at the entrance. Lin Yi had no intention of removing all the snow surrounding the villa. The workload was secondary, and the primary concern was safety. The layer of snow enveloping the first floor provided excellent protection and aided in concealment. The screens in the monitoring room flickered to life, revealing that the entire vicinity within a kilometer of the villa was under surveillance. The system included dynamic monitoring capabilities that would trigger an alarm upon detecting any movement within the area. Aside from concerns regarding energy consumption, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the villa's other aspects, which delighted Luo Ziki even more. Despite being an athlete who had earned some money, She realized that even a lifetime of boxing would not afford her such an exquisite home. She adored many of the amenities inside, and since her arrival, her excitement was palpable. Lin Yi proceeded to the first-floor swimming pool, releasing the water he had collected from his space. The water was potable and yet was directly poured into the pool. Lin Yi planned to stay here for the night, tidying up the space before retrieving the women the next day. However, he was faced with a dilemma regarding his own house, having lived there for so long. Leaving it behind felt bittersweet. Yet, he soon reconciled with the thought. After all, one must let go of the old to welcome the new. In stark contrast to Lin Yi's sentimentality, Luo Ziki was undeterred and eagerly rushed to select her room while the others had yet to arrive. The second floor boasted numerous rooms, with the largest designated for Lin Yi, featuring a bed spacious enough for 5 or 6 people. Luo Ziki chose a room adjacent to Lin Yi's, as proximity could only be advantageous. Shortly thereafter, they set to work. Lin Yi donned his gear and ventured outside to clear the snow from the windows, while Luo Ziki suited up for the task of clearing the entrance. Amid their exertions, 2 men lurked suspiciously beneath Building 16 of the Sichuan community. One, a portly man, inquired if Lin Yi indeed resided there. The other confirmed that he had observed for several days, noting that only Lin Yi's family remained in that building, and astonishingly, they still had power and lights at night. After their conversation, the pair stealthily exited the community. This location was an apartment complex adjacent to Sichuan community, previously the residence of Sun Qi. The man who had just spoken to the portly fellow was named Yu Zhe, an owner of an apartment in Building 16 of Sichuan community. He had not been home when the apocalypse struck, but had been drinking with friends at their apartment. After the outbreak, he managed to survive by relying on the supplies from his friends and looting the supermarket in the apartment complex. Although he had been absent from the community, he had kept a close eye on the messages in the owners group and learned that Lin Yi's household possessed an abundance of supplies. Currently, the apartments were under the control of a man named Chun Dao, a foreman from a nearby quarry who had many workers living in the apartments under his command. His ascendancy to the position of leader of the apartment was bolstered not only by his workers, but also by the considerable stockpile of explosives in his possession, intended for demolition work, capable of razing the entire building. Though Chun Dao held dominion over the apartment, he was exceedingly cautious, admitting only his workers and shunning outsiders. Fearful of betrayal, the portly man was one of his workers, and Yu Zhe had painstakingly contacted him to gain entry into Chun Dao's faction. Yu Zhe was confident that with the information he provided, Chun Dao would certainly welcome him into the fold. The situation in the apartment was dire. Food supplies were dwindling, and they would soon face starvation. In Chapter 84, Being Watched, the portly man conveyed that Yu Zhe had important information to share with the boss, which allowed them to enter. They found themselves in the largest room of the apartment, a 3-bedroom unit, where 5 or 6 individuals were smoking. Chun Dao reclined on the bed in the bedroom with 2 young women, both students from a nearby school whom he had captured to serve him. Their intimate moments were disrupted, inciting his anger, but upon hearing of a potential supply source, Chun Dao immediately sat up. Many of his workers remained oblivious to their precarious situation, but as the leader, he understood all too well. If the food ran out, would his followers still heed his command? They acknowledged him as their leader only because he could provide for them. Chun Dao dressed and made his way to the living room, where the individuals smoking hastily stood and offered him their seats. Shortly thereafter, the portly man entered, guiding Yu Zhe through the door. He bent slightly, respectfully introducing Yu Zhe to Chun Dao, stating, "Boss, this is Yu Zhe. He wants to join us and claims to know where there is a substantial stash of supplies, enough to last us at least a month." With that, Yu Zhe quickly added, "Greetings, boss. I am Yu Zhe." Chun Dao regarded Yu Zhe with a slight smile and promptly pulled him onto the sofa beside him, warmly assuring him, "No need to be so formal. From now on, you are one of us. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry." Before Yu Zhe could express his loyalty, Chun Dao shifted the conversation to the matter of supplies. "You claim to know where there are supplies. Is this information reliable?" Yu Zhe, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Absolutely reliable. The supplies in that household are plentiful, and they even have a fireplace that keeps it warm inside. Moreover, there is a stunning beauty there, apparently a police officer from Haijing City, with a celestial beauty. Chen Dao's interest was piqued even further by Yu Zhe's assurance. Not only was he intrigued by the supplies and the beauty, but he also became interested in the house itself. While his current dwelling was warmer than that of many ordinary families, it still hovered around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Each time he engaged with the two students, the cold would hinder his performance. Chen Dao klaspet ypsilonuizes schulder reasuringly. Rest assured, once I acquire everything, not only will I acknowledge your contribution, but I'll also share a portion with you. Yu Zhe felt elated. His aim was merely to align himself with Chen Dao for protection, to avoid fighting alone. If he could obtain some of Lin Yi's supplies, it would be a tremendous advantage. Yet he did not harbor illusions that Chen Dao would bestow the beautiful police officer upon him. Even if he could only have what Chen Dao discarded, it would suffice. The mere thought of Jiang Shuyan's alluring figure and enchanting visage sent waves of excitement through him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The leader, however, found that the house was not easily breached. All the walls were constructed from alloy panels. Many individuals from our community had attempted to attack it, only to find themselves on the receiving end of significant casualties. In response to Yu Zhe's concerns, Chen Dao waved his hand dismissively. Am I comparable to those worthless fools? They merely wield hammers and axes to smash doors, but I possess explosives. It is not merely a door I could destroy, but I could effortlessly blow up the entire building. Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, Yu Zhe felt reassured, realizing he had indeed chosen the right ally. It seemed that this time he might finally savor the taste of the enchanting female officer. Yu Zhe handed his phone to Chen Dao, who meticulously reviewed the conversations in the homeowners group and confirmed that Lin Yi's residence was indeed stocked with abundant supplies. Furthermore, Chen Dao discovered Lin Yi's profile, which featured updates from after the apocalypse, showcasing a room brimming with high-end ingredients. Lin Yi's posts also included daily meals, consistently comprising at least 4 dishes. Chen Dao found himself salivating. It was only when he stumbled upon a photo of Jiang Shuyan that he finally paused. However, upon viewing Jiang Shuyan's image, Chen Dao realized his previous mistakes. She was no mere mortal, but a veritable fairy. In comparison, the 2 female college students he had once valued as treasures were hardly worthy of mention. Excitement surged within Chen Dao. He then gestured grandly, offering the 2 college students in the room to his subordinates. Yu Zhe and the slightly plump man, having provided valuable intelligence, were allowed to go first. After seeing Jiang Shuyan's photo, Chen Dao had become rather selective, finding the 2 girls in the room utterly unappealing. Yu Zhe and the slightly plump man rejoiced at this news and promptly entered the room. Although Chen Dao had already taken control of the entire apartment, the number of young women here was scant, with only these 2 being somewhat presentable. Yet, they were entirely claimed by Chen Dao, and the others dared not encroach upon his territory. Thus, after more than a month of restraint, their desires had reached a boiling point. Today, they finally had the chance to indulge. Once everyone had finished, the hour grew late, and the outside temperature plummeted compared to the day. Chen Dao abandoned the plan to directly assault Lin Yi's sanctuary. After all, what was one more night? Lin Yi and Luo Ziki had spent the entire afternoon cleaning the villa, finishing only after dark. The snow on the windows had been thoroughly removed, and the entrance cleared. Once night fell, Lin Yi turned on the lights in the villa, illuminating the entire space. It was rare for Lin Yi to spend the night away from home, and Luo Ziki cherished the opportunity to be alone with him, knowing that once the other sisters arrived the next day, she could no longer monopolize Lin Yi's attention. That evening, the 2 shared a candlelit dinner. Afterward, Luo Ziki changed into a sultry nightgown, and after a tender moment with Lin Yi, they embraced and fell asleep together. The next morning, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki dressed and prepared to depart, intending to bring several women from their home. Initially, Lin Yi had planned to go alone, but Luo Ziki insisted on accompanying him. Unable to resist her, Lin Yi acquiesced, knowing that his vehicle could comfortably accommodate 5, armed with various weapons and some with backpacks. They set out, led by Chen Dao and Yu Zhe. Their goal was clear as they bypassed all residential buildings, heading straight for Building 16. Upon entering Building 16, Jiang Shuyan and the other women spotted them on the surveillance cameras. They quickly sent a message to Lin Yi, alerting him that a group was approaching the upper floors. The women armed themselves with the weapons Lin Yi had entrusted to them before leaving. Even Luo Zishan grasped a kitchen knife, preparing for the worst. However, when the group reached the 25th floor, they abruptly halted and entered the unit where Jiang Shuyan had been staying, not proceeding any further up. After a brief wait, the group emerged, but this time they were in a hurry to leave. Just as the women were beginning to feel puzzled, a deafening explosion reverberated through the building, followed by a violent tremor as the entire structure plummeted. Jiang Shuyan quickly grabbed onto Luo Zishan, while Lu Feier clung tightly to the door, securing herself in place. The sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, and almost instantaneously, silence enveloped the room. Yet, the space was in disarray, with items scattered across the floor. An entire house had tilted perilously. Fortunately, the women reacted swiftly and sustained no injuries, except for Jiang Shuyan, who had scraped her arm while protecting Luo Zishan. Lu Feier, encountering such chaos for the first time, panicked and hastily called Lin Yi, explaining their dire situation. Upon learning of the attack on his home, Lin Yi felt an urgent anxiety and pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards Sichuan community. Meanwhile, Chun Dao and his group stood below, witnessing flames erupting from the rooftop, prompting them to charge back inside. They had just installed explosives beneath Lin Yi's apartment, but hesitated to detonate the front door, as the homeowners group had warned that it was equipped with flamethrowers and gun ports. Instead, they planned to blow a large hole in the building, allowing them to swarm in and eliminate Lin Yi to seize his supplies. However, upon reaching the upper floors, they were taken aback by the sight before them. It appeared they had overestimated their explosives, as the entire structure had collapsed. Chun Dao surveyed the locations where the explosives had been placed, finding only remnants of gunpowder, while the alloy remained unscathed. He vowed not to relent until he breached that alloy door. The last explosion had consumed a third of their explosives. This time, Chun Dao ordered them to retrieve all remaining explosives, determined to secure a decisive victory. He personally installed the explosives at the previous blast points and attached remote detonation devices. Once completed, the group began their descent, reaching the square below. Just as a subordinate prepared to activate the detonator, a bullet struck him in the head. In an instant, his skull erupted like a watermelon, spraying blood and brain matter everywhere. The detonator was flung from his grasp in the last moments. The remaining group members were momentarily stunned by the gruesome scene, unsure of how to react. It was only when a second bullet struck that they regained their senses and scrambled for cover. From a distance, Lin Yi had set up a sniper rifle, with Luo Ziki vigilantly watching their surroundings with a handgun. This was Lin Yi's first experience using a sniper rifle, its power and range far surpassing that of a submachine gun. He had initially aimed to eliminate their leader, but with the group clustered together, he could not discern who that was. Thus, he opted to take out those with the detonators first. Enhanced by his abilities, Lin Yi's eyesight was several times sharper than that of an ordinary person, and with the aid of the scope, he could clearly see every face, even at a distance of a kilometer. Taking them down was a simple task. Lin Yi continued to pull the bolt and fire, each shot claiming a life. Although they had sought refuge, the obstacles they chose were of little consequence to Lin Yi. Ordinary walls succumbed to a single bullet, and most were hiding in snow piles, allowing Lin Yi to simply fire into the masses without the need for precise aim. After Lin Yi changed his magazine twice, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the arena. Aside from Chun Dao, even Yu Zhe had been eliminated by Lin Yi. Chun Dao had already surmised who fired the shots. Crouching on the ground, he dared not move. He retrieved Yu Zhe's phone from his pocket, which contained Lin Yi's contact information, hoping to negotiate peace. This was his last lifeline, with the frigid cold outside. He could not endure much longer on the snowy ground before succumbing to frostbite. Chun Dao directly tagged Lin Yi in a group message, pleading for mercy, offering all his supplies in exchange for his life. Lin Yi, holding the sniper rifle, glanced at the phone and revealed a disdainful smile. Now you wish to negotiate? What were you thinking when you brought explosives to demolish my home? Enraged, Chun Dao hurled the phone to the ground and looked at the few subordinates in the corner. He instructed them, Lin Yi only possesses a sniper rifle. We will charge into the hallway together. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot take down all of us at once. The subordinates, finding his reasoning sound, agreed. Hiding here was no solution, and if they remained much longer, they would freeze to death, leaving no opportunity for escape. Satisfied with their agreement, Chun Dao began to count, setting the plan to charge on 3. 1, 2, 3. As Chun Dao reached 3, he merely made a motion to rise, but immediately halted, while the others stood up and rushed into the hallway. When the gunfire erupted, Chun Dao sprang to his feet and began to run frantically. Lin Yi, unconcerned about locating their leader, commenced randomly targeting the fleeing individuals with his sniper rifle. Out of the 7 that had rushed out, Lin Yi successfully eliminated 4. Once they had entered the hallway, Lin Yi stowed his sniper rifle away. He then called for Luo Ziki to descend and drove towards Building 16. After parking the vehicle, Lin Yi exited with Luo Ziki, placing the car into the alternate space. He then picked up the detonator from the ground, and both armed themselves, ascending the building. They harbored no fear of ambush, confident in their equipment. The weapons in Chun Dao's possession could not breach their defenses. Lin Yi stood at the bottom, contacting Jiang Shuyan to inquire about the locations of the earlier individuals. The hallways were rife with surveillance. Chun Dao and his companions believed they were safe upon entering. After all, with so many rooms, it would be nearly impossible for Lin Yi to locate them alone. Lin Yi ended the call and began his ascent, with Luo Ziki closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Lin Yi inquired once more about their exact locations and learned that the 2 individuals were hiding in the same room. Lin Yi brandished his weapon and kicked open the door. He instructed Luo Ziki to guard the entrance while he ventured inside alone. The living room was eerily quiet. After a cursory glance, Lin Yi proceeded to search the master bedroom thoroughly, even checking beneath the bed, yet found no one. He then exited and entered another bedroom. Upon opening the closet door, a man suddenly lunged out and seized Lin Yi in a bear hug. In the struggle, Lin Yi fired a shot, striking the man squarely in the forehead. Just as Lin Yi grappled with the man, another individual rushed out from the bathroom, but instead of assisting, he bolted outside. Unbeknownst to him, another awaited him on the other side. With a gunshot, he too met the fate of his companion, falling to Luo Ziki's fire. Lin Yi exited the room, giving Luo Ziki a thumbs up before they both ascended further. Upon arriving at the room where Chun Dao was hiding, Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziki to remain outside once more and entered alone. However, after searching for more than 10 minutes, inspecting every corner, he still failed to find anyone. Doubt crept in. Perhaps Jiang Shuyan had provided an incorrect location. Lin Yi took out his phone and asked again, and Jiang Shuyan confidently confirmed that it was indeed the right place. Lin Yi resumed searching, this time closing the door behind him, and the 2 began to search together. They turned the room upside down, yet ultimately found nothing. Lin Yi sank onto the living room sofa in despair. This individual was exceptionally skilled at hide and seek. Could he possibly be invisible? Lin Yi, unyielding, believed in eradicating threats entirely. Since they had already formed enmity, he could not allow Chun Dao to escape. He needed to confront and eliminate him to find peace of mind. Lin Yi paced the living room while Luo Ziki continued to search. After a while, Luo Ziki suddenly glanced out the window and signaled Lin Yi with her eyes. Understanding her cue, Lin Yi approached the window and yanked open the bedroom window. To his surprise, he found a man curled up on the air conditioning unit outside, shivering from the cold. Lin Yi burst into laughter, teasing my friend. You certainly know how to hide. Isn't it cold out there? I would think you were a lover hiding away. Chun Dao, trembling, implored, Big brother, spare me this once. I won't dare again. Lin Yi glanced down, then replied, all right, I won't kill you. Chun Dao's eyes lit up. He had assumed Lin Yi would never show mercy. Yet here he was, surprisingly accommodating. Lin Yi continued, I can spare you, but before we leave this room, you cannot enter. Without hesitation, Chun Dao agreed to Lin Yi's terms. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. As long as Lin Yi spared his life, he would accept anything. Though the cold outside was unbearable, it was still preferable to being shot dead. Lin Yi smiled faintly, closed the window, locked it, and then fetched a bucket of water from the alternate space, pouring it over the window. The water froze upon contact, forming a solid sheet of ice. Lin Yi repeated this 3 or 4 times until the entire window was encased in a thick block of ice. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded approvingly before departing with Luo Ziki. Outside, Chen Dao heard the sound of the door closing and realized Lin Yi had left. He reached out to pull open the window, cursing Lin Yi as he did so. However, after several attempts, the window remained steadfastly shut. Chen Dao deduced that Lin Yi had indeed locked it. Undeterred, he removed his belt and utilized the metal to strike the window forcefully. After several minutes of hammering, cracks began to appear in the glass. With renewed determination, he continued to strike, and after several more minutes, the outer layer shattered. Yet the inner layer remained solidly frozen in place. At this point, Chen Dao was on the verge of exhaustion. He had been outside for half an hour, his hands and feet numb. Seeing the inner layer of glass barricaded by a thick sheet of ice, despair washed over him. His mind grew foggy, yet survival instincts propelled him to keep striking the glass. After leaving the room, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki ascended to the 26th floor, only to be taken aback by the absence of their former refuge, replaced by a scene of chaos. Hastily, he descended to the lower level. Standing before the alloy door, he knocked vigorously. Soon, Jiang Shuyan opened the door, welcoming Lin Yi and Luo Ziki inside. The temperature within the room was rather low, hovering around 10 degrees Celsius. The fire in the fireplace had extinguished, and the floor slanted at a 45-degree angle. The sofa and chairs were piled in a corner. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had secured a new place to stay, or they would have been in dire straits. Chapter 87. Moving previously, Lin Yi had only considered the sturdiness of the house and the potential for being buried under heavy snow, neglecting the possibility of a demolition. However, no one could have anticipated that someone would actually blow up his house. Lin Yi instructed the women to dress properly in preparation for the move. While they were tidying up, Lin Yi stepped outside to remove several packages of explosives placed at the demolition site and discarded them into the Jian. He also held the detonator in his hand. Should anyone attempt to assault his villa in the future, this device could serve as a weapon. Buried in the ground to surprise adversaries, the women swiftly finished packing, accumulating over a dozen large bags filled with luxury items and personal clothing that Lin Yi had previously gifted them. After storing everything in there, Lin Yi took the lead and exited the door, with the women following suit. Jiang Shuyan sighed as she glanced back at the shelter. She felt a pang of reluctance toward this house, having lived here the longest among the women, as it provided her with a profound sense of security. Noticing the reluctance in Jiang Shuyan's eyes, Lin Yi empathized. He too felt a twinge of sadness leaving this place, as he had invested considerable thought into its design. It seemed a pity to simply abandon it. After some contemplation, he decided to give it a try. Placing his hands on the front door, he activated the spatial power within his left eye, gradually enveloping the entire house. With a thought, the shelter vanished, appearing within his. Success. Observing the shelter in the Lin Yi smiled faintly, relieved that he need not linger on this decision. Perhaps it would be of use in the future. The women were taken aback when they saw Lin Yi had transported the entire house into the. They were aware of his extraordinary spatial abilities, yet they never imagined he could encompass such a large structure. It was worth acknowledging Chen Dao for his role, had he not blown up the house. Even Lin Yi's utmost efforts would have been futile in moving it. As they descended the stairs, Lin Yi still felt inclined to check on Chen Dao, pondering the potential threat if he managed to escape from the ice. Entering the room where Chen Dao had sought refuge, Lin Yi noticed the ice on the window remained intact, showing no signs of being broken. He shattered the ice with a gunshot. Outside, Chen Dao had become an ice sculpture. Satisfied that he was completely incapacitated, Lin Yi departed with his wives. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi revealed his vehicle. Since he always stored his car in the after-use, there was no need to warm it up in the frigid weather. The group of 1 man and 4 women climbed into the car as Lin Yi started the engine and drove toward the community exit. It was the first time for the women to embark on a journey, and with uncertainty about their new residence, they felt a bit anxious. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki, aware of the situation, chose not to disclose the details of their new shelter, intending to surprise them. The fortress was shrouded in snow, making it difficult to detect from a distance. After disembarking, Lin Yi pointed at the villa before them and said, "This will be our new home." Unlocking the door, the women rushed inside eagerly. The exterior alone revealed the villa's opulence, and their excitement was palpable. As Lin Yi stepped through the entrance, he was immediately greeted by a chorus of enthusiastic screams. "Wow, a temperature-controlled swimming pool. I can swim now. My swimsuit finally has a purpose," exclaimed Lu Feier, whose favorite pastime was swimming as it kept her fit and maintained her figure. "Oh my goodness, this villa is far more luxurious than the previous one. How much must it have cost?" marveled Jiang Shuyan. "Sister, look, it's so spacious. The table is huge, the lights are enormous, and the doors are gigantic," chimed in Luo Zishan, whose description was refreshingly straightforward. Lin Yi guided them on a tour of the villa. Upon discovering the home theater on the second floor, another round of excited screams erupted, with the esports room making Luo Zishan practically giddy. The gaming consoles were abundant, and the television screen was large enough to cover an entire wall. Lin Yi could already predict her likely enthusiasm about its size. He had also placed all the previous gaming consoles and cartridges here. Knowing he wouldn't require Luo Zishan to work, she could indulge in her passion. When Lu Feier stumbled upon a room labeled Love Room, her curiosity piqued, but after peeking inside, she quickly shut the door, her cheeks tinged with a blush. She then pulled Jiang Shuyan and Luo Ziki aside to whisper. After a couple of circuits around the second floor, they began selecting their rooms. The room to Lin Yi's left was already reserved by Luo Ziki, while Jiang Shuyan opted for the room to his right. Lu Feier, feeling somewhat resigned, chose the room adjacent to Jiang Shuyan. In contrast, Luo Zishan didn't select a room. She directly moved her belongings into the esports room, claiming it as her future domain since it already contained a large bed. After touring the second floor, they ascended to the third floor, which featured a gymnasium where they could exercise or play badminton. With the temptation of indulgence all around, the pressure to maintain their figures loomed large, especially for Lu Feier. Luo Ziki was agile enough to accompany Lin Yi on errands, and with her sister's support, Luo Zishan faced no expectations to contribute. Jiang Shuyan, as Lin Yi's first partner, held significant status and was revered as the eldest sister, having cared for each of them upon their arrival. Even without engaging in activities, her presence was respected, particularly as she prepared meals for them daily. However, Lu Feier found herself at a disadvantage, lacking skills beyond assisting Jiang Shuyan, which relegated her to the role of a decorative figure. While this was her strength, even the most beautiful woman could wear out Lin Yi's interest over time. Thus, Lu Feier continually devised new ways to please him, striving to stave off any aesthetic fatigue. Lin Yi did not take them to view the attic upstairs, as it would serve as his fortress against external threats in the future. Chapter 88. Excavator. After exploring the upper floors, the group returned downstairs. Lin Yi taught them how to check the surveillance system and how to refuel the generator. In the event of his absence, they needed to be self-sufficient. It was unreasonable for them to struggle if he were away for a day. They also visited the shooting range on the final floor, where Lin Yi planned to bring them for practice once he had sufficient ammunition, ensuring they acquired skills for self-defense. The world ahead would differ significantly from the past. They would not only face ordinary individuals, but also numerous otherworldly beings, demanding heightened vigilance. That evening, they gathered for dinner to celebrate their housewarming. Jiang Shuyan prepared an array of dishes, while Lin Yi brought forth an assortment of beverages, making it a night destined for revelry. Lin Yi rose late the following morning, just as the sun reached its zenith. The previous night, they had indulged excessively, singing and celebrating until the early hours, followed by a bout of exercise fueled by their inebriation. Even with Lin Yi's remarkable constitution, the experience had taken its toll. The women remained asleep in their beds as he rose alone and descended to the grand hall, preparing to enjoy some breakfast when he spotted Luo Zishan emerging from the kitchen, a large chicken leg in hand, eating as she walked. Yawning, he greeted her. "Zishan, why are you up so early?" Luo Zishan took a hearty bite of the chicken leg and then complained to Lin Yi, "Why are you up so early? I barely slept last night. Your noise was just too loud. Could you please be considerate? I was so disturbed that I had to stay up all night gaming." Lin Yi chuckled at her words, acknowledging that their revelry the previous night had indeed been a bit excessive. The girls had just moved in and were quite excited. further fueled by the effects of alcohol. If there had been anyone living next door, they would surely have lodged a complaint about the disturbance. Luo Zishan discarded the bone into the trash bin, swaying slightly as she made her way upstairs. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, swallowing hard. It was the early morning, a time when a man's hormones run rampant. He quickly scolded himself for such thoughts, reminding himself that she was his sister-in-law. How could he think like that? Truly beastly of him. Yet, her image lingered in his mind, the age-old adage of the unattainable stirring within him. Lin Yi splashed cold water on his face to regain his composure, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that clouded his mind. He rummaged through the otherworldly space for some sustenance and began to eat. After his meal, Lin Yi prepared to head out. He had no choice. With such a large house, the energy consumption was immense. He needed to find more fuel, or else they would soon be in darkness. He donned his bulletproof vest underneath his outerwear, just as Luo Ziki descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Yi heading out, she quickly prepared to change her clothes. Though he hadn't initially intended to bring her along, he understood her concern for his safety, so he acquiesced. Having a beautiful companion would lighten the mood during the journey. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Ziki was ready, and Lin Yi opened the door to step outside. Revealing his vehicle, he drove straight to the nearest and largest gas station. Larger gas stations typically had better fuel reserves, rendering smaller ones inadequate. Thus, Lin Yi dismissed the smaller stations from consideration. Given that Lin Yi was located in the suburbs, the distance to the gas stations was considerable. After a 20-minute drive, he finally spotted a sizable gas station. As he circled the area, he noted that the station was devoid of any footprints. It seemed no one had visited recently. Everyone was still struggling for basic necessities, and it was unlikely that anyone would be targeting the fuel. Lin Yi stood at least 20 meters above ground. With the snow on the roof relatively easy to clear, but the snow below had compacted into ice, heavy and hard, making it nearly impossible to dig without proper tools. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Luo Ziki stared blankly at the snow-covered surface. If only we had an excavator, she mused, prompting Lin Yi to realize his folly. Why was he foolishly attempting to dig with a shovel? He should seek out an excavator instead. Haijing City had manufacturers specializing in excavators, although many locations were buried. The newly manufactured machines would likely be stored in warehouses. Lin Yi searched for nearby excavator manufacturers on his phone, then ushered Luo Ziki into the car and sped toward the excavation site. Half an hour later, he arrived at a factory. The building was not particularly short. Although much of it was buried under snow, less than 2 meters still showed above the surface. Lin Yi cleared the snow from the roof and found a window. Leaping inside, Luo Ziki followed closely behind, gun in hand. The temperature inside was significantly warmer than outside, and Lin Yi could smell food in the air, indications that someone might be present. They entered through the roof of a warehouse, which stood over 20 meters tall, but was a single level. Inside were several excavators, and in the center loomed a massive machine. Lin Yi had never seen such a colossal piece of equipment. Even Optimus Prime would appear diminutive beside it. The warehouse contained 2 small rooms, presumably where the guards resided, and smoke wafted from within, likely from a fire for warmth. Not wishing to alert them, Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziki to keep watch while he stealthily descended the nearby stairs. Once inside the warehouse, Lin Yi began by storing the closest excavator into his otherworldly space, swiftly repeating the process until he had collected all the machines. The last one was the largest, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high, roughly equivalent to a 3-story building. It was the company's pride. After securing the machines, Lin Yi left behind 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages as a form of payment. Though these items held no value for him personally, they could be life-saving sustenance for someone in need. Once he had stashed the supplies, Lin Yi climbed back to the warehouse roof to rejoin Luo Ziki. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she looked at him. Today, she witnessed another side of Lin Yi. He was not only decisive in action, but also possessed a compassionate heart. Chapter 89. Fuel collection. Here, there were some footprints, indicating that someone had been there not long ago, with nearby residential buildings close at hand. However, Lin Yi, confident in his skills, dismissed the ordinary individuals. Even if they were armed, he felt no fear. Although he had never operated an excavator before, he had seen plenty of tutorials online and the controls were straightforward, allowing him to grasp it quickly. As he maneuvered the controls, the excavator sprang to life, and Lin Yi's efficiency soared. Instead of dumping the snow aside, he utilized his spatial abilities to store the snow directly. This method greatly enhanced his productivity. In just 40 minutes, he had cleared a path through the snow. Afterward, Lin Yi stored the excavator back in his otherworldly space and entered the gas station. Pushing open the large door, he found some food and water on the counter. But the two attendants in gas station uniforms had perished. After a brief inspection, it appeared they had succumbed to asphyxiation. The station had been buried under snow within a day, and though they had food, the lack of oxygen sealed their fate. Lin Yi collected all the food from the counter into his otherworldly space. Even the smallest morsel was valuable. Stepping back outside, he retrieved several oversized metal barrels and positioned them in the center, commencing his fuel collection. After an hour of work, Lin Yi had successfully gathered all the fuel, filling over a dozen barrels with approximately 50 to 60 tons of fuel, ample to sustain him for a while. Just as he finished stowing the fuel away, he heard 2 gunshots from above. Anxious for Luo Ziqi's safety, he hurriedly climbed out of the pit. Upon reaching the surface, he found Luo Ziqi had exited the vehicle, gun drawn, with 2 bodies lying nearby. After inquiring, he learned that the 2 individuals had crept up suspiciously from the side, clearly with ill intent. Concerned for Lin Yi's safety, especially while he was below collecting fuel, a potentially dangerous task that could easily ignite, Luo Ziqi had shot them without hesitation. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziqi and kissed her, appreciating her tenacity far more than that of the self-righteous. In a world such as theirs, sometimes one must be a bit selfish. Those individuals were fully aware of the presence of others, yet chose to approach, indicating their intent to take advantage of the situation. Thus, any misfortune that befell them would be justified. Lin Yi set Luo Ziqi down, and the 2 of them resumed their journey in the vehicle. Over the course of the afternoon, they managed to excavate 3 gas stations, amassing a total of 170 tons of fuel. By 7 o'clock in the evening, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yi navigated the vehicle slowly through the snow, with no streetlights illuminating the path and the moon obscured by clouds, rendering the outside world exceedingly dark. Even with high beams activated, he remained vigilant, as the risk of an accident loomed large due to the numerous snowdrifts outside. After wandering for an hour, they discovered they had taken a wrong turn. This was not their refuge, but rather a villa district, perhaps sheltered by the mountains. This area had not been buried in snow. Lin Yi felt a twinge of imbalance within him. The district boasted 50 to 60 villas, yet fewer than 10 appeared to be occupied. Most of the villas lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few emitting faint glimmers of light, likely indicating the presence of individuals seeking warmth by the fire. Lin Yi drove into the area, resolved to halt their journey. The darkness was too profound, and he was exhausted after a full day of labor. He selected a particularly dark villa, parking the vehicle at the entrance. After disembarking, he secured the vehicle. Lin Yi pushed against the main door, which seemed to be locked, but this posed no challenge for him. A swift kick sent the door crashing open. Equipped with a headlamp, Lin Yi ventured inside, discovering that the villa had evidently been uninhabited for quite some time, as the internal temperature mirrored that of the outside. After a thorough search of all the rooms, Lin Yi found nothing of interest. He utilized the snow he had excavated earlier to fill the first and second floors entirely, having accumulated over 10,000 tons of snow in his spatial storage. Initially considering discarding it, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it might serve a purpose later on. Once the first and second floors were sealed with snow, no one would be able to push the doors open. Lin Yi ascended to the 3rd floor, selected a room, and secured the door. He connected several heaters to the generator, and soon warmth enveloped the space. He retrieved a table along with some snacks and chilled beer, sharing a modest meal with Luo Ziqi. This simple repast evoked a sense of a picnic, imbued with novelty. After dining, Lin Yi cleared the table, producing a large bed he had taken from Fuyuan supermarket, originally endorsed by a popular female celebrity, along with bedding costing over 20,000. As night deepened, now past 10 o'clock, they refrained from undressing or engaging in any peculiar activities due to their outdoor setting. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziqi, fully clothed, and soon drifted into slumber. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi was abruptly roused by noises from downstairs. However, he chose to ignore it, surmising that their vehicle had attracted attention. It was likely that individuals sought to claim it for themselves. But the snow he had left on the first and second floors should confound them for a time. Indeed, shortly thereafter, silence descended outside, primarily due to the severe cold. At 2 in the morning, it was the coldest time of the day, with temperatures plummeting to -96 degrees. In such an environment, survival beyond 10 minutes was improbable, or they would surely perish. Lin Yi continued to rest, yet his vigilance remained intact. Should anyone approach, he would awaken immediately. He was uncertain when he had developed this ability. Perhaps it was a result of his rebirth or the absorption of Shun Rang's extraordinary powers. Lin Yi sensed that his senses and intuition for danger had significantly heightened. Chapter 90. The star becomes a servant. The following morning, Lin Yi was startled awake once more. This time not by stealthy movements, but by someone knocking at the door. Luo Ziki also stirred. They exchanged glances and promptly began to gather their belongings. A figure clad in a green military coat stood at the door, rapping insistently. Lin Yi opened the spatial door before him, brandishing a firearm in readiness. Luo Ziki produced her gun as well, concealing herself at another window, her gaze fixed intently on the figure below. Should the individual exhibit any suspicious behavior, she would not hesitate to fire. "Do you need something?" Lin Yi's voice resonated from upstairs. The figure below, upon hearing his voice, immediately looked up. Their eyes met, and Lin Yi recognized the person before him. He had not anticipated encountering a celebrity so frequently seen on television in real life. The visitor was none other than the renowned first-tier actress, Mi, a household name in Longhua. Lin Yi had watched several of her dramas and admired her beauty, surprised to find her in Haijing, residing in this very location. However, under the current circumstances, her star power held little value. No one would extend her any preferential treatment simply because of her fame. "Hello, Yanmi. I saw you had a vehicle yesterday. Could you take me away from here? I'm willing to pay whatever price you deem fit." A smile graced Lin Yi's face. "You're a superstar. What brings you here alone?" Yangmi offered a faint smile, lamenting the loss of her celebrity status. Her once recognized identity rendered her virtually powerless. She owned a villa in Haijing, initially intending to escape for some solitude, burdened by the pressures of being a public figure. Not only did she face relentless paparazzi, but she also managed her own company single-handedly. Each year around this time, she would allocate half a month for a vacation in Haijing. However, upon her arrival and settling into her villa, she became trapped by the heavy snowfall. Although the blizzard did not bury her villa, visibility outside was alarmingly low, and the temperature had plummeted drastically. With no other option, she had resorted to leveraging her celebrity status to borrow food from neighboring residents. Fortunately, in her efforts to maintain her figure, she typically ate sparingly. What an ordinary person would consume in a day, she could stretch over 3 days. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, she had gone 3 days without a proper meal, surviving on melted snow for hydration. Should food remain elusive, she risked starving in this place. A week prior, 2 individuals had stealthily infiltrated her villa, intending to harm her. However, they had been met with resistance when Yangmi, hidden in the shadows, wounded them. After their hasty retreat, she realized the necessity of self-reliance. Without seizing every opportunity, one could easily become prey. Thus, upon noticing a vehicle enter the villa district and a man exit, she resolved to ensure they would take her away, even if it required compromising herself. Confident in her allure as a former top star and the object of many Long Guam men's fantasies, she believed convincing an ordinary person would be effortless. After listening to Yang Mi's account, Lin Yi readily agreed. Though he harbored doubts regarding her claims, her celebrity status was indeed somewhat persuasive. However, the terms of compensation warranted careful discussion. Lin Yi then opened the door, allowing Yang Mi to enter. Upon stepping inside, Yang Mi observed that aside from Lin Yi, a strikingly beautiful woman was present, brandishing a firearm and staring intently at her. She scrutinized the newcomer, noting that apart from slightly smaller proportions, the woman's appearance and demeanor were equally impressive. Yang Mi felt a twinge of insecurity, her earlier assertiveness waning. "Who is this? Your girlfriend?" she inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziki tightly, then turned to Yang Mi and said, "This is my wife, Luo Ziki." Yang Mi nodded in acknowledgement, then redirected her gaze back to Lin Yi. "How much would it take for you to take me away?" Lin Yi moved a chair and sat down, replying, "Surely you do not believe that money holds any value at this moment? What purpose could it serve? It's too coarse even for wiping oneself." Yang Mi lowered her head in silence, fully aware of this truth, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Lin Yi was a man of avarice, and she could use wealth to sway him. "Then what do you desire? Name your terms, as long as I possess it." Yang Mi found herself momentarily speechless. Her sole desire was to escape this place. Yet she had not contemplated where she might go. As she pondered, Lin Yi suggested, "If you do not mind, you can stay with me for the time being. The condition is that you serve as my maid, maintaining cleanliness in the household and attending to me and my wives. I shall provide all your meals. Of course, you may choose to refuse. The door is right behind you." With a smile, Lin Yi awaited her decision. Yang Mi lifted her gaze, gazing deeply at Lin Yi before responding. "Very well, I agree, but I have one condition. This matter must remain confidential." It was evident that she bore a significant idol burden. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced, assuring her that she could leave whenever she wished. His intention was merely to find a housekeeper to manage the cleanliness of his expansive residence. After all, without someone to clean, living there would be uncomfortable. Employing such a beautiful star as a maid would satisfy his vanity, achieving a dual purpose. If the world were truly to meet its end, he would have found a temporary refuge. Chapter 91. Home. Once the terms were settled, Lin Yi produced a piece of bread and a cup of water, handing them to Yang Mi. Noticing she had not eaten in quite some time, she accepted the offering, unwrapped it, and began to eat. Despite having gone 3 days without food, her manner was still remarkably dignified. She exhibited no signs of ravenousness, a habit ingrained in her to maintain composure at all times. Lin Yi sat quietly on the sofa, patiently waiting for her to finish, while Luo Ziki remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. She had never idolized celebrities. Although she had seen Yang Mi on television, the latter's status did not evoke any particular feelings in her. What significance did a star hold? They were merely human, and could fall prey to the same fate as anyone else. Lin Yi had never consumed such fare before, but one only learns to appreciate what they have lost. The food he once dismissed now filled him with a sense of happiness. Once Yang Mi finished eating, Lin Yi led the way outside, and she hurried to follow. However, as soon as they stepped out, they were surrounded by 5 or 6 armed men. It was the same group that had been lurking outside the previous night, including 2 bald men who had attempted to break into Yang Mi's home, only to be injured by her counterattack, their faces now bandaged. Seeing Yang Mi with Lin Yi ignited their fury. They were eager to settle old scores. "Kid, hand over the car you drove last night, and leave those 2 women behind. Then you may go," one of the bald men demanded. Before Lin Yi could respond, Yang Mi retorted, "You beasts! Isn't being injured last time enough? How dare you return?" Hearing her words, the bandaged bald man laughed maniacally. "Well said. I hope when I have my turn with you, you will curse me just as fiercely. I am indeed a beast. I've had my fill of the women in this neighborhood, and you are the last flower remaining." Lin Yi, growing impatient with their banter, signaled to Luo Ziki. She immediately sprang into action, drawing a handgun from her coat and firing at the group. One of the assailants screamed in agony as he fell to the ground, leaving the remaining bandaged bald man frozen in shock. He had not anticipated that the woman standing behind would be armed. As his comrades lay dead, he attempted to flee, only to be shot in the leg by Lin Yi, shattering his left leg and sending him sprawling in the snow, wailing in pain. Yang Mi was taken aback by the scene. Although she had acted in many productions, witnessing a real-life death shook her to her core. Her stomach churned, and she rushed aside to vomit, the food she had just consumed re-emerging. After a moment of wailing, the bald man began to plead for his life, begging Lin Yi for mercy. Lin Yi ignored his desperate cries, offering Yang Mi a bottle of water. Once she had regained her composure, he placed the gun in her hands. "Go, finish him off." Yang Mi stood frozen, as a woman who had never harmed a creature, let alone take a life. She hesitated, but the firmness in Lin Yi's gaze silenced her objections. Accepting the gun, she felt its weight. A real weapon was far heavier than the prop guns she had used in films. Steeling herself, she approached the bald man, with Lin Yi standing closely behind her, guiding her hand to aim. Hearing his cries and pleas for mercy, Yang Mi felt a pang of compassion. Yet Lin Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "If you do not kill him, I will leave you here to fend for yourself. Consider this. Had you not injured him days ago, what fate would await you? Would he spare you simply because you pleaded?" Under Lin Yi's persuasion, Yang Mi's demeanor gradually hardened. She pulled the trigger, and with a gunshot, a bloodied hole appeared in the bald man's forehead. She remained rooted, staring at the lifeless body before her. Luo Ziki dragged Yang Mi into the vehicle, taking a seat in the back. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Lin Yi, "Where did you park the car?" Lin Yi similed faintly. Yang Mi had been so focused on the bald man that she had not noticed how he had retrieved the vehicle. Nonetheless, he offered no explanation, knowing she likely would not believe him. After parking, Luo Ziki and Yang Mi exited the vehicle. Lin Yi waved his hand, and the off-road vehicle vanished in a thin air, a spectacle that left Yang Mi utterly astonished. Before she could process what had transpired, Luo Ziki led her into the villa. Upon entering, they found several women waiting for them in the room. Lu Feier was the most enthusiastic. As soon as Lin Yi stepped inside, she leaped into his arms. Lin Yi was surprised to discover that Lu Feier, who had always appeared aloof, harbored such passionate fervor within. The other women noticed Yang Mi behind Lin Yi, their expressions a mix of astonishment. "Demi-mi!" Lu Ziki exclaimed, excited. Not only did she enjoy gaming, but she also watched numerous dramas at home, making Yang Mi one of her favorite stars. Lin Yi introduced Yang Mi to each of the women, and as she stood before this gathering of beauties, she couldn't help but compare herself to them. Regrettably, she realized that none of them paled in comparison to her. Without her star power, she would have felt utterly inferior in their presence. She cast a deep glance at Lin, realizing that this fellow was indeed fortunate to possess the company of so many beautiful women simultaneously. After introducing several ladies to Yang Mi, Lin Yi addressed them, saying, "This is Yang Mi. You all should be familiar with her, so there is no need for further introductions. From now on, she will be our household servant, responsible for some domestic chores." Chapter 92. A new addition, a servant? Did she not wish to be Lin Ji's woman? Jiang Shuyan innocently remarked to Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziki took over the conversation. As those words were spoken, the ladies exhibited subtle expressions of surprise. Observing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Lin Yi took the initiative to break the ice. "All right, everyone, let us tidy up and prepare for dinner. Ziki and I haven't had breakfast yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuyan headed to the kitchen to prepare food, with Lu Feier following to assist. Lin Yi then took Yang Mi on a brief tour of the house. After all, they would be living together, so it was essential to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Yang Mi removed her coat and engaged in conversation at the door, soon realizing she was beginning to perspire. She had not anticipated that, despite the cold outside, the interior would remain so warm. Lin Yi gave her a quick tour, and Yang Mi instantly fell in love with the place. Compared to her previous residence, this was nothing short of paradise, warm and secure. Furthermore, just by observing the demeanor of the women and their interactions with Lin Yi, Yang Mi could discern that he was not the type to treat women as mere vessels for his desires. He treated each woman with kindness and respect, which was why those beauties willingly chose to be with him. Lin Yi selected a room for her on the second floor, featuring a more mature decor, as Yang Mi was a few years older than him, embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman. After settling into her new room, Lin Yi inquired about her lingerie size, as she had not brought any personal belongings with her. Fortunately, Lin Yi had an ample supply of women's lingerie of various sizes in his space, alleviating any concerns about her lack of undergarments. Embarrassed, Yang Mi softly disclosed her size to Lin Yi. Upon learning that she wore a size 36, he could not help but give her a thumbs up. With such assets, she could easily dominate the household. No woman in his circle could rival her, and it was no wonder her fans affectionately refer to her as Demi-mi, a name laden with meaning. Lin Yi rummaged through his space and retrieved several pieces of lingerie and nightwear, placing them on her bed, while also selecting clothing that aligned with her usual style. However, it was unclear whether Lin Yi acted intentionally or coincidentally, but he seemed to favor styles featuring an abundance of stockings. Seeing Lin Yi conjure items from thin air sparked Yang Mi's curiosity, compelling her to question him earnestly, as though she would not let him leave without satisfactory answers. Lin Yi had nothing to conceal, knowing they would be living together. Even if he did not divulge the truth, she would eventually discover it. When she learned that Lin Yi possessed a separate space containing resources valued at over 500 billion, even her worldly experience nearly left her speechless. Before the apocalypse, she had been relatively affluent, yet she could never amass such wealth, especially since the money in her bank account had become worthless. She understood that in this world, resources equated to power, and with Lin Yi's vast supplies, he was nearly a billionaire in his own right, if not the world's richest. Every room featured its own bathroom, and Lin Yi placed an array of toiletries and high-end cosmetics on the table. First, take a shower and change into your nightwear before joining us for dinner, he instructed before leaving without any hesitation, as if he were a gentleman of the highest order. Yet, Yang Mi was aware that Lin Yi was indeed a playboy. Although he refrained from making any overtly flirtatious moves, she noticed his furtive glances toward her chest. Each time she caught him staring, he quickly averted his gaze. After Lin Yi departed, Yang Mi closed the door, removed her clothing, and turned on the tap, allowing a cascade of hot water to envelop her. A moan escaped her lips. It had been over a month since her last shower, and she felt utterly filthy. She luxuriated in the cleansing warmth, and after emerging from the bathroom, she dried her hair and donned a lingerie and nightwear Lin Yi had prepared for her. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she regained her former elegance and poise. Content with her appearance, Yang Mi slipped on her shoes and ventured downstairs. The dining table had been set with a meal prepared by Jiang Shuyan herself. Though she did not typically follow celebrities, she felt a thrill seeing the actress she once admired on screen now present before her. Do well, Yang Mi. Jiang Shuyan had gone out of her way to prepare several delicious dishes. Lin Yi was lounging on the sofa, and upon hearing noise from upstairs, he glanced up. Yang Mi, fresh from her shower and clad in new nightwear, appeared even more stunning than on television. Her alluring figure drew attention, and despite being surrounded by stunning women, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on the distinct allure of a mature woman. Yang Mi's outfit was particularly strategic. She had chosen the most provocative piece, a sheer black fabric with a glimpse of her black bra beneath, paired with an ultra-short black skirt that left her long, fair legs exposed. Lin Yi regretted having referred to her as a maid. Perhaps he should simply claim her as his own, as she likely would not object. As Yang Mi settled into a chair at the dining table, she felt a tad awkward, as she was ostensibly just a servant. Unfamiliar with the other women and uncertain of how to engage, Lin Yi noticed her discomfort and beckoned her to sit beside him. They exchanged casual conversation, and soon the final dish was presented. Lin Yi took Yang Mi's hand, guiding her to sit next to him. The other women observed Yang Mi's position, understanding the implications. Although Lin Yi had introduced her as a servant, the dynamics hinted that she might soon be regarded as Shao Si among them. As Yang Mi sat at the table, her appetite awakened, and she had nearly forgotten how long it had been since she enjoyed such a meal. The bread she had consumed earlier that morning had long been expelled from her system, and now she was ravenous. Chapter 93. A sudden turn in the prison after dinner. The clock struck noon, and Lin Yi decided against venturing out again that day. Having collected a substantial amount of fuel yesterday, he deemed it appropriate to rest and strike a balance between work and leisure. Jiang Shuyan and the other women proposed a game of mahjong, and Lin Yi promptly encouraged Yang Mi to join them. Understanding his intent to help her integrate with the group, she readily agreed. The evening soon arrived, and after spending an entire afternoon playing, Yang Mi had become quite familiar with the other women. Jiang Shuyan then led Yang Mi to Lin Yi's bedroom. As Lin Yi's first woman, she was the most knowledgeable about him and served as his strongest ally, having facilitated many of his connections with the other women. Upon entering Lin Yi's room, Yang Mi found him reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. However, from the moment she stepped in, all his thoughts were solely focused on her, the words on the page forgotten. Yang Mi removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and then nestled into Lin Yi's bed, resting her head on his shoulder. Her hands roamed restlessly, exploring freely, breathing in the fragrant scent emanating from Yang Mi. Lin Yi tossed his book aside, turning to meet her gaze. In that moment, both perceived the desire reflected in each other's eyes. Soon, the sound of fabric tearing echoed through the room. An hour later, Lin Yi, gazing at the crimson stains on the sheets, inquired in astonishment, "Is this your first time?" Yang Mi replied in a voice as soft as a whisper. Lin Yi was taken aback that Yang Mi, amidst the tumult of the entertainment industry, had managed to preserve her innocence. Was it truly her talent that elevated her to fame? Regardless, he concluded that seizing the moment was paramount. The next morning, Lin Yi rose early. The girls were already downstairs enjoying breakfast. He instructed Lu Feier to bring some food up for Yang Mi, as she likely wouldn't rise soon. He then took his seat and began to eat. In the ensuing days, Lin Yi genuinely experienced the meaning of blissful contentment. Each day was filled with gaming alongside Luo Zishan, or playing mahjong with Jiang Shuyin and others. Occasionally, he would accompany Luo Ziki to the underground range for shooting and archery practice. In the afternoons, they all swam together in the pool. Watching the girls frolic in the water brought Lin Yi a profound sense of tranquility. He found himself wishing for this idyllic life to continue indefinitely. He harbored no ambitions of grandeur, content to spend joyful days with these women. Meanwhile, in a prison located several kilometers away, a 5-meter-long wild boar rampaged within. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, and its tusks, half a meter long, snapped down upon a man's head. Soon, the creature had slaughtered several inmates, the stench of blood saturating the cell. Gradually, the wild boar lowered itself, its body shrinking, and the bristles vanished. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed into a rotund man with a broad face. Had Lin Yi been present, he would have recognized him as Su Shuai, Wang Shui's ex-boyfriend. After Lin Yi had stolen the supplies from Fuyuan warehouse, Su Shuai had been unjustly blamed, and the key in Lin Yi's possession had been taken from him. Su Shuai licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been imprisoned for 2 months. Despite lacking evidence to prove he was the mastermind behind the theft at Fuyuan supermarket, testimonies indicated he had indeed pilfered a considerable quantity of goods for personal gain. Consequently, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Upon his arrival, Su Shuai endured relentless bullying due to his size, often being targeted by others, forced to sleep beside the restroom, and frequently subjected to beatings. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Su Shuai was unprepared for such mistreatment and soon clashed with the prison's bully. However, despite his bulk, he struggled to leverage his weight in fights and was quickly subdued. After several humiliating encounters, Su Shuai could no longer tolerate the abuse and sought assistance from his parents. In desperation, his father spent a significant sum to bribe several individuals within the prison. As a result, the guards treated him with more leniency, and Su Shuai managed to gather a few followers through monetary influence, thus escaping the bully's torment. The individual who had tormented him was named Zhang Quan, serving a life sentence for assault and commanding a faction of followers. As Su Shuai's power grew, skirmishes erupted between factions, resulting in a stalemate. However, following a heavy snowfall, chaos ensued within the prison. Several inmates seized the opportunity to kill guards and unlocked all cell doors. Within a day, numerous guards had perished, and the prison was divided into 2 factions, one led by Zhang Quan with over 70 members, and the other led by Su Shuai with 50. The remaining inmates formed an independent group, refusing to side with either faction. Disputes over resources led to several violent clashes, ultimately resulting in mutual devastation. In the aftermath of this turmoil, Su Shuai experienced an intense, itching sensation, as though something was emerging from within him. Despite his attempts to scratch, nothing alleviated the discomfort. Within minutes, his body underwent a radical transformation. Hair sprouted abundantly, and his teeth elongated. He had fully transformed into a wild boar. As his primal instincts surged, he violently tore apart several of his followers. After consuming a few, the taste of blood returned him to his senses. Faced with the gruesome evidence of his actions, Su Shuai felt an urge to vomit but quickly regained his composure. The exhilarating power he felt post-transformation enchanted him. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. confident enough to crush a tank if it were to confront him. Rather than seeking immediate revenge against Zhang Quan, Su Shuai chose to remain hidden in his cell, mastering his transformations. After days of practice, he finally retained his intellect during his transformations. His first course of action was to confront Zhang Quan alone. Upon encountering Su Shuai, Zhang Quan attempted to taunt him, only to be met with the sight of a colossal wild boar lunging at him, jaws agape. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Quan thrust a sharp knife at Su Shuai, but the blade shattered upon contact with his skin. Su Shuai opened his mouth wide, effortlessly tearing Zhang Quan in two. He did not spare Zhang Quan's followers either, eliminating them all. Su Shuai's remaining followers, witnessing their leader's transformation, were paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, Su Shuai maintained his sanity and refrained from attacking them. Under his overwhelming force, the prison swiftly fell under his control, and all who had wronged him were eliminated. Now, the prison contained only Su Shuai and his loyal followers. With food supplies dwindling and their means of warmth consumed, Su Shuai urgently needed to find a new refuge. He recalled the Doomsday fortress his father had gifted him, a location he had previously dismissed for various reasons, but now appeared to be the ideal sanctuary. Not only was it safe, but it also boasted an efficient heating system, ensuring they would no longer endure the cold. Although his key was lost, Su Shuai knew of an escape route leading from the first floor of the villa to a concealed exit on the other side of the hill. However, the frigid conditions prevented them from traversing the distance. Fortunately, the vehicles used for transporting inmates were housed in the indoor parking lot. Su Shuai organized his men to move the vehicles outside. After 2 days of preparation, they successfully transported 4 prison transport vehicles out of the indoor parking area, equipped with snow-ready tires. Once the vehicles were filled with fuel, they set off towards Lin Yi's current refuge. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally reached the base of the mountain. Su Shuai instructed his followers to remain behind while he transformed and opted to ascend the mountain alone. He had always found the case of the theft at Fuyuan warehouse rather perplexing. While others might cast doubt upon him due to their lack of insight, as the party involved understood the situation all too well. With so many items involved, how could anyone possibly have moved them? The sheer magnitude of the task was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Moreover, the most critical detail was that his key had also gone missing, undoubtedly the handiwork of the thief who had pilfered from Fuyuan warehouse. The outside world had descended into chaos, and his villa could undoubtedly be deemed the safest haven in Haijing City. Should anyone be found within the villa, it could only be the one who had committed the theft and framed him for it. Su Shuai transformed into a massive wild boar, enhancing his strength and defensive capabilities significantly. Most importantly, he was now impervious to the cold. He sprinted across the snowy landscape, swiftly closing in on the villa's perimeter. Inside, Lin Yi sat on the couch, engaged in a romantic discourse with Yang Mi, who was perched on his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. Suddenly, the alarm within the villa blared, signaling the intrusion of an unidentified creature. The alarm system relied on infrared sensors, triggering an alert the moment a large organism approached within a kilometer. Lin Yi gently set Yang Mi aside and made his way to the surveillance room, where he spotted a wild boar charging towards the villa, its size quite imposing, at least 4 to 5 meters in length. He playfully slapped Luo Ziki on the rear, exclaiming that they might enjoy some wild delicacies tonight. With that, Lin Yi dashed upstairs to the attic, retrieving his sniper rifle. At that moment, the wild boar was merely 100 meters away from the villa. Lin Yi opened the shooting aperture in the glass and extended the barrel outward. His unique ability immediately adhered to the rifle, charging the bullet within. Given the proximity, Lin Yi did not bother to aim. He simply pulled the trigger. A bullet imbued with his power shot towards Su Shuai, now in the form of a wild boar, aiming for a swift kill. However, instead of the boar's head exploding, the bullet merely flipped the creature over. As Su Shuai approached the villa, he noted signs of habitation within. Before he could ponder further, an acute sense of danger struck him. A bullet struck his forehead. Although his tough hide prevented it from penetrating his skull, he still felt a sharp pain as he was propelled backward. Upon hitting the ground, blood began to trickle down from his forehead. Lin Yi's shot, while not fatal, had still inflicted injury upon him. Both man and beast were momentarily astonished. Lin Yi was well aware of the power of his bullets. That shot should have been sufficient to obliterate a full-grown wild boar. Yet, the creature appeared largely unscathed. Su Shuai was equally taken aback. During his time in prison, he had been shot before by a prisoner who had seized a firearm from a guard. The bullets had felt like mere pinpricks, leaving him entirely unharmed. What kind of weapon was that? Was it a Barrett with armor-piercing rounds? Lin Yi cycled the rifle's action and aimed again. This time, Su Shuai, having learned from the experience, did not charge straight ahead, but instead began to weave as he moved. However, with the assistance of his ability, Lin Yi locked on his target once more. As he pulled the trigger again, another bullet flew towards Su Shuai, sending the boar tumbling several meters away. This time, the bullet struck a softer area of Su Shuai's body, resulting in more severe pain compared to the previous shot. The bullet lodged itself within him. Since awakening his powers, he had never sustained such a grave injury. Limping, he began to retreat down the mountain. Lin Yi, having put away his sniper rifle, found it strange that the wild boar could withstand 2 of his shots. It was certainly no ordinary animal. Its size was remarkable. Could it be that a wild boar had become sentient? Shaking his head, Lin Yi resolved that although he had not procured any wild game, driving it away was still a favorable outcome. It was better to avoid close encounters with such a large creature. Lin Yi entered the surveillance room once more, using a thermal imager to scan the surroundings. After confirming that all was clear, he exited the room. Chapter 95. The Escape. Route 4 prison transport vehicles ascended the mountain, with Su Shuai seated in one of them. He intended to use the others to draw Lin Yi's fire. As long as he could approach the villa, the sniper rifle would no longer pose a threat to him. Although he could directly enter through the escape route, Su Shuai was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. He needed to destroy all the doors. The vehicles soon came into view of the villa. As the alarm sounded again, Lin Yi stood ready in the attic. He did not need to warn them. The sight of multiple vehicles heading up the mountain made their intentions abundantly clear. They were coming for his sanctuary. Lin Yi aimed at the tire of the foremost vehicle and pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the targeted tire exploded, along with the rim, sending the vehicle tumbling over. Chaos erupted inside as the occupants scrambled. Lin Yi followed suit, firing 3 more shots, bringing the remaining vehicles to a halt. He then began picking off the occupants, each gunshot resulting in another casualty. The survivors hurriedly emerged from their vehicles, using them as cover to shield themselves from Lin Yi's onslaught. With them all taking cover, Lin Yi turned his aim towards the fuel tank of one of the vehicles. With another shot, a transport vehicle erupted in flames, sending several individuals who had sought refuge behind it sprawling to the ground, with at least half perishing instantly. The remaining few ignited in flames, writhing in the snow. Amidst the struggles and cries of their comrades, the occupants of the other vehicles remained unmoved, too fearful to show themselves, helplessly watching as their fellows were consumed by fire. Lin Yi targeted another vehicle, and with another explosion, more lives were lost. Seizing the moment of chaos, Su Shuai quickly transformed again, reappearing as a 5-meter-long wild boar, charging towards Lin Yi's villa. Despite the significant boost in his defense and strength, Su Shuai's speed remained lacking. Once again, Lin Yi noticed something amiss. It seemed the boar had burst forth from the earlier crowd. Lin Yi handed a sniper rifle to Luo Ziki, instructing her to deal with those hiding behind the vehicles. After several days of training, Luo Ziki's marksmanship had improved significantly, proving more than capable of handling these unarmed civilians. Meanwhile, Lin Yi kept his focus on the wild boar below. He fired 3 consecutive shots, each hitting Su Shuai. Though the pain was acute, Su Shuai grit his teeth and pressed on. As he closed in on the villa within 50 meters, Su Shuai finally caught sight of Lin Yi. It was him. Su Shuai recognized Lin Yi from their previous encounter, where he had warned him to steer clear of Wang Shui and her companions. Little did he know that this seemingly inconsequential figure had managed to purloin all the resources from the warehouse and frame him for it. Most importantly, he had stolen his key and laid claim to his stronghold in this apocalyptic world. Su Shuai was seething with rage and craved vengeance. If Lin Yi were before him, he would undoubtedly rip him apart in an instant. After enduring another gunshot from Lin Yi, Su Shuai finally reached the base of the villa, a place where Lin Yi's shots could not reach him. However, without a key, The front door remained immovable. Su Shuai began to circle the villa, desperately seeking a weakness within its defenses. Ultimately, he was disheartened to discover that this fortress was exceptionally formidable. The walls were constructed from thick alloy plates, and even the windows were bulletproof. Even in his transformed state, he found it impossible to breach. He could only lament the high standards his father had set during its construction. While Su Shuai searched for vulnerabilities in the villa, his subordinates fell one by one to Lin Yi and Luo Ziki. With no other option, Su Shuai chose to retreat. He transformed once more and dashed down the mountain. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki could only fire a few shots at his fleeing form, watching helplessly as he escaped. He decided to rest for a day and then infiltrate the villa through a secret passage that night. This attack had awakened Lin Yi to the reality that the villa's surveillance range was too limited, extending only a kilometer. By the time the alarm was triggered, the enemy would be too close for comfort. Therefore, he resolved to station someone to monitor the area around the clock. Given the elevated terrain, he could clearly see a 10-kilometer radius with binoculars. On the first day, Jiang Shuyan volunteered to be the first on duty. Armed with a gun, she ascended to the attic. To alleviate her boredom, Lin Yi placed some snacks there, allowing her to enjoy them while watching dramas, only needing to check the temperature sensor intermittently. Meanwhile, Su Shuai was also on the move. He exited his room, circled a small hill, and arrived at a low-lying area completely blanketed in snow. He transformed again and used his strength to carve a passage through the snow. Soon, he found the escape route's exit. However, a large door blocked the way. Fortunately, it was not made of alloy, and, after exerting some effort, Su Shuai managed to force it open. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the villa's entrance, where another large door stood behind a bookshelf on the first floor. He struck the door forcefully, but it did not budge. Just as he continued to attempt to break it down, Jiang Shuyan, who was on watch on the third floor, suddenly heard a commotion below. Stealthily, she descended the stairs. The banging continued. Jiang Shuyan finally pinpointed the source of the noise to be behind the bookshelf. Just as she turned to call for Lin Yi, a thunderous crash erupted, and an iron door, along with the bookshelf, was sent flying. Startled, Jiang Shuyan raised her gun. In the space where the bookshelf had stood, a gaping hole appeared, revealing a pitch-black wild boar with blood-red eyes, glaring intently at her. In shock, Jiang Shuyan pulled the trigger, sending several bullets towards the boar. However, the bullets ricocheted off Su Shuai's skin without inflicting any harm, instead inciting his ferocity. Su Shuai charged forward, his powerful hooves striking the ground as he sent Jiang Shuyan flying. His tusks plunged into her abdomen. Just as Su Shuai prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a gunshot rang out, shattering his right eye. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki rushed down from the upper floors. The shot that had struck Su Shuai was fired by Lin Yi. Seeing the injured Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi was filled with urgency. He entrusted her care to Luo Ziki and dashed into the passage. Lin Yi sprinted a full kilometer before catching up to the injured Su Shuai, firing at him as he pursued. In the narrow confines of the passage, Su Shuai had no means of evasion or cover and could only endure the onslaught. Fortunately, none of the shots struck vital areas. However, after enduring a barrage of gunfire, Su Shuai could no longer contain his frustration. Standing at 5 meters long, he found the passage too narrow to turn around. Lin Yi was taken aback at this sight. Had the boar truly become sentient? But when Su Shuai turned to face him, glaring with his remaining eye, Lin Yi was truly startled. Su Shuai, how could you be here? Su Shuai, gritting his teeth, retorted, "You bastard! How dare you set me up and steal my key? Today, I will take your life." With that, he transformed back into his boar form and charged at Lin Yi. His plan was straightforward. In this narrow passage, even with a gun, Lin Yi could only shoot him a few times at most. Once he closed the distance, Su Shuai was confident he could tear Lin Yi to shreds in a single encounter. As anticipated, the situation unfolded as he had predicted. The moment he lunged at Lin Yi began to fire wildly. Although the bullets stung upon impact, Su Shuai endured, intent on reaching Lin Yi for the kill. Closer and closer, as the distance shrank to 3 meters, Su Shuai could almost envision Lin Yi's demise beneath his jaws. Yet in the next moment, Lin Yi unexpectedly flashed en moquin simile. Upon entering the interior, Su Shuai's body became uncontrollable and the surrounding sounds faded away. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and yet it felt fleeting. Gradually, his heartbeat ceased, and his breath dwindled, his remaining consciousness fading into obscurity. As Su Shuai charged forward, Lin Yi had opened the spatial portal before him. He had never attempted to throw a living being into the portal before, but today was an opportune moment for experimentation. Upon Su Shuai's entry into the other dimension, Lin Yi projected his consciousness inside. Almost instantaneously, Su Shuai met his demise. All his bodily functions ceased, yet no luminous sphere appeared as it had previously. After waiting a minute, Lin Yi released Su Shuai's lifeless body. Simultaneously, a white orb manifested around him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Yi's mind. After absorbing Shun Rank's abilities, his overall capabilities had surged, and he had also gained significant resistance to cold. However, Su Shuai's powers were evidently different from Shun Rank's. What if absorbing his energy transformed him into a boar as well? Though apprehensive, the allure of becoming stronger was too enticing to resist. Ultimately, Lin Yi could not suppress his desire and extended his hand towards the glowing orb. An energy surged into Lin Yi's body, refining him while simultaneously enhancing his powers. Once the absorption was complete, Lin Yi examined his transformation. Apart from a notable increase in physical prowess, he found no traces of a pig's snout or ears. Only then did he truly relax. In reality, Lin Yi had merely absorbed the essence of the anomalous power, a pure energy devoid of any specific traits. The reason he felt an increase in cold resistance after absorbing Shun Rank's abilities was due to his physical attributes doubling, unrelated to the nature of Shun Rank's powers. Lin Yi collected the body from the ground, astonished to discover a hidden passage there, finally understanding why Su Shuai was aware of this place. The Doomsday fortress had originally belonged to him, and he was well acquainted with every configuration within it. Lin Yi continued his forward march, eager to ascertain the location of the exit while simultaneously sealing it off. What if someone were to enter here again in the future? At last, he arrived at the exit, now blanketed in snow, yet outside lay a snow cave, presumably excavated by Su Shuai upon his entrance. To avoid detection, Lin Yi utilized the snow within his spatial realm to barricade the entrance, also filling the passageway with snow. This would prevent outsiders from entering, while allowing him to exit by merely absorbing the snow with his abilities. In the living room, several women surrounded Jiang Shuyan on the sofa. Her injuries were grave. Her abdomen had been pierced by Su Shuai's fangs, resulting in significant blood loss. Luo Ziki had temporarily bandaged her wounds to prevent excessive bleeding. Yet they still needed to find a doctor to stitch her up. None of the women possessed the requisite skills, leaving them helplessly watching Lin Yi. Observing Jiang Shuyan's pallid complexion, Lin Yi felt a surge of anguish. She was the first woman he had acknowledged in this post-apocalyptic world, holding a unique significance for him. He could not allow anything to happen to her. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled Jiang Shuyan's former confidant, Li Kuo, a surgeon residing in Haijing City. Jiang Shuyan had previously been in contact with her, and if his memory served him right, she lived in the western part of the city. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi hastily sent a message to Li Kuo using Jiang Shuyan's phone, unaware of her current predicament. If she had already met with misfortune, he would need to devise another plan. Jiang Shuyan's condition could not be delayed. Reluctantly, he extracted Li Kuo's precise address from Jiang Shuyan. Although her residence was somewhat distant from the Shouchuan community, it was still relatively close. Lin Yi consulted the map, noting that the straight-line distance was merely 40 kilometers. If all went smoothly, he could make a round trip in just an hour. Should Li Kuo have already fallen victim, he would still have time to seek another doctor. However, given the prevailing atmosphere of fear, it was doubtful anyone would be willing to assist him. Even if he offered generous compensation, many would likely suspect it to be a trap laid by Lin Yi. Nonetheless, for Jiang Shuyan's sake, he felt compelled to try. He left some weapons at home, instructing Luo Ziki to safeguard the others, and with a final glance at Jiang Shuyan, departed the villa alone, driving towards Li Kuo's residence. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the community where Li Kuo resided. This was an upscale neighborhood, akin to Shouchuan community, featuring over 20 residential buildings. Li Kuo lived on the 13th floor of Building 18. Lin Yi boldly drove into the community. However, after 2 laps, he could not locate Building 18, as the building numbers were obscured by snow at the entrance of each unit. Lin Yi found himself perplexed by the towering structures. At that moment, a group of armed men emerged from a nearby building, encircling Lin Yi's vehicle in a fan formation. With no time to waste on these petty thugs, Lin Yi thought it prudent to inquire about directions. He opened the car door and stepped out. The men, upon seeing him exit the vehicle, felt a surge of confidence. If Lin Yi attempted to flee, they would have been at a loss. Yet, he had willingly walked into their midst. They could not help but scoff inwardly, questioning his intelligence for facing them unarmed. The leader, perplexed by Lin Yi's demeanor, was taken aback as Lin Yi politely asked, "Excuse me, could you direct me to Building 18? The leader, having robbed numerous individuals, was accustomed to instilling fear, yet this was the first time someone had approached him so courteously. Did this person truly lack awareness of the danger posed by the weapons surrounding him? A cruel smile crept across the leader's face as he retorted, "Kid, don't play dumb with me. You think I'll let you go just like that? I'm in a good mood today. Hand over your car, and I want to kill you." Lin Yi disregarded the man's threat and pressed on. "Do you know where Building 18 is?" Irritated by Lin Yi's persistence, the thug shouted, "I don't know." In the blink of an eye, a handgun materialized in Lin Yi's grasp, and he pulled the trigger, the bullet finding its mark in the thug's forehead. The expression of ferocity froze on the man's face as his body crumpled to the ground. "If you don't know where Building 18 is, I have no use for you. You waste my time." The remaining thugs, witnessing Lin Yi wielding a firearm, scattered in panic. With swift precision, Lin Yi unleashed a flurry of shots, dispatching those who dared to flee. Ultimately, only one individual remained, a young man in his 20s. Terrified by the sight of his fallen comrades, he dropped to his knees before Lin Yi, trembling. Lin Yi noted the puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him, quickly freezing in the frigid air. With Jiang Shuyan still in the villa, Lin Yi wished to waste no more time. He pressed the gun against the young man's head and demanded, "Where is Building 18? The young man, quaking, pointed a trembling finger toward the tall building behind Lin Yi. This was indeed Building 18. Lin Yi thanked him and waved his hand, causing his vehicle to vanish into his spatial realm. The kneeling man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was seeing things. Such a large vehicle had just disappeared into thin air. As Lin Yi walked away, the man rose, bitterness brewing within him as he stared at his frozen pants. Before he could curse Lin Yi, a bullet struck his forehead. Although he was merely an ordinary person, Lin Yi felt compelled to eliminate him. After all, he could not afford to leave a potential adversary alive. Adhering to the principle of live and let live, Lin Yi believed in eradicating threats before they could manifest. After resolving the situation with the thugs, he broke a window and entered Building 18. Inside, he found a vacant bedroom. The furniture and bed had long vanished, likely burned by the former occupants for warmth. In the living room, Lin Yi discovered signs of a recent fire, suggesting the previous residents had utilized their belongings for heat. Pushing open the door, he continued his search upstairs. The lower floors were nearly deserted, but upon reaching the 13th floor, he found the door ajar. A sense of foreboding gripped him. It was likely that Li Kuer had encountered trouble. Her striking beauty and coveted profession made her a target, especially in a time of escalating violence. With the temperatures plummeting, any untreated injury could prove fatal. Undeterred, Lin Yi pushed the door open, finding the interior similar to below, with much of the furniture charred. In the center of the living room lay some charcoal, still warm, indicating the fire had extinguished recently. Lin Yi discovered that the door was pried open from the outside, indicating that Li Kuer had likely been abducted. The motive behind her kidnapping was not mere lust. It was more likely that someone was in dire need of her assistance. Chapter 98. Rescuing Li Kuer. However, Lin Yi analyzed that the latter possibility was more substantial. He located Li Kuer's bedroom and, upon opening the door, was greeted by a refreshing fragrance that lingered in the air. Surprisingly, even after such a prolonged apocalypse, her room retained its delightful scent. Lin Yi glanced around and noticed the bed and vanity were still intact. Besides some cosmetics, he also found several packets of instant noodles in the wardrobe, presumably hidden by Li Kuer. He casually collected the noodles along with her clothes into his spatial pocket. Afterward, Lin Yi exited Li Kuer's home and continued his ascent up the stairs, seeking someone who might provide information about her whereabouts. Eventually, he encountered a household where the door was locked. Under the intimidation and allure of his food and firearms, the residents eventually opened the door. Inside lived a young couple in their 20s. When Lin Yi inquired about Li Ke, they responded, "Dr. Li is quite renowned in our community. Whenever any of us falls ill, she treats us for free. However, we truly do not know who took her." Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then asked, "What factions currently exist in your community? Which buildings do they occupy?" The young man perked up at this question. "There are 3 factions in our community, located in Building 10, Building 17, and Building 21. The people in Building 17 are the least numerous, with only a handful. However, yesterday there was a massive skirmish between those in Building 10 and those in Building 21, resulting in many casualties. It is said that everyone in Building 10 was wiped out." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi deduced that the individuals who had surrounded his vehicle must have emerged from Building 17, and he had already dispatched them. If the residents of Building 10 had also been exterminated, then the most suspicious party would be those in Building 21. Presumably, many among them sustained injuries during the battle with Building 10, prompting them to abduct Li Ke, the only doctor in the community. Lin Yi inquired about the name of their leader and learned that the head of Building 21 was Wang Tong. He left behind a box of food and departed. Since Wang Tong had abducted Li Ke to tend to wounds, it was likely that he would not harm her. Moreover, given the condition of Li Ke's room, she must have been taken only that very day. Arriving at Building 21, Lin Yi stealthily slipped through a window. At that moment, on the 17th floor, Wang Tong lounged on the sofa, his chest wrapped in bandages. A few others, all injured, were present in the room, and Li Ke was diligently tending to their wounds. However, the medical supplies in the kit were running low. She could only clean their injuries and wrap them in bandages. Naturally, she bore no goodwill towards those who had forcibly abducted her, and her willingness to bandage their wounds was already a testament to her mercy. After tending to the last injured individual, she attempted to leave, only to be obstructed by several people. "Wang Tong, eyeing Li Ke's graceful figure, leret missily. Our brother's wounds are still unhealed. Why the rush to leave? Besides, I have a little favor I need your assistance with." Li Ke felt a flicker of disgust at Wang Tong's grin, but was constrained by his control. She patiently inquired, "What favor?" Wang Tong approached her, cornering her against the wall, and said, "I have a bit of an itch down below. Can you scratch it for me, Dr. Li?" He burst into laughter, and the others joined in the raucous teasing. "Hurry up, Dr. Li, my boss is uncomfortable." Li Ke felt flames of fury surging within her, but outnumbered. She could only suppress her anger for the time being. Seeing this, Wang Tong seized her wrists and leaned in to kiss her. Just then, someone burst in from outside. Rushing to Wang Tong's side, "Boss, there is someone outside claiming to be looking for Li Ke, demanding we hand her over immediately or else." Wang Tong, upon hearing this, released Li Ke and slapped the newcomer hard across the face. "You can't handle just one person? What do you think I'm paying you for? Just chop him up and use him as rations." Before the man could respond, Lin Yi's voice boomed from outside. "Who are you planning to use as rations?" He then strode into the room. Wang Tong's eyes widened as he beheld the numerous bodies sprawled behind Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi had not used a firearm. Having undergone 2 enhancements, his strength and reflexes were now several times greater than those of an ordinary person. Even unarmed, he easily subdued the others. Seeing Li Ke unharmed eased a considerable weight off Lin Yi's shoulders. He then turned his attention to Wang Tong, unleashing his speed to its fullest. To the onlookers, he appeared as nothing more than a blur before he reached Wang Tong, delivering a powerful blow directly to his abdomen. The force sent Wang Tong flying several meters, crashing against the wall. Stunned, the others watched as Lin Yi's fist remained poised in the air. He then assumed a stance and addressed the fallen Wang Tong. "Can you withstand a punch from 20 years of training?" The onlookers were instantly intimidated by Lin Yi. Could he be the legendary urban master, or perhaps an ancient martial artist? For a moment, no one dared to make a move. Lin Yi approached Li Ke and said, "I am Jiang Xuyan's partner. She is injured and needs your help." Li Ke, upon hearing this, expressed concern. "She is hurt? How serious is it? Please take me to see her." Lin Yi nodded and grasped her hand, leading her outside. Her skin was smooth and delicate, yet her hand felt cold to the touch. Wang Tong lay unconscious from Lin Yi's strike, and the remaining individuals dared not impede their exit. The moment Lin Yi stepped out of the room, he suddenly found 3 grenades with their safety pins removed in his hand. An explosion echoed moments later, restoring silence to the room. Lin Yi led Li Ku'er downstairs, where the hallways and stairs were littered with the bodies of Wang Tong's subordinates. Lin Yi had fought his way up without firing a single shot, relying solely on his strength and speed. Although his special ability allowed for long-range sniping, close combat was equally crucial. Chapter 99, Types of Abilities. If enemies approach Lin Yi in the future, although he could use his spatial door for defense, it could only shield one side. If assailants came from all directions, he would be a loss. Thus, he must enhance his close combat skills to eliminate any weaknesses. Perhaps he could learn free combat techniques from Luo Ziki. Although free combat is merely a sport and many lethal moves are prohibited in the ring, it would still be far superior to being a novice. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi produced his vehicle without waiting for Li Ku'er's astonishment, promptly ushering her inside before driving towards the villa. Li Ku'er felt a twinge of doubt about Lin Yi's intentions, but she had no alternatives and could only follow him. After all, if Lin Yi could effortlessly dispatch Wang Tong and his crew, what could she, an ordinary and fragile woman, possibly do? The warmth emanating from the car's heater enveloped Li Ku'er, who, after spending so long outside, had nearly forgotten the sensation of warmth. Thus, she relished the opportunity to linger inside a little longer. As for Lin Yi's assertion regarding Jiang Xuyan's injury, she dismissed it, believing it merely a ruse crafted by Lin Yi to lure her in with flattery. It was only upon entering the villa and encountering several stunning women that her doubts began to dissipate. What manner of place was this? Each woman before her was more exquisite than the last. Though Li Ku'er held a strong sense of confidence in her own beauty, she couldn't fathom why Lin Yi, surrounded by such allure, would travel so far for her. After Lin Yi introduced Li Ku'er to the women, he guided her to Jiang Xuyan's room. Upon seeing Jiang Xuyan lying on the bed, barely clinging to life, all of Li Ku'er's skepticism vanished. She rushed forward to assess Jiang Xuyan's injuries. The pallor of Jiang Xuyan's face, drained of blood, was alarming. After a thorough examination, Li Ku'er turned to Lin Yi and declared, "Her injuries are severe. She requires surgery. But I lack the necessary tools and medications." Lin Yi recalled the myriad of instruments he had salvaged from the hospital, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of what was available, he had practically looted the entire hospital's equipment. Unexpectedly, it now proved invaluable. Li Ku'er provided him with a list, and Lin Yi swiftly gathered the required items from his unique space, even retrieving anesthetics and blood bags. With no time to inquire about the origins of these supplies, Li Ku'er commenced the surgery. Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziki to assist her while he departed with the other women. Over an hour later, Li Ku'er and Luo Ziki emerged, their faces weary but relieved. "It's done. I've sutured her wounds. With a month of rest, she will recover," Li Ku'er announced. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. Jiang Xuyan was safe, allowing him to contemplate how to address Li Ku'er. Deep down, Lin Yi hoped for Li Ku'er to stay. Her medical expertise was invaluable, not only for Jiang Xuyan, but potentially for himself in the future. Though he had stockpiled an abundance of medications and hospital equipment, he lacked a qualified doctor. Only Li Ku'er possessed the knowledge to utilize them. Moreover, her physical allure was undeniable, meeting all his desires. Thus, it would ultimately depend on her choice. Lin Yi expressed his wish for her to remain in order to care for Jiang Xuyan, assuring her he would not impose any demands and that her meals and safety would be guaranteed. Without hesitation, Li Ku'er agreed, for it was a request few could refuse. The environment here was far superior to the outside. It was not only warm, but also provided sustenance, alleviating her worries about hunger. Most importantly, her dear friend Jiang Xuyan was present. From Lin Yi's demeanor, Li Ku'er discerned his deep concern for Jiang Xuyan, thus ensuring her own safety as long as Jiang Xuyan remained. Lin Yi arranged for Li Ku'er to stay in a guest room on the second floor before checking on Jiang Xuyan. The effects of the anesthetic still rendered her in a deep slumber. Lin Yi gently kissed her forehead and quietly exited, knowing Lu Feier would alert him once Jiang Xuyan awakened. Alone in the attic, Lin Yi finally had the opportunity to analyze Su Shuai's abilities. If his suspicions were correct, Su Shuai was indeed an ability wielder, but his powers differed from Lin Yi's and Shenrang's. Su Shuai's transformation significantly augmented his strength and defense, allowing him to endure Lin Yi's barrage of ability-infused bullets with only minor injuries. In contrast, Shenrang's ice abilities, akin to those of an elemental mage, left him physically frail, easily dispatched by Lin Yi's gunfire. Yet Lin Yi pondered whether he classified as an elemental ability wielder or one who enhanced physical prowess. He quickly ruled out the latter. While his strength and speed exceeded those of ordinary humans, they fell short of Su Shuai's extraordinary capabilities. Elemental abilities also seemed an ill fit. Thus, he reluctantly categorized himself as a special type of ability wielder, one whose powers were enigmatic and whose combat effectiveness fluctuated. Without his firearms, he doubted he could have vanquished Shenrang. Similarly, he found himself outmatched by Su Shuai. Nonetheless, given the chance to choose again, Lin Yi would still opt for spatial abilities, as they proved exceedingly beneficial during the apocalypse, providing a means to store his supplies. With these thoughts crystallized, he felt an urgent need to discover whether other types of ability wielders existed. If he could gather them and forge a formidable army, who could stand against them? Yet, he pondered the ratio of ability wielders to ordinary humans. If the latter were few, it would be manageable. If too many, the world would face upheaval. Chapter 100. The mysterious force. After all, it was improbable that all those in power were ability wielders. Once ordinary humans acquired formidable strength, would they still willingly obey the commands of others? Others might be oblivious, but Lin Yi certainly was not. Taking out his phone, he noted the date. Nearly 2 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. During this time, humanity had suffered immensely, with at least 50% perishing from cold and hunger, while 40% were killed by their own kind in conflicts. However, Lin Yi held no moral high ground to condemn them. He believed that, had he been in their position, he would have made similar choices. He considered himself fortunate to have been granted a second chance by fate and vowed to seize it, striving to grow stronger and protect the women around him. That night, Lin Yi kept vigil alone in the attic. Since Su Shuai's attack on the villa, it had become his custom to stand watch. Equipped with infrared sensors and thermal imaging, he could monitor the surroundings even in darkness. Additionally, an alarm system was ready to alert everyone of any danger. While observing the perimeter through binoculars, he heard the distinct sound of high heels behind him. Each of his women possessed unique traits, and having spent considerable time with them, he recognized their individual scents. The newcomer was Yang, the only one who favored high heels in the villa, perhaps a habit from her career as a star, always conscious of her poise. Carrying a tray adorned with 2 small dishes and a bottle of red wine, Yang set the items down on the table before taking a seat beside Lin Yi. Crossing her legs, clad in a cheongsam that hugged her figure to the thigh, she exuded an alluring presence, one long leg exposed to view. Yang remained silent, quietly pouring a glass of red wine for Lin Yi. Lin Yi set down his binoculars, his gaze fixed intently on Yang. It must be said that this woman truly knew how to wield her resources. The night passed serenely. Yang had kept Lin Yi company in the attic until she finally succumbed to sleep around 4 or 5 in the morning. Jiang Shuyan was already awake. Wally Cooter was in her room, feeding her. Lin Yi comforted her for a while before summoning Luo Ziki. He intended to venture out today to gather supplies, taking advantage of the plentiful resources available outside. Although they had sufficient food and drink, fuel remained a significant issue. The consumption of fuel in the villa was alarmingly rapid, primarily due to the low outdoor temperatures necessitating substantial heating. Moreover, Lin Yi sought to find additional weapons. Ideally, he wanted to locate a military base, as it would likely contain a considerable stockpile of arms. Even if the military had retreated, it was improbable that they had taken all their weapons with them. Upon his departure, the only remaining combat strength here would be Luo Ziki, whose marksmanship had improved considerably after days of training. Hitting a stationary target within several hundred meters was no longer a challenge for her. Lin Yi had initially hoped to provide further training for Jiang Shuyan, given her background as a former police officer with firearms training. However, her injury had yet to heal, so that endeavor would have to wait. Lin Yi drove straight to a nearby gas station. Upon arrival, he repeated his previous actions, deploying his excavator once more. With the assistance of this formidable machine and his unique abilities, Lin Yi swiftly cleared the snow that had accumulated atop the gas station. He then commenced his fuel extraction endeavor, ensuring that he did not overlook the food and supplies within the station, all of which he collected into his dimensional space. After a busy morning, Lin Yi finally drained all the fuel from the site. The gas station yielded an impressive total of over 70 tons of fuel. Consulting his map, he noted a large gas station approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away, deciding to abandon the smaller stations due to their insufficient fuel reserves relative to the effort required. As Lin Yi resumed his journey, he noticed a group of individuals excavating snow near the gas station from a distance. Accompanying them were over 10 armed guards, vigilant in their watch. Given the distance, the guards had yet to spot Lin Yi. His enhanced vision, a result of his abilities, afforded him a clarity beyond that of an average person. Lin Yi parked his vehicle and took out his binoculars to observe further. There were over 50 individuals, all armed, with several large trucks nearby, which appeared to be military vehicles. Could they be soldiers from Longhua? Lin Yi pondered silently. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that while their equipment seemed somewhat official, their demeanor lacked the discipline of true soldiers, exuding more of a bandit-like aura. Lin Yi felt a twinge of concern. The sheer number of personnel in their fuel extraction team indicated the magnitude of their power. He stowed his vehicle, retrieved a backpack, packed some of the food he had just collected, and armed himself with a pistol, loading it fully before securing it at his waist. Tightening his coat against the biting wind, Lin Yi headed toward the gas station. Intent on gathering information about the presence of such factions in Haijing City to avoid future complications. As he approached within 300 meters of the gas station, he was finally noticed by the guards. A man clad in a military coat raised his weapon and called out, "Halt! What are you doing?" Lin Yi responded, but turned to leave, only to be halted by the man. The man approached with several others, initiating an interrogation. Lin Yi claimed to be a resident of Sichuan community, explaining that he had run out of food and had no choice but to venture out. The man, seeing Lin Yi's disheveled appearance, reluctantly accepted his story but ordered a search. After confiscating Lin Yi's weapon and backpack, the man surprisingly did not inquire about the origins of the gun, rendering Lin Yi's prepared deception unnecessary. The man then asked Lin Yi, "Would you like to join us? By joining our Tianshan camp, you will no longer have to wander aimlessly. We not only have food, but if you perform well and become a squad leader, you might even be allotted a woman." Lin Yi's heart sank. It became evident that they were not an official military force, but rather a band of marauders, likely having pilfered military vehicles and weapons. He wondered about the fate of the soldiers who had been stationed at the base. Had they evacuated or succumbed to the elements? Lin Yi held a deep respect for soldiers. Without their sacrifices to protect the nation, he would not have grown up in safety. To gather more intelligence, Lin Yi feigned hesitation before ultimately agreeing to join. The man returned Lin Yi's backpack, but confiscated his firearm, which Lin Yi did not mind, as he had plenty of weapons at his disposal. Peering into the pit, he observed 30 to 40 individuals digging snow, having already excavated over 10 meters. With approximately 10 more meters to go, they would likely reach the gas station soon. Lin Yi found a warm spot to wait. There were 6 or 7 military green trucks, presumably for transporting fuel, left idling to prevent freezing in the cold. Lin Yi casually selected one and took a seat in the passenger seat. The driver, already seated, did not object to his presence. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi pretended to rummage through his bag and produced an unopened pack of cigarettes, offering it to the driver. The driver, astonished, accepted the gift. With a look of delight, Lin Yi inquired, "How many people are there in Tianshan camp?" The driver, having not smoked in nearly 2 months, lit a cigarette and shared everything he knew with Lin Yi, reasoning that since Lin Yi had joined the camp, revealing information was not a breach of trust. Through the driver's account, Lin Yi learned about the origins of Tianshan camp. Its leader, Lei Ming, had formed a group shortly after the apocalypse began, seizing control of the military base in Haijing City. The soldiers had received advance notice to evacuate but had left in a hurry, abandoning a vast arsenal of weaponry. Lei Ming faced no resistance and easily took control of the entire military installation. Subsequently, he began aggressively recruiting members, and now the camp boasted at least 2,000 individuals, all young and vigorous. The driver also revealed in a hushed tone that there was a group of individuals within the camp possessing superhuman abilities, with Lei Ming being the strongest among them, rumored to be capable of releasing high-voltage lightning that could incinerate a person in an instant. The mention of superpowers stirred something within Lin Yi. The superpowers the driver referred to were likely akin to his own abilities, and it appeared that Tianshun camp housed a considerable number of such individuals. Lin Yi felt a flicker of unease within him. Given his current strength, a lone ability user should not pose a challenge. However, if two were to confront him simultaneously, without the protection of shelter, the outcome could easily be uncertain. Furthermore, the adversaries also boasted an army of over 2,000 armed soldiers, who were certainly not to be underestimated and could create significant trouble for Lin Yi if they charged together. After gathering intelligence on the Tianshun camp, Lin Yi inquired about other factions within Haijing City. The driver, having accepted Lin Yi's generous offer, divulged everything he knew. From the driver, Lin Yi learned that, aside from the Tianshun camp, 3 other major factions had rapidly risen after the apocalypse: the Lai Huijiao, Tianjin Hui, and Zhan Xinbang. The leader of the Lai Huijiao was a fiery woman named Hualing, known for her explosive temper and flame abilities, though she was the weakest among the 4 factions. The president of Tianjin Hui was Jin Ao, whose powers involved controlling all metals within a certain range, somewhat akin to the character Magneto from films, though he was notably stronger. The leader of Zhan Xinbang was named Xing Tian, a name he had chosen for himself, with no one knowing his true name. His powers were unlike anyone else's. He neither breathed fire nor controlled objects. Yet, he was the most formidable of the 4, possessing unmatched physical prowess, speed, and defense. Although he lacked long-range attacks, no one dared to underestimate him, as anyone who fell victim to his close-quarters combat had little hope of survival against him. While Xing Tian's individual strength was unparalleled, the Tianshun camp currently held the advantage in group battles, having initially secured a military camp and seized a vast amount of firearms and ammunition, resources that the other 3 factions could not compare with. After Lin Yi grasped the situation, he fell silent. 2 hours later, the workers below finally cleared the fuel station. However, their method of collecting the oil was considerably slower than Lin Yi's, as they could only fill barrels and haul them up with ropes. Naturally, they also collected all the food and beverages available at the station, as these snacks were scarce resources in the apocalypse, often more precious than weapons. After 3 additional hours of collecting fuel, they had finally filled all the military vehicles, though the station still had considerable stock remaining that could not be transported at that moment. The man who had earlier invited Lin Yi to join instructed his team to cover the site slightly, promising to return for the next collection. As dusk approached, all personnel boarded the vehicles, and several military trucks began their slow journey toward the Tianshun camp. Due to the heavy fuel load, the vehicles could not travel quickly, taking over 2 hours to reach the foot of a mountain. There a checkpoint awaited, with a small house behind it where 3 or 4 individuals were warming themselves. After a thorough inspection, the vehicles were allowed to pass and continued uphill. Chapter 102. Reunion with Su Mo. The camp was situated halfway up the mountain. Although the upper slopes were blanketed in snow, this area appeared remarkably clean, clearly having been tidied up. The encampment consisted of 7 or 8 buildings and 2 large squares, all enclosed by a perimeter wall. Every 100 meters along the wall, a sentry post stood watch. Once Lin Yi disembarked, he followed the man who had brought him to report to their captain. Lin Yi was ushered into an office where a middle-aged man sat behind a desk. Sunda, the captain of the 4th Brigade. The man who had escorted Lin Yi knocked respectfully on the door, and upon receiving a response from Sunda, he led Lin Yi inside. "Captain, this is Lin Fan, who has just joined our camp today." The man had inquired about Lin Yi's name during their journey, and not wishing to reveal his true identity, Lin Yi had fabricated a name. After all, there was no one to verify what he chose to call himself. Sunda looked up at Lin Yi, who hurriedly approached and discreetly handed 2 packs of cigarettes to him. Sunda smiled slightly, patting Lin Yi's shoulder and saying, "You're a clever young man with a promising future." He then instructed the man to take Lin Yi directly to their brigade. The dormitory of the 4th Brigade contained 8 bunk beds, already occupied by 5 individuals. The man who had accompanied Lin Yi was Zhao Chunsheng, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the 4th Brigade, under whom Lin Yi would now serve. After Zhao Chunsheng shared some essential guidelines, he departed. The others in the dormitory were busy with their own tasks, and seeing this, Lin Yi decided against engaging in conversation, opting instead to lie down on his bed to prepare for any future conflicts. As he rested, a bell rang in the dormitory, which Zhao Chunsheng had informed him indicated dinner time. Upon hearing the bell, everyone formed a line and exited. Lin Yi hurriedly followed suit. Outside the dormitory, a large crowd had gathered in the corridor. Lin Yi moved with the throng, traversing 2 long hallways before catching the enticing aroma of food. A few minutes later, he finally entered the cafeteria with the flow of people. The space was vast, featuring 7 or 8 serving windows, each with dozens of individuals queuing. Lin Yi casually chose one and took his place at the end of the line. After waiting for over 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. He received a steamed bun and a serving of stir-fry greens. This was their meal. Although these offerings were hardly better than pig feed compared to Lin Yi's standards, they were considered a rare delicacy for those outside who struggled for sustenance. Finding a table, Lin Yi set down his tray and began to eat with chopsticks. As he lifted a piece of greens to his mouth, he nearly gagged at the taste, which seemed devoid of salt and any oil. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he bore through the discomfort and continued to eat. Just as he focused on his meal, a group of 6 men and 1 woman entered the cafeteria. Judging by their demeanor and appearance, they were far superior to the ordinary individuals surrounding Lin Yi. These individuals were likely the ability users from the Tianxin camp. Suddenly, Lin Yi spotted a familiar face among them. It was Su Mo, the very person who had assisted him in registering goods before the apocalypse. Lin Yi had given him 200,000 for his mother's surgery, and he wondered how her condition had fared. To Lin Yi's surprise, Su Mo had joined the Tianxin camp and even awakened his own abilities. Indeed, the world was quite small. Although Lin Yi recognized Su Mo, the latter did not see him amidst the crowd, and Lin Yi had no intention of approaching to acknowledge him. The group settled into a more favorable section of the cafeteria, where the tables and environment were notably better than Lin Yi's. They did not even need to queue for food. As soon as they sat down, several servers arrived with their meals. Naturally, their food was far more elaborate than a simple serving of greens. Lin Yi discreetly observed their meal, 4 dishes and a soup, consisting of both meat and vegetables, and even fresh fruit and milk. It was well known that fruit was a prized commodity in the apocalypse, while meat and vegetables could be preserved with freezing and reheating. But fruit could not. After finishing their meal, the group exited the cafeteria. Lin Yi quickly stuffed the last bite of his bun into his mouth, and then followed the crowd back to the dormitory. Upon returning, there were no planned activities, so Lin Yi lay down and fell asleep. The following morning, the wake-up call echoed through the air, prompting Lin Yi to rise and make his way to the dining hall for breakfast. The morning meal was even simpler than dinner, consisting solely of a bowl of plain rice porridge, devoid of any pickled vegetables. After finishing his breakfast, the urgent assembly bell rang outside, and members from various teams gathered to collect their firearms from the ammunition depot before proceeding to the square. The Tianxin camp comprised 12 teams, each divided into 5 squads, with each squad typically consisting of 20 individuals, culminating in a total of 1,200 personnel, excluding the logistical staff. Lin Yi located his team and stood among the crowd. It was then that he finally encountered the fabled leader of the Tianxin camp, Lei Ming. Prior to seeing him, Lin Yi had envisioned Lei Ming as a strikingly handsome and capable young man. However, the reality revealed him to be a short and stout figure akin to a potato, resembling a sentient gas canister. Behind Lei Ming stood several supernatural beings, including Su Mo, whom Lin Yi had seen in the dining hall the previous day. Once everyone had gathered, at Lei Ming's command, 8 of the teams began their march towards the garage, while 4 remained to guard the camp. Lin Yi discreetly approached team leader Sunda, inquiring, "Captain, where are we headed?" Sunda, being considerate of the newcomer who had just joined their ranks, was inclined to share information with him, particularly due to the 2 packs of cigarettes he had received the previous day. It was no secret. He divulged that the leader had ordered a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Lai Huojiao. Alongside them, Those with supernatural abilities would also join the assault. Lin Yi felt a sense of melancholy at the thought of attacking the Lai Huojiao. Indeed, where there are people, there will be conflict. Although Lei Ming held a significant position as a leader, those capable of remaining peaceable were truly rare. As Lin Yi conversed with Sunda, half of the personnel from various teams had already boarded the military vehicles. Observing this, Lin Yi hurriedly climbed into a vehicle. Once all personnel were aboard, the convoy began its descent down the mountain. The heavy snowfall outside hindered their speed, and after several hours, the troops finally halted in an open area. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Lin Yi began to survey his surroundings. This location was situated in the outskirts of Haijing City, with a distant oil refinery billowing thick smoke. Lin Yi surmised that this must be the headquarters of the Lai Huojiao. The woman known as Huo Ling certainly had a knack for selecting locations. The oil refinery ranked high among the warmest places, and it produced an abundance of fuel daily, which could now be likened to liquid gold. No wonder Lei Ming had set his sights on her. As several teams disembarked, under the guidance of their leaders, they cautiously approached the refinery. Lin Yi nestled among the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to act. Should a confrontation arise, he hoped to find a chance to infiltrate and seize the fuel within. Just as they neared within 200 meters of the refinery, a gunshot rang out from within, followed by a hail of bullets directed at them. Lin Yi erected a spatial barrier before him to shield against the incoming projectiles, gradually maneuvering towards the edge of the group. These skirmishes were merely minor altercations. The real battle lay in the conflicts among the supernatural beings. As anticipated, after a 10-minute exchange of fire, a burst of flames erupted from the refinery, hurtling towards Lei Ming and the others. A middle-aged man stepped forward from behind Lei Ming, clasping his hands together in front of his chest. An invisible ripple emanated from him, coalescing into a transparent shield before the group. Upon contact with the flames, the shield detonated, flickering momentarily before absorbing the entirety of the attack. By this time, injuries had already begun to mount among the personnel. The imposing wall surrounding the refinery provided a strategic advantage to those inside, effectively suppressing the soldiers of the Tianshan camp. At this juncture, several supernatural beings from the Tianshan camp finally made their move. Lei Ming surged ahead, enveloped in crackling lightning. Bullets were deflected away from him by the electrical force surrounding his body. The remaining members also unleashed their powers, dazzling the onlookers with a kaleidoscope of abilities. Su Mo's power appeared to be beast transformation, reminiscent of the earlier Su Shuai. With a swift transformation, Su Mo morphed into a towering 5-meter-tall bear. His claws razor-sharp, letting out a mighty roar, he charged towards the refinery, effortlessly deflecting ordinary bullets as if they were mere irritants. As the group approached the refinery, several figures leapt out from within. Both parties quickly found their adversaries. The most captivating duel unfolded between Lei Ming and a strikingly beautiful woman. Lei Ming, radiating with electric energy, moved like a reincarnation of the thunder god, capable of unleashing powerful bolts of lightning with every gesture. Conversely, the woman before him transformed into a massive inferno. Even from a distance, Lin Yi could feel waves of heat emanating from her. The snow on the ground rapidly melted under the intensity of her flames, indicating the extreme temperatures at the core of the fire. Lin Yi speculated that this woman was indeed Huo Ling, the leader of the Lai Huojiao, uncertain whether her name was genuine or self-assumed like Xing Tian. Lei Ming, we have always maintained a policy of non-interference. Why do you suddenly choose to launch a surprise attack today? Huo Ling's fiery temperament was matched by her melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark. Huh, are you truly unaware of my intentions? If you were to join me, our powers would merge, and together we could eradicate the other two factions. Haijing City would then be ours, with the potential to conquer the entire province, perhaps even the nation. Huo Ling regarded Lei Ming's ambitious vision with a hint of disdain, retorting, "What a daydreamer. Perhaps you should take a moment to assess your own worth." A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Fury ignited within Lei Ming. The term toad was his greatest insult. Huo Ling's words struck a nerve, and he ceased to mince words, fully aware that she would not be swayed by mere rhetoric. This was a decisive moment. Should the Tianjin Society and the War God Gang seize the opportunity to attack his stronghold, he would be left with nothing but despair. Thus, This battle required swift resolution. With a powerful stomp, Lei Ming propelled himself into the air, his body surrounded by a bouquet of lightning that cascaded towards Hualing. Unfazed by Lei Ming's onslaught, Hualing's flames roiled around her, sending fiery serpents spiraling towards him. As the two engaged in their fierce struggle, Lin Yi discreetly slipped away from the battlefield. The guards were exceedingly lax. Nearly all combat capabilities had been redirected to the front line. With a nimble leap, Lin Yi scaled the wall. Two guards stood watch atop the wall, but they barely had time to react before Lin Yi incapacitated them. After neutralizing the guards, he descended from the wall and found an entrance, stepping into the depths of the refinery. Upon entering, Lin Yi was greeted by a wave of warmth. The temperature within was significantly higher, likely exceeding 10 degrees Celsius. Though not excessively warm, it felt like paradise compared to the frigid conditions outside. After traversing through two large doors, Lin Yi finally arrived at the heart of the refinery, where numerous unfamiliar machines were installed. Lin Yi traversed the premises several times without locating the fuel storage area. In desperation, he seized an individual and, after ascertaining the location of the fuel tank, rendered him unconscious, discarding him aside. He then proceeded towards the chamber housing the fuel tanks. Upon pushing open the warehouse door, gunfire erupted instantaneously. Fortunately, Lin Yi had exercised caution by opening the portal to his spatial realm in advance, effectively absorbing all the bullets fired. The two guards within the warehouse exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to how Lin Yi could disregard their gunfire. However, he afforded them little time for contemplation and swiftly reflected the absorbed bullets back at them. Both guards fell to the ground, struck by the projectiles, as Lin Yi quickly began inspecting the fuel within the warehouse. Unfortunately, the fuel tanks were situated underground, rendering it impossible for him to extract them directly. Utilizing a fuel pump would consume too much time, and given the rapidly changing situation outside, he could not afford to linger. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind as he gazed at the underground fuel tanks. He pressed himself against the fuel pipe and opened his spatial door within the confines of the tank. With a square-meter opening, he could swiftly absorb all the fuel. Indeed, the fuel surged into Lin Yi's spatial realm like a whale consuming water. He designated a specific area within the spatial realm to store this fuel. Within 2 minutes, the tank was drained, leaving only a thin layer at the bottom. Lin even advanced towards the second fuel tank. After diligently working for over 10 minutes, he had successfully absorbed the fuel from 5 tanks into his spatial realm. Observing the ample supply of fuel, a sense of security enveloped him. With his fuel, he could temporarily set aside concerns regarding energy. The battle outside raged on as Lin Yi retraced his steps out of the refinery. While there remained some crude oil, it was unrefined and of no use to him. Scaling the wall, Lin Yi donned a white cloak and sprinted into the distance. Having witnessed the capabilities of the Tianshan camp and the Laihua sect, and having acquired a substantial amount of fuel, he found little reason to linger. Shortly after his departure, a violent explosion rocked the refinery, accompanied by the anguished cries of numerous individuals. His objective was the arms left behind, and with the Tianshan camp now vulnerable, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to scavenge. Peering through binoculars, Lin Yi observed that the number of guards had not diminished. Rather, their defenses had intensified. This was understandable, as most of the elite forces had vacated the premises, prompting a bolstered defensive posture among the remaining personnel. Lin Yi affixed a silencer to his firearm, stealthily approaching an unguarded section of the wall. With a firm push of his right foot against the wall, he vaulting over it. Although he had infiltrated the area the previous day, his movements had been confined to the dormitory and cafeteria. He had not ventured elsewhere, and thus remained unaware of the arms storage locations. Circling within the compound, he eliminated patrolling guards with his silenced pistol, disposing of their bodies within his spatial realm. After half an hour of searching, he finally pinpointed his target within a standalone warehouse. 4 guards were stationed at the entrance in a seemingly lackadaisical manner, indicating a lax security presence, likely due to their underestimation of a potential raid. Muted gunshots rang out, and the 4 guards collapsed simultaneously. Emerging from the shadows, Lin Yi collected their bodies into his spatial realm. The warehouse door was secured with a padlock, which Lin Yi forcefully dismantled with a gunshot the lock fell away. He cautiously opened the warehouse door, just enough to slip inside, and secured it behind him. Donning a headlamp, Lin Yi was astounded by the spectacle before him. The expansive warehouse, over 1,000 square meters, was filled with an array of weaponry. In addition to numerous submachine guns and grenades, several rocket launchers were present, alongside more than 20 crates filled with artillery shells, over 100 rounds in total. Furthermore, there were more than 20 cannons and 4 tanks. Although he found the cannons appealing, the tanks were less practical, their weight rendering them immobile on the icy ground. Still, having them was better than not. He could position them around his villa, utilizing their defensive capabilities while also employing them as weapons. In a corner, Lin Yi discovered 3 Barrett sniper rifles, which brought him greater joy than the artillery. Having relied on standard sniper rifles, their power was somewhat limited despite his enhancements. However, possessing these rifles would change everything. Had he had one of these rifles during his previous encounter with Su Shuai, he could have incapacitated him with a single shot. Lin Yi commenced his work, absorbing all weaponry within a 10-meter radius into his spatial realm. After circling the warehouse, he successfully emptied its contents. Elated by his considerable haul of fuel and arms, Lin Yi hummed a tune as he exited the warehouse. Upon pushing open the door, he was confronted by a gathering of 30 to 40 individuals, their weapons aimed at him. As the manager at the back commanded the others to fire, Lin Yi swiftly opened his spatial portal in front of him, absorbing the incoming bullets. He then redirected the gunfire, releasing the projectiles back into the fray. Almost simultaneously, the 30 soldiers present fell to the ground, felled by the reflected bullets. Stealthily, Lin Yi exited the warehouse as more soldiers arrived, drawn by the sound of gunfire. Not wishing to engage further, he bolted away. After numerous enhancements, his speed was extraordinary, far surpassing that of these ordinary individuals. He continued unabated, scaling the wall and unleashing his off-road vehicle, racing towards the villa. Upon entering, several women surrounded him. Without Lin Yi, they felt a void, as if the backbone of their home was missing, causing them to be somewhat distracted in their tasks. After reassuring them, Lin Yi ascended to the second floor to check on Jiang Shuyan's injuries, finding Li Ku'er keeping her company. Thanks to rest and the various supplements Lin Yi had provided, Jiang Shuyan had made significant recovery, her complexion now rosy. As for other matters, they were scarcely worth considering. Meanwhile, within the Lai Hua sect, Hualing wiped the blood from her lips. In a one-on-one confrontation, she was no match for Lei Ming. She had previously absorbed the energy of 3 ability users, while he had absorbed the powers of at least 5. Lei Ming repelled an approaching rescuer with a punch. Laughing maniacally as he addressed Hualing, "I offer you 2 choices. Either you relinquish half of your fuel to me, or I will annihilate you all here and seize your entire fuel supply." If he opted for total extermination, while he might survive, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Should Xing Tian and Jin Ao Tian seize the opportunity to strike, he would suffer a considerable loss. Thus, he intended to take a step back, allowing the other party a chance to save face while securing some advantage for himself. Hualing observed the battlefield beside her. Although her subordinates, the extraordinary individuals under her command, had yet to suffer casualties, the ordinary soldiers had endured grievous losses, with 1/3 of them perished. Hualing sighed. To preserve her strength, she was compelled to suppress her frustrations for the time being. "Very well, I concede. You shall receive half of the fuel, but immediately order your men to stand down." Upon receiving Hualing's response, Lei Ming also exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated Hualing to be such a formidable adversary. He initially believed it would be effortless to conquer the Li Hua sect. Yet after a prolonged skirmish, he too had incurred significant losses. Should the fighting persist, even if victory were to be his, it would be a Pyrrhic one. Soon, both parties halted their hostilities, and the soldiers of the Tianshan encampment began to retreat slowly under the command of their respective captains. Lei Ming, accompanied by several of his extraordinary subordinates, entered the oil refinery. Upon arriving at the storage facility for the fuel, Hualing ordered her men to extract the fuel from the barrels. However, after some time had passed, they discovered that the barrels, once brimming with fuel, were inexplicably empty. Hualing was taken aback. She had checked the fuel levels earlier that morning, and it had indeed been present. Yet now, each tank contained barely a fraction of what it once held. Less than 1/10. The only plausible explanation was that someone had seized the fuel amidst the chaos. However, Lei Ming was evidently skeptical of this assertion. It was not a matter of merely 10 or 20 gene of fuel, but several large tanks, each capable of holding hundreds of tons. Who could stealthily abscond with such a substantial quantity of fuel? It was clear that Huoling had no intention of honoring their agreement and had ordered the fuel to be moved in advance. A look of suspicion crossed Lei Ming's face, and the extraordinary individuals behind him were poised for action. In the face of their aggressive demeanor, the extraordinary members of the Li Hui sect were equally unyielding, revealing their own abilities. The atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Lei Ming's phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon answering, he was met with a panicked voice. "Boss, trouble. We have an insider. All the arms from our storage have been stolen." "What?" Lei Ming's expression shifted to one of alarm. Such a vast arsenal, including heavy weaponry and even a few tanks, could not have simply vanished. The voice on the other end hesitated. "When I entered the storage, I found everything had disappeared." There was uncertainty in their tone. Could it be that someone possessed a special ability capable of transporting items, akin to the storage rings in fantasy novels? Upon hearing this, Lei Ming swiftly connected the dots. Such a significant cache of arms could not simply evaporate. Coupled with the incident at the oil refinery, he surmised that while he and Huoling were engaged in battle outside, an intruder had stealthily infiltrated, stealing all the fuel, then hastily returned to his own encampment to loot the armory. Whoever had accomplished this undoubtedly possessed the ability to store items. Lei Ming seethed with resentment. While he fought valiantly outside, someone had brazenly pilfered from both their camps without lifting a finger. Huoling, upon hearing of the theft from Lei Ming's armory, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. This man had intended to raid her, only to find himself outmaneuvered, losing his own stronghold in the process. Although the refined fuel had been stolen, Huoling did not despair excessively. There was still ample crude oil in the refinery, and it would not be long before she could refine it into new fuel. At the very least, it would suffice for her camp's daily usage. This grand expedition had yielded nothing but losses, and now even the arms she relied upon had been stolen. The thought ignited a fire of anger within her. Lei Ming commanded a short-haired woman behind him, "Immediately investigate the whereabouts of that thief. We must unearth him, no matter the effort." The acquisition of that armory was entirely due to her efforts. Yi Zhiqiu closed her eyes and placed her hands over her chest. The next moment, her tightly shut eyes burst open, radiating a golden light. Lin Yi believed he had executed his plan flawlessly. Without surveillance, no one could trace his actions. Yet, he did not anticipate that the Tiantian encampment harbored such extraordinary individuals. Merely deploying their abilities once had rendered his illicit actions, including his hiding place, crystal clear. After marking Lin Yi's location on the map, Lei Ming, upon viewing the coordinates, commanded his troops to redirect towards Lin Yi's villa. He would not rest until Lin Yi was captured and made to pay for his transgressions. As Lei Ming's forces approached Lin Yi's villa, Lin Yi had already extracted all the artillery from his spatial dimension. He had preemptively stored these shells within the extraordinary space, and, at his mental command, he could unleash them at any moment. Alone, he could rival an entire army. Determined, Lin Yi retrieved all the weapons from the extraordinary space and distributed them among the women, instructing them to fire at him, including Liqueur. Luo Ziki, holding a rocket launcher, was somewhat bewildered. Had Lin Yi returned from his outing unhinged? Who would willingly invite their own demise? Only after Lin Yi elucidated his extraordinary ability did the women feel at ease. Luo Ziki was the first to fire. A rocket shot forth from her position towards Lin Yi, only to vanish abruptly when it came within a meter of him. Seeing this, the others followed suit, releasing a barrage towards Lin Yi. Once all the shells were collected, Lin Yi, still unsated, decided to also retrieve the shells from the tanks into his extraordinary space. After securing the ammunition, he arranged the 4 tanks in a row before the villa. Devoid of shells, the tank's thick armor could still serve a purpose as a makeshift barrier, capable of withstanding a volley of fire. Just as Lin Yi completed this makeshift wall, he heard Luo Zishan calling from the loft. "Yi-ge, many vehicles are approaching our villa from a distance." Today was Luo Zishan's watch. Despite her playful nature, she understood the importance of spotting enemies early. Hence, she remained vigilant during her watch. Upon spotting numerous vehicles 10 kilometers away through her binoculars, she immediately alerted Lin Yi via intercom. Upon hearing her call, Lin Yi swiftly entered the house, firmly locking the door and reinforcing it with 2 additional locks. Ascending to the loft, he seized the binoculars from the table. These vehicles looked familiar. Wait, aren't they from the Tiantian encampment? Did they realize it was he who had stolen their arms and come to his home? While Lin Yi was curious about how they had tracked him down, excitement surged within him. Just after storing such a large cache of ammunition in his extraordinary space, it seemed he would soon have the opportunity to deploy it. Lin Yi instructed Luo Zishan to move everyone to the basement, keeping only Luo Ziki at his side. Assessing the distance between the 2 parties, he estimated it to be about 7 or 8 kilometers. Lin Yi retrieved a Barrett from his extraordinary space and equipped it with an 8-power scope. Opening the shooting aperture in the window, he aimed at the foremost vehicle. Seeing this, Luo Ziki hastily grabbed a nearby pair of binoculars to peer into the distance. At the sound of a gunshot, the driver of the military vehicle at the forefront was instantly torn apart, reduced to a mist of blood, causing the entire vehicle to overturn. Lin Yi was astonished that his shot could reach such a distance with formidable power. Beside him, Luo Ziki stood in disbelief. A headshot from 7 to 8 kilometers away could surely earn a gold medal at the Olympics, and perhaps even a place in the annals of human history. Following the ambush, Lei Ming quickly organized his team into a combat formation, using the military vehicle as cover to shield his comrades. Several observers used binoculars to search for the sniper's position, but after a prolonged examination, they detected no reflective objects nearby. Just as they continued their scrutiny, another bullet suddenly appeared. Despite their concealment, some parts of their bodies remained exposed. A young man, driven by curiosity, peered out from the crevice of the vehicle, only for that glance to become the final moment of his life. A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, obliterating his head and spraying blood from his neck. The gruesome sight left his comrades nearby in shock, with some feeling warmth pooling in their pants. An observer approached Lei Ming, stating, "Boss, the bullet came from directly in front of us, but there are no structures in that direction. It's unclear where the shooter is hiding." Lei Ming furrowed his brow. No structures? How could that be? Could he be concealed beneath a snowbank? Skeptical, Lei Ming stepped boldly out from behind cover, confident in his abilities, even if facing a sniper. He believed he could withstand the attack. The instant he emerged, a bullet soared towards him. As he faced it, a sense of danger washed over him. Lei Ming was intimately familiar with firearms and had endured numerous bullets thanks to his extraordinary powers. Yet, regardless of the weapon, they were still mere tools, typically devoid of any real threat. However, this time he felt a tangible threat of death. Not daring to be careless, he unleashed his powers to their fullest extent, releasing a torrent of electrical energy to meet the oncoming bullet. Upon contact, his lightning was cleaved by the high-speed projectile. Only by amplifying his powers could he finally intercept the bullet. Even with Lei Ming's strength, catching that bullet proved formidable, leaving him uncertain if any of his subordinates could withstand such a shot. Not even the most defensive of his abilities would suffice. What kind of weapon was this? He had never heard of anything so powerful. He clearly observed that the bullet had originated from the direction of Lin Yi's villa, despite the distance. The trajectory and velocity left little doubt that the shooter was concealed within the villa, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away. A normal person could never shoot such a distance, indicating that a sniper capable of extraordinary shooting powers resided within. However, the pressing concern was how to escape. As soon as they exposed themselves, Lin Yi's bullets would rain down. No one dared to take that risk. Ultimately, Lei Ming decided that everyone should scatter and break free. Running together would risk Lin Yi targeting any one of them, leaving their survival to chance. Chapter 107. Call for reinforcements. After agreeing to meet at the foot of the mountain, Lei Ming took the lead and sprinted away. Indeed, within 2 seconds, a bullet struck his back. However, his electrical powers provided significant assistance. Though the bullet's force caused him considerable discomfort, he managed to endure it. The others began to disperse and flee, yet none possessed Lei Ming's level of strength. With the vehicles rendered inoperable, how far could they run on foot? Seeing that he could not yet deal with Lei Ming, Lin Yi redirected his focus to the others. He targeted several other ability users, sparing only Su Mo. However, due to the distance, the power of Lin Yi's bullets was greatly diminished, resulting in the demise of many fleeing ordinary soldiers, while the ability users managed to escape using their powers. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Yi holstered his weapon. His success was largely owing to his early detection of their presence and his significant advantage in attacking distance. Even Lei Ming could not retaliate from so far away. If they got close, Lin Yi would be at a disadvantage. Although he had temporarily driven them away, he could not afford to be complacent. It would not be long before Lei Ming regrouped and returned with renewed vigor. Lin Yi summoned Luo Zishan to continue monitoring their surroundings while he left the villa to dig a pit. He still had some explosives in his spatial pocket, remotely detonated, which he had acquired from those who had attacked his refuge, and now they were perfectly suited for use. Due to the limitations of his detonator's range, Lin Yi dug a large pit 500 meters away, burying several bundles of explosives within and covering them with a thick layer of loose snow. The snow here was relatively loose and soft, capable of maximizing the explosive's effectiveness. While Lin Yi busied himself with the explosives, Lei Ming and his men had already gathered at the mountain's base. This operation had mobilized over 800 individuals, with more than 100 casualties at the oil refinery and another 400 lost here. Now, aside from few ability users, Lei Ming was left with just over 300 men. The losses were staggering, and he had gained nothing in return, leaving him furious to the point of nearly spitting blood. With so many lost, failing to return victorious would severely diminish his standing among his subordinates. Lei Ming found himself in a dire predicament. Su Mo sat nearby in the snow, frowning deeply. Nearly all the ability users had been attacked, yet he had emerged unscathed. He found it strange. Was he perhaps fortunate? Unable to comprehend the situation, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the mysterious enemy overlooking him. Silence. Sumo's comment prompted a rebuke from Lei Ming. Anyone who dares show cowardice in battle, no matter who they are, will face military discipline. Lei Ming was already consumed by obsession. The repeated setbacks had driven him into a corner, and he would not rest until he had dragged the individuals inside the villa out for a gruesome reckoning. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up his phone to contact Huoling. Upon hearing Lei Ming's voice, Huoling pondered for a while. The fact that Lei Ming called, and with such a humble tone, indicated that he must be facing a formidable opponent. If the enemy were weak, he would have been successful by now. Huoling initially intended to refuse, but recalling that all his fuel had been stolen by that wretched thief, his anger flared, and he readily agreed. However, 2 families alone would not suffice for security. Huoling suggested bringing in 2 more families, ensuring they would not have to worry about ambushes on their own territory while they were out. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming agreed, recognizing the wisdom in the suggestion, and proceeded to contact Jin Ao and Xing Tian. However, ultimately, only Jin Ao agreed to provide support, and afterward, he intended to claim a substantial share of the benefits, which Xing Tian found utterly uninteresting. Even though Lei Ming had promised considerable rewards, Xing Tian remained unmoved. Although the 4 major forces were not fully assembled, Lei Ming believed that their combined strength was sufficient. At that point, they planned to split into 3 groups and attack from different directions. Even if the individuals inside possessed extraordinary abilities, they would surely be thrown into chaos. As long as they approached his villa with their combined strength, it would be effortless to subdue those within. Lei Ming's confidence stemmed from his belief that he had deciphered Lin Yi's capabilities. Given Lin Yi's formidable long-range attacks, he presumed that his melee combat skills must be woefully inadequate, much like Su Mo, who, after transforming into a giant bear, displayed exceptional close combat prowess with overwhelming speed and strength, albeit with virtually no long-range capabilities. If someone were to engage him in guerrilla tactics, Su Mo would inevitably be exhausted. No ability is without its flaws. Otherwise, it would be too unbalanced. By afternoon, Huoling and Jin Ao's troops had arrived. Lei Ming agreed to share half of his arms in exchange for Jin Ao's presence. Jin Ao, a small elder seemingly in his 60s or 70s, stood at barely 1.60 meters. Despite his frail appearance, The shrewd glint in his eyes indicated that he was far from an ordinary character. Chapter 108. The three major forces attack the villa this time. Jin Ao brought only a few individuals, all capable of special abilities, as Laming had informed him that ordinary soldiers would be of no use. Jin Ao's faction was the smallest among the four major forces, so to minimize unnecessary casualties, he opted to bring only a handful of elite fighters, leaving behind any ordinary personnel. Huoling shared his sentiments and also brought only a few of her capable subordinates, allowing for a more manageable retreat should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Watching these two cunning old foxes calculating their strategies, Laming could only curse them silently. However, he felt powerless. He had initially only agreed to assist them without specifying the number of troops required, thus he could not voice his concerns. After the three convened to discuss their approach, they resolved to split into three groups, each leading their subordinates to launch an assault on the villa. Once they neared the villa, the remaining tasks would be straightforward. As the three moved simultaneously, they charged up the mountain toward Lin Yi's villa, aiming to approach before Lin Yi noticed their presence. Lin Yi detected their arrival almost immediately. While he was not surprised by Laming's return, the presence of Huoling and a mysterious old man left him perplexed. It could be said that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although Huoling had clashed fiercely with Laming the previous day, today they stood shoulder to shoulder in battle. Lin Yi raised his Barrett, targeting Laming first. With a gunshot, a bullet imbued with Lin Yi's abilities was fired at Laming. Sensing the imminent danger, Laming summoned his powers to the utmost, enveloping his right fist in electricity and striking the bullet. An explosion ensued as the bullet was shattered by Laming's punch, yet he was propelled back several meters by the force of the impact. The tremendous shock rendered his right hand numb. After executing a somersault to regain his footing, Laming charged forward once more, resolute in his intent to drag Lin Yi out from within and tear him apart. At this moment, they were still 7 to 8 kilometers away from Lin Yi's villa, but Lin Yi remained unperturbed, pulling the trigger again, with Laming as his sole target. Following 3 successive shots that Laming barely managed to withstand, he finally began to falter. Internally, he grumbled, "Why is this bastard fixated on me?" Before he could finish his thoughts, a 4th bullet was fired. After enduring yet another attack, Laming finally halted, retreating as his powers had been significantly drained, and more critically, his body could no longer keep up. The bullets, charged with abilities, left him feeling uncomfortable after each impact, and having endured several shots, half of his body was completely numb, leaving him unwilling to face a 5th shot. Seeing Laming stop, Lin Yi shifted his focus to the others, firing several more shots that ultimately drove away Laming's remaining troops. Lin even directed a few shots at Su Mo. Despite Su Mo's robust defense after transformation, he had not absorbed any other abilities and was comparatively weaker. After taking 3 shots from Lin Yi, he too began to retreat. Lin Yi discarded his empty Barrett, handing it to Luo Ziki beside him, and then took a fully loaded Barrett from her. Although Laming's men were already beginning to withdraw, Lin Yi did not pursue them, for the other 2 factions were nearing his villa as well. After closing the firing port, he swiftly moved in another direction, extending his gun. There were 4 individuals in this group, with Huoling being the foremost, a girl Lin Yi had encountered just yesterday. Through his binoculars, he observed that this young lady was indeed quite attractive, with a charming demeanor. Though not very tall, standing around 1.60 meters, she was shorter than Lin Yi's usual companions. Paired with her adorable features, she resembled a lively little girl. Despite her beauty, Lin Yi felt no inclination to show her mercy, raising his weapon and firing at her. Simultaneously, Huoling finally understood why Laming, despite his strength, sought reinforcements. This individual's attack power was overwhelmingly strong. Given their proximity, around 4 kilometers, Lin Yi's bullets were significantly more potent. Huoling could barely withstand 2 shots before she hurriedly arranged her team in a line, taking turns to shield against Lin Yi's bullets. However, upon seeing that Laming was already leading his men in retreat, she swiftly ordered her own to withdraw, with the main force escaping. It would be foolish for them to charge ahead recklessly. Once Lin Yi noticed Huoling's retreat, he leisurely shifted his focus to the frail old man. Lin Yi first fired a test shot, astonished when the bullet halted near the old man. He hadn't anticipated that this lean elder possessed such an ability, quickly deducing the elder's identity. Previously, he had learned from a driver that there were 4 major forces in Haijing City, and Jin Ao, the leader of the Tianjin Society, had the power to control metal. Although Lin Yi's bullets carried abilities, they remained bound by the realm of metal and were thus countered by him. A warning bell rang in Lin Yi's mind. The world was vast and full of wonders, with all manner of peculiar abilities potentially lurking. While his offensive capabilities were formidable, there would always be someone who could counteract him. Jin Ao, the leader of the Tianjin Society, had to be eliminated. Otherwise, Lin Yi would forever be cautious in his approach. As Lin Yi resolved to eliminate Jin Ao, the elder himself felt the strain. Though he had effortlessly intercepted Lin Yi's bullets, it had cost him a considerable amount of energy. The difference between ordinary metal and metal with immense inertia was vast. He had to expend much energy to neutralize that inertia. Lin Yi began to fire frantically, yet all his shots were intercepted by Jin Ao. Even when Lin Yi shifted his focus to attack others, his bullets continued to be thwarted by the elder. Finally, Jin Ao and his group arrived within 200 meters of the villa. At this moment, Jin Ao's extraordinary abilities had already been depleted by half, yet he still possessed the strength to continue the fight. His subordinates emerged from behind him, forming a battle formation. Jin Ao had brought 3 extraordinary individuals with him, while leaving 2 behind to guard the main camp. Among the trio, one was a beast transformation type, capable of transforming into a colossal wolf. The other 2 included one who could unleash terrifying sonic wave attacks, and the other, a rubber manipulator who could freely control the elasticity of his own body.